Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 258, Volume 3, Chapter 58, Battle on Uninhabited Island, Part 22. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Premies, Amaterasu. Space wrapped and lots of black flames started to appear in front of Premies. Then he used his second technique. Premies, Inferno style, flame control. As a glint passed in his eyes, the black flames of Amaterasu converged together and took the form of a sword. Next, flame incantation symbol entered the sword and disappeared inside while making the black flames more powerful. Premies stretched his hand forward and grabbed the sword. Ding! Mangekyo Sharingan, full power, has been used and will now be sealed for an year. Premies only gave this notification a glance before turning his attention in front. He first used the full power Mangekyo Sharingan, which he can only use once a year for Amaterasu, and then used his permanent unlocked, Inferno style, flame control, to make sword out of it. Witnessing the black flame sword in Premies' hand, Motors raised its guard to the limit. Even if it's called the King of Fire, it could feel the life-threatening danger from those flames. But in the next instant, Molter's fear heightened to a certain degree when it looked at Ophis. Let alone Molter's, even Premies became slightly surprised and looked at Ophis. To be more accurate, at her hands. In Ophis' hand, there was a purple flame sword. Premies, now that was unexpected. Wow. You both really are made for each other. Your black flame sword can attack all types of forms while your Empress purple flame sword could attack all kinds of mind. In other words, you both are covering each other weak points. Nodding his head, Premies turned to the front again. Premies, ready. Ophis, amen. Premies and Ophis, time to end this. Saying this, they both charged at Molters. Swoosh. Swoosh. Molters also didn't retreat but instead rushed at them. Its body was burning even more in flames as it charged. And soon, both parties collided. Kaboom. A huge explosion rose in the sky. But that was not all. The explosion not only destroyed 80% of the island, but its shockwave also traveled around. The entire planet shook. You know that Molters is level 7. This means it had enough power to destroy a large continent. Strength level. Average human level. Building level 1 with stats, E. Town level 1 with stats, B. City max. Level. Island level. Large island level. Country level. Large country level. Continent level. Large continent level. Asteroid level. Moon level. Planet level. It's no wonder the entire planet shook. Because of that, the entire planet got affected. Many vortexes appeared all around the oceans. Many earthquakes appeared on the continents. Weather became unstable as hurricanes, storms, and lightning appeared all over the world. Almost everyone, whether human or danger beast, became afraid. Too bad, this was not the end of their fear. Screech. A huge screech of Molters came from the explosion as it released overheat at Premies and Ophis. Whoosh. They both dodged at the last moment. The overheat traveled some distance and hit the ocean. Boom. SSSSSSSS. A huge column of water rose before turning into a stream. The shockwave was released, and the planet shook again. Swoosh. Dodging the attack, Premies appeared in front of Molters and attacked with his black flame sword. Molters' body shone a little and it dodged using agility. Swoosh. The moment it dodged and put some distance, Molters opened its eyes wide as it saw the purple flame sword just a few millimeters away from touching it. Ophis had already predicted where Molters would appear after dodging Premies' attack. A huge amount of heat was released from Molters as it used Heat Wave. Narrowing her eyes, Ophis stopped her attack and hurriedly retreated. Heat Wave was released all around. It covered the distance of over 20 kilometers. Water started to evaporate and the danger beasts inside it started to dive deeper to escape. Nevertheless, a lot of them still died very painful. They all were dried inside out. Premies appeared in front of the place where Shengming and Ace were unconscious to prevent the heat from reaching them, while Ophis appeared in front of the destroyed temple to prevent the heat from reaching the devil's cocoon and breaking it. Screech. Molters let out another screech. In the next second, the entire sky was cleared out and sun could be seen. Not only that, but the sun was also shining very brightly. Premies, what a pain. Ophis, sunny day. Huh. It will increase the power of all its fire moves now. Both Premies and Ophis were looking at the sun as sweat started to appear on their foreheads. The temperature started to increase again. Molters became red and in the next second it released overheat. Whoosh. Premies, damn. Not only did the attack come very quickly, Premies also can't afford to dodge, otherwise it will hit Xingming and Ace location. As a result, he had no choice but to take it heads on. His hand moved and the black flame sword in his hand collided with the overheat. Bang. A shockwave was released all around as the attack started pushing Premies back. Premies knew he couldn't hold the attack for much longer. So, he decided to use a different approach. And that was changing the direction of the attack. He gritted his teeth and used all his magic to change the trajectory of the attack. Finally, he succeeded. Whoosh. Boom. The overheat missed Xingming and Ace location by a slight margin before landing on another part of the ocean. Lowering his hand, Premies started painting heavily. Misdirecting that attack really put a lot of trolls on him. He even used up 40% of his magic. Looking at his fingers which were healing rapidly, he took a deep sigh. One of the reasons he decided to take the risk of taking the overheat heads-on was his high-speed regeneration. Before the attack even reached him, his skin started burning because of excessive heat. When he stopped it, his fingers kept on becoming charred again and again as high-speed regeneration kept on healing them. Returning back to himself, Premies looked in front. Currently, Ophis was fighting Molters on her own to give him a few seconds of rest. Premies narrowed his eyes as he could see some injuries on Ophis's body. This was not because she had been hit by some of Molters' attacks, these injuries appeared just by being near to Molters. Molters was already someone which was made and covered in flames almost all the time. On the other hand, this sunny day made its flame even stronger. Holding the black flame sword in his hand, Premies also joined the fray. And just like this, their battle kept on going. Boom. Bang. Howl. Roar. Kaboom. Everyone all around the world was sacred. They hid themselves in their house while praying for this catastrophe to end. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, landslides, storms, and other natural disasters were occurring all over the globe. Danger beasts were cowering in their caves. Not a single shadow of a person could be walking either in villages, towns, or even in the capital. In the hideout of Bill, Qrome was sitting on her bed, shivering, and covering herself with the quilt. Qrome, be big brother. Be big sisters. Thinking of her big brother, Premies, and her big sisters, Akame, Xingming, Ace, and Ophis, Qrome tried her best to sleep and hoping that by the time she would wake up, this disaster would be over. On the other side, in the hideout on Rousei Mountains, Akame was standing in front of the window of her room and was looking outside. Pitter. Patter. Pitter. Patter. Pitter. Patter. Rain was falling on the window. Even though Akame was looking outside, she was only thinking about two people. Akame, Qrome. My lord. Behind her stood other members of the Elite Seven. Namely Cornelia, Pony, Tsukushi, Green, Guy, and Najasho. They all decided to gather in Akame's room and support each other until this disaster passed. They were all looking at Akame with worried expressions as they knew who she was thinking about. Let alone Akame, even they were worried thinking about Premies, Xingming, Ace, and Qrome. Even though they only met with Premies, Xingming, Ace, and Qrome only once. They started to grow attached to them. Because during their time together Premies, Xingming, and Ace didn't discriminate with them even when they met them for the first time. They treated and cared for all of them the same way they care for Akame and Qrome. Another and the most important reason that the position of Premies rose in their mind was because of Kazuki. Just like Premies told them, once Kazuki returned he gave them a drug and said to take it because it will increase their strength faster. If Premies hadn't warned them then they would have really thought of the brainwashing drug as strength-increasing drug. They all took them since Kazuki told them to do so in front of him. More like order them so. But once they returned to their room and they all vomited it out. Confirming that the pill was out, they all gave a sigh of relief. However, because of that not only did Kazuki fall in their eyes but also hate started to form in their heart. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 259, Volume 3, Chapter 59, Battle on Uninhabited Island, Final. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. While Akame and other members of Elite 7 were worried about Premies, Xingming, Ace, and Qrome. Kazuki was standing outside of the room. His back was leaning on the wall and his expression was serious. Even though the storm was happening outside, he ignored it. Kazuki, something's wrong. Ever since I have returned after my audience with Prime Minister Honest, these kids started to treat me differently. When Kazuki returned, Akame and other members of Elite 7 tried their best to appear normal. Nevertheless, since they were still kids and didn't know how to perfectly hide their expressions, Kazuki realized something was wrong. At first, he decided to ignore it and gave them the drug that the Prime Minister gave him. But after taking it, they became even more foreign towards him. They tried their hardest, but Kazuki was still able to see the looks of disdain they were giving him. Kazuki, something must have definitely happened when I was away. When I gave them the drug, even if they took it, I saw the slight disbelief which they hurriedly hide. It was as if they knew what kind of drug it was. But how? According to Prime Minister Honest, that drug was just made recently. No one knows about it. Then how is this possible that these kids know? Kazuki's mind then got preoccupied with something else. Kazuki, one more thing. Prime Minister Honest seemed completely different than before. Even my instincts that have polished throughout my lifetimes were warning me. Telling me not to act on impulse, otherwise there's only one conclusion. Death. Just how did Prime Minister Honest become this powerful? These thoughts were constantly appearing on Kazuki's mind as he held his Taigu, one-cut killer, Murasame, tightly. Capital. In one of the alleys, a dirty kid covered in ragged clothes was hiding near the trash bin. It's the same kid who Premies met when he came to the capital. Pitter. Patter. Pitter. Patter. The rain was falling all around. The kid hugged the shawl tightly which was wrapping around it to get as much warmth it could get while thinking about the person who gave this shawl and something to eat to it. Village. In the village where Premies and Ace went for a date. In one of the houses, a little girl was lying on her bed while covering herself entirely with a quilt. It may appear that she was afraid, but in truth she was not. She was a lot braver than other kids of her age. Currently, inside the quilt she was playing with a white flower hair accessory which Premies gave her 2 years ago. Little girl, Big Brother was right. I have more talent to be doctor than an archer. Because of that I was able to save many of my friends and villagers. I must thank him properly if we meet again in future. Saying this, she pushed the accessory under her pillow and decided to sleep. Back to the island. Premies, pant 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 pant. Ophis, pant 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 pant. Both Premies and Ophis were panting heavily while looking at Molters in front. Molters was also panting heavy after fighting for this long. However, unlike Molters, both Premies and Ophis were covered in blood. Even though they tried their best, some attacks still landed on them. On top of that, the heat which was emitting from the Molters and sunny day making them tired even faster. But the most important reason was Molters' ability pressure. It was forcing them to use twice the number of efforts on every attack. If they were not under world suppression, then with their power the pressure won't have any effect on them. Currently both Premies and Ophis barely had 10% of the magic left. Molters was looking menacingly at them. It never expected that one day mere humans could push it this far. It should be known that when it was captured, its enemy used Pokemon. They themselves were just staying at the back and were giving commands. Now witnessing how a mere humans almost brought it to defeat, Molters felt that its pride was hurt. Hence, it decided to end this battle with its final strongest move. Screech. Molters let out a scream as light started to release from its body. It was as if all the lights of the sun were being absorbed by it. Soon it completely cloaked itself in a harsh light. Premies, finally using your strongest attack. Ophis, Sky Attack. Taking a deep sigh, Premies readied himself. Premies, I thought I could end it while keeping my base stats at 500. Looks like I need to change it. I must increase my base stats to max of my level 1. Just when Premies decided to remove some restrictions, Ophis spoke. Ophis, Premies. Premies, Premies turned to Ophis and became stunned. Ophis was looking at him with a beautiful smile on her face. Ophis, didn't we decide to end this with just your current base stats? Premies, I. Ophis, so, let's end with that. Premies, but. Before Premies could continue, Ophis grabbed his hand. Ophis, let's end this. Together. Premies. After remaining stunned for a second, Premies chuckled. Premies, you are right. Let's end this together. Smiling, Ophis came to Premies. Premies hugged her waist while Ophis put her free hand on his chest. They both smiled before pointing their black flame sword and purple flame sword towards Molters. Both the flames started to join. Even though they knew that with their current magic defeating Molters was almost non-existent. Yet, they decided to give their everything in this attack. However, as they were about to release their final attack, something unexpected happened. Spark. A spark was released from their body. They both widened their eyes in complete shock because they knew what this spark meant. Never in their dreams did they think something like this would happen. And no way. Why you got to be kidding? Premies snapped back to himself when he heard Twilight's shocked voice. Chuckling, he looked at Ophis with a genuine smile and spoke. Preemies, to me you were always my empress. And with this it's confirmed. We really are meant for each other. As husband and wife. Ophis also smiled gently and spoke. Ophis, we are. Preemies, time to finish this. Next, they both turned to Moltres, who was approaching them with its final move, Sky Attack. Yet, none of them panic. They only showed a smile before opening their mouth and spoke a single word. Preemies and Ophis, resonance. Vroom. Vroom. Reddish and bluish came out of their bodies. The aura surrounded both. Before the black and purple flame sword were joining their flames. But this time, both swords merged naturally. Both Preemies and Ophis power kept on multiplying. Ding. Unique skill, resonance, has been acquired. Unique skill, resonance. An ability exclusive only to the husband-wife, Preemies Rigla and Ophis. It allows both Preemies Rigla and Ophis to combine and multiply each other's power. *A/N, if any of you have watched Twin Star Exorcists before, then you can tell what this resonance ability. One more thing, only Preemies and Ophis would be able to use it. Even in future when he will have many wives, resonance will only be exclusive to Preemies and Ophis. Shine. Shine. Their combined sword started to shine more and more brightly. Preemies, shall we? Ophis, yes. Preemies and Ophis, you lost, King of Fire. Vroom. A reddish-bluish beam released from their sword and reached Moltres in an instant. Moltres, who was charging towards them, sensed the upcoming danger. Nevertheless, it was too late to react by then. The attack finally landed on it. Kaboom. A giant mushroom rose in the sky. This explosion was on a completely different magnitude than all the explosions before. The entire planet trembled violently. With this, the second and the last battle on this uninhabited island finally came to an end. *N, and that's it. This is the end of Volume 3. I hope you guys like it. The Akame Ga Kill arc will continue in later volume, maybe Volume 5 or Volume 6. For the next volume, Preemies will travel to different worlds to establish dimensional chat group or guild. It wouldn't be like how in other dimensional chat group or guild novels where the system automatically decides which one to choose. It will be Preemies' decision who he wanted to be part of his group or guild. Because of that, he will go to different worlds to establish connections. For the time being. The next volume will not be a single world travel but multiple. Once he was done choosing the basic members, he will return back to Akame Ga Kill world and story will continue on. Thanks. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 260, Volume 4, Chapter 1, Poison. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. The entire world came stand still after that last explosion. Or it appeared so. Because even though the battle was over, the planet still suffered a lot because of it. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters were still striking many parts of the planet. That's what happened when level 7 beings fought in a low level 3 world. In case the battle was still going on, then it would have left a permanent damage to the planet. Which would have taken centuries or more to heal. As for the island. Only 2 parts were left floating in the ocean. One where Xingming and Ace were, and the second the temple where Devil's Cocoon resided. SSSSSSS. 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 Some distance away. On one of the debris of the island, Moltres was laying on it. Its breathing was haggard as it was trying hard to stand up. Too bad, no matter how hard it tried, strength just didn't come. Not only that, but the size of the debris was also so small that barely upper half of its body was out the ocean while its feet and more than half of the wings were inside it. As the water touched its body, it started to evaporate. Though at an extremely slow pace compared to before when even the whole island started to melt because of its fire. Mere a few flickers of fire were coming out of its body. All of a sudden, a shadow covered it. When Moltres tried and raised its head a little, it opened its eyes wide as a huge magic attack in the shape of an arc was coming towards it. In panic, Moltres tried to move its body. Yet, it was all in vain because strength just didn't enter its body. As a result, the attack hits it heads on. Boom. Moltres, MOL. Moltres let out a blood-curdling scream before being thrown away. However, before it could be thrown far, someone appeared in front of it and kicked Moltres right in its stomach. Bam. Moltres, MO. The pain was so much that Moltres couldn't even scream properly as its eyes rolled back behind its head. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Boom. Moltres hit many of the debris behind before finally embedding on a broken pillar. Before its mind could stabilize from dizziness, a hand appeared and grabbed its neck. Then it pulled Molters before smashing it hard on the pillar. Bang. Boom. Molters, M.O.L. The pillar broke and fell into the ocean pieces by pieces. The pain was so much that Molters wanted to scream, but the hand grabbing its neck made it impossible. Since it no longer had any power to resist, Molters could only move its eyes to see who it was. And it widened its eyes in shock. It was the same human who it was fighting all this time. Molters thought even though it somehow survived that explosion, it was still impossible for mere human to survive that. Yet, the result was that human was currently in front of it and was looking at it with those cold blood-red eyes. In the entire area, only a human and bird could be seen flying in the sky. No. It was the human who was flying in the air while holding the bird by its neck. The bird didn't even have the slightest bit of strength left in it. It was completely at that human's mercy. That human was Premies, of course. Currently he was holding Molters by its neck with his right hand. His left hand was tightly holding the unconscious Ophis in his chest. After their last attack, Ophis passed out because of both physical and mental fatigue. So, she was currently sleeping peacefully in his embrace. Even though Ophis was sleeping in his embrace and Premies was holding her gently, his cold eyes were still glaring at Molters. Premies, look who I caught. A little fire bird. Premies said in a mocking tone which enraged Molters further. Nevertheless, it didn't have any strength to resist. Well, in truth, Molters is bigger than Premies in both height and width. Yet, Premies was treating it like a little bird. This was also another reason of Molters rising angry. Premies, tell me, Molters. How does it feel to be defeated by a human? The very human whom you deem as weak creatures that you can kill with just your mere presence. Molters. Then Premies pulled Molters' face closer and looked directly in its eyes before continuing in the same mocking tone. Premies, and how does it feel like, to be defeated by the very element you are king of? Molters. Premies, I wonder how your fellow Pokemons will think when they come to know that the legendary bird or king of fire was defeated by fire itself. And that fire was being used by a mere human. Molters. Premies, let me guess. You will not only lose all the respect from both human and Pokemons alike but will also become the laughingstock among all the legendary Pokemons. Molters, M.O.L. Molters was glaring at Premies with furious expression. It knew what Premies was saying was truth. Yet, it can't do anything about it. Molters, the legendary bird of fire, was defeated by a mere human who was using fire was a fact. It can't deny that. Premies, now. Listen to this, you so-called legendary bird of fire. I give two choices. First, right now is his moment, accept to be my pet bird for the rest of your eternity. You will do everything I will say without a single bit of hesitation or question. Even if I order you to kill the innocent or even your own kinds. You will do that without the slightest bit of hesitation. To you, I will be your master and your god. Accept it and I will help you get revenge on those who captured and wronged you. Molters didn't reply. On the contrary, it was now looking at Premies with both disgust and disdain along with rage. Premies ignored Molters' expressions and continued. Premies, second. Everything I said before will remain the same. However, this time, I will destroy your consciousness, erase your emotions, and turn you into a mindless emotionless doll. Whom only purpose in its life was to serve me. Moltres. Molters finally showed a different expression now. Disgust, disdain, and rage disappeared from its eyes as fear started to form. Premies, I am sure you already know how it feels to be nothing but a tool whose job was nothing but to follow their master's order. That's exactly what you went through when you were captured in that dark ball. However, this time, once I destroy your mind it will be for forever. There's no saving it. Horror started to appear in Molters' eyes. It went through a lot while under those humans' control. It didn't want to experience such a thing again. What it went through was so much that just by thinking about it, tears started to appear in the corner of its eyes. Premies, oh. You are crying. How pathetic for a legendary bird to cry. Do you know the difference between them and me? They captured you, made you do their bidding, and treated you like their tool. While in my case, you, yourself, will decided to be my tool. You will do everything of your own will just to carry out my orders. You will witness, experience, and feel everything you will order it, and in the end, you will also accept it willingly. Molters' eyes were already full of tears by now as they trailed down its face. Looking directly in Molters' fear and despair-filled eyes, Premies spoke. Premies, now tell me, legendary bird of fire. Which poison do you want to take? Molters. Molters kept on looking at Premies with tear-stricken and despair-filled eyes. Then it used its willpower to move its head before lowering it in complete submission. The corner of Premies' lips raised a little. Premies, good. Now look into my eyes. Hearing this, Molters looked in his Mangekyo Sharingan like ordered. And then. B-dump. 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 Moltres heard its own heartbeat before its vision started to blank. Its eyes changed and became blood-red before 3 tomos appeared in them. The 3 tomos started to rotate before the black pupil in the middle enlarged and the 3 tomos established themselves at the 3 corners of the iris. It was the same way as how Ninetales' eyes became when it was under Obito's control. Confirming that Moltres was completely under his control, Premies decreased the force of his grip holding its neck. Though, he didn't let it go because if he did, Moltres would fall directly into the sea since it didn't have any strength to fly right now. Premies, Twilight, start the master servant or pet contract. Whatever it is. Affirmative. Shine. A light came out of Premies' hand and covered Moltres completely. Moltres didn't resist and soon the contract was established. Soon a collar of some sort appeared on its neck before it disappeared. No. To be more precise, it hid. Ding. 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 A new option, Beast Companion, has been added. A new option, Pets, has been added under Beast Companion. A new pet has been added. Nodding his head, Premies moved the notification to the side before looking at Moltres again. A glint passed in his eyes and then... snap. Moltres' eyes returned to normal. It shook its head to return to itself. Once its memories returned, it realized and felt the connection between Premies and itself. Premies, I have put the things you need to recover to your peak in your new home. So, take a rest there and wait for my next order. Moltres meekly nodded before Premies put it into his pet's world. Once Moltres disappeared, Premies finally turned his attention to Xingming's and Ace's location before flying there. Swoosh. After a minute, he reached their location. Ignoring the blood and grotesque scene around, he approached Xingming and Ace. Looking at them, his expressions became gentle. He first reached Xingming, picked her up with his free hand before lowering himself and giving a gentle kiss on her lips. Premies, well done. Next, he approached Ace, caressed her beautiful face before giving a kiss on her forehead. Premies, you always lived up to my expectations, my princess. Finally, he turned his face at Misdreavus in Ace embrace. Premies, you also did well. As a ghost-type Pokemon, if you want you can hide but decide to fight to the very end. Even with the cost of your life just to protect not only Trainer but also my wife. I promise that I will make you strong enough that you will never once think, and you will be burdened to Ace in future. Saying this, Premies touched Misdreavus' head, and she disappeared. Premies, take care of it. Premies sent the order to Moltres after sending Misdreavus to Pet's World too. After all, even as Ace or Premies Pokemon, Misdreavus or Moltres can't enter Home World. Origin Force will erase them. Then he hugged all 3 of them. In the next instant, the space wrapped, and they disappeared. 5 minutes later. Space wrapped and Premies returned. He had already put all 3 of them in the healing pond he made in his home world. And the most noteworthy thing was that Premies was currently in his God of Destruction form. It's true that his current awakening was a lot weaker because of the limiters he put on Ophis, but he's still God in this state. A real 3rd-level existence. Turning his expression face in one direction, he spoke. Premies, why don't you show yourself already? No response. Premies, if you think you can hide then stop wasting your time. I can see you. No response. Premies, I see. Looks like I must resort to force. As power started to gather in Premies' hand, the being came. As I thought, you are really something. Though, to be honest, I never thought you were God. Premies, I can say the same to you. Well, I can't deny that. Premies, so, mind telling me what and how an incubator like you came to this world for? QB. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 261, Volume 4, Chapter 2, Departure, Part 1. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Finally, the being or creature showed itself and appeared in front of Premies. It was a small, cat-like creature. It had white fur and 4 ears, one pair representing the average cat and the other like those of a rabbit. It had red eyes and golden rings around its long ears. At the bottom of the ears, it appeared that it was separated into 3, along with a pink-white fade and 3 red ovals. These ears seemed to be what turns the girls into magical girls, when making Soul Gem. It had a large tail and pointy ears, the inside of them being pinkish-peach color. On its back was a hot pink egg-shaped oval that can flip open to remove grief seed fragments. *A/N, QB. Premies, if one didn't know that it's an incubator then they will definitely rush to it, catch it, and start spoiling it like a cat. Well, it can't be helped after witnessing how cute it is. Not until you know their true thought process and goal. The incubators are an emotionless race but seek to exploit the thermodynamics violating emotions of the human race to produce energy and prevent the heat death of the universe, the ultimate end of the universe itself. The fact that the system they use to harvest this power, magical girls and witches, would be considered horrendously evil by humans was inconsequential to the incubators in their world. They chose this method because it was the most expedient to their goals. No action they took was ultimately malicious, as they did not themselves experience or understand the emotions required to act in such a way. Everything about QB, however, was implied to make it as appealing as possible to the magical girls, as well as emulating behaviors and emotions for the same purpose. This lack of understanding ultimately resulted in QB being unable to predict or understand the actions of the magical girls or the results of those actions, despite them being obvious to the girls themselves. Preemies, and one more thing, QB and its fellow incubators all are gods. Yes, a real deal. Though, they always kept on suppressing their power so that world won't get erased by it. QB, it seems that you know about me and my race. Preemies, yes. That's why I am asking how you left your magical girl Madoka Magica world. QB, why are you asking? I am sure you have already guessed the main reason. Preemies, I do. Still, I want to hear it from your mouth as confirmation. QB, I will. But I also want to hear your hypothesis. Preemies, let's see. Preemies then crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked directly into QB Crimson Eyes before responding. Preemies, my conclusion is. An idiot reincarnated or came to your world. Since he or she knew the plot of Magical Girl Madoka Magica, they not only knew of your truth but also your goal. Which both disgust and anger them. As a result, they became stronger thanks to their system. However, because of that they became overconfident and decided to challenge you. Conclusion, they died, and you absorbed their power, system, and memories. Which led you incubators to know about other worlds. Clap. Clap. QB raised its front two paws and clapped. QB, bingo. You are exactly right. So, why am I here then? Preemies, once you absorbed the power provided by that system, you found out that the power was a lot purer and more concentrated compared to the ones you get from magic girls. That's something even you an incubator can't ignore. Hence, now you are going to different worlds to find such people to get those systems. Clap. 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 QB, incredible. Absolutely incredible. You are exactly right. That was my aim all along. We never thought that there existed power which is a lot stronger than the ones we take from the magical girls. Now that we know, of course we will try to get our hands on it. All to prevent the ultimate end of the universe itself. Preemies, yeah, right. Too bad I am not buying it. QB, huh? Preemies, I already know that you want that power to enter the next rank in godhood. QB. QB became silent hearing this. It's true that it needs the power to stop the end of the universe. But only barely minimum is enough to prevent the universe's destruction for more than 1,000,000 years. They want to keep the rest of the power for themselves. All to ascend to the next rank. QB, looks like I must reevaluate you. Preemies, I guess. Anyway, there's something I want to ask. QB, what is it? Preemies, you remembered that Firebird I fought. QB, Molters. Yes, what about I? Suddenly, QB stopped as it saw a smirk that appeared on Preemie's face. It finally realized the blunder it made. As a result, it took a step back and looked at Preemies with its guard all-time high. QB, you are probing me. Preemies sneered while looking at QB. Preemies, exactly. And now I know what I want. QB, what do you mean? Preemies, it's pointless to pretend now. You already gave yourself away in my last question. QB. Preemies, there's pros and cons while suppressing your power. Though cons increased a lot once you became God. QB remained silent as Preemies continued. Preemies, there are only two ways for gods to enter lower worlds. First, they must suppress their power. It may appear simple but it's not. Why? Because you can only suppress your power for the time being. Minimum 1 day and maximum 1 week. That's all. On the 8th day, the suppression will be removed whether you like it or not. QB, and the second way. Preemies, the one which you know your race is using. QB. Preemies, it's also the same way gods and goddesses in Danmachi world used to descend to lower world. Preemies, the second way is by putting a condition. And that is while you are in the lower world, your divine power will remain sealed. If you try to remove that seal, then you will be kicked out of that world. QB. Preemies, the main point in both ways is time. By using the first way, you can remain for a maximum of 7 days. But by using the second way, you can remain in the lower world for an indefinite amount of time. Of course, if you don't unseal your divine powers, that is. QB. Preemies, even though you enter the lower world, you have no clue when and where such people will come. The only way left is to wait patiently. For who knows how long. That's why the second method was your only choice. QB, even if it's true, what does this implies? Preemies smirked and continued. Preemies, imagine you entered a world and were waiting for the person with the system to come. Yet, such person never appeared in that world but appeared in another one. Didn't this mean you spend your time waiting all for naught? So, how to prevent such scenarios? QB, how? Preemies, just wait in many worlds. Simultaneously. QB. Preemies, you are not the only incubator. There are many. What you have to do is, every incubator enter different worlds. Next, establish the connection with each other. In that way, not only can you keep an eye on your world but also on others too. Just like a hive. Hearing Preemies' words, QB finally took a sigh. QB, truly a blunder. Preemies, yeah, it was. I only said, Firebird. Then how do you its name is Molters when you were waiting patiently in this world? That was all I needed to know, that you all incubators are connected to each other through mind. And this also confirms that currently I am not talking with only you but the whole incubator race who is watching from other worlds. Hearing this, QB looked directly into Preemies' eyes for some time before speaking. QB, you really saw through us like it was nothing. Anyway, there must be some reason you tell us this. What do you want? Preemies kept on looking at QB for some time before speaking. Preemies, contract. Not with you. But your whole race. QB didn't show any change in expressions before speaking. QB, contract. With our whole race. Do you want to become Magic Girl too? Preemies, not that one. QB, if not that one then it means another one. Let me guess. The same contract you made with Molters. Preemies, exactly. QB, oh. In other words, you want our entire race to be your pet, no, to be your slave and follow your orders unconditionally. Preemies, correct. QB, and why do you think we will accept this? After all, it's not one or two but our whole race. Preemies, no. I didn't think about it, because I know that you will accept it. QB, why such certainty? Preemies, because guys don't have emotions. QB. Preemies, hence, you incubators always choose the most logical path. Emotions like humiliation, insult, disgust or so on won't register by any of you. If you can gain some benefits, you all will accept it for sure. In response, QB started clapping again. Clap. 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 QB, marvelous. Astonishing. Amazing. Incredible. You are absolutely right. Benefits and interests are all that matter to us. If you can provide that to us, then we won't hesitate to make the contract. So, tell us, what do we get in return? Preemies, even purer power source. QB, Can you really provide us with that? Instead of answering, Preemies directly bought a small crystal from Twilight's shop. This crystal was made by the divine power of a god. And that god was one rank higher than these incubators. Shine. The light came out of the crystal, but Preemies hurriedly stopped it. Moving his head towards QB, he asked. Preemies, so, what's your answer? QB, we accept. Preemies, is that so? QB, yes. Preemies, I see. Preemies, good. With their connections with each other, I will be able to travel to other worlds more easily. Not only that, but I will also be able to obtain the information about what's going on in other worlds while remaining in my own. Preemies then moved forward and touched QB's head. Preemies, Twilight. On it. Shine. A light came and covered QB the same way it covered Molters. However, it was not only happening to the QB but to all the incubators, in other words. A collar appeared on all their necks before it hit itself. Ding. 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 A new option, Calamity Beasts, has been added under Beast Companion. 2 Calamity Beasts have been added. Looking at the notification, Preemies thought. Preemies, Calamity Beasts. Huh. Well, QB really doesn't come under normal pet. But the one who brought destruction to world or universe itself. QB has become the leader of all incubators now. All are under its and your command now. Preemies, maybe because QB was the one I made contract with. That's why it became the new head. It appears so. Preemies, here. Preemies threw the crystal towards QB, who opened its mouth and swallowed it. QB, here. I wonder if it will be of any use to you, but see for yourself. Preemies, Click. The pink egg-shaped oval on its back flipped open and a small marble of some sort came out. Premies caught it and looked at it. QB, this is the empty husk or shell of the system that was left after we absorbed all the power inside it. Nodding his head, Premies kept on looking at it. Premies, can you use it for something? Maybe. Let me check. Next, Premies put the marble inside the inventory from which Twilight took it. Premies, now then. Time to erase all our tracks before leaving. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 262, Volume 4, Chapter 3, Departure, Part 2. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Without waiting for Premies' command, QB moved and disappeared. Nodding, his Premies started to levitate in the sky. He then raised his hand and gathered power in it before releasing it on the island. Shine. Boom. An explosion occurred. Premies made sure to control his strength so that it would only affect the island. Because of that, no shockwave or force was released and affected the planet. Once the light disappeared, the entire island disappeared without any trace. Nodding his head, Premies waved his hand. Tu. A pulse of power was released from his hand, and all the debris of island which was scattered all around the sea disappeared. Now, only a single part of the island remained where the Temple of Devil's Cocoon is. Premies used his power again and covered the island in some kind of mist. This mist will prevent anyone or any sort of power from finding the location of the island. QB, well, that's a good way to keep it away from prying eyes. Premies. QB, What happened? Premies, what are you doing on top of my head? Get off. Replied Premies while moving his eyes towards QB, who was sitting on his head and playing with his hair. If anyone saw this scene, they would think it's very cute. Of course, they would run far away if they knew what QB really is. QB, let me remain like this for a few seconds. It's comfortable. Premies, only for a few seconds. I don't want my Empress and wife to see us like this. QB, Empress and wife? Let's see. That black-haired woman was your Empress, and that brown-haired woman was your wife. Correct? Premies, yes. So, make sure they won't see you. QB, why? Premies, because I don't think they want someone like you near me. Premies, Ophis already knows what kind of being QB is. Even though she won't say anything to me about my decision, she will for sure keep an eye on QB. As for Shengming and Ace, they will definitely voice out their concern. You can't blame them for it. They will be doing this because they are worried about you and don't want someone like as dangerous as QB to be around. Premies, sigh, I know. But it's a must. QB might be dangerous, but it can also provide a lot of benefits which I don't want to miss. I understand. QB, don't worry, I also loved my life. I also felt a chill down my spine thinking about the stares your wives will give me if they see me with you. Premies, yeah, right. Premies, like someone like you even understand what a fear really is in the first place. Thinking that, Premies looked on the other side. QB, looks like some people were trying very hard to come here. But because of the barrier that your Empress put, they can't. Premies, yeah. Premies, the moment our fight against Moltres began, Ophis already told me that some people were trying their hardest to look through or break through the barrier she created to come here. However, it was all pointless. How could mere second and lower level existences break the barrier made by Ophis? That's why we just decided to just ignore them and concentrated on our own fight. Premies was looking at the invaders who were attacking the barrier at different places. He saw many other Pokemon trainers who were ordering their Pokemons to attack the barrier. He even saw the other two legendary birds. Legendary Bird of Thunder, Zapdos. Legendary Bird of Ice, Articuno. Since 3 legendary birds are connected with each other, they must have felt the predicament of Moltres. Premies, Even though they were completely in the Dark Ball's control, they could still sense the connection. Because of that, their current owner also might have realized that. And now they are also trying their best to break the barrier. Well, it will be too much of a blow to them if they lost Moltres. Premies, yeah. QB, by the way, do you have plans on catching other legendary birds? Premies, let alone legendary birds, I plan to get my lands on all legendary and mythical Pokemons. QB, whoa. Your ambition is quite big. Premies, I guess. QB, then why are you not capturing the other 2 birds right now? Premies, I have some plans for them for later. QB, okay. Then Premies continued moving his gaze looking at the remaining people who were attacking the barrier. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he saw someone unexpected. Premies, to think, she also came to this world. Queen of the Land of Shadows, looks like your finally and strongest enemy in this world will be her. Premies remained silent. He just kept on looking at her beautiful face from afar. His eyes had a touch of melancholy. Looks like you care for her. Premies, you can say that, her eyes are just like yours before you entered Danmachi world. Premies. Eyes asking, no, begging for someone to come and kill you. Premies closed his eyes at that before opening them again. The emotionless provided by his god of destruction returned. No, it became even stronger and won't disappear ever again. Spending time with Ophis, Shengming, Ace, Haruheim, Lily, Hestia, Hephaestus, Ryo, Seer, Anya, Chloe, Lunwar, Ina, Akame, Kurome, and so on had started to soften his heart. Because of that, Premies tried to grasp this warmth even while in his god of destruction form. He thought it will help to decrease his numbness and unquenchable thirst of destruction. However, seeing the eyes of Queen of the Land of Shadows made him realize how naive his thoughts were. How could a mere few years affect the pain and numbness provided by the once power of 12th level existences? It's impossible. Premies' heart was becoming more and more indifferent every minute. His body, mind, soul, and existence were changing. Premies. Stop. Your heart has become numb. The emotions you started to feel are disappearing. Please. Undo your awakening. Please. Premies ignored Twilight outburst. He kept on looking at Queen of the Land of Shadows for a minute before turning. He murmured something underneath his breath before waving his hand. When he did so, the barrier around disappeared. He gave her one last glance before space wrapped and he disappeared. At this time, invaders who were ordering and attacking the barrier stopped. All of them showed a puzzled expression. At 1 minute, no matter how much they tried, the barrier won't even budge. Now another minute, it disappeared as if it was not there in the first place. All invaders, what's going on? Queen of the Land of Shadows also stopped. She was also wondering what was going on. But then she heard something near her ears. I will face you as my final opponent in this world. And then I will give you something you always wished for, death. Hearing this, she widened her eyes. She looked around and failed to find the one who said those words. Then she realized something and looked at the other side, which was hidden by the barrier. Her expressions changed a little as she also replied underneath her breath. Scat-hack, I will be waiting. 6 months later. Boom. A huge column of water rose in the sky. Ding. Ting. Ding. Boom. Flashes of attacks could be seen inside it. Swoosh. Ace jumped back to dodge the roots that were coming towards her. Suddenly, one of the roots shot forward and was about to grab her shin. Ace narrowed her eyes before opening her mouth. Ace, use power gem. Misdreavus, Roger. Misdreavus came out of her invisibility before charging towards the root while covering herself in brown light. Whoosh. Bang. The root was destroyed as Ace successfully maintained some distance. Or. That's what she thought. Shengming, behind. She widened her eyes as heard the voice. She hurriedly slashed backward. Shengming in return ducked before gathering magic in her palm and slapping at Ace's abdomen. Slap. Bang. Ace, Guh. Ace grunted a little before she was thrown away. Misdreavus released a barrage of a shadow ball to help her trainer. In return, many roots came out of the water and started to circle around Shengming and protected her. Boom. 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 Even with shadow ball power, they still failed to destroy the roots. That's because Shengming was using her power to hurriedly heal any damage that would appear on the root. Boom. Boom. 2 huge trees came out of the water and rose high in the sky. Next, they pointed their branches downwards and launched countless spikes at not only Misdreavus but also Ace. Fwoosh. 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 Ace's expression became grave as she prepared herself. The same was the case for Misdreavus. Ace, pant 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 pant. Ace was laying on the surface of water and was panting heavily. Misdreavus was also lying. Not on the surface of water but on Ace. Shengming, your order-giving timing and coordination with Misdreavus has become better. Shengming said while looking at resting Ace and Misdreavus. Ace, pant thank pant pant you pant 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 sister Shengming pant 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 pant. Shengming smiled gently before turning and looking at an island that was floating in the sky. The gentle smile she had disappeared, and now sadness filled her eyes. Ace also turned and looked at that island. Her expressions were also complicated. Shengming/Ace, husband/my lord. They all were currently at Pet World. This world was completely covered in water with just a single island floating in the sky. However, as more Pokemon or beasts will come, the island will expand. Currently, there was only a single tree on the island. This tree appeared when Premies made Moltres his pet. This was not a simple tree. All its leaves were orange in color and were radiating a lot of heat. On one of its branches, Moltres was sitting on it. Its eyes were closed as it was enjoying itself while basking under the firepower that was being released by the tree leaves. However, it was constantly opening its eyes and looking at people below. No, to be more precise, looking at his master. Fear was visible in its eyes. It already knew its master was a lot stronger after it fought against it, but things changed. Once it met with its master who came after completing his work, Moltres realized some changes. Its master became even colder and indifferent compared to when met before. It felt some sort of fear from him. Premies was currently sitting on the ground with his back on the tree. Ophis in her little girl form was sitting on his lap. She also realized the change in Premies' demeanor when she woke up after healing her injuries. From then on, she never left his side even for a second. "Kyubi, it's time." Suddenly Kyubi came and interrupted their peaceful time. Premies opened his cold eyes and looked at the Kyubi before replying. "Premies, I see." "Ophis, do you really have to go?" Premies, "Yes." "Ophis, then can't I?" Premies, "No. I am sorry. I need some time. Alone." "Ophis, I see." Premies, "Sigh, don't worry, I promise to call you when I think it will be time." Premies said while patting her head. However, his eyes didn't meet with Ophis's. He put the Ophis at the side and stood up. "Premies, let's go, Kyubi." "Ophis, which world you are going to?" Premies stopped on his tracks for a second before turning and replying. Premies, Re-0- starting life in another world. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 263, Volume 4, Chapter 4, Entering the world of Re-0- starting life in another world. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. The geographic shape of the Re-0- starting life in another world is that of a flat world similar to a diorama instead of a globe. All four edges of the world end with giant cliffs where water pours down into the abyss below. The endless waters are dubbed the Great Waterfall, which is also regarded as the world's end. The Great Waterfall is, for the most part, visible from the shore. Like Earth, it has a day and night cycle with its own sun and moon. However, it follows the Ptolemaic model in terms of rotation and orientation. Also, like Earth, it runs on a 24-hour period and has 4 major seasonal climate patterns. Its months consists of at least 25 days. The basic physical laws are generally the same as on Earth. It is unknown how many landmasses there currently are or were before the Great Calamity, brought on by the Witch of Envy, destroyed half of the world and greatly changed the geography of the world. The main story, however, takes place in a large continent that houses 4 major powers. Gustico to the barren north. Wallachia to the fertile south. Kararagi towards the west. Lugunica occupies the eastern edge of the continent. Beyond them, there are several smaller kingdoms that surround and sit in between them. They have been noted to have their own cultures and styles of life, which are separate from the known cultural aspects we can observe among the 4 great nations. Despite the presence of bodies of water, the world has no actual oceans or large seas, although there are many lakes with rivers and streams feeding into them. The famous Watergate city of Pristella, for example, was built on one of these tributary lakes. The largest accessible source of water apart from the Great Waterfall comes from the Great Tigressy River, which runs through all 4 great nations, though most of its path can be traced over the Kararagi and Gustico's territories. The river itself is so massive that it appears almost like a vast shifting ocean. Though oceans don't exist, some of the world's lakes are saltwater and provide much of the world's salt or equivalent. Right above, Lifa's highway, in the sky, space split apart. An abyssal dark vortex akin to a mouth of darkness slowly took a shape. The light around the place started to gather around it. This vortex was like a black hole which would devour everything. Once this black hole stilled, Premies walked out. Whiz. Whoosh. Gust of winds that were blowing around hit Premies. His coat was blowing in the wind as his cold eyes swept through everything around. There he saw a huge tree standing so tall that it seemed to pierce through the clouds. The tree was gargantuan enough that it could be seen for miles. Premies, Flugel's tree. Huh. Yeah. The very tree that was used in the plot to defeat White Whale. Premies remained silent, as his mind got preoccupied by some previous conversations. 3 days after the fight with Moltres on Uninhabited Island, Ophis, Shengming, and Ace were still healing in Home World while Premies was currently in Pet World. He was standing on the edge of the soul-floating island while looking at the sky. Behind him, Moltres was resting with its eyes closed on the branch of Fire Tree. At some distance away from Moltres' location, there was a 5-meter dome made of light. Inside the dome, Misdreavus could be seen sleeping and recovering. You have been standing here like this for the last 3 days. Premies didn't turn and kept on looking in the distance. Hearing no response, the being approached him and stood at his side. Something's bothering why? Premies, QB. QB, What is it? The being or incubator QB titled its head and looked at Premies' face, which was devoid of any emotions. Premies, you are connected with your fellow incubators, right? QB, yes. You know that too. Premies, yeah. Just want to confirm. If you want to travel to a different world, how would you do that? QB, oh. So, you want to travel to a different world. Can't you do that yourself? Premies. Premies turned and stared at it. QB, all right. Don't look at me like this, I will speak. Premies, go on. QB, it's about connection. If I want to change and go to another world, then the me and the incubator present in that world will form a connection between 2 points, A and B. Next, both of us will switch places. Premies, switch places. QB, yeah, switch places. We made our connection like this. In this way, even if I left this world, another incubator will still be here to notify us if those sorts of humans with system will come. Premies, I see. QB, you want to go to another world. Or should I say worlds? Premies, yeah. QB, not possible. Switching places with our other selves only applied to us. We can't take anyone else with us. Premies, that's not a problem. When you both switched places, a small black hole or wormhole would have established, even for a fraction of a second. That second is more than enough for me to find the coordinates and teleport myself in that world. QB, interesting. That's possible. However, just like you said, you merely have that fraction of a second to not only read the coordinates but also teleport yourself. Premies, I will accomplish that. QB, I see. By the way, if you don't mind, can you tell me why you want to travel to other worlds? Premies didn't reply for a few seconds before opening his mouth. Premies, let me give you some important information. QB, oh. I am listening. Premies, a strongest god has been born. That god want to rule all the worlds in existence. However, as a strongest god he can't enter low, medium, and high-level worlds. He can only remain in the god realm. Because if he tried to do so, then his mere presence could destroy that world. So, he thought of a different approach. And that is to choose some specific people from other worlds who she deemed to have potential to become strong. QB, could these people be invaders? Premies, exactly. These invaders were then given the missions. If they succeed, then they will receive rewards. If fail, then they will receive penalties. QB, in a way, that God is making his army. Premies, correct. So, then a thought struck my mind. Since he or she can make army, then why can't I do the same? QB, I see. You also plan to raise your own army by choosing the people of another worlds. Premies, exactly. Said Premies before stretching his hand forward and making a fist. Premies, a guild. QB, now that would be interesting. Premies, well, the main reason he or she wanted to rule the worlds is because he wants to absorb all the power present in this group. From what I have concluded, his main objective is to become strong enough to kill the Walker. Premies, anyway, which world is close to this world, and you can go? QB, let's see. From what I know, the closest world provides something called divine protection by an entity called Od Lugana. Do you want to G? Premies, rejected. QB, huh? Why? Premies, because that's one of the worlds where the current me could easily die. QB. Premies. QB. Premies. QB. Premies. QB, seriously? Premies, yes. QB, you are a god like me. How can you die in that world? After remaining silent for some time, Premies spoke. Premies, there's a human in that world that can kill me. QB, human, who can kill you? Are you kidding? Premies, no, I am not. QB, that's impossible. No human can kill God. The difference between a human and God is that of an ant crawling on the ground and dragon flying high in the sky. There's no way that humans can kill a god. Premies, yeah, it's impossible 99.9% of time. But the situation is slightly different here. QB, how so? Premies, that human is not that powerful himself. He is even weaker than a normal grown man. However, he possessed an ability which can kill me. QB, what is it? Premies, the power of return by death. QB, return by death. You mean resurrection of some sort? Premies, if it was just resurrection then it won't be problem. However, there is more to it. QB, oh. Preemies, this ability allows that human to return to an unspecified, unpredictable, and uncontrollable save point that was set some time before his death. It happens instantly after his life was taken. There's no lag between the point of death and the point of resurrection, and there is no known limit to how many times that human can return by death, making this ability an effective way of permanently bypassing death. QB, so, that's how it is. Now I understand why you say this ability can kill you. Preemies, amen. As my pet and god, you must have realized that I don't exist in any time axis. Neither past nor future nor in any other parallel world. Only in a present. QB, I see. Let's think of time as a line with 2 points A and B. Suppose you start walking from point A and was about to or reached point B. However, that human died. At that time, the entire world will rewind back to point A. Preemies, correct. And because I didn't exist in that time axis, the entire world will rewind except me. This means I will be in a place where space and time didn't exist. Like void. QB, this will result in 2 outcomes. Either you will fall into the river of time and will perish. Or the void will devour you whole. Preemies, exactly. That's why I said I can't go into that world. In case I want to, then I must have mastery in time. QB, this makes sense. Sorry to change the topic, preemies, but I must tell you something. Preemies, what? Only with the help of my functions can you travel to other worlds without any problem. By using QB's help, only you alone can go to other worlds. You will be fine because you possessed origin force, but not your other members. They will appear just like other invaders to the world. Preemies, you don't have to worry about it. I plan to go on my own. Impossible. No matter where you go, your permanent members will always go with you. It definite. Preemies, I already have solution for that. Huh. Preemies, they will be labeled as invaders if they appeared in the world, right? Yes. Preemies, what if they don't appear? What if they will remain in home world? You don't mean? Preemies, yes. I have already decided that I will have Ophis, Shengming, and Ace remain in home world and will then seal it so that neither I can enter, nor they can leave until I will return to Akame Ga Kill world. That plan is passable. Still, I don't think they want to leave your side once they will see the current you. Preemies, what do you mean my current me? I am still the same as before. No, you are not. Preemies, you are so used to remaining alone that you find it normal. Let alone Ophis and Shengming, even Ace realized that too. That's why they know that someone should stay by your side all the time. Otherwise, you will start returning to your old self. Damn. It was a mistake to see Scat Hack. If you didn't see her then. Preemies, enough. But. Preemies, quiet. I don't want to hear you bad-mouthing her. Preemies, do I make myself clear? Why, yes, I am. Sorry for overstepping my boundaries. Preemies, as long as you understand. He really has become colder than before. I must think of a way to prevent him from going any further apart. Preemies, anyway, I have some work for you. What is it? Preemies, once I sealed my home world and leave this Akame Ga Kill world, I want you to change the time ratio to 130. You mean if you spend 1 month in other worlds, merely 1 day will pass in these 2 worlds? Preemies, yes. I will do it. It seems that even though he become colder, the memories he made with his members and in this world still preventing him to hurt them. He knows that he is the main emotional pillar for both Akame and Kirome. Leaving them will affect them a lot. If I remember correctly, he told them that at most he would meet them every 6 months to prevent Kazuki and Bill from finding it out. In other words, he definitely planned to return before those 6 months passed. That means almost 15 years, he is giving himself to gather the people for his guild and return. QB, wait a minute. I think I have a way that can help you prevent your death. Preemies, oh. You do? QB, I just received information from my fellow incubator who is currently monitoring Pokemon World. Preemies, What is it? QB, it seems like invaders from the same group as those who had molters tried to catch a mythical Pokemon. However, before they can capture it, another mythical Pokemon, Mew, came and helped it. Next, they both tried to escape. Mew opened a portal which it itself didn't know where it would lead them to before jumping inside it. And now that mythical Pokemon is in that world of OD Lugana. If you make that Pokemon your own just like molters, you can prevent your death. Preemies, which mythical Pokemon is it? QB, the name of that Pokemon is. Preemies opened his eyes. Moving his gaze away from the Flugels tree, he looked at horizon of this Re-0- starting life in another world before murmuring. Preemies, Shalebi. Huh. Then he glanced at the side where a new Twilight prompt had appeared. Time before the start of the plot, 3 days, 9 minutes, 15 seconds. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 264, Volume 4, Chapter 5, title at the end *. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Mythical Pokemon. Everyone thought mythical Pokemon were the same as legendary Pokemon. However, they are wrong. Both mythical and legendary Pokemon are different. Legendary Pokemon are extremely rare and often very powerful Pokemon that are often associated with legends of creation and/or destruction within their endemic regions. Every region has their own legendary Pokemons. Like 4 legendary Pokemons of Kanto region, Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, and Mewtwo. 5 legendary Pokemon of Johto region, Raikou, Entei, Suicune, Ho-Oh, and Lugia. And so on. However, just like legendary Pokemon, every region also has their own mythical Pokemon. Now, what are mythical Pokemons? Are they stronger than legendary Pokemon? The answer to this is both yes and no. But he will fall mostly towards no. Why? Because about 80% of legendary Pokemons are stronger than mythical Pokemons. So, why are they called mythical Pokemons? Can't they just be called normal Pokemon? The answer is no. The reason why they are called mythical Pokemons is because they are even rarer than legendary Pokemons themselves. Most of them were only rumors and the information people get from reading history books. If only 1 out of 100,000 people saw legendary Pokemons in their life, then only 1 out of 1 million saw mythical Pokemons in their life. This rarity is what makes them mythical Pokemons. But it doesn't mean mythical Pokemons are weak. They came right below legendary Pokemons. But not all. Some mythical Pokemon are stronger than even the legendary Pokemons. For example, Mew. A mythical Pokemon whose strength surpassed every legendary Pokemons in existence. Some might be thinking it's exaggerating. Because there exist some Pokemons whose strength far surpassed Mew. Namely Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and Arceus. Well, it's true that these Pokemons are stronger than Mew, however, they shouldn't be called Pokemons because they in truth are gods. Exactly. Gods. A real deal. They are all third-level existence. Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and Arceus that appeared in movie Pokemon, The Rise of Darkrai, Pokemon, Giratina and the Sky Warrior, and Pokemon, Arceus and the Jewel of Life, are in truth not their real forms but avatars which didn't even have 1% strength of their real strength. That's why they shouldn't be compared to other Pokemons. Preemies, Celebi. The Pokemon which has the unique ability to travel through time to the past or future. However, the only times Celebi wants to visit are those of peace, so catching sight of Celebi in one of the beautiful forests it frequents is a good sign indeed. Preemies, indeed. If I get my hands on Celebi before the start of plot, then I can somehow connect myself with Natsuki Subaru's time axis. By doing that whenever he dies and will travel back, I will also travel back with him. But preemies, you merely have 3 days before the start of the plot. How can you find and make Celebi yours in these 3 days? It can be anywhere in this world. Preemies, I already have a way. What way? Preemies didn't reply. He just looked at his palm and made a fist. Open it and make it again and again and again for a few more times. Preemies, level 7 is the limit of this world. However, I am not facing any world restriction here. Even though your full power reach 7th dimensional god, in status your level number is still 4. That's why you are not facing any world's restriction. Preemies looked in front and selected some options. As a result, his status window appeared. Status. Name, Preemies Rigla. Age, 19, more than billions of years. Existence level. Dash, stats, updated. Dash, main skills. Dash, incantation symbols. Dash, side skills. Dash, equipment. Dash, awakenings. Level. Strength, G, SS. Endurance, G, SS. Dexterity, G, SS. Agility, G, SS. C. Magic, G, SS. Current level, 287, 1. Overall, 9,287, 10. Enhanced mode, 18,574, 20. Equipment, 22,574, 24. Grandmaster, 25,574, 27. Perfect holification, 53,435, 57. Preemies, I really become a lot stronger after that fight on Uninhabited Island. True. Because you didn't remove the world's restriction which was placed upon you, your level was only 1 there. On top of that you fought and win against level 6 and level 7 beings. And this is expected result. Premies, now then, on to next work. Saying this, Premies flew towards Flugil's tree. Reaching it, he sat on one of its branches. You didn't tell me how you will find Celeb. Premies, Twilight. Remember the shell of the system QB gave? Yeah. I am still thinking about how to use it. Premies, use it to create a new option in yourself. Which option? Premies, template. Premies. 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 Seriously. Premies, yes. And start right now. I want it to be ready before I am done. What are you planning? Premies didn't reply. Instead, he took out an orb. The orb was emitting a faint light. Inside the object was a small world. Well, calling it a world would be extravagating since it only had a floating island on which you could see a big courtyard-like thing. Though the courtyard was 90% destroyed and the remaining 10% was barely keeping itself from falling. Wait a minute, isn't this Premies, Martial Realm? One of the parting gifts that Lin Dong gave me before his death. The power of Zenith. The very power which once reaching the higher power will let you contact the very will of the world. Premies, yeah. My first template will be the Black Swordsman with my source power as magic. For my second template, it will be with the source power as Zenith. Premies, yes. So, start creating template option. B but only by reaching the H highest mastery in Zenith power, C can you contact world's will. It's impossible to attain such mastery in merely 3 days. You will at least need a decade or more to accomplish that. Premies, I know. But didn't I say I have my own way? Start what you were told already. You Okay. Moving his attention back to Martial Realm in his hand, Premies thought. Premies, in Lin Dong's world, it said that Zenith power is the merging of Qi and mental energy. However, it's not true. To obtain the strongest and purest form of Zenith power you must merge 3 types of energies instead of 2. If your Zenith power which is made of 2 types of power, then at most you can contact the will of your own. That's the limit. But in case you have purest Zenith power, you can go beyond your world. Raising his head, he looked at the sunset. Premies, Zenith power in the Great Thousand Worlds only help you contact the will of your world. Or your own planet. But in the universe, there are countless planets. Countless galaxies. The purest and original form of Zenith power will let you contact the wills of other planets and galaxies too. Only by doing that can you contact the will of the universe. Turning back to Martial Realm in his hands, Premies continued. Premies, 3 sorts of power needed are. First power, Qi or Ki or magic or aura or energy. Second power, mental or psychic. Third power, spirit or soul. Premies, I can use all 3 forms. For the first form, I have magic. For the second form, I have mental power. The illusions of my Sharingan are mental attacks. As for the third and last form, I have spirit power. Tsukimi technique of Mangekyo Sharingan is in truth spirit attack. Now then, while absorbing the Zenith power in this Martial Realm and merging 3 sorts of power, I will be able to obtain the purest form of Zenith power. Nodding his head, Premies called. Premies, Molters. Space wrapped and the legendary bird of fire flew out. Screech. Flap. Flap. With every flap of its wings, embers were being shed. Molters turned and looked at Premies as if waiting for his orders. Premies, guard me while I am busy. Nodding its head, Molters flew to the top of the Flugil's tree and sat on one of its branches. Next, Premies closed his eyes and let go of Martial Realm. Instead of falling, Martial Realm started floating in front. Shin. 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 8 colorful lights shot out of him as all 8 incantation symbols appeared. They started revolving around Premies before forming a tetrahedron. For incantations, one at one of the 4 edges and other 4 incantation symbols were in the center of 4 sides. Shine. Devouring incantation symbol started radiating. A black hole appeared on top of the Martial Realm and started absorbing the Zenith power. The power was then refined before being absorbed by Premies. 1 day later. Premies had barely absorbed 10% of Zenith power inside Martial Realm. He opened his eyes and looked at it. Premies, too slow, I am sorry, Ophis. I have to break my promise. Saying this, 3 tomos started to rotate before combining and forming a pinwheel pattern. Premies decided to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, which will not only increase the range of his elemental sight but will also increase the speed at which he was receiving information. Because of that, both the absorption and the speed of merging of 3 powers increased drastically. Premies, I promised Ophis that I won't use Mangekyo Sharingan for too long till my mind gets used to heavy load of information I receive. But now I must take this risk. Premies again closed his eyes and concentrated. An hour after he closed his eyes, another light shot out of him. Shin. It was another gift from Lin Dong. 7-colored spear. This spear remained in Premies' baptism world all this time. Since the need to use it didn't come, Premies left it there. But now it finally made its appearance again. Shine. 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 All the 8 incantation symbols and 7-colored spear started to emit dazzling light. Shine. Shine. Premies, Origin Force, Midnight Coat, and Origin Force, Elucidator, also started shining. In the next second, both equipment returned back to his soul. Premies was left sitting in his shorts. Though, not for too long. A new set of clothes started to appear on his body. The 7-colored spear that was emitting dazzling light also started to change its shape. To that of a sword. Another day later. All the zenith power in the martial realm had been absorbed. Once it was, all 8 incantation symbols returned inside him. Premies was now sitting with his eyes closed in a new set of clothes. A sword or blade of some sort was floating on his right side. Finally, martial realm stopped emitting light and fell. However, before it could, a hand wearing black gloves extended forward and caught it. Premies, ah-foo. Premies let out an icy breath before opening his black abyss-colored cold eyes. Premies, time to get shalebi. Saying this, his black eyes looked sideways where some Twilight's prompts appeared. Ding. 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 A new option template has been added. First, template, the Black Swordsman, has been added. Ding. 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 Second, template, Planar Lord, has been added. Ding. 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 Time before the start of the plot, 7 hours, 9 minutes, 21 seconds. Volume 4, Chapter 5, Planar Lord. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 265, Volume 4, Chapter 6, New Stats/Equipment. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. *A/N. Hello everyone, if some of you have played Closers Online before, then you guys will know what kind skills I give to Premies while he is using Planar Lord template. They are Lee Siha's skills. I have played Closers Online before, I liked it a lot. That's why I decided to implement those skills. If you guys play online PC games, then I will also recommend Closers. It's free to play. Thank you. Planar Lord, what is it? What does it mean to be called one? Almost everyone will answer that the one who ruled the entire world. If that's the case, why shouldn't an emperor who succeeded in dominating the entire world, namely people, animals, plants, villages, town, cities, other empires, and so on, are called the greatest emperor in history or generation but never once Planar Lord? Isn't it because no one knew this title? Too bad, it's not. Even if succeeded in ruling the entire world, you will be at most the world's ruler. But never Planar Lord. Because Planar Lord is a completely different concept. Planar Lord is basically a god of that plane. Or that planet. Yup, they are basically God, but only while they remain on their plane/planet. In case they go to another world, they won't be able to use their godly power there. Their godly power is only limited to their respective plane/planet. So, what can Planar Lord do? The answer is anything. Exactly. They can do anything. They are akin to being the purest, most perfect existence that encompasses every possibility. They have unlimited power and play the very laws that govern the world casually. A slight touch is also all they need to destroy these very laws too. For example, life is bound to death, apples must fall from top to bottom, and 1 + 1 = 2. They are the laws of the world. Planar Lord can make 1 + 1 = 3, can make apples fall bottom up, and can make dead come alive. They can do anything they want to do and change as they please. Too powerful. Too scary, right? However, that's what a Planar Lord is. There are only 2 ways to defeat or kill Planar Lord. Brought them away from their plane. By doing that they will lose their godly power, since it's limited to their own world. Absolute power. The power to even destroy the very plane along with its Planar Lord. But just because you have a zenith power, it doesn't mean you can become Planar Lord. Zenith power at higher level will just let you contact the will of the world. It's still up to you how you convince it to merge or fuse with you so that you can become Planar Lord. If it declined, then too bad. One more thing, never try to use force or forceful methods against it. Otherwise, it will directly kick you out of its world and you can never ever enter that world again. 1. Personal profile, new. 2. Store/shop. 3. Inventory. 4. Pocket worlds. 5. Members. 6. Worlds travel. 7. Abyss trial 2. I. Personal profile. Template 1, the Black Swordsman. Template 2, Planar Lord, new. Side skills. Incantation symbols. Beast companions. Awakenings. Template 2, Planar Lord. Source power, Zenith. Stats, new. Main skills, new. Equipment, new. Status. Template 2, Planar Lord. Name, Premies Rigla. Age, 19, more than billions of years. Existence level. Stats, new. Main skills, new. Equipment, new. Level. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Dexterity, D. Agility, D. Zenith, D. Current level. Overall. Equipment, 1. Grandmaster, 4. Main skills. Cancel. Combat dodge. Shot. Dash. Burst. Locked. 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 Cancel. Allows you to cancel a move midway, so you can cast another skill. Attacks surrounding enemies and makes you invulnerable for 1 second. You can also use it while being immobilized by enemy attacks, pushing away the surrounding enemies in a 5-meter range. Cost, none. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Asterisk. 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 Combat dodge. Allows you to quickly dodge in any direction and evade enemy attacks, decreasing the incoming damage by 60%. If you dodge just before the attacks hit, then you can become temporarily invulnerable. Cost, 1% Zenith. Cooldown, 1 second. Asterisk. 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 Shot. Immobilizes a target with a powerful slash, and then launches it in the air in an explosive attack. Cost, 5% Zenith and 1 Zenith bullet. Asterisk. 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 Dash. Dash forward, strike enemy in your path. Cost, 2% Zenith. Asterisk. 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 Burst. Release a small amount of Zenith forward, triggering a chain of explosions. Cost, 10% Zenith. Premies, I think because I started walking the path of Planar Lord just now for the first time, my stats are still 500. Or this would have normal case scenario for others, not for me. The reason why my base stat is mere 500 is related to my special body. Exactly. Because of your all-rounder approach, all your stats will always be equal. But since you only have 500 Zenith power, your other stats suppress themselves to maintain harmony. Premies, Oh, well, it's not that problem. There are 3 ways to increase by Zenith power. Fight and kill. The same way I got Excelia. Meditation. Doing nothing. Doing nothing. Premies, yeah, doing nothing. Even if I won't do anything, my body will keep on creating more Zenith. Because of that, my stats will automatically rise. Check my stats again. Seriously. Your base stat was 500 just a second ago. Now, it's 501. Premies, I see. So, I am gaining 1 stat per 5 minutes. If we go by this, there are still 7 hours left before the start of the plot. If you really don't plan on doing anything in those 7 hours, your stats will still reach almost 600 at the start of the plot. Premies, indeed. Anyway, even if my current stat is mere 501, my overall strength still reaches level 5. Can't deny that. Premies, on to the next topic. Unlike in my The Black Swordsman template, I have many skills. And I can see that some are locked and are showing. But one thing is certain, all of them are active skills. On the other hand, only Cancel and Combat Dodge have cooldown period. Others don't have that. It's because they both can temporarily make you invisible. Means no matter how powerful an attack will be, you will remain completely unharmed. Premies, most attacks but not all. In case if someone use an attack, which cut through both space and time, then my invisibility will be useless. True. Still, you have Combat Dodge for that. Combat Dodge can dodge every type of attack if you use it at the right moment. Premies, yeah. Right moment. Means just before the attack was about to hit me. Preemies, next topic. My skills don't have the specific fixed number of zenith needed. Their cost is in percentage. In other words, even if my zenith reserve increases, the percentage won't disappear. Doesn't this clearly show how strong your skills will be in future? Since they will require absurd amount of zenith that time. Preemies, I guess. Now for the last thing. Your new equipment. Hearing this, Preemies looked at himself to check his new attire. Preemies was currently wearing a black jacket. Around the jacket's collar, he had a white fur lining, like a winter coat. He was wearing a white collar shirt beneath it and had a yellow tie. He had semi-dark khaki pants on and wore black boots. On his hand, he wore black gloves. Unlike fingerless gloves, he wore in his, the Black Swordsman, template, this time he was wearing full gloves. Origin, Zenith's jacket. Type, armor, cloth armor. Rank, I. Defense, 1. Soulbound, Preemies Rigla. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Reversal, F. Ammunition, F. Details. Reversal, F. Nullifies 5% of the damage taken and absorbs another 5% to heal you. Ammunition, F. Create 1 zenith bullet every 30 seconds. Capacity, 4 zenith bullets. After checking his clothes, Preemies turned his gaze at the sword that was floating on his right. The blade part of the sword was bigger than even Elucidator's. The blade was silver in color and had black handle. In between the blade and handle there was also a golden part. And that is a trigger. Extending his hand forward, Preemies grabbed the hold of the handle and checked. Origin, Zenith's gun blade. Type, weapon, sword/gun. Rank, I. Attack, 1. Soulbound, Preemies Rigla. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Expedite, F. Automatic, F. Details. Expedite, F. Increase the attack speed by 15%. Automatic, F. Allows you automatic refill 1 zenith bullet. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Preemies, a gun blade. That's new. No wonder some of my skills will need bullets. Click. Once Preemies clicked the mechanism, the blade part lowered itself. Inside, Preemies could see 2 slots for the bullets. Though, both are filled right now. Ting. Taking out the bullet, Preemies checked. It was a long bullet which was covered 80% with white color and had a blue strip down. Asterisk. 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 Zenith bullet. A bullet which is filled with zenith power inside. It can not only be used to unleash powerful skill but can also be used to restore 30% of your zenith reserve. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk A/N, Preemies, Planar Lord form. Asterisk A/N, Preemies, Gunblade. Preemies, interesting. It can even be used to restore my zenith power. Whoa. It decreases a lot of your problems. Now you have a way to restore your reserve. Preemies, it appears so. Shin. Slash. Shin. Slash. Swinging his new gunblade a few times in the air, Preemies took a sigh after getting himself used to it. Preemies, heavier than Elucidator but not as heavier as a 2-hand sword. Not that big of a problem, but looks like I won't be able to dual wield while using Planar Lord template. I don't see it as a problem. Since you need your other hand to put bullet in the barrel. Preemies, true. Next, Preemies took out a zenith bullet from his jacket pocket and tried to put it inside inventory. However, it didn't work. He tried different ways, but the result remained the same. Preemies, looks like it's impossible to put zenith bullets in anywhere else except my jacket. Correct. Preemies, let's see. 2 bullets in my gunblade and 4 in my jacket. For now, I can only carry 6 bullets. By the way, sorry to change the topic, but shouldn't you proceed to find Shalebi? Another 30 minutes have passed by now. Preemies, yeah. Replied Preemies before looking at the top of Flugel's tree. Preemies, you can return. Screech. Molters let out a screech of acknowledgement before space wrapped and it returned to Pet's world. Oh. I have one question. Why are you not using Sharingan? Preemies, because during Planar Lord template I won't be using it. Ah. But why? Preemies, looks like both the elemental sight and zenith complement each other. As a result, they both started to merge. If they had successfully merged, then elemental sight would have become more powerful. Something I won't be able to handle. That's why I separated them to different template. So, they won't get in touch with each other. For now. Okay. What to do next? Instead of answering, Preemies closed his eyes. Boom. As if something exploded in Preemy's mind as countless silhouettes of people, demon beasts also known as Maju appeared in his mind. The images of people appearing in Preemy's mind were the same as how Professor X and X-Men were able to see humans and mutants while using Cerebro. Though, Professor X can read, see, and even take over the person mind. Preemy's can't do that yet. He can only see the silhouettes of people, demon beasts, and so on. However, right now that was all he needed. He could do this because of Zenith. Using it, he could see what the will of the world could see. And finally, he found his target. Preemy's, found you. Where is it? Preemy's, at the Great Waterfall. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 266, Volume 4, Chapter 7, The Great Waterfall. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Whenever Professor X and X-Men used Cerebro, he could see all silhouettes of people living on the planet. To differentiate between whether they were human or mutant was the color of those silhouettes. Normal human silhouettes appeared blue in color while mutants appeared red in color. That's exactly how Preemy's could differentiate who are humans, half-human, other race, demon beasts, or so on. Though it didn't mean human silhouettes will always appear blue. They could be of different color, depending on how the will of the world looked at them. Like in this world, the silhouettes of normal people are white in color. Other species are of different color. However, there is a color which is used by every wills of the world of every world. That color is black. This is the color of invaders or those don't belong to that world. In other words, it's the way the will of world differentiates that person is not born in its world, but came from another. That's how Preemy's easily find Shalebi's location by sharing the vision of the will of the world. Oh. One more thing, even if you have mastered Zenith power to the point where you can contact the will of the world, if you are not the person born or created in that world, it's impossible for you to become the planar lord. Even if you are the most benevolent person and want good for the people of that world, the will of the world will never accept you as planar lord. After all, why should it give the world it created and its lives in the hand of foreigner who came to its world uninvitedly or just as a mere guest? The Great Waterfall, I don't have words. Can't it find another place? Preemy's, the Great Waterfall is an extremely dangerous place. However, it also indicates Shalebi is very smart. The most dangerous place is the safest place for it. There are 3 reasons why the Great Waterfall is very dangerous. Preemy's, first, because of the giant cliff where water pours down into the abyss below. The endless waters are dubbed the Great Waterfall, which is also regarded as the world's end. As for the other 2, Preemy's, let's talk about it later. Saying this, Preemy's jumped down the Flugels tree and landed on the ground. Thud. Preemy's, time to go. Wait a minute, why did you jump? Can't you just fly towards the location of Great Waterfall? Preemy's, I can't. Why? Preemy's, because currently I don't know how to fly. Preemy's. 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 Seriously? Preemy's, yes. How? You were clearly able to fly while being in the Black Swordsman form. Preemy's, true. But I can't because I am currently using Planar Lord template. Why is it the reason you can't fly? Preemy's, it's because of my source power, Zenith. Since I have a lot of knowledge and fine control on my magic while as the Black Swordsman, I could see fly. However, that's not the same case for Zenith. I must have the same control over my new Zenith so that I can fly freely again. I see. Preemy's, anyway. Said Preemy's before taking out something from his soul. It was a black stick 10 inches in length and 3 centimeters wide. Pale white light was being emitted from the top, bottom, and middle of the stick. Preemy's, it's been a long time. Origin, Lux Cycle. Type, Vehicle, Bike. Rank, I. Speed, X10, Agility. Extreme Speed, X25, Agility. Soulbound, Preemy's Rigla. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Lux Schleif, SSS. Energy Projectiles, SSS. Asterisk note, Lux means light. Schleif means ribbon. Preemy's kept on looking at it as the memories of his date with Ina appeared in his mind. Remembering her beautiful smile, Preemy's hurriedly shook his head and put those thoughts away. Preemy's. Twilight's soft and gentle voice resounded in his mind. She also understood what Preemy's was thinking. Are you okay? Preemy's, I am. But. Preemy's, I am, I see. Said Twilight. Anyone can tell she was extremely worried about Preemy's. Preemy's can tell too but decided not to think much about it. Next, he broke the stick. Crack. Dinch. The moment the stick broke, it turned into a black bike. Pale white liquid energy was running throughout its edges. It didn't have a canopy, and with its size, 2 people could easily sit on it. It had headlights so that you could easily navigate in dark environments. The front and rear wheels were of identical size, but its rear wheel had a sphere-shaped rim with 3 spikes attaching to it. Premies walked to it and sat on it before holding the handle, giving it the throttle. Vroom. Then he left the Flugels highway towards the Great Waterfall. 4 hours later. Vroom. A bike could be seen reaching a dense forest which was near the Great Waterfall. Premies could already feel the humidity in the air. It's already 5 a.m. in the morning. Sun will be rising soon. Though just before Premies could reach the forest, suddenly, a group of demon beasts came out and rushed towards him. As if they are charging towards their prey. These demon beasts were Arkolb. They were snakes with red eyes and a dark body as thick as a human arm. Leading them was another snake demon beast with a 10-meter-long body in length, green scales, a torso as thick as a bundle of logs, and a tail powerful enough to cause fatal injuries with a mere graze. The name of this demon beast was Elgina. El means giant and Gina means snake. The whole group was hurriedly approaching Premies with menace in their eyes. On the contrary, Premies didn't show any change in expression. He just clicked a button on his handle, and 2 gun-like things came out from the sides of the headlights. And then... tat. 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 Many energy projectiles were launched forward like bullets. 10 seconds later, they stopped. However, carnage could be seen in front. All the pieces, organs, pieces of the bodies, and blood stained the path. Premies rode over them and finally entered the forest. Next, he closed his eyes and silhouettes of every being appeared in his mind. Then he opened his eyes before changing direction. He kept on proceeding forward before finally reaching his destination. Churn. Crash. Splash. A loud noise of water falling was heard. Finally, the great waterfall appeared in front of his eyes. T.I. T.I. Stopping luck cycle, Premies got up before turning it back into stick and returning to his soul. Next, he put his hands in his jacket's pocket and started walking around the edge leisurely. This was a risky thing no one in this world was willing to do. Well, it can't be helped after witnessing the torrent of water that was washing everything away. Though, Premies just looked at everything with the same indifferent expression. He kept on walking at the edges and finally saw something. He saw a group of trees standing extremely close to each other. The same between was so little that even the snakes will have trouble passing through. Though even snakes won't do something so foolish. Why? That's because many long and extremely sharp thorns were coming out of those gaps. They were so sharp that even demon beasts' hide, or skin won't be able to protect them. Quite easy for Premies to tell that these trees and thorns were protecting something. And there's only one being who could do that, the Pokemon who was also known as the Guardian of Forests, Celebi. Premies took his hands out from his jacket's pocket before using his right hand and grabbed the handle of his new gun blade which he was putting on his back. Then he swung it. Slash. And again. Shing. And again. Shing. Boom. 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 As a result, thorns at the front broke before the cut upper halves of the 3 trees fell. Seeing the open path, Premies jumped and entered inside. He only walked 3 steps before stopping. Because he finally found the one whom he came for. In front of him was laying on the grass was a green, fairy-like Pokemon. It had round toeless feet, 3-fingered hands, and clear wings on its back. It had a round head that came to a curved point. It had large baby blue eyes with thick black rings around them, and a pair of green antennae with blue tips. However, those eyes were currently looking at Premies with wariness and weakness. Exactly, weakness. Because Celebi's entire body was covered in injuries. Dried blood could be seen not only on its body but also on the grass. Name, Celebi. Status, injured. Type, psychic/grass. Gender, genderless. Trainer, none. Dash, stats. Dash, abilities. Dash, moves. Stats. Attack, 3. Defense, 3. Special attack, 3. Special defense, 3. Speed, 3. Abilities. Natural cure. Moves. Normal. Oh heal bell. Oh baton pass. Oh recover. Oh perish song. Psychic. Oh confusion. Oh future sight. Oh healing wish. Grass. Oh magical leaf. Oh leech seed. Oh leaf storm. Rock. Oh ancient power. Premies no longer required elemental sight to see the status of Pokemon. He could do that even without it. Premies, level 4. Huh. However, all its stats are equal. In other words, jack of all trades. Master of none. Preemies, However, it barely had strength to heal itself right now. That's why it was trying to rest to heal naturally. Looks like its injuries were worse than this before. As a result, it used up its everything to least heal them. Preemies. 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 Preemie. Preemies, if Shalebi's condition is like this, then what about Mew? Oh. Well, that's a good question. Still, you just need to. Preemies, I have already checked. Only Shalebi is in this world. Not Mew. Mew is not someone who can die easily. Since Shalebi is still alive, it could only mean. Preemies, Mew decided to separate and went to another world. In order to split the pursuers who are coming after them. It appears so. Though, it also means you didn't come here just for Shalebi. Preemies, yeah. It's true that I want Shalebi to survive in this world, but the other reason was to get the location of Mew. I am sure I can find some clue from Shalebi. Next, Preemies walked towards Shalebi. Shalebi thought Preemies was with those people who were trying to capture it. So, it tried to move. Too bad that it's too weak to move right now. Just when it was about to accept its fate, Preemies stopped at the distance of 1 meter before crouching down to look directly in Shalebi's eyes. Preemies, hello, Shalebi. Shalebi. Preemies, you must have already guessed why I am here. And you're right. I am here for you. Shalebi's body tensed up as the wariness in its eyes reached the limit. Still, no matter how much it tried, strength just didn't enter its body. Preemies, now, here's the question. Since I want to capture you, why do you think I am wasting my talking to you? I just need to throw the pokeball at you. And for the current you, it's impossible to resist. Shalebi. The wariness in Shalebi's eyes decreased somewhat. It was also thinking the same. However, Preemies didn't wait for its answer. First, because the current Shalebi didn't have enough strength to even speak. Second, he didn't have much time for himself. Preemies, let me first get rid of your wariness. It's true that I have come here for you, but I am not with those people responsible for your current condition. Shalebi. Preemies, second, it's true that I want you. But instead of forcing you to come with me, I want you to yourself decide to come with me. Shalebi. Preemies, I know you are wary of humans after what they did. I won't deny that once you are under me you not only have to see such things but also must participate in doing those things too. Shalebi didn't reply. But a trace of anger could be seen in its eyes. It had already seen the cruelty of humans. Now, Preemies told it that not only did it have to witness it again but also had to participate in it. How could it ever accept that? Preemies, I know what you are thinking. But too bad, Shalebi, that's how the world works. Good and evil are two sides of the same coin. And this doesn't just apply to humans but other species as well. Like you Pokemons. Some of you who stand on top look down on others. In case they get in your way, you Pokemons won't hesitate to kill each other. So, tell me, are you Pokemons any different? Shalebi remained silent. It started to ponder about what Preemies said. It can't be denied that Preemies was right. Not all Pokemons are good. Some are so evil that they will even sacrifice their own kin. Preemies, I won't say that when you are under me, I won't order you to do bad things. On the contrary, I will make you do even crueler things. However, I will promise you one thing. And that's no matter what happens, I will also protect you and never abandon you. Shalebi looked into Preemies' eyes. It could clearly see and feel the sincerity in them. Preemies, if you still deny, no issue. I will just leave. However, let me remind you of this, those people will soon come for you. No matter in which corner of the world you hide, they will find you. Capture you. Turn you into mindless tool whose only work was to obey their orders. Shalebi. Preemies, so, tell me Shalebi. What's your decision? *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 267, Volume 4, Chapter 8, The Second Reason. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Shalebi didn't reply. It started thinking of the choices Preemies gave it. Both were something it wasn't willing to take. So, it chose the third option. It just closed its eyes. No longer bothering about looking at Preemies. While Preemies, who saw Shalebi's action, raised one of brows before standing up. Preemies, I see. So, this is your decision. You prefer rather to die here. Huh. Fine. Suit yourself. Shalebi's decided to die. Before it was using whatever little strength it could recover to heal itself. But now it decided not to. As a result, because of its injuries, it will die in a few hours. That's the decision Celebi's chose. To neither be used by those people who attacked it nor Premies. Premies gave Celebi one last glance before turning and walking away. Celebi kept its eyes closed. As Premies' footsteps kept on going far away, Celebi heard him murmuring something. Premies, Since Celebi is going to die soon. This means the next target of those people will now shift from it to Mew. I wonder from where it could run to before getting captured. Celebi. Celebi's eyes snapped open once it heard that. Mew was the one who saved it before. Because it was fully concentrated on healing its injuries, it forgot that those people were after not just it but Mew too. Mew decided to separate so that those people had to divide themselves to search for them. However, if one of them disappears, then their entire attention will fall on the remaining. Celebi was now experiencing the feeling of dread. It was not afraid of its death but its friend Mew. In case those people successfully captured Mew, then Mew will also become a mindless, emotionless killing machine under their control. Celebi's didn't want that to happen. But too bad, since it didn't have the strength to move even a finger, how could it go and help Mew? As its heart was being filled by despair, it saw Premies' back, which was going further and further away. So, it decided to take the decision it never wanted to take. Celebi, bye. It called out to Premies with its weak voice. It was so low that one could barely hear it even if that person was standing near Celebi. Of course, Premies heard it clearly. Yet, he didn't stop and continued walking. While he was pretending that he didn't hear, Celebi thought Premies really didn't hear its call. As a result, it forced itself to speak louder. Celebi. Lo, bye. The voice was much louder than before. However, since Premies had covered more distance by now, he still pretended to not hear it. Soon, he reached the path he made by cutting the trees and thorns. Though just when he was about to pass through it. Celebi, Celebi. He heard Celebi shout and stopped in his tracks. Next, he turned his head to the side and looked back. In the next second, the corner of his lips rose slightly. Premies, now, would you look at that? Amazing. Truly amazing. Unbelievable. Even Twilight was at the loss for words. Not that surprising once you see the current Celebi. It was standing on its feet and looking at Premies with determined eyes. Yes, you heard it right. It was standing. It barely had the strength to even move a finger, but now it was standing on its own feet. With its own sheer will. Because of that, its old wounds started opening as blood was leaking out of them. Yet, Celebi ignored them. It kept on looking at Premies for a second before finally taking the first step forward. Step. 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 Step by step it walked towards Premies. Its entire body was paining, but it didn't stop. Drip. 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 Because of its such actions, more blood was leaking out. At this time, Premies also turned completely and looked at Celebi, who was struggling to reach him. He didn't move forward to stop or walk up to it. He just remained standing on his spot while waiting for Celebi. Premies, as expected, it will go to extreme length to help its friend. Step. Celebi took its last step and was now standing in front of Premies. Its baby blue eyes were now looking directly into Premies' dark eyes for a few seconds before it opened its mouth. Celebi, bye. Celebi. Premies, even if you didn't ask, I was still planning on going to find Mew once I am done. Celebi, seal, bye. Premies, yes. Just like you, I also plan to get my hands on Mew. I would have given him the same choice as what I gave you. Celebi. Premies, I will help you find Mew. Not only that, but I will also help you become stronger. But. Celebi, bye. Premies, what will you give me in return, Celebi? Celebi became dumbfounded and started processing what Premies just said. Once it processed everything, it asked. Celebi, seal. So. Lo, bye. Premies, before I said that if you decide to come with me, I will protect you. I never said I would help you find Mew or make you stronger. Celebi, seal. Lo, Celebi. Premies, yes. I did say, even if you didn't ask, I was still planning on going to find Mew once I am done. But I said, once I am done. Means I will look for Mew when I am done with things on my ends. And there are a lot. Finding Mew was the last thing on my priority list. But now I have to push my priorities back and put Mew on top. As a result, I will face some losses. I hope you understand what I mean. Celebi. Celebi remained silent before opening its mouth again. Celebi, seal, bye. Premies, So, now you are directly asking what I want. Huh. Let's see. This time it was Premies who became silent and started thinking about what he wanted. Once he was done, he looked at Shalebi again. Premies, since I am going to help you find Mew and make you stronger, this means I can ask for two things, right? Shalebi thought for a second before nodding its head. Premies, all right. The first thing is, I want your eternal loyalty. No matter what I order you, no matter what I do, you won't interfere. You won't let your feelings get in the way. Understood? Shalebi, nod asterisk. Premies, as for second thing, once we will find Mew, not only me but you will also try to convince it to come under me. Just like yourself. Shalebi. Premies, what's your answer? Shalebi. Premies. Shalebi. Premies. Shalebi. Premies. Both kept on staring at each other for some time before Shalebi reluctantly nodded its head. Premies, good. Saying this, Premies crouched down and put his hand on Shalebi's head, while Shalebi lowered its head in complete submission. Premies, twilight. On it. Shine. A light came out of Premies' hand and covered Shalebi just like it covered Molter's. Shalebi didn't resist and the contract was established without any problem. A collar appeared on its neck before it hit itself. Ding. 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 A new pet has been added under Beast Companion. Hearing the notification, Premies nodded his head before removing his hand from Shalebi's head. Once he did so, Shalebi raised its head and looked at Premies. It blinked its eyes cutely because it felt some kind of connection with him. The connection was even stronger than one had with their own kin. As a result, it unconsciously relaxed itself and all the fatigue came rushing in. Its eyes started to blur because of excessive blood loss and all the strength left its body. Though before it could fall, Premies caught it and hugged it before standing up. In Premies' embrace, Shalebi felt the warmth and sense of protection. The same protection Premies told him about. Its eyes started to get heavy. Premies, don't sleep. We are still in a dangerous place. Shalebi fought against the coming drowsiness before nodding its head. Premies bought an elixir from Twilight Shop before bringing it near Shalebi's mouth. Premies, open your mouth. Doing as ordered, Shalebi opened its mouth. A single drop. Just a single drop entered its mouth. And then all of its injuries started healing at the speed of naked eyes. A minute later, Shalebi had a speechless expression on its face. Not only all its injuries were healed, even the physical and mental also disappeared. It's like it was never injured in the first place. Premies loosened his hold as Shalebi used its power and started to levitate. It looked at itself to confirm whether it was really healed or was just in a dream. Premies, we are done here. Let's go. Saying this, Premies left the place which Shalebi created and started walking back from where he came. Shalebi also hurriedly followed. It started flying around Premies in happiness. After some time, it floated towards Premies' left shoulder, but then it changed its target and sat on his right shoulder instead. Premies only gave it a glance before looking in front again as if he didn't mind Shalebi's action. Premies, it first wanted to sit on my left shoulder. But then as if it sensed something and decided to sit on my right shoulder. Well, it must have sensed that place already had an owner. Premies, it appears so. It's not appears so. It's truth. I am sure you also won't let anyone sit on it because the place belongs to your empress. Premies, can't deny that. I would have stopped Shalebi if it had decided to sit there. I know that. Churn. Crash. Splash. The loud sound of the great waterfall was heard again. Premies didn't look down this time and kept on walking in front, while Shalebi was sitting on its right shoulder and was happily munching the poke puff that Premies gave it. Soon, the dense forest came into their sight. Though, just when they were about to reach it, Premies raised one of his brows. He then hurriedly picked Shalebi from his shoulder and dashed towards the forest. Shalebi, What happened? Premies didn't reply. He hurriedly entered the forest and hid behind one of the trees. He then put his index finger on his lips gesturing Shalebi to keep quiet. Shalebi didn't understand but still nodded its head. And then, boom. A huge column of water rose in the sky. Forg. A loud voice was heard. Something enormous came out of the waterfall. It was an enormous demon beast estimated to be around 50 meters long if not larger. Its snow-white skin was as hard as stone and was covered in tiny hairs that could scatter magical energy from incoming attacks, dulling their force. Like all demon beasts, this demon beast also had a large, curved horn protruding from its forehead. It had a glowing pinkish wheel-like sigil on its back that was currently allowing it to fly. Its yellow eyes were moving all around as if looking for its prey. Shalebi in Premies' embrace started shivering in fear. Because of that, Premies started to caress its head gently. It helped Shalebi to calm itself. Still, it put both its hands on its mouth to make sure no voice leaked out. As for Premies, he was looking at this enormous demon beast that was floating in the sky while hiding behind the tree. Preemies, that's the second reason why the Great Waterfall is a dangerous place. It's the resting place of one of the 3 great demon beasts. White Whale. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 268, Volume 4, Chapter 9, the start of the plot. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Ruru. White Whale let was a loud voice as its giant yellow eyes were looking all around the area. Preemies narrowed his eyes and thought. Preemies, is it looking for me? But why? And how does it know I am here? Next, he closed his eyes and activated his Zenith Vision. The same ability he used to share the vision of the will of the world to find Celebi. Boom. Many silhouettes of people, beasts, and so on appeared in his mind. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. Preemies, so, that's the reason. Huh. Roo. Gush. 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 White Whale let out another noise before releasing a huge number of mists from its pores. The mist covered the area by almost 10 kilometers. The entire forest in which Preemies and Celebi were hiding got completely engulfed in it. This was not the normal mist but the one called Mist of Mental Contamination. This mist can cause mana intoxication. Still, too bad it had no effect on Preemies. Why? That's because unlike every living being that contained mana in them, Preemies didn't. In his planar lord form, Preemies only contained Zenith. As a result, his body didn't absorb any of the mist. Even if he breathed some in, it will just be erased by his Zenith. As for Celebi, Preemies had already covered it with Zenith to protect it. Since the entire area got covered in mist, it prevented any sunlight from entering. Hence, the entire sky became dark. Celebi, Master. I can't see it. Celebi asked in a trembling voice. When the White Whale scattered its mist, it also hid itself in it. Preemies, don't worry, it's okay. Preemies calmed Celebi down before closing his eyes again and activating Zenith Vision. Because of that now he can see the White Whale despite the mist. He then hugged Celebi tightly and waited. Since White Whale was still close, Preemies could even see the movement of its eyes. The moment its eyes looked at another direction, Preemies used dash. Swoosh. In just a mere second, he covered the distance of almost 1 kilometer and hid behind another tree. The White Whale sensed something and looked at where Preemies was hiding. Gah. Releasing a terrifying cry, it charged there. Bang. The area got destroyed as the trees flew here and there. Seeing how the rubble and trees were hiding White Whale sight, Preemies used dash again and covered even more distance. Boom. The previous location of Preemies got destroyed again. Preemies again used the moment White Whale can't see and used dash. Swoosh. This kept on going for some time before Preemies succeeded in maintaining a considerable amount of distance between them. The current distance between them was as big as 5 kilometers. Preemies looked at it from his new hiding spot. Right now, the White Whale was not only moving its eyes but also its head. Unlike Natsuki Subaru, Preemies didn't have any witch's scent. So, the White Whale can't even guess his location. Let alone pointing it out. Sniff. 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 It tried to sniff but to no whale. Row. Swoosh. Boom. Splash. Drip. 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 It let out another sound before diving back into the great waterfall. Celebi gave a sigh of relief witnessing that. Celebi, Mast. Celebi called Preemies whose eyes were closed all this time. Yup, you heard it right. Preemies' eyes were closed the moment White Whale released its mist. Thanks to Zenith Vision, Preemies can move accurately and precisely from one tree to another even with his eyes closed. Let alone that he can fight the same. Anyway, the moment Celebi called it, Preemies shook his head as if telling it to keep quiet. Celebi didn't understand but still obeyed. 5 minutes later. Boom. The White Whale came out and started to look around. Once it confirmed that there really was no one, it dived back. Swoosh. Boom. Splash. Drip. 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 This time even the mist around the area dispersed and sunlight appeared. Celebi shivered realizing that the White Whale in truth hadn't left but was waiting for them to come out of hiding. It then turned to look at Preemies who still had his eyes closed. It waited for Preemies to open his eyes. Yet, Preemies didn't. Let alone that Preemies still didn't move from their hiding spot. Celebi didn't know what's going but decided to remain silent. 15 minutes later. Boom. Behold, the column of water rose in the sky and the White Whale appeared again made its appearance. Celebi felt a chill down its spine. Celebi, it was still waiting for you us. Celebi became terrified. It never expected such kind of persistence from the white whale. While it was afraid, the white whale was moving its head here and there looking for them even more intensely this time. 10 minutes later. Finally, confirming that there really was no one. It let out the sound before diving back again. Row. Swoosh. Boom. Splash. Drip. 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 Premies, sigh. Premies let out a sigh before opening his dark eyes. He then left the hiding place and looked at the great waterfall at the distance. Shalebi, M-mast. Premies, it left this time. For sure. Shalebi, oh okay. Hearing Premies' confirmation, all the tension left Shalebi's body as it relaxed in his embrace. Premies bought another poke puff from Twilight's shop and gave it to Shalebi, who hurriedly grabbed and started eating it. While his one hand was caressing his head gently. Shalebi closed its eyes in content but continued eating. How cunning. Premies, well, this kind of cunningness from one of the 3 great demon beasts is legit. I guess, by the way, if you would have let Molters out, it would have won. Premies, with some difficulty in time, yes. Difficulty, you said. Premies, White whale skin can scatter magical energy from the incoming attacks. Because of that, Molter's fire attacks will lose almost 60% of their power. It could only rely on its flying attacks to do so damage. Indeed. Both became silent. Premies kept on looking at the great waterfall for something before thinking. Premies, you are lucky that I can't face you right now because you are needed for the plot. After all, your subjugation is what will lead to the alliance between Amelia, Crush, and Anastasia Camp. So, enjoy your last few moments of peace. Then Premies turned and walked away. The forest became lively again as birds and animals started to come out of their homes. Premies took a detour and walked in a different direction from where he came from. To be honest, I thought you will try to make the white whale your own. Premies, why do you think so? Because no matter in which world you go, you always get your hands on the most dangerous beasts of that world. So, I never expected you to leave it like this. Premies, you're wrong. I never leave it like this. There's no way I won't get my hands on the 3 great demon beasts of this world. This means you are really plan to get your hands on them. Premies, yes. I can use these weapons way better than any person in the world. I see. So, when? Premies, you will know, right now I have more pressing matters to attend to. Like what? Premies didn't reply. He kept on walking forward for a few minutes before finally stopping. Shalebi had finished eating the poke puff by now and was now sitting on his right shoulder. It also looked in front. In front of them, in the very middle of the forest, there was a broken statue. The statue was tilted to the right since its footing was destroyed somewhat. Some of its parts were also destroyed. You can't even see its full face as one half was destroyed, and the other half was covered with something till its eyes. But if you look around, you will find something. And that is, all around was covered with heavy vegetation. Yet, there was not a tiny bit on the statue. Premies, you must have realized something. You passed through this statue before, didn't you? Shalebi, yes, I do. How does Master know? Premies, there are some drops of your blood here which dripped when you were finding a hiding spot. Not only that, because of our contract, I can sense a slight amount of your aura here. Shalebi, so that's how it is. Premies, yes. Saying this, Premies walked forward and approached the statue. Once in front, he stopped and looked at it. As he was looking at it, the coldness in his dark eyes softened somewhat. Shalebi became shocked witnessing this. Even though Premies showed him some kindness till now, his eyes always remained cold. This was the first time it had seen Premies showing some gentleness. Becoming curious, it asked. Shalebi, Master. Do you know whose statue this is? Premies, I do. Shalebi, who? Premies, someone who spent all her life in despair, pain, and loneliness. Shalebi. Premies, think about it. You were once a hero who wanted to save the world. Everyone looked up to you, this is also what helped you keep on going forward. Shalebi. Premies, but what if a day comes when you need help? How will you feel if the entire world whom you once strived to protect, turn their back on you instead of helping you? No one wants to save you. They hated you and only wants one thing, your death. Shalebi, how could this be? Shalebi covered its mouth in shock. Premies, the same thing happened to her. She fought to protect the world, however, when she needed the help, no one came. They abandoned her. Sadness appeared in Shalebi's eyes hearing this. Premies, even to the end, she only wished for one thing. Shalebi, for someone to come and save her. Premies, for someone to love her. Next, Premies extended his hand and started patting the statue's head. Then he spoke in an extreme soft tone. Premies, it's all right. Everything will be fine. He kept on patting the statue's head for some time. Celebi, master. It feels like you knew what loneliness felt like. Premies, I do. Celebi, how? Premies, because I have also went the same. No, I have gone through worse. Celebi, worse. How worse? Premies. I died of loneliness once. There was no pain, no wound. My body just stopped functioning. Celebi. Celebi felt a deep pain in its heart. So much pain that even its baby blue eyes started tearing up. Celebi, how did Master overcome that loneliness? Premies, I didn't overcome that. Celebi, then how? Premies, just my moving forward. No matter how much people hate me. No matter how much loneliness I go through. The only thing I could do was keep on moving forward. Even when I know it will only bring more pain. Celebi, that's sad. Premies didn't reply. The hand which was patting the head of the statue went down and touched its remaining face. He caressed its cheeks gently before bringing his thumb right under its eyes and started doing wiping action. Premies, don't cry. I am sure one day you will find someone you can truly love. Until then, never stop finding. Because once you do, it's all over. For some time, Premies kept on wiping the illusionary tears of the statue. Then he removed his hand and turned. Premies, let's go. Celebi, Saying this, Premies started walking away. After some time, he left the forest. And took out the luck cycle from his soul. Crack. Shatter. The stick shattered and turned into a bike. As Celebi looked at luck cycle in astonishment, Premies sat on it and decided to send Celebi to the pet world. Premies, I will call you once I have reached my destination. For now, try to make acquaintance with Molters. Celebi, Molters. Without waiting for Celebi to come out of its thoughts, Premies directly sent it into the pet world. Then he gave the throttle and left. Vroom. Premies had only covered a few meters when he started receiving notifications. Ding. 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 The plot has commenced. Premies, so, it's time. Ha. Vroom. Increasing the speed of luck cycle, Premies started thinking of his next course of action. When Premies left the place on his luck cycle, suddenly many shadows came out of nowhere and covered the broken statue completely. They mostly concentrated on the head and face where Premies touched it. A few seconds later, the remaining eye of the statue started shining. It no longer looked like a stone eye but a real one. The eye moved and looked in the direction where Premies left off to. Then a feminine voice resounded in the forest. There's no longer any need for me to wait, because I have already found the one I am looking for. We will meet soon. My. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 269, Volume 4, Chapter 10, Kingdom of Lagunica. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. The plot has commenced. Premies, so, it's time. Ha. Vroom. Increasing the speed of luck cycle, Premies started thinking of his next course of action. Premies, Since the plot has started, this means Natsuki Subaru must currently be in the convenience store of his world. He will arrive in a few minutes. Shouldn't you hurry? Premies, not really. It will be the night when Subaru and Emilia will die. It's also when he will gain his return by death power. Saying this, Premies raised his head and looked at the sun that had risen high in the sky. It's 2 hours since morning. Premies, yeah. Then he continued moving towards his destination. The Dragon Kingdom of Lagunica, also known as the Kingdom of Lagunica, is one of the world's 4 great nations. It is also where the beginning arcs of the plot will take place. It is a monarchy, historically run by the now extinct Lagunican royal family. It borders, in one way or another, the other 3 great nations. Lagunica is a geographically large nation with a massive population of approximately 50 million individuals, with its territories able to support multiple environments and multiple climates. It is home to many races and ethnic groups, and the nation's history spans at least 1,000 years. It celebrates its nominal day of foundation on the 25th of the in-universe month, Marshpa. The closest person to being the head of state in the absence of the monarch is Miklatov McMahon, who has worked in a position of high office for the greater part of 40 years. Despite economic recovery and relative peace and stability across most of the country, the contemporary Lagunica is negatively characterized by internal strife, racial tension, economic hardship among the disadvantaged, desperation for new decisive leadership by both the public and the ailing transitional government, and more recently, religious cult extremism and terrorism. The royal capital, the city of Lagunica, is located inside a complex of 5 great cities centered around the capital, forming the approximate shape of a pentagon. The royal capital is divided into 5 circular layers, which are also known as districts, and the 5 districts are organized top-down much like a feudal structure. The highest and first layer is traditionally the land of the royalty, with the council of wise men and the most important nobles being the only ones who are permitted to live there. The second layer, also known as the nobles district, is dominated by the nobility and the wealthy, being the area where more well-known houses such as Jaculia's house usually sport their manors and villas. The third layer is dedicated primarily towards economic and commercial purposes. The fourth layer is the residences of the average citizenry. The last or fifth layer is the residences for impoverished people. This district is fittingly named the Poor District. The country contains several regions where mountains and hills are common, with the most prominent peaks located in the royal capital region. The country is expansive enough that it can support a wide range of different environments, from large temperate forests to Mediterranean climate regions to desert areas with sand dunes. Lugunica, in reality, doesn't seem to be all that big of a nation, considering the travel distances by foot, but since the author didn't explain in detail, any attempts to estimate the size of the kingdom are simply impossible. The majority of Lugunica are human, but there is also a large minority of demi-humans, or humanoids with animal-like features to varying degrees. Demi-humans have historically been oppressed by the majority of humans, and tension leads to outbreaks of rebellions. Although demi-humans typically inhabit the eastern, mountainous, and rural areas of the country, there are sizable populations of minorities in the cities. Lugunica is also referred to as the Dragon Kingdom of Lugunica, having prospered in the past due to the covenant with the dragon. As all known members of the royal family are now deceased, martial law is currently in effect, with the Council of Wise Men taking over the role of government for the time being. In accordance with the prophetical dragon tablet, 5 young women have been selected as candidates to become the Dragon Maiden and the elected monarch. Preemies, 5 candidates. Crush Karsten, Anastasia Hoshin, Priscilla Bariel, Felt, and Amelia. Yeah. What you plan to do? Preemies. Your ambition is a lot bigger. I knew you planned to rule both Danmachi and Akame Ga Kill world. In other words, no matter which world you went or will go to, you definitely plan to rule that world. It includes this world too, right? Preemies. Right. And it will start with this kingdom. So, I was right. I know you won't tell me details. But mind giving me a hint? Preemies remained silent for some time before speaking. Preemies, the best and fastest way to rule this kingdom than the entire world is by controlling all the 5 candidates. All 5. Huh. I also agree with that. But how? Preemies, you will know. I see. Both became silent again. Preemies was currently walking down the streets of the Lugunica. There were many different people of different races that were also walking on the streets. Of course, there were humans too. There were many carriages that were being driven by the earth dragons. Many shopkeepers and vendors were interacting with the citizens. If Preemies didn't know the dark side of this world, then he would have thought that it was a very peaceful world. As Preemies was walking with his hands in his jacket pockets, almost everyone was looking at him. Due to his looks, of course. The second reason was his clothes. They had never seen someone wearing these types of clothes before. Nevertheless, these clothes suits Preemies perfectly, and hence it was attracting more attention. Since Preemies was long used to people looking at him, he ignored their gazes and continued walking. Shalebi, bye. And here comes the last reason why he was getting attention. Shalebi. Once arriving here, Preemies let Shalebi out. Now currently, Shalebi was flying here and there looking at people and the things they were buying and selling with curious expressions. Can't be helped since this was the first time it had seen different races. And not to forget they are in a different world. This also made it curious about what people of other worlds eat or sell. Shalebi cuteness and aura also attracted the attention. Just by being near it, people started to relax, and happiness appeared on their faces. They knew that Shalebi was Preemies' contracted spirit because from time to time it will go back to him to ask about the things it didn't know about. Everyone had smiles on their faces as they saw the interaction between the two of them. Even though they can see the coldness in Preemies' eyes which prevents anyone from approaching him, however, whenever those eyes looked at Shalebi, the coldness in them reduced somewhat. Really? Wherever Shalebi goes, its kindness and innocence always make it hard for people to hate it. Preemies, it's because of the nature power it has. Yup. The same way as. Twilight stopped her sentence in the middle. She realized that she said something she shouldn't have. Still, Preemies continued from where she left. Preemies, the same way as Xingming. Preemies, I completely agree on that. Her gentleness and aura also attract people towards her. I am sorry. Preemies sighed hearing this. Preemies, it's fine. Just don't brought their names again, it makes me miss them more. Then why don't you? Preemies, no. I need some time alone. I will meet them again once I will return to Akame Ga Kill world. Okay. Celebi, Master, are you okay? Celebi had appeared by Preemi's side while he was talking with Twilight. It didn't know why, but it saw sadness in Preemi's eyes for a split second. Others might not notice it, but Celebi saw it clearly. Seeing the worried expression on Celebi's face, he shook his head. Preemi's, it's nothing, said Preemi's before extending his hand forward and started patting its head. Celebi closed its eyes and leaned its head towards Preemi's hand. It really enjoyed his patting. A few seconds later, Preemi's removed his hand. Celebi started to fly around again. It saw some pots that were placed near the windows and at entrance of the houses and shops. It flew towards them and touched them one time. Shine. Some light shines before all flowers bloomed on them. Gasp. Everyone gasped witnessing this. Demi-human, amazing. Human, how could this be? Elf, I can feel the power of nature from it. Looks like it's not a normal spirit but a very strong nature spirit. Beast human, but from what I have heard and read, nature spirit only makes contract with pure-hearted people. Could it be? Elf, are you dumb? This clearly means that boy has a pure heart. Dwarf, unbelievable. Human, indeed. Looking at his cold eyes, I thought that boy had killed a lot in his life. Wolfen, haven't you heard, don't judge book by its cover. Half-elf, I agree. Look at how happy his spirit is with him. It clearly shows that he also has a very kind heart. Human, I guess you're right. People started talking among themselves. At this time, Celebi flew towards the vendors who were selling fruits. It looked at them one by one and finally picked up a berry before flying back towards Preemi's. Celebi, Master, this berry is very sweet and juicy. Try it. Preemi's looked at the small red berry in Celebi's hand before opening his mouth and eating it whole. Crunch. 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 Glup. Preemi's, yes, it's good. Celebi looked at Preemi's action for some time before started giggling. It then flew towards the same vendor again and picked up another berry and started eating. Preemi's reached that vendor by now. He took out 10 copper coins from his pocket and gave them to him. Preemi's, pack some for me. Vendor, all right away, sir. The vendor that had been looking at Celebi with smile on his face snapped out of his thoughts and started packing them. Once done, he gave the packet to Preemi's. Vendor, here, sir. Thank you, please come again. Preemi's only nodded before leaving the place. Celebi flew sat on his right shoulder. Once it did so, Preemi's opened the packet, took one berry out and gave it to Celebi. Then he also took out one for himself and started eating too. After walking around for some time, Preemi's entered an alley. He kept on walking, took some turns before stopping. Next, he leaned on one of the houses. Preemi's, Celebi, look at the alley behind the city block I am leaning against. And make sure you remain hidden. Celebi, okay. Doing as told. Celebi left Preemi's right shoulder and flew towards the location. Reaching the location, it stopped and looked at everything. Preemi's, what do you see? Celebi, there are 4 humans. But 3 of them are grouped together and are beating a kid. Preemi's, what's the kid appearance? Or what is he wearing? Celebi, he is wearing some kind of tracksuit. That's surprising. I never thought there would be people who wear clothes of the future. Preemi's, I see. Preemi's, so, you are finally here. Natsuki Subaru. Celebi, should I save him? Preemi's, no, let him be. I want you to do something else. Celebi, what is it? Preemi's, connect me with his time axis. Celebi, with his time axis. Preemi's, yes. Can you do it? Celebi, amen. I can. It's quite easy than going or taking someone to the past or future. Preemi's, then, do it fast. Also make sure no one saw and sensed you. Celebi, okay. Replied Celebi before putting its attention entirely on the beaten Natsuki Subaru. Its eyes started to glow. Soon that light appeared on both Preemi's and Natsuki Subaru. However, since the glow only appeared for a second, the thugs that were beating Subaru thought it was just their eyes planning tricks. Splash. The sound of the river reverberated in Preemi's ears. Preemi's, well, done. Now, hurry up, return. Celebi, okay. Celebi then flew back to Preemi's. Now that the thing he came here for was done, he decided to go to the next location. However, the moment he was about to leave, he saw a beautiful silver-haired girl entering the alley from the corner of his eyes. Still, he decided not to wait and left without giving it a single glance. Night. Preemi's was currently walking through the 5th district or Poor district. Shalebi was moving its head here and there and looking at everything with curiosity. As he was walking through the slums, Preemy saw a man walking towards him. Just when that man was about to pass him, Preemy stopped him. Preemies, you there? Men, huh? Me, sir. Preemies, yes, you. Men, how may I help you? The man gulped in nervousness. Seeing Preemy's looks and his clothes which appeared completely new. The man thought Preemy's was a noble. And looking at the coldness in his eyes and some kind of sword on his back, fear appeared in man's eyes. He gulped, hoping what Preemy's was about to ask was something he could answer, otherwise, his head would definitely roll on the ground. Preemy's, is there a place where one can do any kind of bartering? Men, huh? Yes. Yes. Yes, there is. You can check stolen goods warehouse. Preemy's, stolen goods warehouse. Huh. Men, why yes. It's a warehouse run by an old man. But don't underestimate him. He is a giant and has a lot of battle experience. Preemies, I see. Anything else I need to know? Men, oh yeah. Don't drink there. He serves shitty drinks. Preemies, I see. Here. Said Preemies before throwing a gold coin at him. The man's eyes started shiny as he grabbed the coin. By the time he turned, Preemies was no longer there. The man became confused and started scratching his head. However, the gold coin in his hand attracted his attention again. So, he decided to forget about Preemies and hurriedly left. On the other hand, Preemies was now standing in front of stolen goods warehouse. Shalebi, which was sitting on his right shoulder, had a serious expression on its face. Preemies, you sensed the danger, didn't you? Shalebi, yes, master. Preemies then walked forward. He directly opened the door without knocking. Creak. The door made a sound as Preemies entered. The room was pitch black, but he didn't mind since he could still see everything clearly. There he saw a body of an old man and a young girl that was completely eviscerated and carved out. The creepy thing was that both bodies had their bowels removed. Preemies then continued moving forward. There he saw a black figure standing near two bodies. They were Natsuki Subaru and Emilia. Both had their stomachs and bowels cut open. Ignoring the black figure, Preemies approached them. Natsuki Subaru was still alive and was begging for help. Nevertheless, Preemies remained indifferent to his call. Killer, oh. We have a new visitor. A handsome one on top. Hearing the voice, one can guess that the killer was a woman. However, the black cloak covering her was serving as good camouflage in this dark room. Still, Preemies ignored her since he already knew who she was. Natsuki Subaru, save M. Then he died on the spot. Killer, will you like to become my next victim? Crack. Before she could complete her sentence, time and space distorted. The sound of cracking glass was heard as the Preemies surrounding crumbled away and everything became black. Witnessing this, Preemies sighed. Preemies, it was a success. But then he heard something behind. No. I gave that power to you, not him. Why did he receive it instead? *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 270, Volume 4, Chapter 11, Stolen Goods Warehouse. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Preemies opened his eyes and found himself walking in the middle of the streets like before. Sun was shining brightly in the sky. Shalebi, this, no way. We are sent back into time. How is this possible? Said Shalebi in astonishment. As a controller of time, of course, it could see the movements in time. Preemies, it's true that we are back in time. However, there are limitations. Like a specific destination. Shalebi, a specific destination. Master, do you mean this point in time has been recorded and formed some kind of Preemies, checkpoint? Shalebi, yes, checkpoint. In other words, even if we go back in time again, we will return to this specific point. Neither before nor after. Preemies, exactly. Shalebi, then how can we proceed forward if we will keep on returning here? Preemies, to do that we must reach next checkpoint. Shalebi, next checkpoint. Do Master know where it is? Preemies, I have some thoughts. Shalebi, okay. Still, it's amazing that someone can use time in such a way. Preemies, that's true. Saying this, Preemies continued walking before giving a glance at the side where his status window was. Preemies, at least my stats didn't drop because of reset. They were S968 before reset. And now they have reached S971. Well, if you have improved or trained your body then it must have returned to what it was at this checkpoint. However, you are not doing that. You are just making yourself more used to Zenith. That's why they didn't reset. Premies, yeah. Shalebi, master. Premies turned to Shalebi who called him. Premies, what is it? Shalebi, master, is the rewind. Premies, let's call it reset. Shalebi, oh, okay. Shalebi nodded and continued. Shalebi, master, is the reset related to that human? Premies. I suppose. Shalebi, but how? Premies, let's just say, someone don't want that person to die. Shalebi, but. Premies, that's enough for now. You will know more in future. Shalebi, oh okay. Both became silent. Shalebi can tell Premies was thinking something important and didn't want anyone to disturb him. If it was before I would have also believed that. But not anymore. Even you are having doubts now, don't you? Premies. So, you do. Premies, you remembered those words before the reset. Yeah, it was Satella who spoke them. Premies became silent and started pondering those words. Asterisk. 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 No. I gave that power to you, not him. Why did he receive it instead? Asterisk. 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 Premies, those words. It was as if they were implying that she wanted to give the power of return by death to you instead of Natsuki Subaru. Premies, but why? You must ask her yourself. Premies kept on walking. Premies, well, I know why Natsuki Subaru received it though. Since I don't exist in any time axis, return by death is useless to me. But because I connect myself with his time axis, he got that power. Either way, the plot is moving smoothly for now. Premies, somewhat. Yes, somewhat. Evening. Premies was currently sitting on the rooftop of one of the old houses in the poor district. His attention was on two things. First, darkness, incantation symbol, inside him. Second, the man who was outside sitting on the steps leading to the door of stolen goods warehouse. He appeared to be waiting for someone. The man was wearing athletic outfit which consisted of deep gray tracksuit bottoms with an orange stripe down the side, black sneakers with vibrant orange laces and soles, and a black t-shirt. Additionally, he had a zipped-up white tracksuit jacket with a stand-up collar, deep gray sleeves with an orange line running down their sides and orange cuffs, and deep gray shoulders. On the left breast of the jacket was a black brand symbol that is reminiscent of the letter N. He is the protagonist of this Re-0- starting life in another world. Natsuki Subaru. He is waiting for Felt. Premies, yes. Premies replied from leaning back on the roof with his hands behind his head. His gun blade was placed at the side as he was looking at the orange sky while regulating darkness, incantation symbol. Even Twilight was confused about what Premies was trying to do. Ever since Premies gained his second template, Planar Lord, he was very focused on this incantation symbol. As a result, darkness purer and more sinister. What are you planning with it? Premies didn't reply. Twilight asked a few more times but seeing his lack of response, she stopped. On the other hand, Shalebi was flying here and there around Premies while poking him occasionally. Whenever it poked Premies, it ran away while giggling. Then returned and continued. Premies didn't mind. On the contrary, he moved his hand from time to catch Shalebi. He didn't use real strength since he was also thinking of playing with Shalebi to pass some time. Time went by. Finally, Premies raised his body at the arrival of the new presence. He saw someone approaching, stolen goods warehouse. Subaru became elated seeing the person. She was a short girl with fair skin and medium-length golden hair with a black bow. She had red eyes and wore a black top, red scarf, and black pants that were incomplete on the left side, where she was also wearing a red ribbon. She also wore a vest, gloves, and brown shoes, and had a belt with a sheath where her knife was. She's here. Premies, one of the 5 candidates that will be fighting for the crown. Felt. Next, Premies stood up and approached the shack. By now Natsuki Subaru and Felt were done talking and were about to knock on the door when Premies appeared behind them, and his shadow fell on them. Both stopped on their tracks. Subaru didn't give it much thought thinking that it was just another person who came to buy something from here. But Felt was different. She tensed up and hurriedly moved her hand towards her knife on her belt. For someone to appear right behind her without even realizing it was clearly a sign that not only the said person was strong but also dangerous. However, the moment her hand grabbed the handle, Premies' hand moved and touched on the tip of the handle, making it impossible for her to draw the knife out of its sheath. Premies, calm down, little girl. I am not your enemy. Veins appeared on Felt's forehead before she spoke in anger. Felt, first, I am not a little girl. I am a grown-up woman. Second, why should I believe you? Ignoring her first sentence, Premies continued. Premies, you already knew the answer. Since I can appear behind you without you sensing, this means I can also kill you before you even had the time to react. But I didn't. This answers your question. Both parties remained silent for quite some time before Felt let out a sigh and removed her hand from the handle. Felt, you're right. I am sorry about that. Premies, Premies nodded before removing his hand and turning his attention to the next person, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru had also turned by now and was looking at Premies. But the moment he did so, Subaru, gore. He let out a painful voice as he got an intense headache. Because of that he started sprawling around on the ground. Witnessing this, Premies remained apathetic and just gave a glance at Shalebi on his shoulder. Shalebi understood what Premies meant and started flapping its clear wings on his back and flew towards Subaru. Next, it pointed both its hands at him, and a green light covered him. Subaru's expression started to ease up as he finally calmed down and looked at Shalebi in gratitude. Subaru, thank you. Shalebi, bye. Shalebi replied happily before returning to Premies who approached him. Premies, how are you feeling? Subaru, better. I am sorry but seeing you I thought I've seen you somewhere before. Premies, you're not wrong. Subaru, wah. Premies, let's talk inside. Subaru, okay. Saying this Premies turned and looked at Felt who had been standing on her spot while looking at him in daze for quite some time. Because of that he heard Subaru murmuring something under his breath behind him. Subaru, damn, Eichmann. Ignoring Subaru's words and Felt dazed look, Premies continued. Premies, it would be fine if we discuss inside Felt. My name is Felt. Premies' words brought her out of her thoughts as she responded enthusiastically. Premies, I see. So. Felt, of course. She replied loudly before turning towards the door again. Still, a faint tint of red on her cheeks didn't escape other eyes. Knock. Knock. She knocked 2 times on the door as the voice of Oldman came behind the door. Oldman, for a rat. Felt, poison. Oldman, for a white whale. Felt, a harpoon. Flinch. Neither of them noticed Shalebi who flinched at the name of white whale. Premies, on the other hand, didn't say anything. Oldman, to the noble dragon lord, we are. Felt, shitbags. Click. The door opened. A giant could be seen. This giant named Ram sported a bulky figure with height at towering 220 centimeters or 7 feet 3 inches. Still his hunchback-like style of walking made him look shorter. He had white strands of hair lining his eyebrows and was bald. He wore a sleeveless vest and possessed a crimson symbol across the left side of his head. Felt, sorry to keep you waiting, Oldman Ram. My target. Ignoring Felt talk with Ram, Premies walked inside with Subaru and took a seat with him. Ram closed the door behind them and gave the glass of milk to Felt which she ordered. As they both were talking with each other, Premies turned to Subaru and asked in a voice that only he could hear. Premies, so, Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. Premies, I see. So, Natsuki Subaru, you are a transmigrator, aren't you? Subaru, how do you know? No, what a minute. At first, Subaru became shocked that Premies knew his secret but then he looked at Premies' clothes carefully and came to a conclusion. Subaru, don't tell me you too. Premies, yes. Subaru, wow. I can't believe I am not alone. This protagonist just got a sidekick. Premies. Premies. To think he thought of Premies as his sidekick. Ha 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 ha. How hilarious. I don't have words. Ha 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 ha. Well, Twilight was not the only one. Even Shalebi was looking at Subaru as if he was a unique species ever born. Shalebi, master, sidekick. Of someone who can be killed even by the weakest of our kind, he really has a big mouth. Then, Shalebi lowered its head and looked at its tiny hand before looking at Subaru again. Shalebi, should I slap him? Should I slap him? Or should I slap him? Ha ha ha. I guess someone with his brain cells, such thinking is not that surprising. Subaru, by the way, what's your name? Premies, I am Rigla. Subaru, Rigla. That's a weird name. Premies, I guess. Subaru, anyway, you must be a college student, Mr. Rigla. Because you appeared to be in your 20s. Premies, I am 19. Subaru, seriously? Yeah, right. 19, a 19 years old great old man. Subaru, this means there is only 1 year difference between our ages. Premies, 2 years. You are not 18 but 17. Subaru, how do you know? Premies, I guessed. And your expressions just now confirmed it. Subaru, damn. You got me there. Premies, anyway, how did you come to this world? Subaru, oh. Sure. He then became silent for a minute, remembering everything that had happened before opening his mouth. Subaru, I leave my home to buy ramen and snacks from my local convenience store. At first, I wanted to return as soon as possible, but then some new comics grabbed my attention. Premies, so, spent some time reading those comics. You got so immersed in them that you even forget why you came to the store for. Subaru, correct. After reading them for some time, I realized that I spent too much time there. Because of that, I hurriedly bought the things I came to buy and left the store. Crunch. He then raised the packet to show Premies the things he bought before continuing. Subaru, after exiting the store, I walked a bit closer to the street, but then I saw myself back at the entrance of the store. Weird, right? Premies, that's when his summoning to this world began. Subaru, then I looked around and saw the world going black. When I opened my eyes again, I was in this world. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 271, Volume 4, Chapter 12, Negotiations. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Premies, I see. So, that's how come to this world. Subaru, yup. What about you? Premies, me. Well, I was standing on a grassy land enjoying the light rays, but all of a sudden, a black hole appeared and sucked me. The next moment, I was in this world. True. The grassy land was the island in your pet world. And the black hole was something you created yourself to come to this world. Even though you have omitted a lot of things, it's still true. Subaru was looking weirdly at Premies right now. Premies, what is it? Subaru, you said you were enjoying sun rays on a grassy land. Your actions seemed just like an old man. Premies, yes, I am an old man. Got a problem with that. Though Premies didn't speak those words loud. Premies, everyone has their own way to relax. Mine is to spend time in peace and quiet. Subaru, I get it. But still, to me it feels like your way is that of an old man. Premies, yeah, right. I dare you to say those words at the face of Witch of Sloth, Sekhmet. I am sure she will give you a proper answer to your question. I couldn't agree more. Premies, anyway, there's something else I want to ask. Subaru, sure, ask away. Premies lowered his voice even more and asked. Premies, what do you remember before reset? Subaru. Subaru had a drastic change in expression. His happy face turned to that of shock as he went into deep thought. Subaru, and no, that can't be. It was a dream. Yes. Just a dream. Premies, it's not. You still remembered the events that take place. Subaru, no. It's impossible. Subaru's scream drew the attention of Felt and Rom too. Because of his sudden scream, Felt even jumped out of her seat. Rom turned and looked at them before opening his mouth. Rom, listen, boys. I don't like loud noises in my shop. If you don't stop screaming, I will kick you both out. Premies disregarded Rom's words and focused his attention completely on Subaru. He glanced at Shalebi, who didn't want to help Subaru after how he called him a psychic, but still moved since it's Premies' command. It raised its body a little and pointed its hand towards Subaru. Same green light covered him before his mental state stable. Rom, now that's a rare sight. Felt, rare. Rom, yeah, from its power I can tell it's a nature spirit. However, from my knowledge, nature spirit never left their forest. So, seeing one here is rare. No, it's rarer among rare. Felt, amazing. After some time, Subaru calmed down. Premies waved a hand towards Felt and Ro. Seeing this, they averted their gaze and continued their talk. Subaru took a deep breath and looked at Shalebi again. Subaru, I was wondering before too, is this your contract spirit? Premies, yes. Subaru, since you get something, as a protagonist I will also get something. Said Subaru as he saw Shalebi returning to Premies' shoulder. Enviousness was visibly in his eyes. Premies, what next? Subaru, oh. Sorry about that. So, where was I? I remembered. I found myself in the middle of town. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then I saw many carriages which were being pulled by dragons. And many demi-humans around. Premies, 3rd District. Subaru, I went through the town and kept on getting into one trouble after another. In the end, I entered an alley and was assaulted by 3 thugs. It's also when I saw this little girl, ran past me. Preemies, wow. As a protagonist, you must have given them a good beating and told them that it's not a good thing to steal from others. Pfft, ha 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 ha. You are clearly mocking him. I am sure it's a revenge for calling you his sidekick. Preemies didn't reply. Though an embarrassment expression appeared on Subaru's face as he recalled how it was them who gave him the beating, not the other way around. Subaru, cough, it's not a good thing to beat someone. But seeing their frustrated expression, I let them beat me. So, that they won't release their frustration by beating someone else. Yeah, right. How very magnificent of you. Shalebi gave Subaru a blank look. It clearly saw how he was getting beaten and shouting for help that time. Preemies, oh. You are amazing. Preemies spoke in a neutral tone. Subaru, oh of course, I am. Preemies, and then. Subaru, witnessing my selfishness, an angel came. Preemies, angel. Subaru, yup. An angel came and saved me. Preemies, good for you. So, is there any name for this so-called angel? Subaru, Satella. Then Subaru turned and looked at Felt, who was talking with Ram. Subaru, apparently, she stole something from Satella. It was a pendant. From Satella words, it's very important for her. She didn't want my help, but I wanted to be by her side and help that beautiful princess find her stolen pendant. Preemies, you said she was an angel. Subaru, cough, don't stress over those little things. Preemies, That's what led you here. Subaru, correct. After answering, he became silent and returned back to his thoughts. As if remembering about terrible experience before the reset. Subaru, when I went inside, I saw those 2 dead. Just when I was about to turn back, my stomach was gutted as I fell on the ground. Satella came inside later and died instantly. I didn't see the person that killed me. Then I heard the noise of a door opening again and saw you coming inside. Even though I didn't see your face, some of the moonlight fell on your body and I saw the clothes you are wearing right now. Preemies, I see. You're right. It was me. I saw you on the floor begging for help. Subaru, why yeah. But when I thought I died, I woke up. At the time I was trying to buy apple with my money of previous world. Preemies, I think this is your power. Subaru, my power? Preemies, yeah. I got a contracted spirit when I came to this world while you get the power of return by death. Subaru, return by death. Huh. What a cool name. Still, if given a choice I would rather change positions with. Delusional. Shalebi, not possible. I would rather accept my death than being your contracted spirit, because let alone helping me in finding my friend Mew, you won't even be able to save my life. Preemies, oh. So, you are saying you prefer to be my sidekick rather than be protagonist. Subaru. You are doing it on purpose. Subaru, on second thought, forget what I said. Preemies, if you said so. Subaru, since that's the case, what about you then? How are you able to remember the details of the previous loop? I asked some questions from others, but they didn't know who I was. Preemies, maybe because we both are transmigrator. As a result, I also must be subjected to this ability of yours. Subaru, I think I understand somewhat. Preemies, one more thing. Unlike you, I don't have this power. In more simpler words, if I died it's over for me. And it will be to the point that even if you die and return to the past, I won't be there. Since I am already died in the previous loop. Subaru, wah, how are you so sure? Preemies, don't know. It's just what my instincts are warning me about. And they were never wrong before. Subaru, okay. Preemies, now, on the next thing. Why were you killed? Subaru, I don't know. Preemies, from what I think, it must be because of that pendant. The killer might have wanted the pendant and hence killed both Felt and Ram. And then you and Satella came at the wrong time and got killed for it. Subaru, this means. Preemies, we shouldn't affiliate ourselves in this situation. Let Satella handle it herself. Subaru, no. We can't do that. Did I tell you she said it's important to her? I won't let her down. Preemies, don't forget. She doesn't even know who you are right now. Subaru, once I return the pendant to her, she will thank me. And then I can go out with her. Ha. What makes him think someone can get a girl if you return their stolen goods? Preemies, his simple-mindedness. Or too many anime and games he played. Preemies, true. Preemies, what makes you think you can defeat the killer? Even the Ram, who is a giant, died by killer's hand. On the other hand, you are just a normal human. Just forget about it. Subaru, nope, I won't do that. I will prove my worth to my goddess. First, angel then princess and now goddess. Premies, and how will you do it? Subaru, hee hee hee. If it was before I might have to thought of something. But not anymore. Why? Stopping here, he pointed his hands at Premies and said excited. Subaru, because I have my trusty sidekick. I am sure you can handle it. Premies, why are you so confident in me? Subaru, first, because you have a contracted spirit. Satella also has one. So, I can tell contracted spirits are very strong. Then he moved and pointed his finger at Premies' right. Not at Shalebi but at the handle of gun blade which Premies was keeping on his back. Subaru, second, is that sword. As an otak, I mean someone who researched games and anime stuff, I can tell it's something called gun blade because I can saw a trigger on it. You won't be carrying it unless you know how to use it. That's the reason for my confidence. Oh hi. At least, his brain isn't as useless as he appeared. Premies shook his head hearing Subaru's words before opening his mouth. Premies, anyway, let's go with peaceful method first. Let's try to get the pendant from Felt through negotiations. Subaru, okay. Seeing the happy expression on Subaru's face, Premies again shook his head before getting up from his chair and walked to Felt. He took his seat beside her near the bar while Subaru sat on his right. Felt and Ram also turned their attention to Premies and Subaru. Premies, let's get down to business. We want to buy the pendant that Subaru talked to you about. Felt, right on the point. Huh. Just like me. Premies, so. Felt, well, I stole the pendant because I was asked to. My client will pay 20 sacred gold coins for it. If you pay more than that then I will give it to you. Subaru, we have no moan. Premies, fine. Subaru, huh? Premies interrupted Subaru and put his hand in his pocket. Ching. The sound of coins resounded as Premies took out and put 20 coins on the table. Premies, this will suffice, right? All three were looking at the coins with dumbfounded expressions. This was especially for the case for Subaru. Premies was attentively looking at Ram, who snapped out of his thoughts. Ram, let me check. Saying this, Ram started counting the coins. Ting. 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 While he was doing that, Subaru called Premies. When Premies turned to look at him, he whispered. Subaru, just where do you get these many coins? Premies, let's just say I stole them from a lair of some bandits. Subaru, really? Premies, Ram, 20. They are exactly 20 sacred gold coins. Felt, is that so? Then sure, I can do deal with you guys. Subaru, all right. Hearing Felt, Subaru became overjoyed. Just when he was about to ask Felt to take out the pendant, Premies and Shalebi turned and looked over at the door. There they saw someone entering the shop. Premies, looks like your client is here, Felt. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 272, Volume 4, Chapter 13, Elsa Graniert. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. The person who entered was a woman. Her height was the same as Natsuki Subaru. Her purple eyes angled down towards their edges and presented her with a certain level of calmness and gentleness. Below her left eye she had a beauty spot. Her long wavy hair was black in color and was braided into a long tail on the left side of her head that reached down to her hips. A single purple flower decorated the left side of her head. She was a woman of incredible beauty who apparently oozed eroticism with every move she made. Her white skin was unusually pale to the point that it could almost be described as sickening, and her slim body was well endowed with large breasts and sultry curves. Her bewitching beauty coupled with her well-endowed body was enough to catch the eye of most people she met. Her clothing, as if to match the woman herself, was extremely provocative. Her outfit consisted of a pair of black elbow-length gloves with purple trimmings at the top, a pair of black high-heel shoes, and a black dress with purple decorations that was both strapless and backless and featured brown tights. The dress, that clung to her body fairly tightly, also had thigh-high slits on either side and an exposed front that flaunted her belly button and cleavage. Woman, hello all. I am sorry for the interruption, but I would also like to place a bid on the pendant you have in your possession. Subaru, huh? Your woman, oh, where are my manners? My name is Elsa Graniert. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Subaru, Elsa Graniert. Felt, she is my client. The one for whom I stole that pendant. Premies, Bowel Hunter, Elsa Graniert. She is the main antagonist of this arc one of this world. Shalebi, Master, it's her. Premies, I know. Looking at Subaru, it's not hard to conclude that he doesn't recognize his killer from previous loop. At this time, Elsa turned her attention completely on Premies. Premies didn't speak and kept on looking at her too. Silence appeared in the shop. Only two people looking at each other, disregarding everyone else. As the situation was becoming more and more awkward, Felt stood in front of Premies and glared at Elsa. Felt, hey, why are you looking so attentive at him? Do you know him? Felt words snapped everyone out of their thoughts. Elsa moved her gaze to Felt and bowed slightly. Elsa, my apologies. You see, I have never seen such a handsome man with such a cute spirit before. So, it drew my attention. Shalebi, lie. Yes, it's a lie. In this world, there are many different races. Elves, demi-humans, and so on. Throughout her hunts, she must have seen many handsome and beautiful people. So, it's a lie that she got immersed in Premies' looks. Premies, it's true that she was surprised to see me, but it was only for a moment. As for the rest of the time, she was carefully looking to get a good read of me. Elsa, but I never thought he was already taken. To have such a cute girlfriend guarding him, Sai Goodman is really hard to find. You mean good old man? Premies. Felt, www what are you SSSSSSS saying all SSSS sudden. Felt face turned deep shade of red because of embarrassment. Subaru became speechless witnessing Felt face while Ram was showing a smug. Elsa chuckled and approached them. Though her attention was somewhat still on Premies. Elsa, I can't feel anything from him. He may be handsome, but he still feels completely normal. Though I would have believed it if I didn't see the sharpness in his eyes, his spirit, and something that appeared to some kind of sword on his back. If Premies was still in the Black Swordsman form, then Elsa must have realized how dangerous he was. Why? Because even if Premies still appeared normal in that form, those with high battle experience and sharpened instinct could feel threat from him. However, not in planar lord form. That's because Zenith made his existence almost merge with the world itself. As a result, her instincts didn't warn her. Since it meant that the entire world was her enemy. Elsa, so, who are you gentlemen? Subaru, yes. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Natsuki Subaru. Then he pointed at Premies. Subaru, he is my friend, Rigla. We came for the same pendant. Elsa, oh, I see. Then it's troublesome. Since I also want that pendant, how about we do some bidding? Ram, well, it's not a bad proposal. Felt, why yes, right away. Hearing Ram, Felt hurriedly offered some seats. Ram closed the store and brought drinks for them on the table as negotiations began. Elsa took a slip of milk from the cup before asking. Elsa, what is the current bid for the pendant? Felt, Rigla side offered 20 sacred gold coins. Subaru. Subaru showed a dumbfounded expression when Felt changed her words. Subaru, oi. Oi. I am protagonist here. Elsa, oh my, that's the same offer I gave. Saying this, Elsa took out a pouch out of her pocket and took the coins out. Ting. 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 Old man Ram moved and started the counting. Elsa didn't look at him and continued drinking the milk. Subaru also took a sip, but from his expression one can tell he didn't like it much. As for Premies, he didn't even touch his cup. Seeing this, Felt tuck on his jacket. Premies, Felt, you don't want to drink. Premies, I am not that hungry, so I am good. Here you can have mine too since you just came out after doing your work. Then Premies picked up the cup and gave it to Felt. Felt, is it really fine? Premies, Felt, tea thanks. Felt took the cup and hurriedly drank it. Elsa, what a gentleman. Premies ignored Elsa remarked and turned to Subaru who was looking at him. Premies, what is it? Subaru, you know, I was also waiting for her in the sun. Why didn't you ask me instead? Premies, before asking, why don't you take a good look at your face? It's clearly telling you didn't like it. That's why I decided to give it to her since she knew the value of every minor thing in this poor district. Subaru became silent as Felt lowered her head to hide her sadness. She knew how people die here fighting for just a single Cooper coin. This single glass of milk was like the most expensive thing here. Ting. Rum, exactly. 20 sacred gold coins. Elsa, looks like we have a tie, Mr. Rigla. Premies, it appears so. Subaru, you really came prepared. Elsa, well, of course. My client is someone that needs this pendant at all costs. So, he gave me this much money in case I have to pay for it. Rum, Since that's the case, the one who bids higher than this will get the pendant. Felt, that's not necessarily. I will give tea. Premies brought his hand in front of Felt to stop her from continuing. He knew she wanted to say that she wanted to give it to them. Next, Premies put his hand in the inner pocket of his jacket and took out something. Ting. Ting. Premies, with this we win, right? Everyone looked at 2 more sacred gold coins that Premies put on the table. Subaru's and Felt's faces lit up as Ram nodded his head in acknowledgement. Elsa had a small smile on her face. Elsa, I never expected to be outdone like this. Impressive. It's my loss here, Mr. Rigla. Premies, then this is over. Felt, I accept this agreement. Ram, with this, negotiations are over. Everyone stood up from their seats. Premies took some steps back and let Subaru take the lead. All of them shook hands. Elsa, too bad I lost. But it can't be helped. Subaru, I hope your client will understand, Elsa. Elsa, it's all right. You win some and lose some. No hard feelings. Since negotiations seemed successful, Felt approached Premies and took out the pendant. Felt, here. Premies looked at the pendant. No, insignia would be better word for it. He looked at the insignia in Felt's hand before nodding and taking it. Premies, insignia that proves one's participation in the royal contest. Elsa was watching Premies, who was looking at the insignia while deep in thought. She then turned and looked at Subaru. Elsa, by the way, there's something I want to ask. Subaru, yeah, what is it? Elsa, what are you planning to do with this pendant? Subaru, well, of course. Return it to its rightful owner. Premies, stupid. What a fool. The reason why she backed up after losing the bet is because she didn't really care whether she or we have it. Because this insignia would be useless to us if we are not the candidate. Her main objective is to keep it away from Emilia. And now you said you want to give it back to her. This clearly indicates you are on her side. The atmosphere in the room became tense since Subaru uttered something he shouldn't have. Premies could only shake his head at Subaru's stupidity. Felt, you idiot. Subaru finally realized the blunder he made. His face started to turn from a smile to terror as he looked at Elsa, who now looked more sadistic now. Elsa, I see. You're on their side after all. Told you. She immediately took out her weapon and aimed for Subaru's stomach. Thud. But at the nick of time, Felt tackled him on the floor. With her speed, Subaru won't even have realized when his stomach was cut. If Felt wasn't there, then Subaru would have his intestines out on the ground for everyone to see. As for Premies, too bad he had no intention of saving Subaru in the first place. Premies, no need to help them. Let them die. Shalebi, F Felt too. Premies, yes, her too. Shalebi, oh okay. Shalebi didn't ask any more. Hearing Premies' cold voice, it can tell that he won't take no for an answer. Subaru, what the? Felt, do you want to die? Elsa, oh, my. You dodged it. Subaru looked at Elsa, who was showing a sadistic smile while showing a short ornate kukri blade in her hand. Crack. Bang. Ram, HAAA. Old man Ram jumped out of his bar with a huge club and swung at Elsa. Bang. On the contrary, Elsa moved back and dodged it. Swoosh. Swoosh. Bang. Swoosh. Bang. Ram kept on attacking while Elsa kept on dodging. She was too quick and was encircling around him with a playful smile. Many tables and the floor had been destroyed by the club. Still, Ram kept on attacking, not giving chance for Elsa to counter. Subaru, no, we can't beat that monster. Subaru spoke in terror from his hiding spot. However, Felt spoke, trying to reassure him. Felt, don't worry. Old man is really strong. Premies, well, he is. But too bad Elsa is in a whole different league. She is not even taking him seriously and just playing with him. Maybe Ram had higher strength than Elsa, but it's useless if his attacks never even land. Elsa licked her lips and moved closer this time. Swoosh. She moved her body a little to dodge the next swing before taking a whole 360-degree turn. Using the momentum from the turn, she attacked. Shin. Thwatch. Splurt. Ram didn't even have time to react before his right arm was severed from his arm. Thud. Felt, old man Ram. Ram, ku, you. Ram didn't stop and started attacking Elsa with his remaining arm. Elsa kept on dodging while enjoying the last struggle of her prey. With time, Ram attacks started to become weak and sluggish because of excessive loss of blood. Elsa, it was fun. Said Elsa before licking her lips. Shin. Splurt. Ram, Thud. Ram let out one last voice as blood gushed out of his stomach. He then fell and died. Subaru, NNO. It can't be. Felt was crying. She looked at Premies, who was standing in the corner some distance away, and spoke. Felt, sorry. You got caught up in our problem. Please run while I try to buy some time. Premies raised one of his brows hearing this. She is more worried about you than herself. Premies. Premies remained silent. Felt then turned her attention to Elsa. Felt, you were planning on killing us anyway. In order to erase all the eyewitnesses who saw you having the pendant. Elsa, I won't deny that. I plan to carve your bowels and separate them from your body. Felt, you psychopath. Swoosh. Felt charged towards Elsa. At first, her speed was normal, but in the next second, it became fastest. She attacked Elsa at high speed that can't be seen by normal people with their naked eyes. Elsa, divine protection of wind. Swoosh. Elsa moved to the side and dodged Felt's attack. Elsa, you are loved by this world. How wonderful. But, that's it. Shin. Elsa took another 360-degree turn and attacked. Splurt. Blood scattered all around as the lifeless body of Felt fell. Thud. Moving her gaze to Subaru, who was now shuddering in pure terror, she spoke. Elsa, the giant and the hamster are died. Yet, you are not moving. Ah, oh my, to think you peed in your pants, ah. Ah. Don't worry, it's the normal reaction of normal people after seeing the carnage. Step. 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 Step by step, she walked towards Subaru. Seeing this, Subaru crawled back. Subaru, stay back. Ignoring his words, Elsa kept on approaching him. As tears and snort came out of his eyes and nose, Elsa stopped. Step. Step. Premies, don't you think you have played enough? Said Premies as he stepped forward and stood in front of Subaru. Elsa, aw. I want to keep you for later, Rigla. Oh, well. Looks like I need to change it a bit. Hope returned in Subaru's eyes as he looked at Premies' back. On the contrary, Premies only gave him a side glance. Premies, sorry to poop your bubbles, Subaru. I have no intention of ending this arc in this loop. There are still some pieces that haven't been in their places yet. Let's see. Yup, I have decided. Next loop will be end for this arc. Shin. Drawing his gun blade, Premies looked at Elsa. Premies, Shalebi, stay back. And don't interfere. Shalebi, yes, master. Replied Shalebi before leaving Premies' shoulder. Premies, come, Elsa. I will entertain you. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 273, Volume 4, Chapter 14, Script. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Elsa, aw. Your bowels will be lovely when I see fear on that calm face of yours. Saying this, she charged at him. Premies didn't move from his spot. He just moved his gunblade to block her attack. Clang. They both looked into each other's eyes for a second before Premies pushed her back. Ding. Elsa flipped in the air before landing some distance away. She looked at Premies with a smile, but in the next moment Premies moved and appeared in front of her, leaving some trails of his bluish power behind. Clang. Elsa brought her knife in front and stopped the gunblade from hitting her. Though the force behind Premies' charge dragged Elsa with him towards the wall behind her. Bang. Elsa hit the wall and broke some wooden planks on it. There was a whole line of 5 meters on the ground that was made by her heels as Premies pushed her towards the wall. Grind. Her knife was grinding against Premies' gunblade as her smile became more vibrant as she looked at Premies' face so close. Elsa, you are wonderful. Then her hand went behind her waist, and she attacked. Slash. Though Premies took a step back and dodged the second blade which she took out. Witnessing this, her smile became even broader. However, before she could continue. Click. Boom. Thwatch. Splurt. Elsa, huh? Premies used shot by clicking the trigger on his gunblade. An explosion occurred and her entire arm burst, leaving a geyser of blood coming out of her shoulder. Ting. Her second blade got thrown away behind the bar as she lost her arm. The explosion not only destroyed her arm but also the force behind it threw her to the side. Elsa was too shocked to even stabilize herself. Too bad, Premies didn't give her the chance. Swoosh. Bam. Crack. A kick came from the side and hit her head. The sound of skull cracking was heard before she was thrown towards the shelf at the side. Whoosh. Bang. She smashed on the shelf before falling. Once she did, all the contents on the shelf along with the shelf itself fell on her. Subaru, amazing. Subaru looked at everything with wide open eyes. Looking at Premies' spirit and weapon, he thought of him to be strong but not this much. At this time, Premies lowered his leg. He then clicked another button on his gun blade. Click. Thing. Ting. The blade part bent downward as an empty shell of the bullet jumped out and fell on the ground. Premies didn't look at it. He just took out another zenith bullet from the pocket and calmly put it into the empty barrel before closing it again. Click. Once done, he turned his attention towards the broken shelf. Subaru, is it over? Subaru approached Premies at this point. He was still afraid before, but now witnessing how Premies easily overpowered Elsa, he gained some confidence. Though Premies' next words made him tensed up again. Premies, not yet. Bang. As if answering him, Elsa burst out of the shelf and looked at Premies with a smile. Fear returned in Subaru's face as he saw completely unscathed Elsa. Even her arm had regrown. Subaru, impossible. How are you still fine? Our Rigla destroyed one of your arm just now. Elsa, I wonder myself. Maybe because my love for bowels brought me back. Elsa didn't bother explaining and just made an excuse. Subaru hurriedly hid behind Premies as he saw her licking her lips while blushing. Elsa, you are more wonderful than I thought, Rigla. Ah. Now, I wanted to see your bowels even more. So, show me. She attacked Premies again. This time her speed was even faster than before. Cling. Clang. Clang. Still, Premies easily stopped all her attacks. Not only that, but he also even started pushing her back. Whenever they exchanged blows, the force behind Premies' attack pushed her back. Then he continued chasing and attacking. Elsa thought she would be on the offensive, but in just a matter of seconds she went on defense. Unlike Ram, who only had strength, Premies had both strength and speed, which far surpassed Elsa. As a result, more and more injuries started to appear on Elsa's body. Even though they got healed in the next second, the new ones took their place. Swoosh. Swoosh. Bang. Swoosh. Bang. All the furniture, weapons, drinks, and so on had been destroyed by their confrontation as they were engaged in a high-speed battle. Cling. Elsa, coup. Another attack, and Elsa was thrown back. But Premies didn't let her go this time. Using his free left hand, he grabbed Elsa's ankle before smashing her hard on the ground. Bang. The floor broke. Soon the dust settled down and Elsa could be seen plastered on the floor. Her body was covered in injuries. At first, her injuries healed rapidly, but after regenerating all this time without rest, her regeneration had become very slow. On the other hand, there was not even a single scratch on Premies' body. Current Elsa barely had strength left to fight at her peak. Yet, there was the same smile on her face as she looked at Premies, who was pointing his gunblade at her head. His finger was on the trigger. Elsa, looks like this is it for me. Too bad I can't see your bowels. Premies remained silent. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, Elsa's hand moved and she threw needles at him. Fwoosh. 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 Premies only moved slightly and dodged them easily. Premies, you failed to do anything even when you were at your peak. Do you really think you can accomplish anything now? Elsa, of course, I am. Premies, oh. Premies raised one of his brows before he heard something falling behind. Thud. He turned and looked at Subaru on the floor covered in blood. The needles that Elsa threw were instilled in his body. Elsa, even though I can't kill you, I will at least kill every other eyewitness. Oh, one more thing, at the tip of my needles there's a very lethal poison. So, even if you healed his injuries using your spirit, the poison will still kill him in a matter of seconds. Premies. Premies remained silent. Though, he was thinking of something else in his mind. Premies, sorry, Elsa. My Shalebi is not like the spirits of this world. Even if someone was poisoned with the most dangerous poison, Shalebi can easily cure him or her. Poison is basically useless in front of Shalebi. So, if I want, Shalebi can easily cure Subaru back to his max vitality. But just like I said, if I want, I have no intention of saving Subaru in the first place. He then moved his attention from Subaru to Elsa, who had a victorious smile on her face. Premies, looks like you still don't get it, Elsa. If I want to save Subaru, I just have to deflect your needles. There was no need for me to dodge them. Do you really think you could have attacked Subaru if I didn't show you the opening? Do you really think it was a coincidence that I positioned myself right in front of Subaru when I knew if I dodged, he would take the attack? Do you really think I couldn't stop you from taking out your needles to attack when you are this weak right now? The corner of Premies' lips curved a little as he looked at Elsa. Witnessing this, even Elsa became stunned. Premies, wrong. The reason why you were able to do all of this is because I allowed you to. All your actions were something which I made you do. You were just doing your performance on the stage I prepared for you. So. Then Premies' lips moved. Though no sound came out, Elsa widened her eyes as she read his lips. They were saying, "Premies, your performance perfectly just like your script. Well done, Elsa." Next, Premies pointed his free hand towards Elsa. A small amount of zenith was released forward, triggering a chain of explosions. Boom. 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 Elsa could only look in shock as Premies released burst at her, shredding her body to pieces. The moment Elsa died, was also the moment Subaru died. The world became dark as space and time distorted. The sound of cracking glass was heard as the Premies surrounding crumbled away and everything became black. And again, he heard a voice behind him. "It's good that you are fine." Premies hurriedly turned only to meet with the crowd of people walking around as sunlight fell on him. "Premies, Satella." Sighing, he looked in front again. "Premies, I guess it's time to end this arc." "Shalebi, Master, we are back to the same checkpoint." Premies glanced at Shalebi who had returned to his right shoulder before nodding his head. "Premies, yeah. It appears so." Premies reached an alley. He kept on walking deeper before hiding himself in shadows as he heard something. In some distance away, he could see Subaru who was trying to escape. The current Subaru seemed terrified and broken. He was beaten and dragged by 3 thugs. Premies remained hiding in his spot, not bothering about saving him. "Shalebi, Master, if this kept on going, he will die." "Premies, even if he does die, at most the world will reset." Shalebi, "That's true, but he looks so pitiful." Premies, many people try to find a way to live for eternity. At that time, they only look at the bright side of it, thinking how much they could accomplish. But when someone attained it, it was the time they learnt its dark side. That immortality became more of a curse than a blessing at that time. For mortals though. Premies, yeah, for mortals. Shalebi, you're right, Master. Current him is broken to the point that he must be begging for death inward. However, when he dies, he will realize that his wish won't be granted. Next, Premies closed his eyes and activated Zenith Vision. Boom. The entire world appeared in his mind as silhouettes of people across the world could be seen. Premies kept on looking at everything for quite some time before opening his eyes again. Premies, it's time. Premies then walked towards Subaru who was still savagely beaten by kicks and fists. It wouldn't be long before he would lose his unconsciousness or die. Premies, if I remembered you said you let me beat you so that they will release their frustration and won't attack others. Hearing the familiar voice, Subaru raised his head and saw Premies standing behind the 3 thugs. Even though he still looked lost, some hope still returned in his eyes as he saw Premies. On the other hand, the 3 thugs turned and looked at Premies. Though they became stunned for a second witnessing his looks, but then jealousy and enviousness appeared on their faces. One of them took out dual knives while the other 2 raised their fists. However, the other 2 tensed up a little when they noticed Shalebi on Premies' shoulder. Thug 1, don't be so cocky just because you have a spirit. It's not hard to guess that it's a nature spirit. Even though nature spirits are rare, they are only good for healing. In a fight, they are useless. The other 2 calmed down hearing this. Now, they were looking at Premies' clothes which seemed completely new. They started thinking how much they would fetch once they sold them. Thinking that water filled their mouths as they imagined themselves having many gold and sacred gold coins. Premies, I will give you 3 seconds to get lost. These words of Premies angered them. The other 2 rushed at him to punch him. Premies remained standing on his spot without moving. Just when their punches were about to hit him, Premies let out the pulse of his zenith. Tu. A bluish wisp of zenith was released from his body and hit not only the 2 attacking but also the one behind. Bam. Thug 1, ow. Thug 2, grgh. Thug 3, arg. Thud. 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 All 3 were thrown 5 meters away and then their bodies kept on rolling for another 2 meters. After stopping they all let out a painful voice from their mouths. Though as they were doing it, a shadow came over them. Turning their faces, they saw Premies looking down on them with his dark cold eyes. Those eyes sent a shiver down their spine. Premies, scram. Hearing Premies' cold voice, all 3 jolted and raised their painful bodies before running away as fast as possible. Premies moved his gaze to Subaru who was still on the ground. As if understanding what Premies wanted, Shalebi left his shoulder approached Subaru. Next, it pointed its hands towards him and started healing him. Green light covered Subaru as his swollen face started to heal. Thud. Suddenly, Premies heard a sound behind. The thugs that were running away collided with someone. The person remained standing while the thugs fell on the ground. The thugs looked at the person and ran past him without uttering a single word. Premies, you are finally here. The person then approached Premies. Premies, you are. The person put his right fist on his left chest and bowed a little before replying. I am Reinhard van Astria from Astria family. It is a pleasure to meet you. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 274, Volume 4, Chapter 15, Shocking. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Reinhard was 6 feet tall, making him only 2 inches lower than Premies while several inches taller than Subaru. His most striking feature was his distinct flaming red hair that shines very brightly. His sparkling blue eyes portrayed a sense of confidence and recklessness. His slender frame features an array of well-toned muscles, although they're hidden by his clothing. He exuded an aura of gallantry, and, at a first glance, he gave off an intimidating air that indicated him as someone who is above the norm. His extraordinarily handsome face, beyond average looks and his open, calming and approachable personality makes him very popular with people, which catches the eye of many women, further exemplifying his magnificence. His attire was what appeared to be like the kingdom's royal guard. It consisted of a well-made black shirt that he was wearing as part of his uniform, white trousers with lilac cuffs, black shoes, black gloves, and a double-breasted white long coat with a cutaway front, rolled cuffs, lapels, and lilac lining. The crest of the House Astria could be seen proudly pictured on the upper part of Reinhard's left sleeve, and a black belt is fastened tightly around his waist. With it, he fastened his esteemed sword. "Premies, I am Rigla." "And he is," said Premies and pointed towards Subaru who had stood up by now after being healed by Shalebi. "Subaru, I am Natsuki Subaru." Reinhard nodded before turning his attention to Shalebi who had returned to Premies' side. "Reinhard, you have quite an unusual spirit, Rigla." Unlike Elsa and those 3 thugs, Reinhard can tell that Shalebi was more than what it appeared to be. He then turned his gaze back at Premies. "Premies, I suppose." In return, Premies just shrugged his shoulders, not bothering about giving proper answer. Reinhard didn't mind much, since he knew everyone had their own secrets. "Reinhard, looks like you dispatched those thugs without any effort." Premies, "Well, they were beating my friend. So, I had no choice but to intervene." "Yeah right, friend. If I didn't know you, I would have believed that." Reinhard, "I see." Reinhard became silent for a second before continuing. "Reinhard, Rigla. In case you don't mind, can I ask you something? Of course, if you don't want to answer it will still be fine." Premies, "Oh, what is it?" Reinhard, "That power you just released. I have never seen, heard, or read of such kind of power before. However, when you did, it seemed as if the entire world was with you. Just what is that power?" Premies, as expected from the strongest person of this world, he sensed how the world responded at the use of my zenith. Premies, "You will know. Because I can tell you that this won't be our only meeting. In future, we will meet each other a lot more than anyone you have ever met in your life till now." Reinhard was surprised hearing this. As a sword saint, most people avoid meeting him, let alone talking with him. However, Premies said they will meet a lot. He shook his head thinking that Premies was making excuses since he didn't want to tell him about his power. Still, smile never left his face. "Reinhard, if you said so, then it will be a pleasure." Of course, Premies realized that Reinhard didn't give much thought to what he said. "Reinhard, anyway, it's great meeting you too. I must go somewhere. Have a good day." Saying this, Reinhard turned and walked away. Premies was looking at his back as he was going further and further away. By the time, Reinhard reached the end of the alley and he received Premies' voice transmission which made him stop dead on his tracks. He opened his eyes wide and turned around. However, Premies and Subaru were no longer there. He became agitated and was about to rush in a different direction. But then he received another voice transmission. This made him calm down somewhat. He gave a sigh of defeat before shaking his head. Reinhard, looks like he was right. We are really going to meet a lot in the future. But for now. He turned and continued moving towards his destination. Reinhard, I must complete my work as soon as possible. Thud. After reaching the 5th district again, Premies threw Subaru on the ground who he was carrying on his shoulder. Subaru, ow. What was that for? Premies, a reminder. The pain you felt just now is real. As well as the death you experienced in the previous loop. Therefore, if you didn't have the power of return by death, then it will be over for you a long time ago. Subaru. Premies, remember this, Natsuki Subaru. This is not a mere game. Think like that and we will face the same danger as what happened in Stolen Goods Warehouse previously. Subaru, how did I suppose you to know that she would kill us? Premies, but now we knew. Thus, that's our advantage now. Let's complete the negotiations faster this time and get the pendant for Satella. Subaru, Rigla. About that. Premies, Subaru, apparently, her name is not Satella, which didn't make sense since she said that was her name in the first loop. Premies, what was her response? Subaru, she was disgusted and angry at me when I called her by that name. Premies, and Subaru, she said Satella was a witch name. Premies. I see. Did you call her that in front of crowd? Subaru, huh? Yes. Premies, what was their response to that? Subaru, well, they seemed somewhat afraid and disgusted. Premies, Satella. Premies, I get it. Looks like Satella was a witch that everyone hated and afraid of. You, calling her like that was an insult to her. It's like calling her that she is the worst person ever. Subaru, how could this be? Premies, nonetheless, the damage has been dealt. Granted you want to get rid of misunderstanding, it can only happen once you return the pendant to her. Subaru, you're right. Let's go to that shack. Premies, no, we won't. Subaru, huh? Why? Premies, even if we go there, we still have to wait for Felt there. As a result, the same thing will happen. So, you go find Felt and bring her to the shack as fast as possible. While I look around to see if I can find Elsa and get rid of her ahead of time. Subaru, okay. That will be better. Later, Rigla. Said Subaru before running off to another direction. Premies looked at him disappearing in the further distance before turning and walking towards another. Shalebi, Master, are we really going to look for her? Premies, no. We will go to Stolen Goods Warehouse, and we'll wait there. Shalebi, okay. Next, Premies continued his walk towards his destination. While doing so, he was still deep in his thoughts. Premies, according to the plot, while Subaru was looking for Felt, he also met Elsa. So, there's no point in finding her. On top of that, she still has her use. After walking for some time just when he was about to reach Stolen Goods Warehouse, Shalebi, Master, something's wrong. Premies, What is it? Shalebi, I felt a disturbance in time some distance away from here. Premies, disturbance in time. Stopping on his tracks, Premies asked. Premies, where? Shalebi, there. Shalebi pointed towards the direction that was quite opposite to Stolen Goods Warehouse. Premies gave it a thought for a second before turning and walking towards. Premies, I hope you will stay alive by the time I return, Subaru. A wisp of a bluish zenith power was released from his body as he dashed towards the location. Quite a distance away from Stolen Goods Warehouse, Premies stopped in front of a hut. Since this was poor district, the condition of the hut was not that good. He entered inside since there was no such thing as a door here. Once inside, Premies saw some old and broken wooden furniture along dirty torn-off pieces of quilt all over the ground. He looked around and didn't see anything. Thinking about it, he closed his eyes and activated his zenith vision. Boom. The world appeared in his mind, but Premies focused on the hut he was inside. And there he saw something that surprised him. An invisible shard of crystal was floating in the very middle of the room. However, what surprised was not the crystal but the visuals it was showing. Yup, this crystal was showing something like a videotape which was displaying the video to and fro. And the contents of the video were Natsuki Subaru's run. What he did in the previous loops. No, what he was supposed to do. It's showing but would have happened if Premies wasn't there. Like how in previous loop, Elsa cut Subaru's bowels after killing Ram and Felt. It's like Premies, a true history. Or an abandoned future. Premies. In case someone get their hands on it, they will know everything about Natsuki Subaru's runs. Premies, I can't let that happen. Saying this, Premies approached the crystal and moved his hand towards it. He planned to destroy the crystal but stopped all of a sudden. Premies, wait a minute. I can feel a huge amount of power of world from it. Let me try something. Next, Premies activated Devour incantation symbol which was inside him. The power of devouring came out from his hand as he grabbed the crystal. The crystal trembled as if trying to resist before being completely absorbed by Premies in a matter of minutes. Premies, that was easy. Said Premies before opening his eyes. At that moment. Boom. A burst of bluish zenith was released from his body and destroyed the entire hut. Ignoring the destruction, Premies looked at himself as he felt his strength improving. He glanced at the side and saw that his base stats had increased from 1000-something to 2000-something. Premies, to think my zenith will increase that much after absorbing that crystal. Shalebi, wow. Master, you have become a lot stronger. Nodding his head, Premies looked in another direction. The same bluish zenith appeared in his dark pupils as he could what people were doing in their houses, traces of magic and so on even from far away. Premies, now, I can even use my zenith vision at smaller scale. Let's call it zenith gaze. Premies, Shalebi, can you sense any more disturbance? Shalebi, none, right now. Premies, I see. Let me know the first thing once you sense them. Shalebi, yes. Premies, let's go. Swoosh. Saying this, Premies rushed towards the direction of stolen goods warehouse. However, there was something that he was completely unaware of. The moment he absorbed that time crystal, and a burst of zenith was released from his body, all the 5 insignia around the world started shining brightly for a few seconds. Swoosh. Premies was rapidly rushing towards stolen goods warehouse, leaving behind a gust of wind in his wake. The people who were walking down the streets became confused as they felt it. Soon, stolen goods warehouse appeared in front of him. At that time, he heard a sorrowful shout with his enhanced hearing, Old Man Ram. Premies, that was Felt's voice. Next, Premies charged through the door. Boom. The door was destroyed, and it attracted the attention of everyone present inside. They turned and looked at Premies, who was standing in front of the destroyed door. Subaru, Felt, Elsa, and one more person was all looking at Premies. Old Man Ram was on the floor with blood gushing from his back head. Elsa had some slight injuries on her body. At the sole of her right foot, there was a piece of ice so that her movements won't become dull. Subaru, who was shivering in fear all this time, became excited. Subaru, you are finally here, man. Giving a nod, Premies was about to turn to the last person when Felt, Rigla. Premies. Subaru. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 275, Volume 4, Chapter 16, End of the first arc. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. H. How does she know your N name? This is the first time you both are meeting in this L loop. Premies. Premies remained silent. He turned to Subaru and saw that he also had a shocked expression. This proved that he didn't tell Felt about him. Turning to Felt, who was still looking at him, Premies shook his head and decided to think about it later. Premies, stay back. You are not her match. Felt, be but. Premies, Subaru. Snapping out of his thoughts, Subaru hurriedly grabbed hold of Felt, not letting her charge recklessly. Felt, you. Let go. Subaru, I won't. Now that Rigla is here, let him handle this. Stepping forward, Premies looked at all the ice spikes and crystal that were all around the room before turning to the last person. The person was a beautiful half-elf with long silver hair and purple-blue eyes. She was wearing a white and purple outfit along with a white flower in her hair. Although she appeared to be in her late teens, Premies knew that her mental age was between 10 to 15 years. Premies, what's your name, huh? At first, she was surprised when Premies asked her name. Because instead of asking, it's more like he was demanding her. Still, she replied. Amelia. Premies, So, you are one of the 5 candidates chosen by the dragon insignia. The one who will fight for the throne of this kingdom of Lagunica. Amelia, yes. Premies, I see. Then get up. You will also be joining this fight since you are here for your insignia. Amelia, you Amelia nodded meekly before standing up and walking up to Premies. Once she reached him, Premies moved a step forward and stood in front of her. Amelia, what if she used something that to catch us off guard? Premies, don't worry about it. With me here, no harm will come to you. Amelia. Amelia's eyes opened wide as she looked Premies back, who was walking towards Elsa. She then pointed both her hands in front as many ice icicles started to appear around her. While she was completely concentrating on her enemy, she didn't realize a tinge of blush that had appeared on her face. Premies, sorry to keep you waiting. Elsa, no problem. I can wait some more to see your beautiful bowels. Premies, I see. Replied Premies before picking up the gun blade from his back. Elsa also pointed her black kukri blade at him before charging. Cling. Deflecting her first attack, Premies took a turn before attacking with a kick from the side. In response, Elsa brought her free arm in front to block it. Bam. Since Premies didn't put strength in his kick, it only pushed her few steps towards the side. Fwoosh. 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 Grabbing the chance, Amelia launched her ice icicles at her. Elsa did some flips and dodged almost all the icicles. As for the remaining one, she destroyed them with her blade. Slash. Shatter. Once she did so, Premies appeared in front of her. And attacked. Cling. Clang. Clung. Both kept on clashing their weapons with each other. Neither getting any upper hand. In between, many times Premies pushed her away, giving Amelia chances to attack. Premies, look at her actions, Amelia. She is not just attacking but also using her surroundings to her advantage. That's also something you must learn. Your surroundings can sometimes help you to turn the tides of battle. Emilia, But what if they can only be used for the enemy's advantage? Clang. Preemies, in that case, you can use some countermeasures. First, you can do something that can throw or push your enemy away from that battlefield. With this, he or she will lose that advantage. Emilia, Preemies, second, use one of your stronger moves and destroy the entire battlefield. Emilia, what if you can't do that? Like what if there are people around you who might get caught up in it? Saying this, Emilia glanced at the Subaru and felt who were hiding in the corner. Preemies, in that case, you can use third option. And that is to make some changes on the battlefield. Like how your ice icicles were changing the shape of this battlefield. Emilia, oh. Said Emilia and looked around. By now most of the room was covered in ice crystals. Flick. Emilia, ow. Emilia let out a cute yelp before covering her forehead and looking in front with her slightly moist eyes. Preemies, who was fighting Elsa, was now standing in front of her. Preemies, the most important thing. Never turn your attention away from the battle. Blushing in embarrassment, Emilia lowered her head. Emilia, I am sorry. Sensing her sincerity, Preemies gave a sigh before putting his head on her head and started patting her. Emilia became shocked because of his action but didn't say anything. On the contrary, she unconsciously narrowed her eyes and started leaning forward towards his hand. Grit. On the other side, Felt was looking at this while gritting her teeth jealously. Removing his hand, Preemies turned to Elsa again. If it was another time, then she would have attacked, not giving other party any time for their casual talk. However, this time it was different. She was forced to go all out from the beginning. As a result, fatigue was catching up to her. Hence, she needed a moment of breather. Preemies, let's continue. She could only nod in frustration. By now even she knew that Preemies was just playing with her. No, he was using her as a punching bag to teach her target. But she can do nothing about it. The difference between them was just too big. She must find a way to escape. The battle begins again. Swoosh. Swoosh. Clang. Clang. Whoosh. Bang. The same scenario was repeating with Preemies keeping Elsa occupied while giving Emilia the chances to attack. Though this time, Emilia had improved. She was looking at the surroundings and attacking in a way that it became more difficult for Elsa to defend than before. Time went by. Clang. Another exchange and both took maintained some distance between each other. Preemies was still calm, but Elsa had lost her smile. She knew that there was no point in fighting because this was no longer a life-or-death battle but bullying. Ignoring Elsa's piercing gaze, Preemies turned and looked at Emilia, who seemed tired after fighting all this time. Still, she was keeping a strong front to not show her weakness. Preemies, I guess that's enough for now. Elsa, huh? Putting the sword back on his back, Preemies walked towards the corpse of Old Man Ram. He picked him up casually with one hand and took him towards Emilia. Reaching her, he dropped him on the ground. Thud. Preemies, he is still alive. Heal him. Emilia turned her attention to the corpse of Old Man Ram and crouched down to check. Then she became surprised. Emilia, you are right, he is still alive. Felt, really? Felt broke free from Subaru's grasp and approached the two. Emilia, He is. But. She looked at Preemies as if trying to say something. Preemies understood what she meant and replied instead. Preemies, no need to reserve your magic to fight Elsa. Use it to heal him. Elsa is no longer our problem. Emilia, no longer our problem. Preemies, I think you have seen enough. Why don't you come out? Emilia. Felt. Subaru. Elsa. All four were astonished hearing this because they expected there to be someone else except them. A ticking moment went by and someone entered through the broken door. Sorry about that. I was thinking about helping when I arrived. But seeing how you handle it easily, I decided to stay put. Subaru, Reinhard. Reinhard, hello, Subaru. I never thought we would meet this soon. Subaru, I didn't either. Emilia, Reinhard. Don't tell me, Reinhard van Astria. Preemies, yes. Elsa, to think that the sword saint of the capital is in front of me. It's an honor. Preemies, since you are here, I will leave the rest to you. Reinhard, sure, thank you. Even though it seemed Elsa was smiling, but in truth she was irritated. First, there was already someone who was not only stronger than her but was also using her as a sandbag to teach her target. And now came the strongest person of the kingdom. She started to wonder whether her client sent her to be captured or killed. Nevertheless, she decided to put that thought at the back of her mind for now. Licking her lips again, she charged at Reinhard. Preemies ignored their fight for now and motioned Emilia to heal Old Man Ram. Except Subaru, who was watching the fight between Elsa and Reinhard, other three were focusing their gaze on Old Man Ram, which was being healed by Emilia. At this moment, Preemies felt a tuck on his jacket. Turning, he saw Felt looking at him. Felt, don't you have nature spirit? It can heal Old Man Ram faster. Preemies raised one of his brows hearing this. Preemies, this confirmed it. Felt remember the past loop. But just how? Preemies remained silent because he didn't know why either. Preemies, something happened so it went to deep slumber. Felt, deep slumber. Did it get injured or something? Preemies, you can say that. Preemies decided to tell half-truth and half-lie. It's true that Shalebi went into deep slumber, but not that it was injured. It seemed like Preemies was not the only one who benefited after absorbing that crystal. When he was rushing here, Shalebi temperature started to increase before it went into deep slumber. The same happened to Molters, who was inside Pet's world too. As a result, both of Preemies' pets were currently resting in Pet's world. Preemies, looking at them, I can tell that they will wake up by tomorrow's morning. Felt, is it okay? Felt became worried remembering the cute little spirit. Preemies, it will wake up by tomorrow. Felt, thank goodness. Felt gave a sigh of relief hearing this. Preemies wanted to ask how or how much she remembered about the previous loop. Did she only know about the previous loop or the last two loops? But he restrained himself from asking. Why? Because it was as if his instincts were screaming and warning him not to ask. Preemies, this happened for the first time. Why am I having a feeling that asking such question will bring more harm than good? Then you should believe your instincts. They never failed you. Preemies, that's true, there is one thing or being who can be danger to me. It's that existence. Preemies, If I trust my instincts, then this means. Somehow asking this question may lead to something that will let that existence know your location. Preemies, Amen. Clang. Clang. Turning around, Preemies looked at the one-sided battle. Reinhard was just too powerful. He was in his own league. No matter what Elsa did, Reinhard casually countered it. Bang. A shockwave from his attack sent her away. At this moment. Emilia, I am done. Emilia replied in a tired voice. Old Man Ram injuries were healed, he was just unconscious now. Looking at Emilia's condition, it's not hard to tell that she was at her limit. Noticing this, Subaru asked in a worried voice. Subaru, are you okay? Emilia, just a little, tired. Preemies, she won't be able to stay awake for too long. Preemies, Reinhard, you can end this now. Giving a glance at Preemies' direction, Reinhard nodded his head. Once he did so, blue mana began to come out of his body and started to grow. Elsa, oh. You really are loved by this world. In response, Reinhard smiled. Reinhard, you are an evil being that must be purged from this land. Next, he changed his stance and his sword started gleaming with blue light as mana from the atmosphere started entering his blade. Reinhard, in the name of Astria family, I purge you from your malice and evil. The light condensed and launched towards Elsa, who was too shocked to even move. Boom. The entire shack exploded, and the light of the moon fell on them. Preemies, Emilia, Felt, Subaru, and Felt seemed fine. Crack. Shatter. The sword in Reinhard's hand shattered and turned to dust. Reinhard, sorry, I asked too much of you. Just when Reinhard thought it was over. Bang. Elsa came out of the wreckage, completely fine. Next, she turned and ran to escape. She ran towards Emilia, who had barely recovered her mana, and slashed. Reinhard, watch out. Subaru sprang into action this time. He pushed Emilia away and took the blow. Slash. Splurt. Thud. His bowels got cut and he fell on the ground bleeding profusely. Elsa, tch, clicking her tongue, Elsa jumped and hit herself in the shadow. Reinhard sighed and looked at Subaru, who was being healed by Emilia. Then he came over. Preemies, good job. Reinhard, thank you. Though, I think you could have handled it without me. Preemies, true. However, I want you to display your power. With this, it's proved that you can keep other party safe. Reinhard, did what you tell me before true? Instead of answering, Preemies turned and called Felt. Preemies, Felt, come here. Felt, huh? Felt became confused and approached him. Reinhard looked at Felt before astonishment appeared on his face. Reinhard, it's really her. Felt, What do you mean? Felt showed a puzzled expression to Preemies. Preemies, you will know once you go with him. Felt, go with him. Sorry, I have no such intention. as Reinhard was thinking of taking her. Premies waved a hand at him. Premies, let me handle it. Reinhard looked at Premies before nodding his head. Turning his gaze at Felt, Premies spoke. Premies, Felt, tell me something. Don't you want to change your fate as a slum dweller? Don't you want to give a peace of mind to those people who look down on you? Don't you want to change this kingdom? Felt, I do. Premies, then such an opportunity is front of you now. Don't let it go, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Felt became silent and looked at Reinhard before turning to Premies again. Felt, are you sure I can get that chance by going with him? Premies, I guarantee it. Felt, okay. Reinhard smiled hearing this and grabbed Felt's arm. Felt didn't resist but still turned to Premies one last time. Felt, will we meet again? Premies, yes. Felt, A smile appeared on her face as Reinhard took her with him before giving a wave to Premies. He also took Old Man Room with him. Premies looked at their disappearing figure before raising his head and looking at the moon. Premies, with this, the first arc came to an end. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 276, Volume 4, Chapter 17, Roswell's Mansion. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Premies, here. By the time Emilia was doing healing Subaru, Premies approached her and gave her the insignia which he took from the felt. Seeing this, a smile appeared on her face. Emilia, thank you. This pendant is very important to me. Premies, I know. And thanks for saving Subaru. Emilia, even though I don't like how he called me before, I am still thankful that he was ready to sacrifice his life to save me. Premies, Well, that's the kind of person he is. He is always ready to sacrifice himself for others. Emilia, aren't you the same? Premies, I am not. As long as the people I care about are safe, rest doesn't matter to me. Emilia, that. Premies, don't try to throw your ideals at me. Said Premies while looking at Emilia with cold eyes. Witnessing them, Emilia started to shudder. Premies, listen to this Emilia, I can tell that you are a selfless person who cares about other people's well-being. But not all people are like you. No, people like you are extremely rare. Because for most people, living happily with their family and loved ones is enough. If they started to worry about others before their own family, then it won't be long before that small happiness they sensed within their family members fades, leaving them with nothing but regret for the rest of their lives. Emilia lowered her head to not meet Premies' eyes. Premies looked down on her for some time before moving and picking up Subaru. He then gave one last glance to Emilia, who was still looking down before turning and walking away. Emilia, who heard Premies' steps which were going further and further away, raised her head. Emilia, wait. She shouted and ran up to him. Premies gave her a side glance and asked. Premies, what do you want now? Emilia, I am sorry about what I said before. Please let me show some gratitude for saving me. Premies, no need. Replied Premies before continuing walking. Emilia, on seeing his action, hurriedly rushed forward and stood in front of him, blocking his path. Emilia, please. Give me a chance to express my gratitude. Said Emilia while bowing a little. This was the best she could do right now. If Premies still insisted on leaving, then she would have no choice but to give up. Premies kept on looking at her. From her eyes and voices, it felt more like she was pleading with him. Premies, in the end, her mind is still that of a 10-year-old girl. Making her feel guilty for using the wrong words along with pressure that she was still alive because of us. Forced her to show her gratitude even if she had to lower herself. Premies, exactly what I wanted. Giving a fake sigh, Premies asked. Premies, go on. Raising her head, a smile appeared on her face when she saw how Premies was no longer looking at her with cold eyes and was ready to accept her thanks. Emilia, since it's almost midnight, my carriage is waiting for me at the gate of Lagunica to take me back home. I want to invite you both there as guests. Premies, fine. Raising his head, Premies looked at the stars shining brightly in this dark night sky. Premies, I really miss the sky I saw in Danmachi world. Compared to this world, it was like a shower of stars there. Lowering his gaze, he looked at Emilia, who was standing some distance away in front of a carriage while waiting for him. Carrying Subaru on his shoulder, Premies approached her. Creak. Once reaching, Emilia opened the door for him. Without giving it much thought, Premies entered. Emilia also entered after him and closed the door behind her. Premies laid Subaru on one seat and sat on the other seat across from him. As for Emilia, she sat beside Premies since she didn't want to disturb Subaru. Another reason was because Emilia didn't have good impression of Subaru after he called her by witch's name in front of the whole crowd. If not because of preemies, then at most Emilia would have leave Subaru on an inn while leaving some few hundred sacred gold coins behind as a gratitude. That much money would have been more than enough for Subaru to buy a house and live the rest of his life in the 3rd district without much problem. So, you can say that the only one Emilia wished to invite as a guest was preemies. The carriage started moving. It was quiet in the carriage as preemies was looking outside from the window. Emilia, who was sitting at his side, didn't like this awkward silence. So, she decided to break the silence. Emilia, our Rigla, how are you feeling? Although it seemed like why you didn't sustain any injury, are you really fine? Hearing the stuttering in Emilia's voice, it was not hard to guess that there was still a lingering fear in her mind remembering Preemie's cold eyes. Still, she gathered her courage to talk to him. Preemies remained silent. As it was becoming more and more awkward, Preemies gave a sigh and opened his mouth. Preemies, I am fine. The one who got hurt was Subaru and you already healed him. So, everything's fine. Emilia, I see. Replied Emilia before giving a glance at Subaru who was sleeping in front of them. Preemies, before worrying about others, you should worry about yourself. Emilia, huh? Preemies, you have already used up your mana to the limit. Right now, you are just forcing yourself to stay awake. A surprised expression appeared on her face before she showed a weak smile. Emilia, I really can't hide anything from you. Preemies. Instead of replying, Preemies used his hand and put it on her head. Then he spoke in an extremely soft voice. Preemies, rest. You have done well. Emilia became shocked hearing his tone. She never thought Preemies could show such gentleness. Emilia, I prefer this voice than his cold one. As a result, Emilia's body relaxed, and all the fatigue came rushing in. Her eyes became heavy as she tried her hardest to fight against it. Though all the resistance disappeared when Preemies put her head on his shoulder. Preemies, rest. Emilia. ZZ. Finally, she fell asleep leaning on his shoulder. Preemies then turned his head and started looking outside again while deep in thought. As expected. Looks like Preemies doesn't realize that he got attracted to pure-hearted people. Like how he got attracted to Ophis. Maybe while in this world, Emilia could become some sort of limiter that could prevent him from becoming colder. After traveling for some time, finally a huge mansion came into sight. The name of the mansion was Roswell's Mansion. The mansion was a giant white house with 5 watchtowers, with the 5th one being the center one, a giant garden and a black roof. It was surrounded by the Cremaldi forest and had a basement that had an almost as big surface as the mansion itself. Creak. The huge gate of the mansion opened as the carriage drove inside. After driving for another minute, it stopped at the entrance of the manor. Preemies moved one of his hands behind the shoulder of sleeping Emilia and another under her knees before picking her up in a princess style. Once he did, the driver opened the door. Click. Walking down the carriage, Preemies looked in front. There at the entrance of the carriage stood 2 maids. The one on the left had medium-length light pink hair that covered her left eye, large darkish red eyes, and young features. She also had hair clips towards right side of her hair, flower-shaped ribbon on the same side of her hair, and a maid hairband. The one on the right was almost identical to the previous one. The only difference was her sky blue hair and eyes along with ribbon color. Then the pink-haired one bowed a little and introduced herself. Pink-haired, greetings. My name is Ram. Next, she pointed her hand towards the blue-haired one. The blue-haired one bowed at this. Ram, she is my sister Remington. We are the main servants of this manor. We heard that you are an honored guest of Our Lady Emilia. We welcome you. Rem, welcome. They both bowed one more time, this time in sync. Preemies gave them a nod and turned to Ram. Preemies, my companion is sleeping inside after being healed by Emilia. So, take him to one of the vacant rooms. Ram, sure. Then Preemies turned to Remington. Preemies, I don't want to wake Emilia since she has pushed herself too much today. So, guide me towards her room. Rem, okay. Ram, my sister will take you to your room once you finish putting Lady Emilia in her room. Preemies gave one last nod before following Rem inside. While Ram entered the carriage to pick Subaru. Upon entering the mansion, one can see that mansion retained its great elegance. There were 2 pillars with a pair of lamps each. In addition to having high-class designs, there were lights near each door, as well as vases with flowers. On the road there are 2 routes to the sides, right and left, and stairs to go up to the next floor. Step. Step. Step by step Preemies followed Rem to the next floor. While they were walking down the hallway, Emilia woke up a little. She opened her tired eyes and saw face close. At first, she was confused, then she realized that she was being carried by him. Her cheeks became red. Just as she wanted to say that he could let her go, Premies lowered his head and looked at her. Premies, no need to force yourself to wake up. Just return to your sleep. Saying this, Premies sent a bit of his zenith inside her body. Her eyes became tired, and she fell asleep again. Though this time, she unconscious moved her body a little to find a more comfortable position. Emilia, ZZ. Rem, who was walking in front, glanced back at them. Rem, looks like Lady Emilia trusts her a lot. Otherwise, she won't have removed her guard in front of you. Premies, who knows? Understanding that Premies didn't want to talk about it, Rem looked in front and continued walking. Soon, they reached a room where Rem stopped and opened the door. Click. Rem, this is Lady Emilia room. You can put her on the bed. Hearing this, Premies entered the room. He walked towards her bed and laid Emilia gently on it. After tucking her in the bed, he turned and was about to leave when someone appeared. Rem respectably bowed at him as the person stood at the entrance of Emilia's room. He was rather tall and standing at 186 centimeters or 6 feet 1 inch. He was just 1 inch lower than Premies. His well-toned body was slender and appeared delicate despite its impressive musculature. His very handsome face was ghastly pale, which gave him the impression of a classic pretty boy. However, his physical beauty was somewhat concealed by his peculiar makeup and get-up. His straight indigo hair was long enough to cover his whole back and was tucked behind his ear on the left side of his head. His face was decorated with a light lavender powder, purple lipstick, and purple eyeshadow that was adorned on his right eyelid. His yellow left eye was also bedecked with eyeshadow that was more elaborate than the right's eyeshadow and covered the whole area around the eye rather than just the eyelid, and accompanies his outfit comparable to those similar to a clown or jester, consisting of a black hat, a top and bottom with different shades of purple, along with red and black boots and a cape. He also had a chain surrounding his right ankle. Clown, so, you are Rigla. Premies, yes. I am Roswell L. Matherses, the lord of this land. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 277, Volume 4, Chapter 18, Future Planning. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Premies, I see. Never heard of you before. Roswell. Rem. Both Roswell and Rem became dumbfounded hearing this. Roswell soon returned to himself and replied while smiling. Roswell, well, it can't be help. Not everyone knows this about my me. Rem, why you really don't know about Master Roswell? Premies, I don't. And I am sure Subaru doesn't know about him either. Rem, Master Roswell is the pillar for fire, earth, and water magic. Premies, oh. Good for him. Roswell. Rem. Ha. I am sure they must be thinking whether you are complimenting him or mocking him. Premies, do you think I even gave a damn about it? Correct. You don't. Premies, anyway, I am tired and want to rest. Roswell, oh right. I forgot about it. Let's talk in the morning. Saying this, Roswell turned and left. Next, Premies followed Rem to his room. When he reached the room allocated to him, the door of the room next to it opened and Ram came out. She turned towards their direction and bowed. Ram, your champion is resting in this room. Premies gave a nod to her before entering his own room while Rem stayed outside. Rem, if sir need anything, please call us. Premies, okay. Click. Closing the door, Premies walked towards the window of the room. KCH. He moved the curtains to the side as the moonlight entered inside. Next, Premies moved a round table and chair that was in the room right under the window. Next, he placed his gun blade on the table before sitting on the chair. Since he was not tired, there was no need for sleep. 30 minutes later. Premies, who was looking outside of the window, suddenly opened his mouth. Premies, you are back. QB, I am. QB appeared out of thin air and laid on the table as if resting. Moving his gaze at this small cat-like creature, Premies asked. Premies, so, how did it go? QB, just like you said. Other 3 candidates don't think of this half-elf. Premies, Emilia. QB, all right, Emilia. They don't think of her as a threat. That human, Priscilla Bariel, even looked down on her, and if opportunity arises, she won't let it go to humiliate or lower Emilia's position in other people's eyes. Premies, can't say I am surprised. I expected that much. Premies, when I meet that spoiled brat in near future, I will make sure to teach her a lesson. Premies, next. QB, Anastasia Hashin. Though she doesn't have the intention of humiliating Emilia, she also doesn't think of her as a threat. Premies, Anastasia, huh? Well, she is not that big of a problem. I have a way so that she will come under me. Premies, last one. QB, crush Karsten. It's true that she also doesn't think of Emilia as a threat. But unlike the other two, she respects her for being chosen by Dragon Insignia. Premies, crush is someone I want under me no matter what. Her leadership qualities are something I can't let go of like this. She will be fine general to lead the army. Premies, good. QB, By the way, I don't understand why you want to help this half-elf, I mean, Emilia. I know you want to create your own army, but do you really think she is worth it? Premies, you will know. That's all Premies replied with. He had no intention of explaining. Premies, as a main heroine, Emilia's has a lot of potential. Just like Ace and Akame. If I train her, then she will become a force to be reckoned with. QB, oh. One more thing. I came across an interesting person while I was doing what you told me. Premies, someone you find interesting can't be simple. QB, that's true. Premies, so, what about it? QB, this person will be a huge boost for your army. Premies, and QB, you must put a leash on him, otherwise, he will go and do his own thing. Premies, just like I put the leash on you in your race. QB, exactly. Premies. Premies, in that case, there is only one person who meet all the criteria. Premies, I will meet him before going to the next world. QB, sure. Time went by as kept on having conversations with each other. In case some heard what their talk, then they would scare out of their wits. Because their conversations were not as simple as people or different worlds, but ones at multiverse level. Morning came. Light from the sun entered the room through the window. Knock. Knock. At this time, Premies heard the knock on the door. QB had already closed its eyes and had fallen asleep on the table. Premies didn't mind because as long as QB didn't want, no one could see him except him. The reason why Xingming, Ace, and Molters could see it was because it let them too. As for Ophis, there's no way it could hide from her. Premies, come in. Click. The door opened and Rem could be seen standing outside. She showed a surprised expression before bowing a little. Rem, I am sorry. Since it was a tiring yesterday, I didn't expect Sir Rigla would wake up this early. Premies, don't worry about it. So, what is it? Rem, I just want to tell Sir Rigla that breakfast will be ready in an hour. Premies, I will be there. You can leave. After bowing one last time, Rem closed the door and left. Click. Moving his gaze at the sleeping QB, Premies thought. Premies, Shalebi or Molters will wake up soon. Maybe in an hour or two. Next, he leaned back on his chair. Premies, those invaders who want to catch Shalebi will be coming to this world too. Of course, they will. There is no way they will let go of a Pokemon who has power over time. At this time, the corner of Premies' his lips raised a little. Premies, I really can't wait. Since they will surely bring a legendary Pokemon with them in order to capture Shalebi. That's a foregone conclusion. But the question is which one? Premies, we will know once they will come. That's true. Premies, Suddenly, Premies sensed something. He got up from his chair and left the room. Moving his gaze to the left, he walked for a few steps and opened the door of the next room. Click. Just after entering, he saw Subaru lying on the ground completely unconscious. He crouched down and carried Subaru on his shoulder like a rice sack before leaving the room. Completely ignoring the rows of books on the shelves. Completely ignoring the artificial spirit who was looking attentively at him. He just opened the door and was about to left when, wait. Stopping, he glanced at the one who seemed like a lovely young girl around the age of 11 or 12. Her large eyes were sky blue in color with pink butterfly patterns in them. Her pale cream blonde hair that was worn long and tied into frilly vertical drill-shaped twin tails that could act like a spring in case some pulled them. She was an artificial spirit created by the Witch of Greed 400 years ago. Great Spirit of the Forbidden Library, Beatrice. Beatrice, don't you know it's rude to ignore? However, she stopped when Premies moved his lips as if saying something. Even though he didn't utter a single word, Beatrice still read his lips. As a result, her eyes opened wide in shock. Then ignoring her shocked expression, Premies turned and walked out of the library while closing the door behind him. Click. Next, Premies entered Subaru's room, put him on the bed before returning to his own room again. An hour later. Subaru, WOAH. Premies, who was resting on his chair, heard Subaru shout and opened his eyes. Looks like the protagonist wake up. Letting out a sigh, Premies got up again and left his room. As he was going towards Subaru's room, he saw Emilia walking there as well. When she saw Premies, a beautiful smile appeared on her face as she hurriedly approached him. Emilia, good morning, Rigla. Looking at her enthusiasm, anyone can tell she was very happy to see him. Premies gave her a nod before speaking. Premies, you too, you seemed refreshed. Emilia, Amen. I had a very good sleep last night. Because of that, not only my physical and mental fatigue are gone, but my mana has also recovered completely. Premies, good to hear that. So, why are you here? Emilia, well, I came to check on you, I mean both you and Subaru. Girl, you are bad at lying. Your words clearly indicated that you only came to check on Premies. You had completely forgotten about Subaru. Premies, I see. I also came to check on him after hearing his scream. Then Premies turned and opened the door of Subaru's room. Click. Once they both went in, they saw how Ram and Rem were teasing Subaru, who was spouting nonsense of having lowly maids. Hearing the door opening, he turned to them and was surprised to see Premies and Emilia. Stopping whatever weird things he was saying, he greeted them. Subaru, Yo, Rigla, and Emilia Tan. It's great to see you both. Emilia Tan. Subaru, it's just a nickname. Don't give it much thought. Emilia, oh, okay. At this moment, Ram and Rem approached them and spoke while pointing at Subaru. Ram, this vileman was looking at me and my sister with perverted eyes. Rem, are you sure he is your companion, Sir Rigla? Compared to you, he is very loud and spoke like a pervert. Puffed, ha 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 ha. It's funny to compare Premies with someone like Subaru. The difference between them is that of someone standing on the highest high against some at lowest low. Ram also nodded, agreeing with her sister's words. Emilia became shocked as Subaru tried to deny it. Once everything settled down, Emilia spoke. Emilia, in any case, I have come to take you both to the dining room for breakfast. Premies, you three go first. I want to talk Subaru about something. Emilia, but do you know where it is? Premies, you're right, we don't. Ram, can you wait for us outside until our talk is done? Ram, Okay. Premies, alright, Ram will guide us there once we are done. Emilia and Rem go first. Emilia opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but seeing how Premies had moved his gaze away from her, she could only let out a disappointed sigh before leaving with Ram and Remington. Click. Once the door was closed, Subaru showed a confused expression and spoke. Subaru, why didn't we go with them? Premies, let's talk about our situation for now. Subaru, oh. You're right, Rigla. Premies then explained to Subaru about the candidate elections and why Emilia wanted her insignia at all costs. Subaru became shocked hearing Emilia was one of the 5 candidates who will fight for the crown of Kingdom of Longnika. Premies, so, it's a golden opportunity for you. If you stay on the good side of her and serve her, then when she becomes the ruler of the country, you will be given title and riches to live the rest of your life comfortably. Subaru, it sounds too good to be true. Premies, just like you said, it sounds. Making Emilia a ruler is not going to be easy. There is other 4 candidates too. They might have more experience and resources than Emilia. So be ready, you must give your best too if you want Emilia to be the final winner. Subaru, of course, I will for my angel. Premies, there's more. Even if Emilia does become the ruler, what makes you think it will be over? There will surely be many attempts of assassination by those who don't like her. So be prepared. Subaru became silent. He started to remember the terrible and bloody events that he went through in previous loops. He still shuddered remembering them and unconsciously touched his stomach. Taking a gulp, he spoke after gathering some courage. Subaru, I am sure, we can do this. It's F for Emilia Tan after all. Premies, good. Now let's go. Subaru, by the way, I must say. Rigla, you don't appear to be 19 years old. You are more mature. Premies, maybe because I experienced a bit more than you. Yeah, right. A bit. Premies ignored Twilight's sarcastic words as Subaru continued. Subaru, no. 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 There's must be more. Premies, it serves no meaning. Subaru, since we are friends and going to survive in this world, we need to know about each other. Premies didn't reply. He just turned and walked towards the door. Subaru, oi, Rigla. However, Premies interrupted Subaru while glancing at him. Premies, change your clothes and come fast. Otherwise, don't blame me for eating your portion of breakfast too. Subaru. Subaru also became silent. Then a shout resounded in the whole mansion. Subaru, don't you dare. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 278, Volume 4, Chapter 19, Contract. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Click. Closing the door behind, Premies was greeted by Ram, who was standing outside while waiting for them. Though she was not the only one. There was one more person waiting outside. Premies, I told you to go ahead. Emilia, I want to wait. Emilia was also there waiting with Ram. Hearing her response, Premies gave a sigh and shook his head. Premies, anyway. Let's wait for a minute till Subaru is done changing, then we will leave. Emilia, sir. However, Ram interrupted Emilia. Ram, why don't Sir Rigla and Lady Emilia go together first? I will wait here till Subaru is done and will guide him to the dining room. Before Premies could reply, Emilia spoke. Emilia, okay. Then we will leave Subaru to you. She hurriedly agreed with Ram and turned to Premies with a smile. Emilia, let's go, Rigla. Others must be waiting. Premies, fine. Replied Premies before Emilia took him towards the dining room. While on the way, Emilia kept on talking about different things. Premies only nodded while listening to her. At first, Emilia was afraid of Premies when she saw his cold eyes in their first meeting. But after last night, she realized that Premies wasn't cold. He was a gentle person as long as one didn't cross his line. After walking for some time, they arrived at the dining room. In the middle of the room, there was a large table covered with a white tablecloth. On each side of the table, there were several chairs. There were lights placed on the table even when sunlight was entering inside the room. The walls were green and had white spaces. Behind the master chair, there was a huge painting. The figure in the painting was a relative of the Roswell family. Currently, there was only one person in the room. That was of course the lord of this place, Roswell L. Mathers. Roswell was currently sitting on the master chair. He turned towards them and spoke. Roswell, good morning, Rigla. Have you slept well, L? Premies nodded in response. Premies, morning, to you too. And yes, I slept well. Roswell, good to hear that. Premies approached the table and took one chair. Emilia also took one beside him. Once they were done, Rem entered the room with a plate in each hand. After placing them on the table, she left to get more. At this time, another person entered the room. Emilia was surprised to see that person. The person walked towards them and took another seat beside Premies. Roswell, it's been a long while since you came to eat with us, Miss Beatrice. Beatrice, Betty was hungry today. So, Betty decided to join. Emilia, good morning, Miss Beatrice. Beatrice, Good morning, Emilia. At this time, Subaru entered the room. Since this was the first time meeting with Roswell, they both introduced themselves. Though he became embarrassed to greet Beatrice after the punishment she gave him, but to not lower himself in Emilia's eyes he greeted her too. Next, Ram and Ram entered together with the remaining plates. Once they placed them on the table, they stood behind Roswell like how a maid should. Breakfast started. Subaru, Roswell, and Emilia were ones talking while others remained silent. Beatrice on many occasions was stealing glances at Premies who ignored her. Subaru started remarking how good the food was. In return, Ram and Rem bowed. Once they were done, Subaru got up from his seat and looked at Emilia. Subaru, Emilia Tan. Emilia, yes, Subaru. Subaru, I would like to repay you guys in some way. You did heal me after all. He seemed quite happy in saying that. Though Emilia didn't agree. Emilia, no. I couldn't possibly ask you for something. After all, you are a guest. Subaru became silent and started pondering about something. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he thought of something. Subaru, I know. I could work as a butler to help around the manor. Emilia, you don't have to force yourself. Subaru, it's all right. It's all right. What do you think, Roswell? Roswell, I think this will do. We have so many spare suits upstairs. Rem can guide you towards them. Subaru, that's great. Hey, Rigla. Let's do it together. On the contrary, Premies just shook his head. Premies, sorry, Subaru. I can't join. I have some matters to attend to. So, we will be parting our ways here. Subaru, huh? Parting our ways here. Hey, you don't mean you are. Bang. Though before Subaru could continue, Emilia abruptly stood up from her seat as the chair fell behind with a bang. She ignored it and put her entire attention on Premies. Emilia, you are leaving. Everyone in the room except Premies was shocked to witness Emilia's reaction. That was not all, there was one thing that others didn't notice. The moment Premies said he would be leaving, Beatrice, who was standing at his side, held the corner of his jacket. Premies, I am. Emilia, why? You just came last night. At least let me show some gratitude. Premies, you have already shown enough gratitude by letting us stay here last night, healing Subaru, and agreeing with him working here. Emilia, but that's... Premies, it was enough. Emilia. Saying this, Premies moved his hand towards Beatrice's hand which was holding his jacket to remove it when... Shine. A purple light started to shine the moment his hand touched Beatrice's. Then a huge pillar of purple light rose high in the sky. It was so bright that even the people in the village nearby could also see that. Ding. 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 A new feature, Spirits, has been added. First spirit has been registered. Ding. Ding. Personal profile, new. 2. Store/shop. 3. Inventory. 4. Pocket worlds. V. Members. 6. Worlds travel. 7. Abyss trial 2. Personal profile. Template 1, the Black Swordsman. Template 2, Planar Lord. Side skills. Incantation symbols. Beast companions. Spirits, new. Awakenings. Spirits. Great Spirit of the Forbidden Library, Beatrice. Premies narrowed his eyes witnessing this. Premies, no. I didn't initiate any contract with Beatrice. Neither did she. In the first place, both parties must agree to make one. Then why? Suddenly, Premies sensed something and looked inside himself. There he saw that his darkness incantation symbol was releasing a lot of power and some of them were even being given to Beatrice. Premies, so, that's how it is. It was my darkness incantation symbol that started the contract. Now that I think about it, Beatrice is very good at using shadow magic. Shadow is a part of darkness. Since darkness incantation symbol initiate the contract on its own, this means she could be beneficial to me. Looking at Beatrice who was standing in the middle of purple pillar with him, everyone in the room was looking at them with dumbfounded expressions. A minute later, the pillar disappeared and Premies spoke. Premies, I guess I will also be living in the manor for some time. Though most of the time, I will be in the library with Beatrice. Is it fine with you, Roswell? Everyone snapped out of their thoughts as Roswell spoke. Roswell, it will be Akk. And one Marie thing. Congratulations on making contract with Hi Beatrice. Ram, congratulations. Rem, congratulations. Ram and Rem also congratulated both. Emilia, congratulations Rigla. Congratulations Miss Beatrice. Premies nodded while Beatrice lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. Beatrice, thank you. Congratulations, Betty. Suddenly, a spirit manifested in front of Emilia. The spirit was 9 centimeters tall and was small enough to fit in the palm of a person's hand. Its resemblance was that of a house cat. The light gray and white fur that coated his entire body was well-groomed and very soft. His eyes were bright aqua blue, and his pink nose was another trait that separates him from a house cat. His tail was abnormally long to the point that it was the length of his body, and his ears were floppy. On his left ear, he was wearing a single golden hoop earring that made his ear drop down. He was the contracted spirit of Emilia. Another artificial spirit created by the Witch of Greed. The current, Great Spirit of Fire, also, Beast of the End. Puck. Puck flew towards Beatrice and started patting her head. Puck, you wait is finally over, Betty. Beatrice, you Thank you, Pucky. Puck descended a little started wiping the little tears that had formed in Beatrice's eyes. Once Beatrice calmed down, Puck turned his attention to Premies. Puck, please take care of Betty. Premies, I will. Smiling, he continued. Puck, I also want to thank you for helping Leah. Premies, amen. At this time, a shout resounded in the room. Subaru, men. Seriously. Everyone turned their attention towards the shouting Subaru. Emilia, Subaru, what happened? Realizing that everyone was looking at him, Subaru cleared his throat and spoke. Subaru, ahem. I am sorry. I was just shocked that my friend was able to contract another spirit. Another spirit. Emilia, Rigla, do you have another spirit too? Premies, yes. Premies, it's about time. Premies, Shalebi. Space wrapped in the greenish Pokemon with large baby blue eyes came out. Everyone looked at it. Shalebi also looked at everyone and blinked its eyes cutely. Emilia, how cute. Emilia already got attracted to it and extended her hands towards it. Shalebi looked at Emilia for a second before approaching her. As a nature spirit, it could tell that Emilia was a pure-hearted girl. Puck, a nature spirit. Huh. Roswell, how rare. They both complimented, however, there was a hint of seriousness in their eyes. Puck and Roswell, strong. Roswell, this is the first time I have seen this powerful nature spirit. Puck, how unexpected. This man Rigla is really something to be able to not only able contract such a strong nature spirit but even Betty too. Puck then glanced at Beatrice who was staring intently at Shalebi. Puck, I am afraid this spirit is even stronger than Betty herself. And she must have realized it too. Just like Puck said, through her connection Beatrice can tell that Shalebi was even stronger than her. This made her clench her fists in frustration. She had been waiting for her, that person, for hundreds of years. Now, she found it but only to realize there was someone who could contribute more than her. As if sensing her frustration, Premies put his hand on her head and started patting her. Beatrice raised her head and looked at Premies in surprise. Premies, it's okay. You will become strong too. Hearing his gentle voice, Beatrice nodded as the frustration building inside her decreased a lot. She then held Premies' hand once he removed it. Premies didn't mind as his mind was occupied with other things. Premies, Shalebi has really become stronger. Before all its stats were at 3,500. But now. Name, Shalebi. Status, healthy. Type, psychic/grass. Gender, genderless. Trainer, Premies Rigla. Dash, stats, updated. Dash, abilities. Dash, moves. Stats. Attack, 4. Defense, 4. Special attack, 4. Special defense, 4. Speed, 4. From level 4 to level 5. Huh. Not bad, isn't it? Premies, yes. Well, you will be even more surprised when you will see how strong Moltres has become. Hearing this, Premies gave some commands in his mind and look at Moltres' strength. Witnessing that, he couldn't help but raise one of his brows. Premies, it has really become stronger. Emilia, Rigla. Turning his attention to Emilia, Premies asked. Premies, what is it, Emilia? Emilia, is it okay if I play with your contracted Spyri? Premies, Shalebi. Emilia, oh. Sorry about that. Premies, Emilia, so, can I play with Shalebi? Premies, go on. It seems Shalebi also likes you. Emilia, really? Premies, yes. What do you say, Shalebi? Shalebi, bye. Premies, looks like it also wants to play with you. Emilia smiled hearing this. Premies then moved his gaze at Beatrice. Premies, let's go to the library. Beatrice, Premies, oh, one more thing. Roswell. Beatrice, What is it, Rigla? Premies, if you don't mind, I want Rem to be on standby near us. So that if I need something, she will be present. Roswell, it's Ak. Ram will handle Subaru's butler training gig. Nodding his head, Premies turned and left the dining room with Beatrice. Once he was gone, Emilia also left the dining room. Emilia, let's play in the garden, Shalebi. Shalebi, bye. Because Emilia was only thinking about playing with Shalebi, she forgot about her own spirit. Puck, who was looking at Shalebi with jealousy, hurriedly followed Emilia. Puck, Leah. Wait for me. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 279, Volume 4, Chapter 20, Apostles. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Clattering of people's movements could be heard. There were many people who were walking around while chatting with each other. But Premies didn't know what they were talking about. In the first, they were just the silhouettes of people. Premies' astral body was just drifting here and there without him being in any control. He even himself didn't know how and why he came here. However, with his knowledge he had a theory. Premies, this is just like the first magic of Nasuverse. Denial of nothingness. As accepted from your excellency. You catch on to it quickly. Premies raised one of his brows at this unfamiliar voice. The voice was neither of man nor woman, which Premies could tell just by hearing this. He turned his gaze around but didn't see anyone. As his astral body was just drifting off in this place. Premies then recalled that the voice didn't come from a specific direction but from all around. Realizing whose voice it was, Premies spoke. Premies, are you the will of this world? Yes. It's a pleasure to meet your excellency. Premies, I see. Saying this, Premies looked down and saw the entire structure of the world with its inhabitants. When Premies activated his Zenith vision, this whole world appeared inside his head. However, this time, he was inside that very world. Premies, this is not a mere denial of nothingness. It's on a higher level. You are right, Your Excellency. It's called denial and acceptance of the plane. One of the things which is a must to become planar lord. Premies. Continue. Yes, Your Excellency. This not only makes you denied by the world but also lets you dive deeper in world. Premies, in the first second, you are front of everyone. Everyone can see you and know who you are. But in the next second, no one could see you. Let alone that, they even forget who you are in the first place. Like you never existed. Yes. That is called denial and acceptance of the plane. One of the requirements to become planar lord. If someone goes to the world of a planar lord and asked about him or her, then they will realize no one knows who it is. No matter how much one tries to ask or find, they will fail. Always. Premies, not if planar lord purposely let someone to not forget about him or her. Exactly right, Your Excellency. Once someone becomes the planar lord, they basically obtain some sort of immortality. They will keep on living as long as their world stands. Premies, they can even walk among the other inhabitants, but they will never know who you are. Correct again. It appears that Your Excellency has learnt about it just at the beginning. Premies, so that's how it is. Yes. Premies, now tell me the reason why you contacted me. My zenith hasn't reached the point where I can contact the will of the world. Even if I have learnt denial and acceptance of the plane, it's still not enough for the will to contact me. You're right, Your Excellency. I called you because I want to warn you about something. Premies, warn me, yes. A very powerful enemy will soon be coming my world. They are after you. Premies, after me. Huh. Premies, could it me, that existence? Premies, do you know why they are after me? They are after your zenith. They want to know how you get it. Premies, so that's how it is. Premies, if that's the case then it's not that existence. Premies, let's see. Since I don't exist in any time axis, the reason that enemy is coming is because they use some sort of treasure or artifact or forbidden magic to find a person who can use zenith. That's how they pinpoint my location. That appears to be the case, Your Excellency. Premies, can you tell me who he or she or they are? I can't. Because I don't know myself. When I tried to check, some sort of divine power stopped me. Premies, divine power strong enough to stop even the will of the world, I see. Looks like a real god, i.e., third-level existence is also involved in it. But since third-level existence far surpassed planar lord, this means that God want the people under him to get zenith. Premies, so, you can't tell me anything. I can. When I tried to check the enemy, a name came. Apostles. Premies, apostles. Huh. Premies narrowed his eyes hearing this. Premies, I will see what I can do. Thank you, Your Excellency. Premies, now, why don't you let others come out? Premies, do you really think I can't tell there are other presences here? Premies, next time, you all try to hide, make sure to keep your power at equal scale. I can sense other presences. Some have less power, some have a little more, some have the same as you, some have even higher than you and so on. Stop wasting time and come out. As if answering to Premies, countless colorful lights started shining in all directions. Shine. 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 Next, all spoke together. All, forgive us for our offense, Your Excellency. Premies, are you all the wills of the different worlds of this group? All, yes, Your Excellency. Premies, it's impossible for the will to leave their world, this means all of them join to form some sort of connection. Premies, there must be some problem. Since every single will is here. Yes, Your Excellency. We need your help. Premies, go on. What is it? Your Excellency took some inhabitants from our worlds. Premies, yes. Premies, they must be talking about Qingming, Ace, Ling Qingzhu, and Ing Huan. We can forget about Ophis since she was a Wachter, oh. I also have Beatrice now. Does Your Excellency plan to get even more? Premies, yes. Then we need your help. Your Excellency, if it was just one person then it won't be the issue. But once Your Excellency took someone, that person disappeared from all the parallel realities. As a result, all those parallel worlds are suffering from it. Because the people who Your Excellency took have a major role in their world. Premies, I see. So, you want me to return them and not take anyone else? No, Your Excellency. That's not what it is. It's an honor for them to be chosen by you. What we want is the solution for our problem, a way that even if Your Excellency took some people, it won't affect our world. Premies, a solution that benefits both parties. Premies went deep into his thoughts and started thinking of a solution. All the wills also became silent to not disturb him. Finally, after a minute, Premies thought of something. Premies, I have a solution. The people I took, the will of that world, must have known what kind of person that was. You can also check the memories of the people who know that person to get even more details. Use all of this and create their clone. All clone. Preemies, yes. The clone person not only has his own will, but they will also have the memories of the original before they vanished, their feelings, potential, power, and their everything. In other words, they will be exact copy of their original but with a tag that they are clone. But no one, not even them, will know about it. As a result, everything will automatically sort out. Preemies, All, thank you for the solutions, Your Excellency. Preemies, Amen. If that's all, then I must return. I have my own things to do. Yes, Your Excellency. Thank you and sorry for taking your time. Preemies, Nodded Preemies before closing his eyes. Please be careful of apostles, Your Excellency. The Forbidden Library was a massive library built by the Witch of Greed with the purpose of housing her vast knowledge converted into magical books. Sometime before the witch's demise, she installed Beatrice as the library's keeper, until the arrival of that person. The Forbidden Library is the most knowledgeable place in Lagunica. Appearance-wise, it's a huge two-story space with a spiral stair in the center of the room. The second floor consisted of a large balcony which is filled to the brim with bookshelves. Despite it being accessible through any of Roswell's Manor's doors, the library itself isn't inherently part of the mansion, as it existed in a separate dimension that can be accessed through the teleportation mechanic called door crossing. Furthermore, before her demise, Witch of Greed made a mechanism that would erase the knowledge from every book in the library, should Beatrice abandon her role as the Forbidden Library's librarian. This is done so people wouldn't kill Beatrice in order to get their hands on the infinite knowledge hidden in the Forbidden Library. At this time, Preemies opened his eyes. He was currently sitting on a chair on the balcony of the second floor of the Forbidden Library. His new contract spirit, Great Spirit of the Forbidden Library, Beatrice, was sitting on his lap while reading the book in her hand. Behind him stood Rem in case he needed something. Sighing, Preemies put a hand on Beatrice's head and started patting her. Sensing his action, Beatrice glanced back at him before returning her gaze back to the book in hand. Though if someone will look at her face, they will be able to see the smile that had formed on it. She really enjoyed it. Next, Preemies raised his head and looked at the sun that was shining brightly in the sky since it was still morning. Preemies, apostles. Huh. Apostles. Where do you hear that name? Preemies, just a minute ago, the will of the world contacted me. It said someone is coming to this world. And he or she will be after me. No. To be more specific, they will be after the way by which I gained Zenith. When it tried to check more details, it got obstructed. The only information it had was the name that appeared. Apostles. Preemies, I think I know what this apostles is. Preemies, you do. I have 90% certainty. Preemies, who or what is it? It's a guild. Preemies, guild. Yes. You remember the memories of the invaders that your empress extracted? Preemies, yes. Even though there wasn't much information since those invaders were just some sort of minions, they still have some rough information. One of them is the 5 strongest guild under that god. Preemies, so, you are saying apostles is one of that strongest guild? Yes. Preemies, I see. That's how it is. Since it is one of the strongest guild, they will for sure have gods. Indeed. Preemies then looked down from the balcony to the garden below. The garden was located on the outskirts of the mansion. It had several characteristics, such as that it was full of grass. Besides, there were also several paths where you could walk. On the sides you can also see small fields full of flowers. You can also see some large trees and other small trees, as well as bushes. There were also places to rest. At this time, Emilia was in the garden playing with Shalebi. Puck was also there and was looking at Shalebi with jealousy since Emilia was only playing with it. Though on several occasions, she glanced at Preemies' direction. Her attention was on Beatrice, who was receiving pat from Preemies. There was a trace of enviousness in her eyes. Not hard to guess that just like Puck, she was also jealous of Beatrice. Though things wouldn't have gotten worse if Beatrice had not shown a trumpet smile to Emilia. In the end, Emilia is still a little girl. She also wants attention. Preemies, I know. I am going down anyway. Preemies was about to get up and go down when. Ding. 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 Zenith stats has reached 3000. A new skill has been unlocked. Special skill, empowerment, is unlocked. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 280, Volume 4, Chapter 21, Peaceful Days. Equals when twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Special skill, empowerment. Force awakens yourself. You will be invincible during its duration. Plus 5% enhancement in overall stats per skills unlocked, and you will recover 2% zenith per second. Current enhancement, 30%. Cost, none. Raising one of his brows, Premies looked at his new unlocked skill. Premies, now that's a good skill. I have 6 active skills. So, plus 5% from all of them led to 30%. As more skills will unlock, the stronger empowerment will become. Premies, let's go down, Beatrice. I want to take a walk in the garden. Thud. Beatrice closed her book before nodding her head. She then got up from Premies' lap as he stood up before leaving the library while holding Premies' hand with Rem following behind. Walking down the hallway, they saw Subaru, who was going from one room to another as Rem was guiding him how to properly clean the room and set the couch. Rem greeted them before returning to the teaching. While Subaru, Yo, Rigla, and Beatrice. Going somewhere. Premies, just thinking of taking a walk outside. Subaru, taking a walk outside. Will Amelia-tan also be there? Since there's no point in hiding. Premies told the truth. Premies, yes, she will also be there. Subaru, can I join? Premies, I don't mind, but. Instead of continuing, Premies turned his face towards Ram. Subaru also turned to look at her. Ram, sorry, Subaru still has a lot to learn, so he can't join. Subaru, oh. Come on, Ram. At least give me a break. Hearing this, Ram's expressions changed to that of disdain. Raising one of his brows, Premies spoke. Premies, is he taking breaks between work? Ram, yes. He is taking one every 15 minutes. Premies. Beatrice. Rem. Let alone Premies, even Beatrice and Rem were now giving Subaru a blank look. Sighing, Premies pat on Subaru's shoulder. Premies, good luck with your work. Saying this, all three left, leaving Subaru and Ram behind. Subaru, at least lend a hand, man. Turning a deaf ear to Subaru's call, Premies, Beatrice, and Rem left the scene. On the way, they also met Roswell. Though they didn't initiate in any kind of conversation. They just greeted each other before heading their own way. Even though he didn't show it on his face, he is very pissed. Premies, I know. In this world, you can say he is the one who hate me the most and want to kill me. Ha. Not that surprising after what you did. First, you came to this mansion with Natsuki Subaru. According to the gospel he has, it should only be Subaru who would have come here, not you. Premies, yeah, I know. The moment I met him for the first time, his face twitched a little seeing an unexpected person like me. Even though he hurriedly hid it, that fraction of second was more than enough for me to catch it. Second is when Beatrice becomes your contracted spirit. According to his gospel. It should be Subaru who would have made contract with Beatrice, and that was also not now but few months later. Premies, it was unexpected even for me too. Whatever. Third is that you specifically asked Rem to be on standby for you and let Rem handle Subaru's butler training. It should be the other way around. Because of that, as Rem and Subaru would have worked together, Rem would start to have feelings for him. But because of yours intervened, that connection didn't establish. Premies, Subaru rejected Rem. In plot, she was even willing to leave everything behind if she could be with Subaru. Even her own sister. She was willing to dedicate everything for her love. Yet, Subaru directly rejects her. So, no point in talking about it. Asterisk I asterisk you're right about it. At this point, Premies glanced at the direction Roswell went. Premies, you said you are willing to sacrifice everything in order to achieve your goal, right, Roswell? Then rejoice. I will take everything from you. After walking for some more, they finally reached the garden. Though at this point, Amelia was done playing and was about to enter the mansion. Premies looked at Amelia and asked. Premies, are you done? In return, Amelia showed a sad smile and replied. Amelia, amen. I still have a lot of paperwork to do, so I am returning. Premies, Premies kept on looking at Amelia. Even if she tried to hide, he could tell that she was not sad about paperwork but because she can't spend time with him. So, he turned his attention to Beatrice. Premies, Beatrice, why don't you spend some time playing with Shalebi and Puck? In the meantime, I will lend a hand to Amelia in her paperwork. Amelia, huh? No. No. You don't need to, Rigla. I can handle it myself. Premies, it's fine. Right now, I have nothing to do anyway. Or is it that you don't want to spend time with me? Amelia, no, there is no such thing. I also want to spend some time with Rigla. Everyone in the garden became silent. Amelia finally realized what she said as her face turned red. Premies, then it's good. So, Beatrice. Puck, stop right there. Premies, Puck, I won't leave a pervert like you alone with Lia. Premies, pervert. Pfft. For real. Beatrice, that's rude, Pucky. Rigla is not pervert. Rem, amen. Sir Rigla is a good person. Emilia, amen. I shouldn't say that, Puck. Puck, no, means no. Stay away from Lia. Shrugging his shoulders, Premies replied. Premies, sure. If Emilia says to stay away, I will. Puck, of course, she will. Lia, you should. Emilia, Puck. Puck, Emilia, please play with Miss Beatrice. Rigla will lend a hand in my work. Puck, Lia, you can't. Emilia, please see. Emilia clasped her hands and looked at Puck with a smile. Though it was not hard to guess that she was basically saying to let her spend time with Rigla. Puck became silent at first before turning to Premies. Puck, if you do anything perverted to Lia, I won't forgive you. Premies, I have no intention of corrupting such a pure soul. Puck, humph. As long as you understand, let's play, Betty. Beatrice gave one last glance to Premies before letting go of his hand and walking towards Puck. Premies, Shalebi. Shalebi, bye. Showing a puzzled expression, Shalebi flew towards Premies. Premies put one of his hands in the pocket and took out something like a cupcake. Shalebi became happy seeing this. Premies, here. You must be hungry. Shalebi, bye yei. Shalebi took it in its hand and started eating it happily. Others also saw how happy Shalebi was while eating it. Emilia, Rigla is that cupcake. Premies, it may look like one, but it doesn't. It's called Poke Puff. Emilia, Poke Puff. Premies, MN, Shalebi only eats fruits and Poke Puff. It can't eat what we humans and others eat. Emilia, not even meat. Premies, yes, not even meat. Emilia, then it's just like elves. Most of them only eat the things that the forest gives them. Premies, yes, you can compare both. Emilia, but still, I have never heard of Poke Puff before. Premies, of course, you didn't. Because I am the one who made this for Shalebi with all the things it loved eating. Not only is it very nutritional for Shalebi, but it also keeps its body healthy. And stronger. Emilia, amazing, can I eat it too? Hearing this, Premies gave a glance to Emilia, who was looking at him with innocence and curiosity. Premies, you can. But I don't prefer it. It's like you have dog food. It's true that you can eat it, but would you? Emilia. Rem. Beatrice. Puck. Emilia, on second thought, forget it. Premies, anyway, let's go. Emilia, Emilia then happily grabbed Premies' hand and pulled him inside the mansion. Premies let her pull him while completely ignoring Puck, who was looking at him intensely. Emilia pulled Premies in front of a room and opened it. Click. Once inside, they could see piles of papers lying on the table. Letting go of Premies' hand, Emilia took out a chair from the side and put it near her own. Emilia, here, Rigla. Nodding, Premies sat on the chair along with Emilia. Then she picked up one piece of paper and showed it to him. Emilia, I have to sign all these papers. So, I am sorry, looks like you can't help with this. Premies, sign one paper for me. Emilia, huh? Okay. Signing the paper as told, Emilia gave the paper to Premies. Premies looked at her sign for a second before picking up another paper and did the same. Emilia mouth wide open when she saw the exact copy of her sign on the paper. Emilia, that's amazing, Rigla. Premies, let me sign half of these papers, you handle the other half. Emilia, okay. After separating the papers into two, they both started the work. Time went by. It was piece of cake for Premies, who hurriedly finished signing the documents. Once he was done signing his documents, he also grabbed some of Emilia's documents. After almost an hour, Premies was done. He looked at Emilia, who was still signing the papers. She only needs 5 more minutes to complete her work. Moving his attention to the door, Premies spoke. Premies, Rem, brought some snacks and drinks. Rem, yes. Rem's voice was heard from the other side of the door before she left to take the things from the kitchen. As Premies was waiting for Emilia to complete her work, he raised his head and spoke. Premies, can't you at least spend some time playing with Beatrice? Puck, I was just worried about Lia. Puck had arrived at the room 30 minutes ago. However, seeing how both Premies and Emilia were fully immersed in the work, he didn't speak. Premies, so, are you happy now seeing Emilia completely fine? Puck, of course. Next, he hovered down a little, approached Premies and whispered in his ears. Puck, thank you for helping, Lia. But don't think I will be handing Lia over to some stranger. Premies, yeah, right. We will see. Emilia, done. Emilia voiced attracted both of their attention. At this time, she also noticed Puck. Emilia, Puck, you are also here. Puck, yes. I thought to take a look whether you were doing fine or not. Emilia, I am fine. With Rigla help the work was completed soon. Puck, good. Knock. Knock. Premies, enter. The door opened as Rem entered with snacks and drinks. Emilia, these are. Premies, you must be tired after doing all that work. So, I asked Rem to bring something to eat. Emilia, tea thank you. Replied Emilia with a blush on her face. Nodded Premies as they all started eating. Once done, they went outside again. There they saw Beatrice and Shalebi playing with each other. It seemed that they both had become friends. Since Premies helped Emilia, Puck decided to give them some time alone. Rem also separated herself and went where Beatrice was. Now only Premies and Emilia remain. Premies, let's talk a walk around. Emilia, Emilia nodded happily as they both started to stroll around the garden in leisure. No one spoke as they kept on walking together. After some time, Emilia decided to break the silence. Emilia, Rigla, I don't know much about you. So can you tell me something about yourself? Rigla, about me. Huh. Let's see, I like to spend my time in quiet and silence. Emilia, is that so? I am sorry since I disturbed you. Rigla, no need. It's true that I enjoy quiet, but I also enjoy your company. Emilia, really? Rigla, It's like you are sitting in the middle of forest enjoying the peace. However, there are other sounds around you. Like the sound of flowing water in the river near you. The sound of fishes jumping out of it. The sound of birds chirping. The sound of movements of animals in the grass. The sound of leaves flustering in the wind. You don't get disturbed hearing these voices. On the contrary, you enjoyed them. That's what completes the peacefulness you desire. Saying this, Premies turned his face to Emilia. Premies, so, don't say you are disturbing me. On the contrary, I would love it if you would talk more. Hearing this, Emilia's face turned beet red. She lowered her head and nodded. Emilia, how romantic. Premies, romantic or not. This is what I feel when I spend time with Ophis, Shengming, and Ace. Premies. Premies, it's fine. It's just, I never thought I would start to miss them. It's like something is missing in my life. Emilia, Rigla. A soft voice entered Premies' ear as he felt a warmth in his hand. Turning his head, he saw Emilia looking at him with worried expressions while holding his hand. Emilia, are you okay? Premies, what do you mean? Of course, I am okay. Emilia, then why do you look so sad just now? Premies, it's nothing. Emilia, you know sadness decreases if you share it with someone. Looking at her innocence, the corner of Premies' lips curled a little. This was the first time Premies had smiled genuinely ever since he came to this world. Even Emilia fell into trance witnessing it. Premies, maybe one day, I will tell you. 3 days went by. Premies would spend 16 hours a day in library with Beatrice, Rem, and Shalebi. And the remaining 8 hours with Emilia. Subaru was also getting used to his butler's duty. If before he would take a break every 15 minutes, now he would take one every 30 minutes. Not much, but he was getting used to it. On the 4th day, Premies excused himself to the library after having dinner with everyone. Emilia, Rem, Roswell, and Subaru also left for their room. Entering inside, he went towards the 2nd floor and sat on the chair on the balcony. Beatrice also sat on his lap since it had become her fixed spot. Premies looked at the moon in the night sky before closing his eyes and concentrating on the darkness incantation symbol inside him. This had also become his daily routine at night. From other people's perspective, it would appear that Premies was sleeping. Beatrice also closed her eyes and leaned on his chest. Shalebi had been sent to the pet's world to rest for the day. Just like that night passed. Morning came. The sunlight of the sun fell on Premies' face as he opened his eyes. Though he found himself not in the library but in the room allocated to him when he first arrived in the mansion. He was sitting on the chair while Kyubi was sleeping on the table in front of him. Sighing, he looked out of the window. Premies, so, 2nd arc has commenced. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 281, Volume 4, Chapter 22, Something Wrong. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Bang. The door of the Premies' room opened with a bang. Turning his gaze there, he saw Beatrice standing there looking at him with a shocked expression. Beatrice, Rigla. Premies, don't worry, our contract is still intact. Beatrice, that's. Premies, the world has reset to when me and Subaru came here for the first time. Though, you must have already known about it because of that gospel of yours. Beatrice, wah, how do you know about it? Premies, you don't need to know. Anyway, come here. Hearing Premies' call, Beatrice didn't give it much thought and directly approached him. Once she reached him, Premies picked her up and put her on his lap while using one hand to pat her head. Looking outside he spoke. Premies, you already knew who has this power. Beatrice, Natsuki Subaru. Premies, correct. This is his power. Return by death. Whenever he dies, the world reset back to a specific checkpoint. Beatrice, This is what Betty also read in that gospel that mother left for her, so that human really died. Premies, it appears so. Beatrice, then how do Rigla knows about it? Premies, maybe because when Subaru got this power of his, I was near him. As a result, we both get connected. But this doesn't mean I also have that power. That power is only exclusive to Subarus. So, if I die, it will be permanent. Even when the world reset, I won't be resurrected. Beatrice, I see. Replied Beatrice as she tightly held Premies' arm which was hugging her waist. Then she thought of something and asked. Beatrice, in that case, why did Betty remember everything before reset? Premies, maybe because of our contract. Beatrice, Betty also thought it would be the reason. Subaru, W.A. Hearing the loud scream of Subaru from his room, Premies and Beatrice turned their attention to it. Beatrice, looks like that loud human wake up. Premies, let's go. We must ask how died. Both stood up from their seat and left the room. As they were going towards Subaru's room, Premies saw something different. He saw Emilia standing some distance away from Subaru's room while deep in thought. Unlike last time, there was some confusion on her face while she was looking at Subaru's room. Hearing the sound of their steps, Emilia turned her face towards them. And she became shocked. This caught Premies' attention even more. Next, she moved her gaze at Beatrice and became confused again. As if this was not how it should be. Something wrong, Premies. Premies, I also realized that. Let me check something. Premies, morning, Emilia. Emilia, gee good morning, Rigla. Premies, you seemed refreshed. Emilia, yes. I rested well last night. And my mana are recovered completely. Premies, these lines are somewhat different. It's like she is trying hard to remember what she said last time. Premies. Premies, good to hear that. So, why are you here? Emilia, I came to check on you. Premies, me. Emilia, I mean both you and Subaru. Premies. Premies, I see. I also come to check on him after hearing his scream. Next, Premies turned and opened the door of Subaru's room. Though he can still feel the gaze of Emilia on his back. Click. Once inside, they saw Subaru panicking while holding his head muttering something. Premies hurriedly approached him to calm him. Since he knew Subaru must have been startled witnessing the same thing he saw when he woke up for the first time here. Reaching Subaru, Premies put a hand on his shoulder. Premies, calm down, Subaru. You're fine. Subaru, it's not fine. However, he stopped when Premies gave him a signal with his eyes. He then turned and saw Emilia and Beatrice standing near the door as well as Ram and Rem, who looked a bit frightened. Though Premies and Beatrice could tell that it was more of a shock than fear. Noticing them, Subaru gave them a smile to hide his suffering and spoke. Subaru, sorry about that. I just had a bad dream. Good morning, Emilia Tan, Beatrice, Ram, and Remington Emilia, gee good morning, Subaru. Premies, this girl. Ram, huh? How do you know our names? You were knocked out last time when I brought you to this room. At this time, Premies decided to give Subaru a hand. Premies, he woke up last night once and knocked on my door to check who is his neighbor. That time I explained and told him about you guys since you both are the only maids in the mansion. Ram, okay, this makes sense. Rem, I also agree with my sister. Premies, good. You three go first. I want to talk Subaru about something. Emilia, oh okay. Ram, Sir Rigla, do you know where dining room is? Premies, you're right, we don't. So, Ram, can you wait for us outside till our talk is done? Ram, okay. Premies, alright, Ram will guide us there once we are done. Emilia and Rem go first. Next, all three left the room. Though Premies heard Emilia whispering under her breath. Emilia, I will wait outside too. Premies. Once they all three left, Premies gave a signal to Beatrice who locked the door. Finally, Subaru collapsed on the bed again and had his hands on his head. Subaru, what the hell happened? Premies, looks like even you don't know how you died. Subaru, you are right. I don't. Beatrice frowned a little witnessing how Subaru was talking with Premies. Still, she didn't do anything for now. Premies, try to remain calm. Subaru, how can I remain calm? I fucking died again. Premies, I know. That's why, Shalebi. Space Wrapped and Shalebi came out of Pet's world. Premies then pointed towards Subaru. Shalebi looked at him and realized his condition was not good. It flew towards him and used its power to cover him in a green light. Because of that, Subaru expression started to relax as he finally calms down. Looking at Shalebi, he spoke. Subaru, thanks. You are a lifesaver. Shalebi, bye. Shalebi replied happily and tapped Subaru's head. This was a very cute gesture that resulted in a smile formed on both Subaru's and Beatrice's face. After tapping his head for a minute, Shalebi returned to Premies' side. Premies, better now. Subaru, yeah. Thanks, man. Premies, Now that you are level-headed, we must think of a way to prevent your death. Subaru, you're right. If we don't figure out what happened, I will just keep on dying and you're going to keep joining. But I don't know who killed me. I just went to sleep and then I am back here. Premies, common theory will be poison. But even though you did leave a first bad impression on Ram and Rem, they are not the type to use such an underhanded method. Of course. They will directly go for kill. Subaru, that's true. And I don't think it was enough reason for them to kill me. Premies, any idea? Subaru, I was feeling fine until last night. Though I think I was a little tired after returning from that village. Premies, at least he realized that. Beatrice, now that Betty thinks about it, you were releasing a lot of witches' scent last night. Subaru, witch scent? Do you mean that of Witch of Envy? Beatrice, who else? Subaru, but why? Whoa. From when you are here, Biko. Ho. He finally realizes that there is someone else in the room along with the two of you. Clap. 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 Veins appeared on Beatrice's head when she heard the form of address he gave her. Beatrice, first, I have been here all along. Second, who gave you permission to call me by that name? Though, Subaru ignored her and turned to Premies. This only infuriated her more. Subaru, why is she here, Rigla? And the way she spoke about last night events. Premies, thanks to our contract, Beatrice will return back to time with me whenever you die. Thus, there's no point in hiding your power from her. Subaru, sigh, I also want a contracted spirit now. Beatrice, humph. In your dreams. Knock. Knock. Hearing the knock, Premies glanced back at the door. Premies, looks like we are holding up for breakfast for too long. Premies, anyway, we will discuss your time in the village in detail later. For now, act normal. The more distress you appear, the easier target you will become of the one you killed you. Subaru, you're right. Let's go, Rigla. I want to see my angel. Premies, Click. Closing the door behind, Premies was again greeted by Ram and Emilia who were waiting outside. Turning to Emilia, Premies said the exact same words as before. Premies, I told you to go ahead. Emilia, I want to wait. He gave a sigh and shook his head. Premies, anyway. Let's wait for a minute till Subaru is done changing, then we will leave. Ram, why don't Sir Rigla and Lady Emilia go together first? I will wait here till Subaru is done and will guide him to the dining room. Emilia, okay. We will leave Subaru to you then. Turning to Premies, Emilia said with a smile. Emilia, let's go, Rigla. Others must be waiting. Premies, fine. Replied Premies as he, Emilia, and Beatrice walked towards the dining room. While on the way, Emilia kept on talking about different things like before while Premies kept on nodding while listening to her. Suddenly, Emilia did something that worked as a final nail in the coffin. She held his hand almost naturally. Premies, this confirms it. I can't agree more. Premies, seeing her surprised and confusing when she saw us going towards Subaru's room. Her trying hard to think and spoke the same lines as before. Premies, her lack of surprise when Subaru called her Emilia Tan. And the way how naturally she grabbed your hand just now. Premies, it was something Emilia only started to do when we became close in last loop. This only leads to one conclusion. Premies, she remembered everything from the previous loop. Amen. The way she was behaving at beginning clearly shows that she is also confused about the current situation. Premies, yeah, however, the way Ram and Rem are behaving, it indicates that they don't have their previous memories. So, is it only exclusive to Emilia? Preemies, I want to check how Roswell is behaving first. Okay. Though, isn't this just like how Felt remembered about what happened in previous loop? Preemies, yes. It's just like that. Breakfast went the same as before. Emilia and Beatrice sat next to Preemies while Subaru sat across them. They all congratulated Preemies and Beatrice on forming the contract. Emilia didn't show any shock since she already knew about it. Once breakfast was done, Subaru pronounced that he would help as a butler while Preemies said he would in Forbidden Library with Beatrice. Just like before, he asked Rem to be standby near him so that she would present in case he needed something. As they were all going for their own way, Emilia spoke. Emilia, Rigla, I have a lot of paperwork to do. Do you mind lending a hand so that it will finish fast? Preemies, sure. But for now, go ahead. I want a minute to talk with Subaru. Emilia, let's go together. I won't mind waiting a bit. Nodding, Preemies took Subaru to one corner and spoke. Preemies, this time try to make your relation better with everyone in the mansion. So that even if someone has an ill will towards you, they will start to reconsider their decision. Subaru, all right. What about poison that killed me? Preemies, in the Forbidden Library, there must be a book about poison. If we find it, then we will also find its cure there. Subaru readily agreed and pointed towards Preemies. Subaru, sure, I got it. You will be muscles and I will be brains. Let's do it. Preemies. Pft, ha 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 ha. Asterisk A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 282, Volume 4, Chapter 23, Curses. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Preemies, brains. Huh. Despite Preemies' calm composure, he couldn't help but chuckle out a little since this was the best joke he ever heard. Emilia, huh? Rigla, did you just laugh? Currently, Preemies was inside Emilia's workroom helping her with the paperwork. Emilia was sitting across him with a table in between them which had a huge pile of papers on it. At another corner of the room, Beatrice was sitting on a chair reading her book while minding her own business. Returning his gaze at Emilia, who was looking at him, Preemies spoke. Preemies, no. Emilia, you did. I heard it clearly. Preemies, must be your imagination. Emilia, no, it's not. Preemies looked away as Emilia pouted. Even he can't deny she was cute. Puck, oi. How dare you laugh at Leah? Yes, there was another third wheel here. Puck, who had hovering around while keeping his eye on Preemies so that he won't get too close to Emilia. Unlike Emilia, Puck didn't have memories of previous loop. Thus, Preemies was still a stranger in his eyes. Though, too bad for him since because of previous loop, Emilia was a lot closer to Preemies than he could imagine. Emilia, Puck, Rigla is not a type of person who will laugh at others. Puck, how do you know, Leah? I am sure he is just a pervert like other men. Emilia, I just know. And that's very rude, Puck. Apologize. Puck, what? Emilia, apologize to Rigla. Puck, Leah, how can you take a stranger's side like this? Emilia, if you don't apologize then I won't talk to you. Puck. Puck became silent. Next, he turned and glared daggers at Preemies. Puck, damn you. What do you feed to my Leah that is taking your side? Emilia, Puck. Puck, I apologize, Rigla. Preemies, Nodded Preemies, accepting Puck's apology before returning his attention at the papers in his hand. Though, he still heard Puck muttering under his breath. Puck, I will definitely keep a close eye on you. You are too dangerous to be near Leah. Ignoring him, Preemies kept on signing the paper. Beatrice, who at the corner, also sighed looking at their interactions but didn't have any intention on joining them. Once the paperwork was done, Emilia invited Preemies for a walk in the garden, which he accepted. Because she didn't want someone to destroy her quality time with Preemies, Emilia asked Puck to play with Beatrice. Beatrice agreed to play with Puck, but she said she also wanted to play with Shalebi. Hence, Preemies let Shalebi out. In the end, Puck could grit his teeth in anger witnessing Preemies and Emilia back, which was going further and further. However, then he nearly fainted in fury when he saw how Emilia held Preemies' hand. After they spent some time together with each other, they separated and went their own way. Preemies, while holding Beatrice's hand, returned back to the Forbidden Library with Rem following behind. Looking around the library, Preemies took out a book which contained the information of all kinds of poisons that exists in this world before taking a seat and started reading it. Beatrice also sat on his lap and started reading it along with him. Rem took her position and stand behind them. Is this really necessary? Because to me, with your knowledge of the plot and your wisdom as an omniscient, I don't think it's necessary. Premies, you're right, it's not. I am just passing the time while putting my attention completely on my own things. Darkness incantation symbol, just what are you planning? Premies, you will know. Anyway, another reason is because I don't wish to end this arc this soon. I want to use it to improve Subaru. You are like his babysitter. Premies, maybe. Time went by. 5 hours later. Click. The door opened and Subaru came. Subaru, Yo, Rigla, and Biko. Beatrice, I told you not to call me by that name, human. Subaru, don't mind it, it's just a nickname. Beatrice, I don't need such. Before Beatrice could continue, Premies put his hand on her head to calm her. Beatrice became silent. Looking at Subaru, Premies said. Premies, Subaru, I understand that you give nicknames to others in order to make your relation closer. But some people don't like it. Instead of getting closer they will become irritated, which will only worsen the relation. So, I hope you will first see to check whether the other person like the way you are addressing them or not. And it will also be better if you will restrain from calling Beatrice with a nickname. Hearing Premies' words, Subaru scratched the back on his head in embarrassment before clasping his in front of Beatrice. Subaru, I am sorry, Beatrice. I just want our relation to be better. It was not my intention to offend you. I apologize and promise to not call you like this again. Beatrice snorted and looked away. Though, it was not hard to tell that her anger had diminished a lot. Before Subaru could speak again, Premies spoke. Premies, how was work today? Subaru, huh? Well, it was fine. Premies, I see. I suppose you came here after filling your stomach. Subaru, yes, I do have some tea and cookies. Premies, it reminds me that we haven't eaten anything since we were completely immersed in the book. Rem, I will bring something to eat for Sir Rigla and Miss Beatrice. Premies, I will appreciate it. Smiling, Rem bowed towards them before leaving the library. Click. Once the door was closed again, Premies continued. Premies, I know why you are here, Subaru. But at least be wary of people around while speaking since we still don't you killed you in the previous loop. Subaru, sorry. It's just I am still nervous because I don't know the cause of my death. Premies, I know. That's why I am looking into it. Subaru, thanks, man. So, did you find anything? Premies, not for now. Subaru, damn it. How are we going to? Beatrice, try not to scream here. It's a library. Subaru, you. Premies, I am almost finished reading this book which contains knowledge of all the poisons that exist in this world. And the result, I am now 95% sure you didn't die of poison. Subaru, seriously? Premies, yes. The odorless poisons that can kill you without anyone realizing are not only extremely rare, but they also can't be made just by anyone. Only a high-level refiner or poisoner can make them. They still have to face a lot of risk creating them. Subaru, what if they already have it with them for a long time? Premies, not possible. These poisons are also very expensive. To the point that even Roswell with all his economy won't waste it by them. Even if he did, he would keep such poison in a place where others won't get their hands on. Subaru, is that so? Beatrice, If Roswell wants to kill someone as weak as you, then he won't need to use poison. He can kill you with just a snap of his finger. Subaru showed a wry smile since he can't deny that. Subaru, since it's not poison, then what method can that person use? Beatrice, a curse can do. Subaru, curse? Are they even real? Premies, we are in world of magic, so curses won't be that rare here. Beatrice, yes. Curses are very common thing while killing someone. Getting up from Premies' lap, Beatrice walked to a bookshelf. She looked at all the books before grabbing one of them. She then returned to Premies' lap and passed the book to him. Premies, curses. Huh. Beatrice, even though there are numerous amounts of curses, most of them are given by demon beasts. Subaru, demon beast. Premies, demon beasts are creatures that are not human and lack means of intelligence. They can be any number of organisms that are able to sustain themselves off of mana. You can also call them as witch monsters. Subaru, witch monsters. Huh. Premies, under most conditions, they are larger and stronger than regular animals and often possess hazardous magical abilities. Subaru, wow. That's new. Premies, it's not. Turning to Subaru, Premies gave him a blank stare before speaking. Premies, it will be good for you if you find some time in a day to learn about the basic things of this world. Beatrice, pathetic. Subaru, haha. Don't worry, I will. But right now, we have more important things to think about. I bet if this idiot would have decided to learn the basic information about the world, then the number of his retries would have decreased drastically. Preemies, I can't agree more. Preemies, anyway, even though we don't know how you die, we do know when you die. So, we have time till the 4th day. Let things continue the way they were before, and when it was time to go to village let me know. I will think something about it. Subaru, sure, partner. Leave it to me. Preemies said he will think of something. Not you, idiot. 3 days went by. Just like before, Subaru's skills as butler were improving along with his relations with the other members in the mansion. He was not the only one. Even Preemies' relation with Emilia and Rem had become closer. At first, Puck was angry seeing how Emilia was getting closer with Preemies, but in the end he could only sigh and let it go since he can't bear to separate Emilia from Preemies and making her sad. Though, he still gave Preemies a warning. Puck, if you hurt Leah, I will kill you. Preemies just shrugged his shoulders, completely disregarding his intimidation. During this time, Preemies also asked Subaru to list down the things he did in the previous loop when he went to village. Once Subaru gave it to him, Preemies looked at each of the things he did thoroughly. Beatrice was also readying it but didn't see anything strange. However, there was an incident Preemies was looking at which was also the main reason of Subaru's death. It was with a little girl and her little dog. At first, Subaru didn't mention whether it bit or scratched him, but once Preemies forced him to recall, he said that the dog bit him a little. Hearing this, even Beatrice narrowed her eyes as she also got a gist of it. This became even more suspicious when Subaru said he started to feel exhausted but decided to not give it much thought, thinking it was because of almost 9 hours after coming to village and running errands. Beatrice went deep into thought while Preemies remained silent. There was something Twilight didn't know. It's true that Preemies said he wanted to improve Subaru, but he was not the only one. Preemies had the same plans for Beatrice, Emilia, Rem, Ram, and some more. That's why he remained at the side and let Beatrice think of the way. Why does he want to do it? Because he knew the time he will stay in this world was not enough for him to conquer it completely. So, he decided to leave it for others to do it in his stead once he will leave. Click. Once Subaru left for the village, Beatrice turned to Preemies. Beatrice, it can't be coincidence. Since that human died few hours after his interaction with village. Preemies, what are you implying, Beatrice? Beatrice, Betty thinks she know the reason for the human death. Preemies, go on. Pointing at one section of the paper, Beatrice spoke. Beatrice, that little girl and her little dog is suspicious. Preemies, explain. Beatrice, if Betty is not wrong then this little dog is a demon beast. As for the girl, Betty thinks she is a demon beast tamer. Preemies, Beatrice, that girl must have ordered her tamed demon beast to bite the human and put a curse on him. That curse was what killed that human. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 283, Volume 4, Chapter 24, Battle at Night. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Smart. Nodding his head, Preemies started to pat her head gently. Preemies, well done. You're exactly right. Even though Beatrice enjoyed his caress, she still showed a confused expression. Beatrice, I am correct. Rigla, did you know about it too? Preemies, I knew about it on the first day when the world reset. Beatrice became shocked and asked. Beatrice, how? Preemies then gave the explanation about how on the first day of reset, Subaru was releasing a lot of witch scent. Beatrice said she also smelled it but didn't understand why. In return, Preemies continued. He explained that because demon beasts are called witches monster, whenever they put curse on someone, that person also start to emit that witch scent. Second, he said that he knew all along that Subaru went to the village that day. Even though he spent most of his time with Beatrice, Emilia, and Rem, he always kept his eyes on everything that was happening in the mansion. That's why it was impossible for him to not know about it. Next, there were many forests near the village. Since there were forests, this obviously meant that there would be many demon beasts residing inside. So, the only way for that village to remain standing till now was because they must have used some magical stones that functioned as a barrier and prevented any demon beasts from trespassing. However, this still didn't change the fact that they were surrounded by demon beasts. In other words, there is a high chance of falling into their curses in case they get attacked. Subaru went to the village and got cursed, it made the theory more legit. Another thing, Subaru was not a fool who would venture into the forest for adventure or something. Villagers must have definitely warned him that dangerous monsters lived in the forest. Since he knew his own strength, he wouldn't do something this suicidal. Then how did he get cursed? Since demon beasts can't enter the village, it means there was tamer in the village. You could keep the demon beast with him or her without anyone realizing it. That person won't be stupid to bring such a huge demon beast in open. So, he or she only had one option, to change appearance of that demon beast, which didn't attract much attention. Like that of pet animal. Like a dog. A dog won't attract anyone's attention. Even if that person brought it near Subaru, everyone would only think that he or she just wanted to introduce their pet to Subaru. That animal bit or scratched him and Subaru got cursed. Finally, the curse activated once he returned and died. But because of reset, the witch sent from the curse also traveled back in time. That's how Premies knew. The end. Beatrice. Beatrice had a dumbfounded expression on her face as her jaw fell on the ground. She was speechless and had no words. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, dear Beatrice, it's a common reaction seeing how Premies' brain works. You will get used to it. Seeing her stunned expression, Premies moved his hand and squeezed her cute little nose. Beatrice, ugh. Let go. That action snapped Beatrice out of her thoughts, though Premies still only released after a minute. Rubbing her painful nose, Beatrice glared at Premies with tears in the corner of her eyes. Shaking his head, Premies picked Beatrice from his lap and stood up before putting her back on the chair. Premies, so, right now Subaru has gone to village and will return with curse on himself. Beatrice also stopped rubbing her nose and kept on looking at Premies. Premies, what is it? Beatrice, that scent, that witch scent, that was all you needed to see through everything. Premies, yes. Beatrice, you are, really something. Even if Beatrice said that she had a proud expression on her face realizing how smart her master is. Is that really all? Premies, well, I have even more theory. Like how eager Roswell was to send Subaru to the village. If Ram would have gone there herself, then she would have completed all the work there fast because her physical strength is stronger than Subaru. Yet, Roswell told Ram to not only take him but also let him do most of the work. Does this have any significance? Premies, it does. Because of that, Subaru had to meet with everyone in the village, which made it easier for the killer to put curse on him. In case he would have stayed at the side and let Ram handle all the work, then the killer had to approach him on his or her accord. By doing this, after the reset, even Subaru would have easily narrowed down to that person who put curse on him, since he or she were the only one who approached him. Oh, man. Even though I have seen how your brain process things, it still always amazes me. Premies, well, I have even more theory, but no point in thinking about them. With your brain, I think even having the knowledge of the plot would have been useless to you. Premies, I can't deny that. Even if I didn't know the plot, with so many plot holes I would have easily seen through this. Yes. But only you would have seen through it like this. Not the others. Twilight especially emphasized the word you to tell him to not compare yourself with others. Premies, anyway, stay here, Beatrice, until the world reset again. Beatrice, why can't Betty come with you? Premies, because I said so. Beatrice. Beatrice became silent when Premies put some force into his words. Next, he opened the door and left the forbidden library. Premies didn't go to the village but either spent rest of the time with Amelia. First, it's because he wanted to reset the world to not only develop Subaru but also to check whether Amelia will still recover the memories of this loop. Second, because Roswell was keeping his eyes on Premies, not make sure he won't go and interfere with his plans. And since today will be day of reset, Premies told Rem to rest for today and hence only met her during breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Night came. Everyone had gone to their respective room to sleep while Premies was staying in Subaru's room while watching over him. His condition was becoming terrible. Subaru, Arigla. Premies, yes, Subaru. Subaru, it's, definitely. The, village. Premies, so, it does. Huh. Subaru, is, it. Poison. Premies, I don't think so. Your condition is the same as how you look when Beatrice took your mana. Subaru, a, curse, then. Premies, it appears so. Since your temperature is normal. You don't have any symptoms of a disease that can kill you. However, your body is becoming weak with you barely having any strength to move. It's definitely a curse. Approaching him, Premies picked up Subaru on his shoulder before leaving the room. Subaru, where are you taking me? Premies, Beatrice. The reason I didn't go to the village because I was afraid that the killer will use some method to hurt the other inhabitants of the mansion. That's why I was keeping an eye on everyone that would come and leave the mansion. But since I was also worried about you, I sent Beatrice to protect you from the shadows. Subaru, I didn't see her. Premies, it would more surprising if you would have seen her because in that way the killer would have seen her and would have been wary of her. The reason why she didn't return by the time you do means she must have found some clues and decided to stay behind to check. Subaru, thanks. Men. Premies, don't thank me until we get rid of your curse. I just hoped she would have returned by now and is waiting for me in the forbidden library. Subaru, let's hope so. Premies, Nodding, Premies made his way towards the forbidden library with Subaru on his back. Rattle. Suddenly, sound of chain was heard behind them. Taking the 90 degrees turn, Premies moved out of the way. Whoosh. Bang. Something that looked like a weapon in the shape of Morning Star passed by them and destroyed a section of the hallway. Putting Subaru down on the side, Premies took out his gunblade from his soul. Premies, another enemy. Subaru, WH. At. The attacker pulled the chain back and the Morning Star returned to attack. Ding. Burst. Shatter. Though Premies deflected it to the side and as it went out of the window. Next, Premies moved and appeared in front of the attacker and attacked. In return the attacker brought the chain in front to block him. Dang. Whoosh. The attack was blocked but the attacker was thrown at the end of the hallway because of the force behind the attack. Bang. GUH. The attacker let out a painful sound as it hit the wall. Swoosh. Appearing in front again, Premies kicked from the right. The attacker used its left arm to block it. Bam. Crack. AUH. Whoosh. Burst. The bones in the attacker's arm were destroyed as it let out a more painful sound. Not only that, but the force behind the kick also threw the attacker out of the window. Next, Premies also jumped out of the window and landed outside. Thud. He looked at the attacker who was at some distance lying on the ground. As Premies walked towards it, the attacker forced itself to stand up. Premies didn't mind and kept on approaching it. By the time he was 10 steps away the attacker successfully stood up. Its broken left arm was left dangling in the air and its right hand was holding the chain of Morning Star tightly. However, the person didn't attack. Its right hand was trembling while holding the chain. It's not because the person was in pain but because the person didn't want to attack Premies. Reaching in front, Premies extended his left hand and grabbed the attacker by its neck and raised it from the ground. GRH. A painful voice was coming out from the attacker's mouth. But neither did it struggle nor fight back. It looked at Premies' cold dark eyes as its own eyes became watery. In the next second, trails of tears came down its face. The tears fell on Premies' hand which were covered in leather gloves and were holding attacker's neck. Looking at Premies with painful and a slight loving gaze, the attacker showed one last smile before moving its lips to say something. Even though no voice came out Premies still understood what it was saying. It was saying, "I am sorry. And thank you." Then. Crack. Premies broke the attacker's neck. Thud. The lifeless boy of the attacker fell on the ground. Premies kept on looking at it with the same cold eyes. Crack. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it was also the moment that Subaru who was laying on the second floor of the hallway died. As a result, the world became dark again as space and time distorted. The sound of cracking glass was heard as the Premies surrounding crumbled away and everything became black. And the Satella voice was heard from behind again. Satella, why did you kill her? Premies. Satella, she loved you. Because of that she couldn't bring herself to attack you till the end. Even the attack on the hallway was clearly meant for that human that you were carrying on your back. She never intends to harm you even the slightest. Premies, I know. Satella, then why? Premies didn't turn to look at Satella's face. He could sense the pain and wailing in her voice. Instead of asking, she was begging Premies to tell her, how could he kill the one who loved him without any hesitation? Premies, it's true that I care for Remington. However, no matter how much I care for someone, if that person gets in my way I will kill without hesitation. Either it's Rem, Beatrice, Amelia, or even you Satella. Satella. Premies, if you are at my side then good. If you are neither on my side nor on anyone else's side, then it's also good. But if you are against me then I would show no mercy. To anyone. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 284, Volume 4, Chapter 25, One More Loop. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Shine. Sunlight from the outside entered the room from the window. Premies opened his eyes as the world reset again. Sighing he looked at the table on which QB was sleeping like before. Though this time, QB decided to speak. QB, do you have any intention of moving on from this checkpoint? How many times do you plan to let the world reset? Premies, one more loop. Then I will end this. QB, good to hear that. Click. The door opened as Beatrice walked in. Premies didn't look at her and kept on looking outside. Reaching him, Beatrice sat on his lap like always. Beatrice, the world reset again like you desired. What's next? Premies, nothing. Beatrice, huh? Premies, we will do nothing this time. Neither us nor Subaru. Beatrice, why? Premies, you will know. Beatrice. Beatrice became silent. She glanced at him as she felt something different from the current Premies. Beatrice, are you okay? Subaru, ah. The scream of Subaru was heard from his room. This was even more traumatic than before. Beatrice, why is that human screaming so loudly this time? Premies didn't answer. He just motioned Beatrice to get up before himself standing up from his chair. Then he left his room. He turned his head in the opposite direction of Subaru's room. There he saw Emilia at some distance looking around the hallway as if trying to find something. With his enhanced hearing, he heard her murmuring under her breath. Emilia, this section of the hallway was destroyed last night. Not only that, even the 2 windows behind were also destroyed. Just what is going on? It's the same as last time. Looks like she really does remember the previous loop. Premies, yeah. Replied Premies before ignoring Emilia and continued walking towards Subaru's room as he was screaming constantly. Click. Opening the door, Premies and Beatrice entered. There they saw Ram and Rem hugging each other while standing in the corner, not understanding what's going on with Subaru. Looking at them, Premies spoke. Premies, can you both leave us alone? It seems that he had nightmare of what happened in slums last night. Ram, okay. Though he gave me and my sister a fright, it's still alright. Right, sister. Rem, yes, yes. Let's go, sister. Click. Both sisters bowed before leaving the room and closing the door behind. Beatrice locked the door without waiting for Premies' instructions. Then she also turned her attention to Subaru. Subaru, why is this happening? I just want to die. I don't want to keep reliving my death. Premies, you must. Hearing this, Subaru got up from the bed, approached Premies and grabbed his collar. Subaru, why should I? Why can't it be you? I've never seen you happy, sad, cry, surprise or scream since I met you. You always have that apathetic expression on your face. You are treating our situation as if it was a simulation. As if IT wasn't even real. Cut the CRA. Beatrice, hands off him, human. Beatrice interrupted Subaru's outburst and glared at him. In return, Subaru also glared back. Subaru, it's all happened because of you. If you were with us then it's all would have been fine. Beatrice, what? Premies, didn't I already tell you that she was in the village to protect you from shadows and to find the clues about the killer? Subaru, IT doesn't matter. She should have returned with me that Tim. Pow. Bang. Premies punched Subaru in the face which sent him on the coffee table that got destroyed and fell on the ground. Blood was coming out of his mouth as a tooth was also knocked out. Wiping the blood from his glove using a cloth, Premies looked down on him with cold dark eyes. Subaru became terrified witnessing them and started shaking. Premies, listen, Subaru. Neither did you ask for this nor did I ask to be connected with you. But now that it happened it can't be helped. We must see it through. For now, you must calm down. Panic won't help. Subaru. Premies, I know that you don't want to experience death again and again. No one does. But if you want to move forward so that it won't happen again then you must reconsider everything you have done and went through, to make more rational decisions this time. Subaru. Premies, that's also why Beatrice only scolded you just now. If it was someone else, who was holding my collar then Beatrice would have already killed that person by now. Subaru trembled again and looked at Beatrice who only snorted at him. Beatrice, Premies, anyway. Since we are in this together, we are partners here. And partners look after each other. Since I am more level-headed than you then I must make a move. If hitting is all it takes to calm you, then I am all for it. Approaching him, Premies went down and extended his hand to Subaru. Premies, that's what a friend does, isn't it? Subaru looked at Premies' face then his hand. Next, he wiped the blood with one hand and used other to grab Premies' hand to get up. Subaru, you're right. Thanks, partner. I guess I have to man up. Premies, now that your mental state is stable, we can think about our next action. Subaru, did you come up with a plan or something? Premies, yes or no? Subaru, huh? Premies, even though your current condition is stable, I still think you should rest this time. Subaru, rest. Premies, yes, this time we will do nothing. We will let the world move on its own. I will tell Roswell and others that you still need time to get of the trauma you faced in slum and need rest. Remember, no butler work, no going here and there to help Ram and Rem, no going to the village either. Only rest. Subaru, are you saying I just locked myself here in the room? Premies, not really. Even during rest, you can walk all around the mansion or garden for some air or change of pace. No one will mind. Subaru, alright, let's do it. He seemed extra happy at the name of rest. Premies, he need this. I know. Click. Like before, Emilia and Ram were waiting outside. Emilia, gee good morning, Rigla. Premies only nodded in return. Looking at Emilia's expression, it's not hard to guess she had heard Subaru outburst just now. Premies, looks like Subaru is still experiencing the trauma he went through in slums. Let him rest for a few days. It would be better if you could give him food in his room. Ram, yes, Sir Rigla. We will do that. Nodding, Premies turned and walked towards the dining room while holding Beatrice's hand. Emilia and Ram also followed behind. Just like Beatrice, Emilia also realized something was different about Premies. She kept on stealing glances at him while Premies completely ignored her. An awkward silence had appeared between them. In the end, Emilia grabbed Premies' other hand with her both hands and stopped him in his tracks. Premies, what is it, Emilia? Emilia, Rigla, are you okay? Premies, I am. Emilia, you don't appear so. Premies, what do you mean? Emilia, you seemed more distant. Premies. Beatrice also turned and looked at Premies. She had long realized something was different with Premies but couldn't pinpoint what. But now that Emilia said that, she also realized that Premies appeared more distant than before. Premies, must be your imagination. Emilia, it's not. Premies. Emilia, Rigla, did I do something wrong? Did I hurt you in any way? Did I do something I shouldn't have? Premies, no. Emilia, then why are you ignoring me? Premies. Emilia, when you came out of your room, you clearly saw me on the other side. But instead of calling me, you ignored me. When you came out after your talk with Subaru, you didn't even greet back my good morning like before. While talking that Subaru need rest, you put your entire attention of Ram and behaved like I never even exist. Premies. Emilia, I don't know what Sob I did wrong, Sob, but I still apologize, Sob. I am sorry. Sob, please don't, Sob, ignore me, Sob. Spoke Emilia as tears were trailing down her face. Premies. Premies. Killing Rem affected you more than you thought. But I don't think Emilia deserved this. Premies, I know. I just need some time to get over it. But it appeared that Emilia thinks I am angry at her. She is still a kid in the end. She doesn't have any friends, people who can give her the warmth and care. She is always alone. If not for Puck, she would have broken down long ago. And now you have taken an important position in her heart. Losing, hurting, and being hated by you is something she won't be able to go through. Premies, I know, in the end, I really can't leave her alone to take care of my things. Sighing, Premies let go of Beatrice's hand. He then turned and pulled Emilia into his embrace. Caressing her hair, he spoke in an extremely soft voice. Premies, I am not angry at you or something. I was just too lost in my thoughts. Don't worry, I won't hate you. Emilia, Sob, Rigla, Sob. Emilia hugged Premies tightly as her tears drowned his shirt. Though Premies didn't mind. Beatrice remained silent while looking at them. But Ram had a genuine smile on her face. After Emilia calmed down, they all went to the dining room for breakfast. Ram informed Roswell about Subaru's condition and he agreed to let him rest and provide food in his room. In this loop, Premies didn't ask Roswell to have Rem stand by near him like before. Time went by. Subaru this time didn't become active. He spent most of the time in his room, walking around the mansion, walking in the garden, and in the forbidden library with Premies and Beatrice. Premies also told Subaru that he had affinity with shadow magic. When Subaru asked how he knew, Premies said he read many books here and knew how to see the person's affinity. At first, Subaru thought it was useless. But when Premies told him that shadow magic could put the debuffs on the target, he became elated. Too bad he couldn't remain happy for so long since Beatrice put a cold water on his expectations by telling him that with his gate, he could merely use 2 or 3 spells per day. Still, Premies told Subaru to learn a spell that can help me in some situations. It was the same spell he learned in Plot, Shamak. A spell with the special quality of separation. Its low-grade version can make the target become unable to sense where they are, however, they can still feel the ground and sense what's happening to their body. Because Premies told Beatrice to teach Subaru more about this spell, his knowledge regarding it increased a lot. The way it was going, Beatrice said that Subaru would be able to learn the next level of this spell. El Shamak. Though he would only be able to use it once per day. That was not the only thing. The relation between Premies and Emilia also became very close. It was to the point that only during her paperwork and sleep they were away. The rest of the time, Emilia would always be with Premies. One more thing, since Rem was not with him in this loop, their relation was still that of maid and guest. Night of the 4th day. Premies was reading a book in the forbidden library as always. Beatrice was still on his lap as always. The moon was still high in the sky as always. They were completely ignoring the human that was walking here and there in the library with a worried expression as always. Subaru, come on. Say something. Premies and Beatrice, this is the library. Stay quiet. Subaru, how can I in this situation? Premies and Beatrice, sit in the corner and don't disturb us. Subaru, aren't you worried about what would happen? Premies and Beatrice, no. You're the one who died. Not us. Subaru, well, that's true, but... Premies and Beatrice, if you don't shut up, we will throw you out. Subaru. Subaru became tense hearing this and hurriedly sat in one corner. Though, they heard him murmuring under his breath. Subaru, look at yourself. You both are completely in sync. Neither of them replied, but a smile still appeared on their faces. They have also become closer. Morning of the 5th day. Shine. Premies, it's morning. Subaru, huh? Really? Click. Subaru hurriedly opened the door of the forbidden library and rushed out. Seeing the clear sky, his eyes filled with tears. Subaru, finally. Hick, I passed the 4th day, hick. Premies and Beatrice also walked out and looked at the sun. While looking at the sun, Premies glanced in one direction of the hallway. From there, he could hear another sound of crying. However, unlike Premies' happy cry, that one was full of sorrow and pain. Don't you think, there's too much crying this time? First, it was Rem, then Emilia, now Subaru, and now Premies, that's true. Saying this, Premies put his attention on Subaru, who was kneeling on the ground while crying the tears of joy. Premies, death is imminent in this loop too, Subaru. If not you, then someone else. It's time for you to make your decision. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 285, Volume 4, Chapter 26, well done. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Rigla, Miss Beatrice and Subaru. A soft voice interrupted Subaru's joyful moment. Turning their head towards the voice, they saw Emilia looking at them. However, her expressions were somewhat different this time. Subaru, oh. Emilia-tan. Good morning. But instead of replying back, she asked her own question. Emilia, where were you, Subaru? Subaru, me. Oh well, Emilia, forget it, it doesn't matter right now. Come with me. Emilia then grabbed Premies' hand and pulled him in a certain direction. Premies didn't resist and let Emilia drag him while his other hand was holding Beatrice. Subaru, where are you taking him, Emilia-tan? Emilia, you come too, Subaru. Subaru, huh? Okay. Saying this, Subaru also followed behind. No one spoke for a while. Since it was becoming awkward, Subaru decided to initiate the conversation. Subaru, what happened, Emilia-tan? Everything is fine. Emilia. Subaru, I didn't die. You are also fine. Emilia. Subaru, I am completely fine with my trauma now. So, why don't we go to the village to spend some time there, Emilia-tan? Emilia. No matter what Subaru would say, Emilia remained silent. Premies and Beatrice also didn't say anything. When Emilia started dragging Premies, Beatrice too realized that something was wrong. After walking for some more, just as Subaru was about to open his mouth again. Wah. Subaru. A sorrowful cry interrupted him. Then they reached a room. Ram, hick sob why. Hick why. Sob. Inside, Ram was wailing in sorrow near a bed. On the bed lay her little sister. No, to be more specific, the corpse of her little sister, Remington Roswell, was also in the room and was looking at the sisters with sad expressions. Though Premies knew that it was all a fabrication. He never cared about these sisters in the first place. On the other hand, Subaru countenance changed completely. Witness this. Subaru, why? Why is Rem dead? Subaru approached the bed and tried to touch Rem, but... Slap. Ram slapped his hand away. Ram, don't touch my little sister. She glared at Subaru with her tear-stricken and angry face. Witnessing this, Subaru turned and walked back towards the door of the room. But just when he was about to pass by Roswell, Roswell spoke. Roswell, she died of weakness. It's more of a curse than a spell. Subaru, curse? Don't tell me she... Roswell clearly saw change Subaru in expressions. Roswell, dear guest, looks like you know something about it. Subaru. Roswell, one of my staff members died. As their lord, it's my duty to see through it and find the culprit. Subaru, that. Shin. Drip. Subaru. A cut appeared on Subaru's cheek as blood came out of it. Subaru became afraid and stepped back. In front, Rem was glaring daggers at him while pointing her hands towards him. Ram, if you know something then speak. Subaru. Subaru still didn't speak, which enraged Ram even more. Ram, speak. Whoosh. Another wind attack was launched at Subaru. But this time. Slap. Bang. Premies appeared in front of Subaru and slapped her attack away. Premies, that's enough. Ram, Sir Rigla. Ram became shocked seeing how casually Premies cancelled her attack. At this time, Beatrice spoke. Beatrice, Roswell, this human was with us the whole time. So, he can't do anything to her. Roswell, that doesn't matter. Turning towards Premies and Beatrice, he spoke. Roswell, both my guests are friends. In that case, it's obvious that both will take each other's side. And since Lady Beatrice has also formed a contract with him, it's obvious you will also take your contractor's side. Saying this, he brought both his hands in front as 4 colored mana orbs appeared above them. Next, he also started releasing his own pressure. Beatrice stepped forward in order to confront him. As their confrontation was about to start. Ram, please stop. I just want to know the reason of my little sister death. So, please move aside. No one spoke. Though, both Roswell and Beatrice put their pressure away. Turning her gaze at Subaru, Ram spoke. Ram, speak. What do you know? Or are you the one responsible for this? Subaru. Subaru remained silent. Premies, I know Subaru better than anyone here. He is not the type of person who would do such a thing. Subaru, Rigla. Subaru looked at Rigla who was standing in front of him while protecting him. Emilia, who was standing at the side also moved forward and stood alongside Rigla. Emilia, I also choose to believe, Subaru. There must be some reason. Saying this, she glanced back at Subaru. Emilia, Subaru, if you know something then please tell us. Subaru, I. With his head lowered, Subaru still didn't speak. Sensing everyone's attention on him, in the end, he failed to handle this pressure. Subaru, I don't know. Then he turned and ran away. Emilia, Subaru. This was also the moment when the confrontation between Beatrice and Roswell initiated. Roswell released a fireball and Beatrice stakes made of crystallized mana covered with light purple flames. Both attacks collided with each other, and an explosion occurred in the room. Boom. The room was almost destroyed by this. Emilia, cough cough. Emilia started coughing because of the smoke. Looking in front, she saw Premies standing in front of her while protecting her. Emilia, thank you, Rigla. Premies, Premies nodded and glanced at the direction where Subaru ran off to. Disappointment was visible in his eyes. Emilia saw that and understood why he was showing such expression. Even she felt disappointed with Subaru right now. Premies, what an idiot. Indeed. By running, he completely threw away any chance of explaining himself. Picking up the gunblade which he was keeping on his back, Premies gave a wave. Slash. Wail. And all the smoke dispersed. Looking in front, both Roswell and Beatrice were about to continue while Ram was standing in front of her Rem bed preventing any attack from hitting her. Premies, Beatrice, get back. Beatrice, huh? Betty can fight. Premies, I know. But I want you to take Emilia away from here and protect her until I reunite with you both again. Emilia, what do you mean, Rigla? Premies, this matter won't be resolved without a fight. If you stay here, you will also drag into it. Emilia, but we can still. Premies, not anymore. Beatrice. Beatrice didn't like this, but agreed because she knew by now Emilia had a very special place in Premies' heart. She approached Emilia, grabbed her hand, and dragged her away. Emilia, Rigla. Putting a deaf ear on Emilia call, Premies put his attention at Roswell and Ram. Premies, let's start. Boom. Bang. The sound of explosions could be heard behind as Beatrice was taking Emilia away. Tap. 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 Emilia, Miss Beatrice, why are we running? We should stop them from fighting. Beatrice, there's no point in that. They will no longer believe us, especially now that a stupid human had run away. Emilia, Subaru. Beatrice, who else? If he had stayed, then things might have worked out somehow. But now that he ran away, it clearly means somehow, he is responsible for that little girl death. Emilia. Emilia remained silent. But a hint of anger had appeared in her eyes. Bang. 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 Boom. The shockwave of explosions hit them and pushed them away. Stabling themselves, they looked back, and their eyes opened wide in utter shock. More than half of the mansion had been destroyed. Only blue flames could be seen around the destroyed mansion. *A/N, sorry, readers. I will not be writing Premies and Roswell fight for now. That will be during Sanctuary arc. Evening came. The sky was completely orange in color as sun was setting. Let alone the mansion, the entire land around it was also destroyed along with the forest. Crackle. 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 Standing on top of one of the broken trees, Premies was looking down on Roswell and Ram that were barely standing. Blue flames were all around. These flames were not of Roswell or Ram magic but were made of zenith. Roswell's smile and clown appearance had long disappeared. On its place, there was an extremely serious expression. Ram also had a serious expression, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to see fear which she was trying to hide. Why? That's because Ram always believed that Roswell was the greatest and no one else could be like him. But now, she trembled just by looking at his current appearance. He was currently covered in his own blood. He was missing his right arm and left leg. The right side of his stomach was also gone. Not only that, even the rest of his body was also covered in heavy injuries. Ram's condition was also very severe. But not as severe as Roswell. Since Premies put most of his attention on Roswell, she got most of her injuries by using her Oni power. As for Premies, she only had superficial injuries, but they were also healing at the speed of the naked eyes. Roswell, I underestimated you, cough cough, dear guest. Cough cough. His body was already at the limit. Hence, he was coughing more blood now. Thud. Instead of answering, Premies jumped down from the tree and proceeded to walk over to them. Click. The blade part of the gunblade bent as Premies took out another zenith bullet from his pocket and put it into the barrel. Roswell or Rem didn't speak, though they shivered at the sight of that bullet. These bullets were responsible for most of their heavy injuries. Step. 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 Step by step, Premies walked to them and pointed the gunblade at Roswell's head. Roswell, to think my end will come like this. Premies, yes, but in this loop. Roswell, so you knew. Instead of answering, Premies moved his finger towards the trigger. Premies, farewell, Roswell. Or should I say Roswell A. Mathers? Roswell. Roswell was shocked when Premies revealed his real identity. Roswell, you. Ram, wait. Click. Bang. Swoosh. Dashing through the forest which was away from where he killed Roswell and Ram, Premies was rushing towards his destination. Thanks to his zenith vision, he already had the current location of Subaru. After some time, he finally reached his destination. Subaru was current near the cliff. If one looked down from that cliff, you would see many spikes below. That's the same cliff from where he met one of his ends in the plot. Walking out of the forest, Premies approached Subaru, who was lying down with his eyes closed. Premies, there you are. Subaru. Subaru snapped opened his eyes and looked around warily. Once he saw it was Premies, he let out a sigh of relief. Subaru, what about others? Premies, don't worry. Roswell and Ram won't come after you anymore. Subaru, really? So, you finally fixed the misunderstanding. Subaru became elated hearing this. Though Premies showed him a confused expression and asked. Premies, what are you talking about? I never solved any misunderstanding or something. Subaru, but didn't you say Roswell and Ram won't come after me anymore? Premies, of course. How could dead people come after you? Subaru. Subaru's face turned pale as he took some steps away from Premies. Subaru, why you killed them? Premies, yes. Subaru, haha. Why you're joking. Instead of answering, Premies took something out of the inventory and threw it at Subaru. At first, Subaru caught it, but when he saw what it was, he hurriedly threw it away. Subaru, AAAH. Plat. Roll. The thing rolled on the ground and stopped. It was Ram's head. Thud. Subaru fell on his butt and looked at it while shivering. Subaru, why did you kill them? Premies, because they wanted to kill us. So, I killed them before they could. Subaru, but we could have talked it out. Premies, we could. If only you hadn't run away. Subaru. Premies, because you ran away, they came to conclusion that you were responsible for Rem's death. Subaru, I didn't do that. Premies, I know. But your action made them think otherwise. So, you became the main culprit. And since we tried to take your side, they also thought of us as your accomplice. Subaru, how could this be? Premies, even if we have somehow handled the situation, it still didn't change the fact that Rem died. Subaru. Premies, anyway, let's leave. The death of the strongest mage of Kingdom of Lungnika will shake the entire kingdom. They will for sure send their strongest people to find the killer and to kill us. So, let's leave. Subaru didn't answer. He just turned and looked down from the cliff. Raising one of his brows, Premies asked. Preemies, are you planning to kill yourself to reset the world again? Subaru, I want to save those sisters. Preemies, stop wasting your time. Even if we save them, what about next? Then next and next. Are you saying you are willing to die again and again every time they died? Subaru, I. Preemies, didn't you say that you don't want to relive your life again and again? Subaru. I know my answer. Then Subaru jumped down from the cliff. Preemies moved and appeared at the edge of the cliff while looking at Subaru, who was reaching the ground. His black jacket and yellow tie were fluttering in the wind. Then when Subaru was about to touch the ground, Preemies said something which reached Subaru's ears. Preemies, well done. You passed. The world reset again. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 286, Volume 4, Chapter 27, It's Time. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Darkness came as the world shattered. Again, Preemies sensed Satella standing behind him. But this time, she remained silent. Preemies also didn't initiate any conversation. Then he closed his eyes and opened them again. Shine. The sunlight entered the room as he saw Kyubi sleeping on the table in front him like before. Sighing, he looked outside the window. Kyubi, is it time? Preemies, yes. We won't be returning to this checkpoint again. Kyubi, finally. Bang. The door opened with a bang and Beatrice entered like before. Approaching and sitting on his lap again, she asked. Beatrice, so, we are repeating the same scenario again. Preemies, don't worry. It's time to put an end to this. Beatrice, good. Betty was getting irritated following the same script again and again. Preemies, looks like Beatrice didn't enjoy the time we spent together. I am hurt. Beatrice, and no. Betty didn't mean that. Preemies, sorry for annoying you. Beatrice, no. There is no need to apologize. Betty also enjoyed spending time with Rigla. Seeing how Beatrice was panicking, Preemies chuckled. He then hugged Beatrice with one hand and used the other to pat her. Preemies, don't worry, I was just teasing you. Beatrice, Betty won't talk to you. Beatrice pouted cutely and looked away. Though her cheeks were red. Smiling, Preemies leaned back on the chair. After some time. Knock. Knock. Preemies heard the knock on the door. Preemies, enter. Click. The door opened and Amelia could be seen standing outside. Preemies raised one of his brows looking at her since there's still time for breakfast. Not only that, the current appearance of Amelia was also different. She was barefooted, in her nightgown, and had disheveled hair. Indicating she just got up from the bed. However, her tired eyes clearly showed that she didn't sleep well. Witnessing this, Preemies asked gently. Preemies, what happened, Amelia? You don't look good. Amelia, sorry for disturbing you this early in the morning, Rigla. It's just that I can't sleep because of bad dreams. So, I decided to come see you. Preemies, come here. Without saying anything, Amelia approached him. While she was doing so, Preemies gave a gesture to Beatrice. Understanding what Preemies wanted, Beatrice gave a sigh before getting up from his lap. Once she did so, Preemies extended his hand towards Amelia. Amelia put her own hand in Preemies' hand naturally as Preemies pulled her on his lap. Once she was on his lap, Preemies hugged her waist with one hand and used his other hand to tuck her hair behind her ears before putting her head on his chest. Preemies, close your eyes and use your ears to hear my heartbeat. Amelia, nodded Amelia before closing her eyes and concentrating on hearing Preemies' heartbeat. B.A. dump. B.A. dump. B.A. dump. As Preemies' calm heartbeat echoed in her head, her mind and body relaxed and soon she fell asleep. Amelia, ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. At this time, Beatrice brought another chair near Preemies and sat on it. She looked at Amelia who was sleeping in Preemies' embrace and spoke. Beatrice, after all those loops, this little girl is also worn out. Preemies, almost everyone will be if they don't know the reason and have to repeat the same thing again and again. Beatrice, but it will be over this time. Preemies, yes. Though only for the time being. Time went by. This time Preemies didn't hear Subaru scream like before. On the contrary, when it was almost time for breakfast, there was another knock on the door. Knock. Knock. Preemies, enter. Click. The door opened with Ram and Rem standing outside. Ram, Sir Rigla, it's almost time for the breakfast. Though she stopped when Preemies put a finger on his lips telling her to keep quiet. At this time, both sisters also saw what was going on in the home. Premies and Beatrice were sitting on the chair side by side while Amelia was sleeping in his embrace. Then they heard Premies' low voice. Premies, is it fine if you guys provide all three of our food here in the room? Ram, yes, Sir Rigla. We will do that. Premies, I appreciate it. By the way, has Subaru woken? Rem, yes, he is already waiting in the dining room. Premies, I see. Then please deliver my message to him. Tell him to do what he did for the first time. Both sisters showed a confused expression before nodding their heads. Still, they didn't leave as if wanted to say something. Premies understood what they wanted to say and spoke. Premies, don't worry. After breakfast, I will meet up with Roswell since he said he wanted to talk with me in the morning. Ram and Rem, thank you. They both bowed at him and left after closing the door. Click. After some time, they returned with the food and put the plates on the table before leaving again. Click. Turning his attention to Amelia who was sleeping in his embrace, Premies shook her body lightly. Premies, wake up, Amelia. Amelia, ZZ, ZZ, ZZ. Premies, Amelia. Amelia, ZZ, ZZ, Premies, wake up and eat something. Amelia, ZZ, 5 more minutes, ZZ. Premies, sigh, what do I do with you? Picking up the spoon filled with soup, Premies blew it a few times before bringing it to Amelia's mouth. Premies, open your mouth. Amelia, Just like that, Premies fed Amelia her portion of breakfast before proceeding for his own. After breakfast, Premies tucked Amelia in his bed before leaving the room with Beatrice. Since it was almost 9, Puck was about to wake up so Amelia would be fine. First, he met up with Roswell and like before asked Rem to be on stand-up near him. Roswell agreed with a smile but was holding his temper inwardly. Next, he decided to meet up with Subaru. Calling him to the secluded corner they talked. Premies, you seem good. Subaru, thanks. But it's mostly because of you. Even though I died in the end, I was still able to relax for the rest of the time. This really helps me a lot. So, thank you, my friend. He is really improving. Premies, Good to hear that. Subaru, by the way, can I ask what you mean when you say, well done? You passed. Premies, in this world, the chances of our death and those around us are very high. There are only 2 paths in front of us. Either we will have to keep on moving forward no matter the sacrifices or move forward while keeping everyone safe. The key for the second path is you. Subaru, me. Premies, yes, you. In case we failed to save someone, you can kill yourself and reset the world. However, you were afraid of death. Only when you have resolved to accept your death again and again to save others, we can take the second path. That's why I said, you passed. Because you didn't decide to die in order to survive but in order to save those sisters. Subaru, I see. Thanks again, man. Premies, Now it's time to end this loop. Subaru, really? Premies, yes. With all the information I gathered in all those previous loops, I have a way to reach the perfect outcome. Subaru, awesome. What must I do this time? Premies, the same as you do in the first loop. This time try to make your relation closer with the inhabitants. Subaru, well, it will be done. Premies, one more thing. On the 4th day, go to the village sooner so that you can also return soon. Subaru, is there a point in it? Premies, yes. Subaru, what is it? Premies, you will know. Evening of the 4th day. The sound of paper moving could be heard in the forbidden library. Premies was sitting on the chair with Beatrice on his lap, Amelia was sitting on his right with her head leaning on his shoulder and Rem standing slightly behind on his left. All of their attention was on the book in Beatrice's hands. It was a book which contained many mysteries of this world. That's why it also piqued Amelia and Rem interest. As they were completely concentrated on the book, the door of the forbidden library opened. Click. Subaru, yo. This snapped all of them out of their thoughts. Premies and Beatrice didn't mind since they were already used to this, but Amelia and Rem were glaring at him because they were enjoying reading it and Subaru disturbed them. Seeing their gaze, Subaru scratched his head in embarrassment. Subaru, even though I don't know why Amelia-tan and Rem are glaring at me but I still apologize. Shaking his head, Premies asked. Premies, you are back from the village, right? How was it? Subaru, it was great. All the people there are friendly. I really enjoyed my time there. Premies, good. Do you face any problem? Subaru, nah. Everything went fine. At this time, Rem frowned as she smelled something. Then rage started to appear in her eyes. However, at that exact moment, Premies extended his left hand and put it on Rem's head. Premies, is something wrong, Rem? Rem, huh? No, it's nothing. Premies, I see. Returning his attention back to Subaru, Premies raised one of his brows. Premies, did you do all the work there? Did Ram not give a hand? Subaru, at first, she wanted me to meet all the people and get used to the work. Once she confirmed that I can handle on my own, did she go to do her own work? Premies, was the work difficult? Subaru, not really, it was just time-consuming. Premies, is that so? Narrowing his eyes, Premies continued. Premies, you look tired. Subaru, must be because of the work. Premies, no. Something feels different. Subaru, huh? What do you mean? Premies, your strength is decreasing instead of recovering, Subaru. Subaru, what? Premies, Beatrice, I think something is wrong with him. Check whether it's true or I am being paranoid. Nodding her head, Beatrice jumped down from Premies' lap and approached Subaru. Once she was 3 steps away, she stopped and became shocked. Beatrice, you. Emilia, Miss Beatrice, is something wrong with Subaru? Beatrice's expression turned serious as she spoke. Beatrice, he is cursed. Subaru. Emilia. Rem. Standing up from his chair, Premies also approached them. He looked at Subaru for a few seconds before moving his gaze at Beatrice. Premies, can you remove it? Beatrice, of course. Saying this, her hand got covered in light and she pointed it towards Subaru. A second later. SSS. SSS. Black smoke came out of Subaru's hand where there were bite marks. Moving her hand, Beatrice did a grabbing motion and the smoke disappeared. Subaru, is it gone? Beatrice, humph. It's a piece of cake for Betty to get rid of such a minor curse. Subaru, thanks, Beatrice. Premies, Subaru, if I remember correctly, you don't have those bite marks on your hand in the morning. Subaru, well, a pet dog bit me in the village. That's his teeth marks. Beatrice, it's impossible that a mere dog bite cursed you. Since you got cursed, this only means that dog is a Premies, demon beast. Subaru, demon beast. Seriously. Don't this mean? Premies, we must go to the village. Their lives are in danger. Emilia, I will go too. Rem, me too. Giving them a side glance, Premies nodded. That was good acting. Neither Emilia or Rem could have guessed that both Beatrice and Subaru were just speaking the lines of a script that you wrote. Premies, doesn't matter right now because it's time to end the second arc. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 287, Volume 4, Chapter 28, Entering the Forest. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Picking up the gunblade he had put at the side, Premies left the Forbidden Library with Emilia, Beatrice, Rem, and Subaru. Descending from the stairs, they met Rem, who was cleaning a vase of flowers near the entrance. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she turned and looked at them in surprise. Ram, is something the matter? Premies, where is Roswell? Ram, Master Roswell is currently away. He left before we went to the village. According to him, he will be back by midnight. Subaru, damn. What bad luck. If only he was here then. Premies, then. Premies gave Subaru a side glance and asked. Noticing Premies' gaze, something struck in Subaru's head as he clenched his fist in excitement. Subaru, how can I forget? Rigla is still here. He is someone who was able to kill Roswell and Ram in 2-on-1 fight. Subaru, ahem. I mean, if Roswell was here then things would have been solved at a much faster pace. Ram, what do you mean? Premies, there's a situation. Ram expressions turned serious hearing this. Ram, what happened? Subaru, before that, Beatrice, can you check whether she is cursed too? Premies, no need, she is not. Subaru, how can you be so sure? Premies, after seeing how Beatrice detected your curse, I now know how to do it myself. Though compared to her, I only need a glance to confirm it. Everyone looked at Premies with dumbfounded expressions. One should know that it's not easy to detect a curse. Otherwise, Rem would not have attempted to kill Subaru in previous loop if she could have detected curse on him. Your Zenith Vision and Zenith Gaze have become even stronger. Premies, must be because my base Zenith stat has reached 4,000. It now let me see even more things. Premies, anyway, it seems that something is wrong in the village, so we are going there to check. Beatrice will explain it to you more in detail. Beatrice, me. What do you mean by Betty will give explain? Premies, it means you are not going. You will stay here. Beatrice, I refuse. Betty will also go. Premies, you won't. Along with Ram, someone else must stay here in case Mansion got attacked. Beatrice, can't these sisters handle it on their own? Premies, Rem is coming with me since she can smell the scent of the curse that Demon Beast releases from a far distance. As for Subaru, do you really think he can be of any help if he stayed here? Subaru, that hurts, man. But I can't deny that. Beatrice, then why don't this elf girl stay behind? Premies, knowing Emilia, she will definitely sneak out of the mansion in order to help us. Saying this, Premies glanced at Emilia, who hurriedly averted her eyes away and had a tint of red on her cheeks because of embarrassment since Premies saw right through her. That's exactly what she was planning to do in case Premies refused to take her along. Beatrice, then why do you think Betty won't do it? Premies, because that's an order. Beatrice. Beatrice opened her eyes wide in shock. She never imagined that Premies would say something like that. With the time they had spent together, this was the first time that Premies ordered her. Everyone around also became silent. Subaru, man, you shouldn't say something th. Premies, this is between me and my contracted spirit, so others should stay out of it. Subaru. Subaru didn't continue hearing this. Emilia, who also wanted to say something, became silent. From Premies' tone it's obvious he won't tolerate anyone who will interfere with his business. Both Premies and Beatrice kept on looking into each other for a few seconds before Beatrice lowered her gaze. In a way, Premies was letting Beatrice know that in their relation, he was the one in control, not her. Premies, Shalebi. Space-wrapped and time-travel Pokemon came out of Pet's world. Premies, I have some matter to attend to. So, while I am away, stay with Beatrice and keep the mansion safe. Shalebi, bye. 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 Shalebi nodded its head and approached Beatrice. Premies then turned his attention to Emilia and Remington. Premies, we will leave in 5 minutes, so grab the things you need since the fight is almost guaranteed. Once ready, meet me at the gate. Emilia and Rem nodded before rushing towards their own way. Next, Premies and Subaru also left the mansion and waited for them at the gate. There was an awkward silence between them. As Subaru was wondering whether he said something, Premies spoke. Premies, no need to force yourself to talk. I don't mind waiting in silence for them. Hearing this, Subaru gave a sigh of relief and nodded. 5 minutes later. A wagon rushed out of the mansion and approached them near the gate. Rem was sitting in the driver's seat. She stopped in front of them and spoke. Rem, sister prepared this carriage for us. It will help us reach the village faster. Lady Emilia is already nice. Premies, good. Subaru, nice one. They both entered the carriage and saw Emilia sitting inside. Subaru, yo. Emilia tan. Emilia, amen. Let's go fast. Before Premies could speak, his attention fell on the white cloak in Emilia's hand. Premies, this robe. Emilia, oh, this is recognition obstruction robe. This robe allows its wearer to obstruct anyone from perceiving them unless the wearer allows it, or the person is strong enough to overcome its effects. This robe was given to me by Roswell, to avoid any unwanted situations due to my race. Premies, Can I take a look at it? Emilia, of course. Here. Taking the robe from Emilia's land, Premies put it in his inventory under her and Subaru's astonished eyes. Then he took a seat next to Emilia as if nothing happened. Premies, let's go, Remington. Rem, yes. Replied Rem from the outside as the wagon rushed towards the village. Emilia kept on looking at Premies as if waiting for him to return the cloak, but he just put a blind eye to her gaze and kept on looking outside. Realizing that Premies had no intention of speaking, Emilia opened her mouth. Emilia, Rigla. Premies, what is it? Emilia, my cloak. Premies, no cloak. You are not going to wear it ever again. Hearing this, panic appeared on Emilia's face. Emilia, but I need it. Premies, you don't. Turning his gaze at Emilia, Premies spoke. Premies, if you don't even have the confidence to show yourself in front of the people, how are you going to fight for the throne of this kingdom? Emilia's eyes widened before she lowered her head. She also knew that. But facing the people who looked at her with contempt due to her appearance was still difficult for her. Looking at her current state, Premies didn't offer any comfort words. Though Subaru can't ignore it. He tried to comfort her. Subaru, it's okay, Emilia tan. I have full confidence that you will win the throne. So, cheer up. Too bad for Subaru since Emilia ignored him completely. Subaru's words meant nothing to Emilia. Because unlike the plot, Emilia also remembered everything that happened in previous loops. Hence, she knew everything he did and what it led to. As a result, his position has fallen very low in Emilia's eyes. And it reached the rock bottom in the previous loop. While Premies was fighting Roswell and Ram, Beatrice and Emilia were also looking for him. Still, because they didn't have zenith vision or zenith gaze like Premies, by the time they found him, they saw both him and Premies initiating in a conversation. So, Emilia and Beatrice also heard everything. As a result, they also came to know that because of Subaru's action, it not only led to Rem's death but also Ram and Roswell's death by Premies' hand since he killed them in order to protect Subaru from them. Now, their relation was as weak as a thread. In Emilia's eyes, Subaru was almost a stranger. By the time they reached the village, Rem spoke. Rem, Sir Rigla, looks like something happened. After saying this, Rem stopped the carriage. Premies, Emilia, and Subaru came out and saw almost all the villagers outside of their houses and were looking around in panic. Subaru, just what happened here? Rem, it looks like they were searching for something. Premies, yeah. Walking forward, Premies decided to talk to them. But then he stopped as he felt a tug on his jacket. Looking back, he saw Emilia was holding the edge of his jacket with a nervous expression. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but sigh. Premies, only this time. Emilia, Emilia nodded meekly as Premies approached the villagers. Moving closer, they saw many villagers were kneeling on the ground and hugging what appeared to be the corpses of their family members. Subaru, how could this be? Who did this? Rem, look at the wounds, idiot Subaru. Such huge claws and bites marks can only belong to the demon beasts. Subaru, that's true. Premies, Subaru, who is the village chief among them? Subaru, village chief. Oh, there she is. Saying this, Subaru ran towards a purple-haired older woman. Premies and others followed behind. Subaru, Grandma Mild. The village chief Mild Arlam looked at Subaru with deep sadness in her eyes. Mild, oh. Subaru boy, you are also here. Subaru, yes. I never thought something like this would happen after my departure. Mild, sigh, it's truly sad. Premies, so, you are the village chief. Mild turned her gaze towards the owner of the voice and became a bit surprised witnessing Premies' handsomeness. Though she returned to herself in the next second since as said before in this there were many handsome and beautiful people. Mild, who are you, young man? Premies, I am Rigla. I am Subaru's friend who is also living in Roswell's mansion. Mild, I see. It's nice to meet you. I would have invited you for a dinner or something but because of the current condition of our village. Premies, don't mind. I wanted to ask who did this but seeing the claws and bite marks on those bodies and around the village, it's not hard to guess that demon beasts are responsible for this. Mild, sigh, you are right. A few dozen demon beasts attacked our village. They went inside each house and took their children. Anyone who tried to stop them were killed by them. Premies, I see. Premies then gazed at all the villagers who had started crying because of the loss of their family members and because of their kidnapped children. Witnessing this, even Emilia, Rem, and Subaru became sad. They started to think of way to reassure them but then. Premies, quiet. Emilia. Rem. Subaru. Mild. All villagers. Premies said a single word in his normal tone. But not only did everyone in the village hear this but they all also felt a chill down their spine. Everyone turned their attention towards Premies. By now, Premies' demeanor had completely changed. Everyone can feel an authority in his voice. That was the demeanor of a ruler. Premies, I am sorry for your losses. However, if you want me to bring back the children who are still alive and not devoured by the demon beasts, I want all your cooperation. No one spoke for some time before Mild opened her mouth. Mild, please tell us what we can do, Your Majesty. As if it worked as a chain effect, others also started to speak. Village 1, yes, please tell us what to do, Your Majesty. Village 2, even if there is the slightest chance that my child will still be alive, I will take it. Please give us the order, Your Majesty. Village 3, please order us, Your Majesty. All villagers, please give us the order, Your Majesty. Thud. 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 All the villagers got on their knees and looked at Premies as if waiting for his order. Plainer Lord is the ruler of the plane. Since Premies can already merge with the world now because of denial and acceptance of the plane, his words are like the words of the world itself. Nodding, Premies spoke. Premies, first, pick up whatever you can use to fight. Be it a kitchen knife, chair, or anything you think you can use as a weapon. Don't worry, I am not telling you to go after the demon beasts because it would be suicidal to fight them in a forest. You can use those things for self-defense when the demon beasts attack again. Saying this, Premies moved his gaze at every villager before continuing. Premies, since demon beasts can enter the village, this means that the barrier was preventing them has stopped working. And now they even have tasted human flesh. So, they will definitely attack again. That's why I want you all to have something to protect yourself. All the villagers nodded. Premies, Subaru. Subaru, why yes. Subaru straightened his back when his name was called. Premies, I want you to stay here and help the villagers. Even though your physical strength is that of normal human, your advanced knowledge from your hometown will be able to save many lives here. Subaru, I understand, why your majesty. Premies, good. One more thing, come here. Showing a confused expression, Subaru stepped forward. Once he did so, Premies touched his chest. Subaru became surprised as he felt some kind of power entering inside. Premies, I have put some of my power in your gate. Even though it's temporary, it will help in two ways. First, when the mana in one's gate is exhausted, that person become weak. However, you won't face such a problem for the time being. Whenever you used up your mana after using spells, your body won't become weak. You just want to be able to use the spell until your mana is recovered. Second, your mana will recover 5 times faster. Subaru. Emilia. Rem. Premies, so, protect the village while we are away. Said Premies while patting Subaru's shoulder. Snapping out of his thoughts, Subaru spoke with great confidence. Subaru, I will. Premies, good. Now, Mild. Mild, yes, your majesty. Premies, in which direction did the demon beasts go? Mild, the south of Forbidden Forest. Premies, I see. Emilia. Remington. Let's go. Emilia and Rem, yes. Then all three entered the forest and disappeared. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 288, Volume 4, Chapter 29, title at the end = when Twilight is speaking. = when talking through telepathy. = when thinking in your mind. = when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. = when describing a certain period of time. Step. 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 As Premies was going deeper into the forest, Emilia and Rem, who were following behind, remained silent. Emilia was still shocked about what she witnessed, while Rem was looking at Premies' back with reverence in her eyes. Premies, Remington. Rem, why yes. Premies, Roswell told me that since you both sisters are demon, you can activate your Oni bloodline, which will further increase your physical strength. Rem, That's true. However, since me and my sister are twins and born with a single horn which is even smaller than average demons, our power in our Oni state is lower than our kin. Premies, that's not the issue. I just want to confirm something. Rem, what is it? Premies. Premies didn't speak right away. He waited for a few more seconds before opening his mouth. Premies, do you remain sane while using your Oni power? Rem. Rem's body shivered as she remained standing on her tracks. Emilia also turned her head towards Rem and asked in a worried tone. Emilia, Remington. Rem, I. Premies, I guess you are not. Rem. Premies, all right, another question. When do you use your Oni power? Is it when you are angry and want to make your enemies pay the price for hurting you? Rem, yes. I only use my Oni power when I am angry. Premies, I see. Then I think I have a solution to your problem, Remington. Emilia, really? Premies, yes. While in Oni state, Rem became like a berserk who wants to destroy everything in her way, even if she is also destroyed in the process. Emilia, what? Rem, Premies, Rem, from now on, whenever you are about to enter the Oni state, instead of thinking of destroying everything, think about something else. And that is survive. Rem, survive. Premies, yes. At that time, not only will your Oni bloodline give you strength to destroy your enemies, but will also find a way for your survival. Hearing this, Rem went deep into her thoughts. Emilia looked at Premies with amazement. Premies, you can think about what I said later. Since right now we have a company. Drawing out the gunblade from his back, Premies and others looked in front. They saw many pairs of crimson eyes that had appeared all around them. Next, one of them jumped out of the trees and charged at him. It was a large 1 meter in length wolf-like creature with brown and black hide, protruding razor-sharp fangs, a set of spikes jetting out of their backs, red eyes, and a single spike-like horn on its snouts. Rem, Woolgarm. RWAR. The demon beast or Woolgarm jumped to Premies. Though before it could reach him, Morningstar came and hit its head, hence, destroying it. Bang. Burst. Splurt. Splat. The corpse of Woolgarm fell on the ground in front of Premies. Though he didn't even glance at it, and as his attention was on the new incoming pack. Premies, I will handle the one in front. While you both handle the one behind. Emilia, it's dangerous you fight these many on your own. This girl. Even though she knows that you are stronger than Roswell, she is still worried about you. She really is too kind. Premies, if you think it's dangerous, then get rid of the demon beasts on your side fast. Then come to give me the hand. Emilia, okay. Rem, nodded Rem before pulling back the morning star she used to kill the first Wolgrim. Next, both Emilia and Rem started killing the demon beasts on their end as Premies moved to clear his side. Swoosh. He moved fast, and his gunblade cut one of the Wolgarms in two, from its open mouth to its tail. Shin. Splurt. Other Wolgarm who were charging towards Premies' previous location stopped when they saw him in the middle of their group and jumped at him. In return, Premies moved his body and dodged all of them with just a breadth of a hair. While dodging, he also didn't forget to move the gunblade. Slash. Shin. Swoosh. Slash. Thuck. Slash. Splurt. Shin. Plat. By the time he was finished dodging, all those Wolgarm were on the ground with none of their bodies intact. The ground was completely covered in the blood, fluid, skins, organs, and bones of these demon beasts. At this time, other Wolgarm who were still watching from behind rushed towards him. As if the death of their kinds didn't matter to them. Premies moved again. Faster this time. He appeared in front of a Wolgrim, turned his body to full 360 degrees before using the momentum behind it and severed its neck. Shin. Thuck. As the severed head the Wolgrim rose high in the sky, he used his free left hand to grab the head of one of Wolgrim to the left and threw it towards Wolgrim on the right. Fwoosh. Bam. Wolgrim 10, oh. Wolgrim 9, gore. As if that was not enough, before the force behind the throw could throw them away, he appeared on the other side and kicked them like a football towards the pack at the side. Bam. Fwoosh. Bang. Just like how the pins fell when a bowling ball hit them in the game of tenpins, Wolgrams were also thrown back. Swoosh. Appearing in the center again, Premies pointed his gunblade in the middle and used shot. Click. Boom. A zenith explosion occurred in the middle and all those Wolgrams were torn to pieces as their organs and other bodily stuff fell like rain. Ignoring this, Premies attacked another Wolgrim. Slash. Killing it, he moved towards the next one. Slash. Then next. Shin. And next. Thuck. And next. Once he killed the last one, he stopped. Now, the bodies of Wolgrams were lying all around him. Premies was standing in the middle with let alone a single scratch, there was not a single drop of blood of Wolgrim on his body. Turning, he saw Emilia and Rem looking at him with fear in their eyes. One should know that by the time they cleared 10% of Wolgrams on their side, Premies had not only cleared his own side but also given them at hand by clearing the remaining 90%. Without giving much thought to their gaze, he spoke. Premies, let's go. Then Premies turned and continued walking deeper in the forest. Emilia and Rem snapped out of their thoughts and hurriedly followed behind. Premies. Premies, I know. Saying this, Premies glanced back at them. Rem had calmed down by now while Emilia's face was completely pale. It was not because of fear of Premies but because of the blood and the inwards of Wolgrim all around. She was barely controlling herself from vomiting on the spot. Looks like it was too much for me. Premies, As they were going deeper in the forest, suddenly, Premies narrowed his eyes. Rem, I smelled something in that direction. Then they all went towards the direction Rem pointed. As they were getting closer, they heard the gnawing sound of more than one demon beasts. Emilia, this sound. Don't tell Em. Premies, shoo, keep quiet. Gesturing Emilia to keep quiet, they crouched down and started walking through the bushes. The sound kept on getting louder and louder until they saw the demon beast some distance away. Suddenly Premies turned and pulled Emilia in his embrace. Emilia, our Rigla. Premies, don't look. Realizing that something very bad was in front, Emilia didn't ask further and just buried her head in his chest. Even though Premies was hugging Emilia, his attention was on the scene in front. Rem also narrowed her eyes witnessing what was happening in front. 6 Wolgrams were ripping apart the body of a child as her toy was near her drenched in blood. It was truly a very gruesome scene. In case Emilia would have seen this, then she would not only had started vomiting but it would also have become a trauma for her. After all, even though she looked strong on the surface, in truth, she was emotionally weak. Very weak, to be more precise. The reason was again because of the look of contempt people gave her because of her appearance wherever she goes. Even though it's difficult for Emilia to see this, Premies and Rem remained indifferent towards it. Once Premies gave Rem the signal from his eyes, she nodded and attacked them. Fwoosh. Bang. A minute later, Rem got rid of all those Wolgrams. Confirming this, Premies and Emilia also came out of the bushes. Rem killed those demon beasts in such a way that their bodies and blood were scattered on all the things around, making it difficult to distinguish which was the child's body parts and blood. Because of that, it was difficult for Emilia to realize that a kid died here. Premies, let's keep moving while following the blood trail. It will give us a better chance to find where they took the children. Rem, As they continued moving again, Emilia, who was walking on his right, asked. Emilia, Arigla. Premies, Emilia, I saw a sea child's toy there. Premies. Emilia, is the reason you didn't let me see it was because those demon beasts were devouring that sea child. Premies, yes. Replied Premies, since he felt was no point in hiding after the deed was done. In the first place, hearing and witnessing it were two different things. Emilia, I see. Said Emilia as she lowered her head. Slowly she grabbed Premies' hand and squeezed it tightly as if trying to get courage. In return, Premies just sighed and squeezed her soft hand in return. In the way, they didn't see any more bodies. This reassured Emilia somewhat. They also saw something unusual though. There were many trees that had fallen on the ground. Even though woolgrams were strong, they will still need a pack to break one tree, let alone these many. This clearly indicated that was something huge who was responsible for this. Finally, they reached an open area and saw all the children lying on the ground completely unconscious. Emilia, the children. Emilia hurriedly let go of Premies' hand and ran towards them. Premies and Rem looked around, but they didn't see any demon beasts. As they reached Emilia, from the corner of his eyes, Premies saw something unexpected. It made him stop on his tracks. Premies, Rem, keep Emilia safe. Rem, wah. Before Rem could say anything, Premies rushed in a certain direction. He kept on changing his direction as if he was following something. In the way, many woolgrams charged towards him, but he just cleaved them casually. Currently, these demon beasts were nothing more than fodder who were trying to delay him. Premies was using dash non-stop since he didn't wish to let that thing run away. As he zipped through trees again and again, even more wolfgram attacked him. But he just slashed through them like before. 5 minutes later. Premies stopped and found himself in very depth of the forest. The trees were so dense that barely a moonlight was passing through it. Premies kept on looking around as the atmosphere became very eerily. Premies, looks like you decided to stop running. Good call. Because no matter where you have gone, I won't have stopped the pursuit even for a second. Still there was no reply. Premies didn't mind anyway. Premies, why don't you show yourself? Whoosh. As if answering him, a purple energy-covered claw came out of shadows and attacked him. In return, Premies also used his gunblade to meet it head-on. Boom. An explosion occurred as a shockwave from their clash traveled to far distance. And the result of their clash was unexpected. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Premies was thrown not a few steps but few meters away while breaking the trees on the way. In the end, he had to embed his gunblade into the ground to get rid of the remaining force. Premies, cough cough, I guess with your strength it made sense why they only send you. Cough cough. As he was coughing, the shadow rose and took shape. It was a black, shadow-like creature. It had a small head with a white fog-like ghostly plume billowing from its head covering one of its bright blue eyes, with the portion on its face resembling hair. It also had a red spiky growth around its neck. It had skinny arms and long black tatters hanging from its shoulders. It also had black, claw-like hands. It had the slight appearance of an hourglass figure and appeared to be wearing an old, ripped cloak. Getting up, Premies cracked his neck to the side and spoke. Crack. Crack. Premies, well, this will make me turn you my pet even more, Darkrai. Volume 4, Chapter 29, Darkrai. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 289, Volume 4, Chapter 30, Till We Meet Again, Part 1. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Name, Darkrai. Status, suppressed. Type, dark. Gender, genderless. Trainer, Oswald. Stats. Attack, 6. Defense, 6. Special attack, 10. Special defense, 6. Speed, 9. Abilities. Bad dreams. Moves. Dark. Oh nasty plot. Oh sucker punch. Oh dark pulse. Oh dark void. Psychic. Oh calm mind. Oh hypnosis. Oh psychic. Oh dream eater. Ghost. Oh shadow sneak. Oh shadow ball. Oh shadow claw. Oh hex. The hell. Its strength reaches level 11 pseudo-god. Premies, no wonder just a single shadow claw threw me few meters away. Who the hell is this Oswald? He must be pretty high rank member to be able to have such strong Darkrai. Even your Moltres and Shalebi won't be able to hold candle against it. Preemies, well in the movie, Pokemon, The Rise of Darkrai, the Darkrai was able to hold its own against the avatar of both Dialga and Palkia. Even for some time. Are you trying to say that this Darkrai must be from that movie? Preemies, yeah. Even for a mythical Pokemon like Darkrai, going beyond level 10 is very difficult. That's true. Preemies, and looks like you missed one thing. What is it? Preemies, its current status. Status? What are you damn? Suppressed. Level 11 pseudo-god strength, yet it's in suppressed state. Just how much stronger it will be once the suppression will be gone. Preemies. Preemies. Preemies, I am just thinking whether this planet will be able to hold on during our fight. Oh, boy. Max level 10 being already has the strength to destroy the planet, let alone level 11 pseudo-god. Preemies didn't reply but readied himself for a tough fight. As he was attentively looking at the Darkrai, Darkrai was also doing the same. Swoosh. Then Preemies moved and appeared in front of it before attacking with his gunblade. Slash. However, he narrowed his eyes slightly when his attack passed through Darkrai since it phased itself out. Once the gunblade completely out, Darkrai materialized itself back and created a blackish-purple ball in its hand before releasing it at Preemies. In return, Preemies moved his body to the side to dodge it. Or was about to dodge it when something unexpected happened. Preemies. He realized that he can't move his body at all. Turning his eyes, he looked at Darkrai, became surprised when he saw that its eyes were glowing blue in color. Preemies, psychic. This was also the moment when Shadow Ball hit Preemies right in the middle of his chest. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, and it threw Preemies away again. Not a mere few meters like before, but a few kilometers. Yes, you all heard it right, few kilometers. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Countless trees were destroyed in the way before Preemies stopped while being plastered in a mountain. Preemies, cough cough asterisk cough cough. Coughing violently, Preemies came out of the mountain. Though he had only taken a single step when he fell on one of his knees. Thud. Preemies, HRRGH. And started vomiting blood. Taking that single Shadow Ball at point-blank range really injured him severely. Almost 95% of his ribs were broken. In case if it was someone else at his place, then that person would have died the moment he or she would have taken the attack. But in Preemies' case, when he got injured, his high-speed regeneration got activated and healed a lot of his damage. Yet, he was not completely healed. Preemies. Are you alright? Preemies, cough cough I am. Coughing some more, Preemies spoke. This was completely unexpected. Not only this Darkrai has high strength but also Preemies, high battle instincts. Not only that, but I can easily teach that it has a very high level experience. Fighting against both other species and humans. What a Pokemon. Whoosh. 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 Even more Shadow Ball charged towards Preemies from the forest. By now Preemies was already 70% healed, so he moved and dodged all of them. Boom. 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 As he was dodging them, Preemies was also using his Zenith Gaze to look all around his surroundings. Finally, he saw something hiding in the shadow of one of the trees. Next, he released Zenith towards it, which triggered a chain of explosions. Boom. 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 Almost 2 kilometers of the area got destroyed because of the burst Preemies released. Stopping some distance away, Preemies looked at the destroyed area. There he saw Darkrai in the middle of the destroyed area, with some minor injuries. The hell? How? Preemies was also thinking the same. He was sure that burst hit Darkrai head-on. He then looked at Darkrai more attentively using Zenith Gaze. And finally realized the truth. Preemies, I can't believe it. It used Psychic on itself and 1 meter of area around. By doing this, it made sure that everything would remain stand still. Its body, its cells, the ground, and so on. It's almost like how Sin Archbishop of Greed, Regulus Corneas, could stop the time of his body. While Twilight was speechless, Preemies was looking at Darkrai injures. I really have no words. It should be called Monster instead of Pokemon now. Preemies didn't bother replying as his attention was completely on Darkrai injuries. He also noticed that Darkrai was glaring menacingly at him. As if realizing something, he raised one of his brows and finally came to a conclusion. Preemies, so, that's how it is. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Preemies released burst at Darkrai again. Boom. 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 Swoosh. However, instead of using the same technique, Darkrai moved and decided to dodge this time. Premies, so, I was right. Mind explaining me. Premies, the psychic worked like a layer and barrier that protects Darkrai from my burst before. However, no matter how much stronger it is, if you keep on attacking it with a huge amount of power it will start to disperse. The same thing happened here. The psychic power Darkrai used to cover itself started dispersing when so much zenith hit it. By the time the power behind the burst was about to end, it was able to destroy some of the psychic power protecting it and Darkrai got hit by it. That explains why Darkrai has those minor injuries. Premies, yeah. I see. Now, I think I know the other thing too. The reason why Darkrai decided to dodge this time must be because the technique of it must take a lot of power. Premies, correct. The reason it used it in the first place must be because it got caught off guard when I found it and attacked with a strong power. Suddenly, a horrible violet-colored aura imbued with dark thoughts penetrated through the dust cloud and charged at Premies with a high speed. Premies jumped at the right moment and dodged it. The attack destroyed everything in the way behind and traveled to the very far distance. Premies, Dark Pulse. Huh. Premies then turned his body in the air and clicked the trigger. Click. Bang. The Darkrai who had appeared behind Premies moved back to dodge that shot. Still, some force behind the explosion pushed it back or was about to when it twisted its body used the momentum and force left in its body to launch Shadow Claw at Premies. Slash. Dang. Bringing his gunblade in front, Premies blocked the attack as he was smashed back at the ground. Whoosh. Bang. This fall was so strong that let alone the ground that broke into pieces, the entire planet trembled as the earthquake appeared all around the world. Looking at the place where Premies fell, Darkrai started to gather power in its hand. But the moment it did so, a bluish power came out of the ground and reached Darkrai. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Because the attack came extreme fast while it was charging its next attack, Darkrai had no choice but to use the same technique as before. It covered its entire self with psychic to make it still. Once the attack was stopped, Premies charged out of the explosion using Dash to appear behind Darkrai before using Dash again to shoulder tackle Darkrai down towards the ground. Whoosh. Whoosh. Bam. Instead of going down, they smashed the mountain on which Premies was plastered before. Boom. This caused the entire mountain to explode as they went through it and destroyed some more small mountains in the way. Boom. 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 The entire planet shook even more. After traveling for some distance when the force behind the tackle became weak, they both separated from each other to maintain some distance. This time Darkrai's body was covered with many injuries. Well, it was not the only one, even Premies was covered with many injuries and blood. While they were covering the distance, Darkrai also unleashed a lot of attacks on him. Darkrai, for a human, you are pretty strong. Premies, telepathy. Huh. Well, you finally decided to speak. Darkrai, I only talk to those who I deemed worthy. Premies, should I be honored? Darkrai, yes. To be able to push me this far in my suppressed state. Premies, I see. Darkrai, You don't look surprised when I said that I am in suppressed state, I see. So, you knew that. Premies, yes, you're right. I know that, but don't think that you are the only one who is currently being suppressed. Darkrai, oh. Looks like you are also facing the same thing. Premies, anyway. Let's make a deal, Darkrai. Darkrai, I don't do deals. Premies, listen the deal before replying. It might be beneficial to you. Darkrai. Premies, I will take your silence as no then. Sigh too bad, it might have been able to get you to Shalebi fast. Darkrai, you. Darkrai widened its eyes hearing this. Premies, forget it. Let's continue our fight. Darkrai, what is the deal? Premies, finally, you are interested. The deal is that if you win in our fight, I will tell you where Shalebi is. But if I win, you will become my pet. From now on, till the rest of your eternity. Darkrai, as expected from humans. Always thought of making Pokemon your servant. Premies, that's how the world works. All the glory for the victorious. Darkrai. Premies, and it seems that you are not so happy, not with your trainer but the group in which he or she is affiliated with. Darkrai, why would I believe you? Premies, you don't have choice, do you? Darkrai, let's end this then. Boom. A huge amount of dark power was released from Darkrai. Too much that even the entire sky got covered in darkness. That was not the only thing. Darkrai power was slow increasing rapidly. IT just used Nasty Plot and Calm Mind to IT's limit in an instant. Premies. Its strength has reached to level 12 pseudo-god. Premies closed his eyes and brought his left hand in front of his face. Sew. 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 3 blue-colored sparkling power came out of nowhere from the atmosphere to Premies' hand. Once it was gathered in his hand, he grabbed it. Boom. An impulse of zenith was released from Premies as his body got covered in bluish flame-like aura. Opening his dark eyes, Premies looked at Darkrai in front. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see blue-colored fire in the middle of Premies' dark eyes too. Special skill, Empowerment. Force awakens yourself. You will be invincible during its duration. Plus 5% enhancement in overall stats per skills unlocked and will recover 2% zenith per second. Current enhancement, 30%. Cost, none. Both of them were looking at each other before they disappeared from their spot. Swoosh. Swoosh. Bang. Boom. Shadow Claw and Gunblade collided with each other. A huge explosion occurred. Ignoring it, they moved and clashed again. Boom. Swoosh. Swish. Ding. Bang. Boom. Their clash showed no sign of stopping. They both were at each other's neck without pause. Huge tremors were passing through the planet, causing earthquakes, floods, and appearing all around the world. Countless dark purple and bluish explosions were rising high in the sky. But darkness was covering it, hiding it from all other prying eyes. The fight kept on going for an hour or so. Drip. 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 Both Darkrai and Premies were looking at each other at some distance, though bodies were completely covered in injuries and blood. So much that it was dripping down on the ground. They both were breathing heavily and barely controlling them from falling unconscious. It was an intense battle where neither of the party was showing any sign of stopping. Darkrai, I must admit, you are really something. Premies, then, give up already, you are already at your limit. Darkrai, you are the same, so you fall first. Premies, we will see. Saying this, Premies tried to drag his broken body towards Darkrai. During their battle, Darkrai had used a lot of Dark Void and Dream Eater to do tons of mental damage to him. He really wanted to close his eyes to rest right now. Step. 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 Finally, after walking for so long, Premies stood in front of Darkrai. He extended his trembling hand in order to touch it. On the contrary, Darkrai lowered its head as if in accepting lose. When Premies' hand met Darkrai's head. Premies, Chui, light. Why yes. A light came out of Premies' hand and completely covered Darkrai. Spark. Premies, arg. I know it's painful, but please hold on, Premies. Unlike Moltres and Celebi, Darkrai already has a trainer. I must sever the connection and establish it with you. Premies, go on. Yes. Spark. 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 Premies, GUH. It's done. Once Twilight said that a collar of some sort appeared around Darkrai's neck before disappearing. Premies gave a sigh of relief witnessing that. Darkrai, Master, I am very tired, so I am taking some rest. Premies, sure. Saying this before Premies could put it in his pet world, Darkrai entered Premies' shadow and hid there. Seems like it has already found his home. Premies, sigh. Sighing, Premies turned and looked in the direction from where he came. Making the contract with Darkrai let him recover 1% of his power. Enough to use Zenith Gaze again. Premies, Emilia, Re. M. Swoosh. Then he rushed towards Emilia's and Rem's location. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 290, Volume 4, Chapter 31, Till We Meet Again, Part 2. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Swoosh. Rushing past the broken trees and ground, Premies was hurriedly making his way towards Emilia's and Rem's location. He was still in his empowerment state, because of which his Zenith was recovering faster. If he didn't have a Zenith Gaze, then he would have collided with a lot of trees in the way because he could barely see with his blurry eyes. At Emilia's and Rem's location, he could see that the children had already woken up, not only because of Emilia and Rem's help but also because of the shake his fight gave to the planet. Emilia and Rem were protecting them as there were corpses of many demon beasts around them. Right now, they are confronting a huge Wolfgarm that appears to be the leader of those Wolfgarms. In other time, Emilia and Rem might have been able to handle it, but not now because they were very tired after killing other demon beasts. Children were afraid as they hid behind Emilia. Premies, F, faster, faster, faster. Suddenly Preemie's vision became clearer and then. Ding. 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 Zenith state has been unlocked. Zenith state. An ultimate state of a planar lord which lets you merge with the very zenith and enter the form that has reached the pinnacle of your very being. The more the skills unlock, the more the effects. Effect 1, all stats will be increased by 200%. Effect 2, automatically recover zenith reserve by 50%. Effect 3, increase the strength of all skills by 50%. Effect 4, decrease the cost of all skills by 50%. Effect 5, all the outgoing damage will be increased by 50%. Effect 6, increase zenith recovery per second by 5%. Effect 7, auto-refill zenith bullet without limit. Effect 8, zenith state, rank 1 exclusive skill, special move, sword rage, has been unlocked. Warning. Zenith state put a heavy burden on the three aspects, namely mind, body, and soul. Use this power with caution. This. Preemie's, zenith state. Boom. An explosion, powerful shockwave of zenith was released from Preemie's body as the bluish flame-like aura of empowerment became very condensed. Bang. Stomping hard on the ground, Preemie's charged forward with his new speed. Sew. Even in the eyes of stronger people, only a blue light could be seen passing through at an extreme pace. In just a minute, just when the leader Woolgarm was about to bring down its claws at Amelia, that blue light came and severed its neck. As the neck of leader Woolgarm rose high in the sky, its headless body fell. Thud. Everyone ignored it as their attention was completely on the bloody figure of Preemie's, who was covered in bluish zenith power. Turning his head behind to see Amelia, Rem, and the children. Preemie's raised the corner of his lips as blood drooled out of his mouth and said, "Preemie's, it's over." Saying this, the zenith around him dispersed as he fell on the ground, becoming unconscious. Amelia, Rigla. Rem, Sir Rigla. Amelia and Rem shouted and rushed towards him. With this, the second arc of this world also came to an end. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Preemie's was floating in this very darkness with his eyes closed. Instead of becoming afraid or confused, he was enjoying this moment of quietness. Too bad someone interrupted his peace. Enjoying yourself? Preemie's, I guess. Opening his eyes, Preemie's turned and looked at the pair of red eyes in the distance. Are you not worried someone will attack, kill, or poison you in your sleep? Preemie's, no. Amelia and Rem are there. In case they failed to protect me, Darkrai is still there. Even if it is resting, it will definitely wake up once it will sense danger for my life. On top of that. Saying this, Preemie's paused for a second and looked directly into those red eyes and spoke. Preemie's, aren't you also there, QB? When Preemie said that, the owner of those red eyes showed its white cat-like appearance. QB, that's true. Preemie's, anyway. Is there a problem since you decided to enter my dream to contact me? QB, well, I have good news and a few bad news. Preemie's, in other words, you only have one good news and rest all are bad. QB, yes. Preemie's, tell me bad ones first. QB, sorry, I can't. They are in such an order that good one comes first. Preemie's, fine. Tell me that then. QB, from the information I got from Shalebi and the aura it described, along with the information we incubators have. We have found the location of Mew. Preemie's, I see. It really is good news. QB, now the bad one. First, its aura is disappearing even as we are talking right now. Once it is gone, we won't be to find Mew again. So, the only way is to enter that world and find it as soon as possible. Preemie's, so, we are pressing for time. QB, yes. Preemie's, how long do I have? QB, 1 hour. Preemie's. QB. Preemie's. QB. Preemie's. QB. Preemie's, looks like I really take some high damage at my head. That's why I am hearing things. QB. Preemie's, can you repeat how much I have? QB, 1 hour. Preemie's. QB. Preemie's. QB. Preemie's. QB. Preemie's, you are saying that in 1 hour not only I must leave this world to go to another world but also find Mew in that time. QB, you are only right with the first part. The reason why only 1 hour is because after that all the traces of Mew outside that world will disappear. But they won't disappear from the world it is currently residing right now. Preemie's, and QB, once they disappeared and Mew decided to leave that world, then we won't be able to find any clue to where it will be going. Preemie's, I see. QB, now, second piece of bad news. Preemie's, go on. QB, the world Mew currently residing is a high-level world. Preemie's, high-level world. Huh. Do gods live in that world? QB, yes. And a lot of them. Hence, be prepared because even if you use the Black Swordsman, or God of form, you can still die there. Not only you, even I can die there too. Narrowing his eyes, Premies asked. Premies, what world it is? QB, it's. Hearing that Premies became silent. No, to be more precise, he became dumbfounded and started processing what QB said just now. Time went by. After what appeared to be hours, Premies opened his mouth. Premies, damn. QB, whoa. To think you will curse one day too. Premies, it can't be helped. Of all the countless worlds in existence, the one you choose to go is none other than a megaverse. QB, Megavere. What's that? Premies, Oh yeah, even though you are a god, you will only know about the knowledge of megaverse once you will become high-ranking god. QB, is that so? Premies, sigh, don't worry, I will tell you now. Even though you know, let's start with the basics. QB, okay. Premies, then let's start with where we are right now. QB, a planet. Premies, yes. When several planets come together and start revolving around a large star like Sunday. It's called. QB, a solar system. Premies, now collect billions of these solar systems. It's called. QB, a galaxy. Premies, now collect billions of these galaxies. It's called. QB, a cluster of galaxies. Premies, now collect billions of these cluster of galaxies. Then one more. And one more. It's called. QB, a universe. Premies, now let's take it a notch up. Collect infinite numbers of universes. It will give birth to a. QB, a multiverse. Premies, and once infinite numbers of these multiverses come together, it gives birth to a. QB, megaverse. Premies, correct. QB. Now it was QB time to become dumbfounded. Even if it's a god with the power to create universes, creating a multiverse let alone a megaverse was still too far for it. Letting QB process the information for time being since Premies knew it was also sharing it with the other members of its race, Premies also went into his own thoughts. Premies, this is very high-level information. Because even in the ranks of gods, only primordial gods have the power to create a megaverse. Yup, you heard it right. That old man in Danmachi world who spent most of his time to stay in the room of prayer underneath the guild to prevent monsters from leaving the dungeon with the help of its divinity, has the power to create megaverse. So, don't underestimate it. Because he can destroy your entire orthodoxy with his mere thought. Sighing, Premies continued. Premies, in this group 1, the number of megaverses are less than 15. Though all of them stood on the top. One of them is Danmachi world, other one is the one I am about to go. And one more thing, Pokemon world is also a megaverse, though I will explain how later. Shaking his head, Premies continued. Premies, anyway, the point is that you can find a lot all the high third-level existences in megaverse. QB, now that's interesting. We now know more about the truth of the worlds. Premies, QB. QB, yes. Premies, can't it be delayed for some time? Candidate's election is about to start in a few days. I must stay by Amelia's side that time and must meet with other candidates. QB, oh. You don't have to worry about it. Because of the shakes you gave to the planet, the candidate elections have been delayed for 3 months. And in all, I am also a god. I can change the time of this world to 1 week equals 1 month. In that way, 12 weeks will be equal to 12 months. So, you will still have a year to return. Premies, I see. I guess it's time to leave this world. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 291, Volume 4, Chapter 32, Till We Meet Again, Part 3. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. QB, what about that contacted spirit of yours? Premies, Beatrice. QB, yes. With her strength, she will be nothing more than a burden there. Premies, she won't be. QB, oh. Closing his eyes again, Premies stood up in the darkness. A minute later. Shine. A light shone in front of him before taking shape. When it was done, the light faded, and Beatrice could be seen standing in front of them. Because of their connection, Premies could also pull Beatrice in his dream. When Premies opened his eyes, Beatrice did the same. The first thing she saw was Premies. Then tears gathered in her eyes as she jumped into Premies' embrace. Beatrice, Rigla. Sighing, Premies hugged her tightly in response. She was crying in his chest as Premies was patting her head and back to calm her. Unlike his relationship with Ophis, Shengming, Ace, Amelia, Rem, and so on, Premies had always thought of Beatrice as his little sister. Like him, Beatrice also thought of Premies as her big brother. So, she didn't need to hide the fear and worry in front of him. They kept on hugging each other until Beatrice had calmed down. Once she did, she raised her head and looked at him. Beatrice, Betty apologizes for angering you by being selfish. In response, Premies' expression turned gently as he kept on patting her head. Premies, it's okay. You can be as selfish as you want other times, but when it's something serious, you must listen to me. Beatrice, A smile also appeared on Beatrice's face hearing this. Premies patted her a few times before his expression turned serious. Premies, Betty, there is something you need to know. Sensing the graveness in Premies' tone, Beatrice also became alert and put her attention completely on Premies' words. Premies, you must have known about me or Subaru because of the Book of Wisdom that your mother, Witch of Greed, gave you 400 years ago. Hearing this, Beatrice's eyes opened wide in shock. Beatrice, how did you? Premies, I just know. Beatrice, I see. Mother gave me that book, that's why I knew about you. Premies, you are lying. Your mother only mentioned one person that will come here. That's why you were confused when me and Subaru came, because that's not how it should be. Beatrice. Beatrice became silent again. Then she lowered her head as if agreeing with Premies. Premies, anyway, that doesn't matter for now. Listen to what I have to say. Raising her head, Beatrice looked at Premies again. Premies, unlike Subaru, I have the power to travel to different worlds. And something happened, so I must leave in an hour. Beatrice, you are leaving. Beatrice shouted in shock hearing this. Premies, yes. Beatrice, can I come, too? Premies, that's the problem here. I am going to a very higher plane. Beatrice, I see. So, I can't come. Premies, the current you can't. Beatrice became sad because she also knew her strength. Premies, however, since you are my contracted spirit, I have a way to make you a lot stronger this instant. Beatrice, really? Premies, but it won't be easy. You must suffer a lot during the process. Are you willing? Beatrice, yes. Premies, I see. Then brace yourself. Saying this, Premies closed his eyes again. Once he did so, his appearance started to change as his plainer lord clothes got replaced by his midnight coat with elucidator behind. Next, he opened his now red eyes with 3 tomos in them and looked directly into Beatrice's sky blue eyes that have pink butterfly patterns. Witnessing those eyes, Beatrice felt a chill down her spine as her vision started to get blurry. At that time, 3 tomos started rotating and formed a pattern of a pinwheel. With this, Premies activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Premies, Tsukuyomi. B.A. dump. Beatrice heard her own heartbeat before she fell into a powerful illusion. Not only that, but a large amount of knowledge was also entering her mind. At that time, she also heard Premies' words. Premies, master those magics to the limit of your being. Looking at Beatrice, who had a blank expression, Premies returned to his plainer lord form. Premies, now, on to the next step. Next, Premies touched Beatrice and then burst. Her entire body burst into countless particles of light. QB, I see. You are planning on reconstructing her body. Premies, yes. You see, there is a difference between my main members and contracted spirits. My main members can start from weak to strong, but not my contracted spirits. They must be either me higher or equal to my level. QB, I get it. The reason why most people may contract with a spirit is to become strong. But if the spirit is weaker than the contractor, then there's no point. Since you won't be requiring their help much. Premies, correct. That's why it's possible for me to raise the strength of my weaker contracted spirit to at least my level. QB, equals to which level? Plainer Lord or the Black Swordsman? Premies, the Black Swordsman, since it's my main form after God. QB, great. Premies, now then. As if receiving his call, all those light particles started to move according to his order. Premies, one more thing, my main members have a skill called Harmony. QB, Harmony. Huh. No wonder when I saw them, they were all-rounders. Equally good in both physical and magical path. Premies, yes. But my contracted spirit won't have that skill. In other words, I can manipulate their path, which I deemed fit for both us. QB, you are saying that she won't be all-rounder. Premies, correct. I am sure Betty has no intention of taking a physical path. Her direction will be completely on magical one. QB, indeed. Premies, let's see. First, I will decrease her physical and dexterity stats by 50% and add them to her endurance and magic stats. Shine. Fade. Some light particles started to shine even brightly, and some became dim. QB, increasing her magic power for attack and endurance for defense. Not bad. Premies, next, decreasing her agility by 25% and adding it to dexterity. Shine. Fade. The same thing happened again. QB, making her agility and dexterity equal. Good call. There's not much point having high agility if you don't have the fine control and movement over it, which can only be done with the help of dexterity. Premies, yes. With this, even if Beatrice is forced for a physical fight, she will still have the defense and movements to dodge or escape if the situation demands. QB, right. The end results. Strength, 50%. Endurance, 150%. Dexterity, 75%. Agility, 75%. C. Magic, 150%. QB, correct. Premies, correct. Nodding, Premies waved his hand as the light particles, some dim, some brighter, and some even brighter ones started to merge. Premies, as for her equipment. Since she doesn't use weapons, she will only have one piece of equipment which will provide both boost in both attack and defense. I have already decided which skill they will provide. Snap. Once he snapped his finger, more power came out of nowhere and covered those particles before disappearing altogether. Premies, I am done. It will take 5 minutes. After that I will be able to meet Beatrice in the real world. QB, so, we are done here. You will wake up now. Premies, yes. Oh, yes. One more thing. Is there something else I need to know before getting up? QB, let me think. Oh, yes. The Sword Saint is also currently staying in the mansion. Premies, Reinhard van Astria. QB. Yes, him. It seems he came to investigate the Forbidden Forest because of the disturbance you created. So, he is staying for the time being. Premies, what about Roswell? QB, he is summoned to Kingdom of Lagunica to help investigate what you did again. Premies, I see. QB, anything else? Premies, how long have I been sleeping? QB, 3 days. Premies, okay. QB, done. Premies, one last thing. Bring that person whom you said deemed worthy to join my army. QB, to where? Premies, Flugel's tree. And do it fast since you yourself said that we are running out of time. QB, sure. Premies, let's meet in the real world then. Saying this, Premies closed his eyes again. Premies, it's time to wake up. Premies' eyes flickered open. The first that greeted him was the ceiling of the room he was in. He also could see the source of light coming into the room from the open curtain. Premies. And there it was, the old familiar twilight. Other time Premies won't have given it much thought, but this time, he was very irritated since he had to leave for Megaverse out of nowhere. Premies, quiet. Sensing the annoyance in Premies' tone, Twilight became silent. After a minute, Premies tried to get up, but he couldn't. Some weight stopped him from getting up. Turning his head to the right, he saw Emilia holding his hand while sleeping at the side of the bed from her chair. Moving his head to the left, he saw the same thing, though this time it was Remington looking at their faces. Premies sighed, and his expression relaxed. It was as if seeing them get rid of some of his irritation. Silently, Premies took off their hands and kept them on the bed before getting up. He stretched his body before walking up to the window. While doing so, he looked at himself and saw that his clothes were somewhat haggard. It seemed that they tried to remove them to heal him but failed to do so. Well, it can't be helped because the only way to remove them was to send them to his soul. Puck, looks who's finally awake. Leah's king. Puck appeared behind Premies at this time and spoke. Premies, Emilia's king. Puck, of course. The way you handle everything in that village. And the way everyone kneeled before you. That was clearly a king's prestige. And seeing how you were so close to Leah and treating her with extreme care, they all now thought of you as a king and Leah as your queen. Premies, sigh whatever. It seems you had a relaxing night. Puck, I could say the same for you, having Leah and that maid doodle on you. Premies, don't you sleep from 5 and wake up at 9? Puck, true. Though regardless of sleeping, I know exactly what's going on with Leah. Premies, I see. Puck, I have a favor to ask. Puck, if it's about asking for Leah's hand, then no. I won't hand Leah over to. Premies, I am leaving. Puck. Puck stopped his words hearing this. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Premies, that's why I want you always to be in front of her while she is awake. Puck, no. Do you know what you are saying? I hate to admit it, but Leah loved you more than even me now. Her heart will shatter once you leave. Premies, I know. I know how emotionally weak she is. But why don't you take her with you? Premies, no. Puck, I won't let you. said Puck before magic started to gather around him. Premies, don't worry. I am not going for forever. This made Puck calm down somewhat. Puck, is that so? When will you be returning? Premies, maybe before the start of the candidate elections. Puck, 3 months. Huh. Premies, yes. Puck, I see. Then what is the favor you want to ask? Premies, the situation outside is very bad. So, I want you to make sure that neither Emilia nor Rem will leave the mansion for the next 3 months. I am sure Roswell will try to do or say something to make them leave. I want you to prevent them from going. Even by force. Puck, you want me to cage them in this mansion. Premies, I know it's wrong for them but it's only for 3 months. Puck. Premies, it's for their safety. This was enough to make Puck accept. Puck, sigh fine. I will. But you also better keep your promise and return. I won't forgive you if you break your promise and hurt Lia. Premies, I promise. Saying this, Premies turned and walked to sleeping Emilia. He caressed her head before lowering himself and giving her a soft kiss on her lips. Puck. Then he moved to Rem and gave her a kiss on her forehead. Caressing both of their heads, he spoke in an extremely soft voice. Premies, take care till we meet again. He kept on patting their head for a minute before turning and leaving the room. Click. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 292, Volume 4, Chapter 33, Till We Meet Again, Part 4. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Click. Puck, this guy, I really wanted to beat him for kissing Lia, but his last words stopped me. Said Puck while looking at the closed door before sighing. Then he turned towards the direction of sleeping Emilia and Rem and spoke. Puck, are you guys really don't want to talk to him one last time? Hearing this, Emilia and Rem opened their eyes and raised their bodies before also looking at the closed door. Emilia, it's okay. Didn't he say he will return? Rem, We will just wait for him. Puck, you girls. Sigh anyway, you both heard what he said didn't he? Emilia, I will obey what he said and won't the mansion for the next 3 months. Rem, I don't know whether I could do the same because I am still Master Roswell maid. If he ordered, I must obey him. Puck, leave this to me. I will do something about it. Rem, thank you. Puck, no issue. I already promised him to do so. At this time, Emilia touched her lips and became beet red when she remembered the kiss Premies gave her. Emilia, he kissed me. Didn't this mean? Puck, by the way, what is in both of your hands? Rem, this. Well. Emilia, it's a secret. Rem, yes. Both smiled brightly at this. Puck became confused at this. Click. Is that really, okay? Premies, yes. Parting is always difficult. Indeed. But why did you all sudden decide to leave the world? You didn't even tell me about it. Premies, something urgent came up. What is it? Premies, before that, what is it that you wanted to tell me before? Oh yeah. I have good news. Not one but many. Premies, great. I also have a very big bad news. Premies. 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 Seriously. Premies, yes. Premies, what is the good news? Oh, why yeah. Check your status. Twilight had lost all her enthusiasm by now. Since Premies said it's bad news then it can't be a small matter. Bringing his status window in front, Premies couldn't but become surprised. Status. Template 2, Planar Lord. Name, Premies Rigla. Age, 19, more than billions of years. Existence level. Dash, stats, updated. Dash, main skills. Dash, equipment. Level. Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Dexterity, SS. Agility, SS. Zenith, SS. Current level, 1. Overall, 16. Empowerment, 22. Equipment, 28. Grandmaster, 31. Zenith state, 57. Premies, level 6. How? You see, the Black Swordsman is your main form. In Planar Lord form, you were just removing the restriction to reach the same level. So, here's the question. Where does the Excelia you gained all this time go? Premies, to the Black Swordsman form. Bingo. As a result, even if you are Planar Lord, your the Black Swordsman form is also becoming stronger. This is one of the good news. Preemies, this still didn't make sense. I barely reached level 5 in my the Black Swordsman form. How could my Planar Lord form surpass it? That's the second good news. You have reached level 8 in your the Black Swordsman form. Preemies, and no way. Preemies then hurriedly checked his the Black Swordsman template and confirmed what Twilight was saying. Preemies, this is even more impossible. How could I skip 3 levels just like that with 5x penalty that I am facing? That's the third good news. You see, because of the method you told the wills of the worlds to face their predicament, they gave some sort of blessing to you. According to this blessing, you will gain 5x more Excelia now. Preemies, I see. This makes sense now. 5x penalty and 5x boost, they both cancelled out each other. Correct. And since you were fighting Darkrai whose strength had reached level 12 pseudo-god while being at level 2, you gained a lot of Excelia which made you reach level 8 in one go. Preemies, good. Now for the fourth good news. Check Darkrai status. Preemies, oh. Bringing Darkrai status window in front, Preemies narrowed his eyes. Preemies, so, I was right. It really does get removed. It was unexpected. It must have been destroyed when Darkrai was facing the avatar of Dialga and Palkia. Preemies, You're right. After all, Darkrai did die once that time. That must be catalyst of it being destroyed. Name, Darkrai. Status, suppressed. Type, dark. Gender, genderless. Trainer, Preemies Rigla. Stats. Attack, 13. Defense, 13. Special attack, 20. Special defense, 13. Speed, 18. Abilities. Bad dreams. Moves. Dark. Oh nasty plot. Oh sucker punch. Oh dark pulse. Oh dark void. Psychic. Oh calm mind. Oh hypnosis. Oh psychic. Oh dream eater. Ghost. Oh shadow sneak. Oh shadow ball. Oh shadow claw. Oh hex. Preemies, level 21 pseudo-god. Huh. Yeah. Only when it was destroyed could a Pokémon strength go beyond level 10. Nodding his head, Preemies turned and looked at his shadow. Preemies, how are feeling, Darkrai? As if answering Preemies, a bright blue eye opened in his shadow. Next, the shadow rose and started taking shape. A second later, Darkrai could be seen standing in front of Preemies. Darkrai, better. No, best is the perfect way to describe it. Looks like after the connection with Master, all the restrictions on me have been removed. Preemies, it appears so. Though I never expected you to be this strong. Darkrai, I can say the same for you, Master. Through the connection I can now tell how much stronger you are. My instincts are warning me that even the current me is not your match. Preemies chuckled hearing this. Preemies, not all but yes. Some of the restrictions have been removed. Darkrai, sigh, you really are something, Master. I really wonder how much stronger you will be once all the restrictions on you are removed. Preemies, you will know. Anyway, let's talk later. We are pressing for time right now. Darkrai, are we going somewhere, Master? Preemies, yes. To another world. I will tell you the details later. Darkrai, okay, Master. Swoosh. Saying this, Darkrai hurriedly returned into Preemies' shadow. Preemies, next. Oh. It's the last good news. Beatrice became a lot stronger all of a sudden. Preemies, I know about that. I am the one responsible for it. What? Really? Preemies, yes. Waving his hand, Preemies brought a new window in front of him. Status. Name, Beatrice. Age, 4,990 years old. Type, artificial spirit. Dash, stats. Dash, skills. Dash, equipment. Level. Strength, 8. Endurance, 24. Dexterity, 12. Agility, 12. C. Magic, 24. Skills, 3, max. Een Magic Eye, SS. Water Magic Eye, SS. Wind Magic Eye, SS. Equipment. Wisdom Dress. Wisdom Dress. Type, Armor, Dress. Rank, I. C. Magic, 8. Defense, 8. Soulbound, Beatrice. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Een Mastery, SS. Water Mastery, SS. Wind Mastery, SS. Een Immunity, SS. Water Immunity, SS. Wind immunity, SS. Damage reduction, SS. Preemies, good. Now tell me, what is this very big bad news? Then Preemies recounted the conversation he had with Kyubi in his dream to Twilight. Hearing this, Twilight became silent before. Damn. Preemies, stop shouting in my head. Asterisk cough, asterisk cough. Sorry. I just never expected it to be this grand. To think we will be going to one of the top worlds of this group this soon. Preemies, don't worry. Feelings are mutual. Asterisk sigh, asterisk what a pain. Preemies, true. They both became silent for the rest of the way. Finally, after reaching the destination, Preemies entered the door and went in. Shalebi, master. Shalebi, who was playing with Beatrice in the Forbidden Library all this time, directly charged into Preemies' embrace after seeing him. Preemies' expressions became gentle as he started patting Shalebi's head. Shalebi, I was very worried about you, master. Preemies, I know. Thank you. Shalebi, hee. Preemies, by the way, I have good news for you. Shalebi, good news? What is it? Preemies, in 40 minutes, we are leaving for the world where Mew is right now. Shalebi, really? Preemies, yes. So, for now return to the pet world and rest. Because there will be a lot of fighting where we are going against the people who wanted to capture Mew. Shalebi's expression turned serious as it nodded its head before being sent to the pet world. Once done, Preemies turned his gaze at Beatrice, who was looking at him with smile. Beatrice became even more beautiful than before. However, that's not what attracted Preemies' attention. It was her eyes, who had a lot of confidence, experience, and wisdom compared to before. I had a promotion when I saw her age, which was almost reaching 5,000 years compared to 400-something years before. As well as her skills ranks. But now, I am certain. You used Tsukimi on her. Preemies, yes. Saying this, Preemies approached Beatrice. Preemies, looks like you succeed, bet. Though before he could continue, Beatrice also jumped into Preemies' embrace. Beatrice, I really missed you a lot, big brother. Preemies smiled a little hearing this as he kept on caressing her head and back. Preemies, it must have been difficult for you. Beatrice, But I didn't let you down. Preemies, yes, you didn't. Well done. They both remained like this for 5 minutes, before Beatrice separated. Patting her head, Preemies spoke. Preemies, I have something to do here which will require me at 5 to 10 minutes. Will you do something for me until then? Beatrice, what is it? Betty will do anything for big brother. Smiling, Preemies replied. Preemies, it's not that difficult. Do you know the cliff from where Subaru jumped and killed himself in the previous loop? Beatrice, Preemies, bring Reinhardt along with you and wait for me there. Beatrice, the Sword Saint which is staying. Preemies, yes. Will you do it? Beatrice, yes. Shouted Beatrice with a huge smile before she left the Forbidden Library while waving at Preemies. Preemies also waved back in response. Click. Once the door closed, the smile on Preemies' face vanished as he looked all around the Forbidden Library. Preemies, now, the next thing. Closing his eyes, Preemies released his zenith which covered everything in the room. Few seconds later, he opened his eyes. This time, his surroundings were completely different. No matter where one looked, the only thing that they could see was the spacious grassland with no end. Above there was a bright blue sky with luscious clouds. While Preemies was looking at the clouds, he heard a voice behind. To think you would be able to enter this realm of mine of your own accord. You are making me even more curious about you. Looking back, Preemies saw a white-haired woman sitting near a circular table with a set of teacups on it and with an umbrella. She then waved her hand and a new chair appeared, most likely for him. Why don't we have a chat while having tea? Preemies, I would have accepted it the other time but not now since I am pressing for time. Oh. Is that so? Preemies, yes. So, let's make it quick. What do you want to ask? Preemies, I have a proposal. A proposal? Preemies, not just you. But all of you, witches of sin. Saying this, Preemies released his zenith which astonished the white-haired woman since in this realm without her permission no one can use any sort of power, yet Preemies was doing it. This led to her curiosity for Preemies intensified. After releasing zenith, 5 more people appeared. Ignoring their surprised expression, Preemies turned his head to the side again. Preemies, are you going to join us too, Satella? Once Preemies said that the place he was looking at turned dark and someone in blackish-purple clothes could be seen walking towards them. Click. Closing the door of the empty room which was once called the Forbidden Library, Preemies started walking down the hallway towards the entrance of the mansion since all his work here was done. While walking, he glanced at the prompts to the side. Ding. 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 A new pocket world, multiverse library, has been created. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 293, Volume 4, Chapter 34, Till we meet again, final. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Every time we go to a new world, it always led to the creation of a new pocket world, one way or another. Preemies, I guess. Now you have 4 pocket worlds. Preemies, yeah. Home world, my main world. Baptism for my weapons or equipment. Pets, a world for my contracted beasts or Pokemon. And now multiverse library, where I will keep the knowledge of every multiverse as existed in this group. True. And there will be more, right? Preemies, yes. Gee, good morning, Your Majesty. Lowering his head, Preemie saw a little girl standing at the bottom of staircase. She was wearing common clothes that consisted of a pair of brown shoes, green leggings with horizontal stripes that were shorn just above the ankles, a white long-sleeved shirt, an open short-sleeved cream-colored cardigan with red outlining, and a red ribbon fastened to her collar. She had medium-length reddish-brown hair that extends to her shoulders along with cyan eyes. Preemies, aren't you one of the kids who we rescued from the Forbidden Forest? Yes, I am one of them. I can't believe Your Majesty remembered me. I am honored. Saying this, sparkle appeared in the little girl's eyes as she bowed. Though there was something more than reverence in her eyes. It seems that she has developed a crush on him. Preemies, I see. So, you are, oh, I am sorry for the late introduction. I am Petra Lati. You can call me Petra. Preemies, okay. Then Petra, what are you doing here? Petra, actually, Ram, she will be a new trainee maid in training from today onwards. At this time, Ram approached him and spoke. She then bowed towards Preemies and spoke. Ram, congratulations on your recovery, Sir Rigla. And thank you to not only saving the inhabitants of the village but also for keeping my little sister safe. Preemies, Nodding, Preemies turned to Petra again. Preemies, since you said she will be the new maid, did this mean Roswell agreed? Ram, yes. Master Roswell agreed with Petra working here. Preemies, okay. Next, Preemies extended his hand and started patting her head. Petra widened her eyes before lowering her head. Her face was beet red with a smile on it. Preemies, work diligently. Petra, I will. Preemies, good. Ram, Sir Rigla, are you going somewhere? Ram entered between their conversation now. Preemies, yes. Something came up so I am leaving. Ram and Petra, you are leaving. Both shouted at the same time. Petra because the reason she wanted to work here was so that she could get closer to Preemies. As for Ram, it's because of her little sister. She could tell Ram growing affection for Preemies. That's why Preemies leaving will affect both in some way. Preemies, don't worry. I will be back in 3 months. Hearing this, they gave out a sigh of relief. Preemies, I hope you will be done with your training and be a proper maid by the time I return, Petra. Petra, I will. Determination appeared in Petra's eyes while looking at Preemies. Preemies, good. Patting her head some more, Preemies removed his hand and turned to Ram. Preemies, Ram, a quick question. Ram, what is it, Sir Rigla? Preemies, if you must choose between following Roswell's order or your little sister's life. What will you choose? Ram. Ram eyes opened wide in shock hearing this. Not just her, even Petra was shocked. Ram, Sir Rigla, what are you saying? Preemies, next 3 months will be very dangerous outside. In case you are in the mansion then you will be safe. However, the moment any of you left, death is imminent. Ram. Without waiting for her answer, Preemies turned and left the manor. Ram remained rooted in her spot, unable to take the next step since her mind was preoccupied with what Preemies just said. Preemies, in the next 3 months, you must decide, Ram. Whether to obey Roswell's order and forsake your little sister or protect your little sister and become Roswell's enemy. Good thing you posed that question to her. Because of your appearance most of Roswell's plan went haywire. Now that you are gone, he will definitely try to correct it. Preemies, yeah. As Preemies was leaving the main gate, he could feel a gaze on his back. But he didn't turn and kept on walking down the road since he knew whose gaze it was. Emilia was looking at Preemies' back from the window of her room till he finally disappeared from her sight. Her face was completely covered in tears, but she didn't let out a single sound. Puck, he is gone, Leah. Emilia, I know, Puck. I just want to remain like this, for some more. Puck could only sigh hearing this. Behind them Rem was standing. She was also looking in the Preemies' direction. Even though she didn't cry, she was in truth barely controlling herself from breaking out. Emilia, Rem, I have a favor. Rem, what is it, Lady Emilia? Emilia, can you teach me how to cook? Rem got stunned hearing this, though a smile appeared on her face as she spoke. Rem, yes, I will. Emilia, thank you. Puck, damn you, Rigla. Just what did you do to my Lia? Now she even wants to learn cooking just for you. Swoosh. Currently Premies was dashing through a dense forest towards his destination. The area around was devastated because of the shake he gave to the planet again. Are you not going to meet Subaru? Premies, no. We barely have 20 minutes left. And Subaru was currently in the village helping the inhabitants with the repairs. Knowing him, once he hears that I am leaving, he will bombard me with tons of questions. That's why I gave a letter to Rem telling her to pass it to Subaru. Good call. After some time, he finally reached the cliff and saw Beatrice with the red-haired man waiting for him there. Betty smiled when she saw him and jumped at him. Premies caught her and started caressing her head. Premies, good job. Beatrice, hee. After spoiling her for a minute, Premies put her down and turned his attention to Reinhard. Premies, how are you, Reinhard? Reinhard, I am pretty good. What about you, Sir Rigla? Premies, same. Reinhard, I would really love to spend time talking with you because it's been some time since we met. But you seem to be in a hurry. Premies, I am. That's why I will cut directly to chase. Reinhard, yes. Premies, Reinhard, you see, I am not a person of this world. Reinhard, not of this world. Reinhard became confused hearing this. Premies, yes. Let alone, Kingdom of Lagunica, everything in this world was foreign to me when I first came here. Reinhard put his thumb and index finger on his chin and started pondering about it. Reinhard, could it be that you came from beyond the great waterfall? Premies, no, it's something beyond. Reinhard, something beyond even the great waterfall. I am sorry Sir Rigla, I can't comprehend that. Premies, let's just say I am someone from higher plane. In that plane, there are countless people, who can destroy this entire world of yours with a mere thought. Reinhard. Reinhard eyes opened wide hearing this and felt a chill down his spine. Reinhard, why you are kidding right, Sir R. Rigla? Premies. Instead of replying, Premies just kept on looking at him. Reinhard unconscious used his blessing to detect lies but failed to detect any. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he asked. Reinhard, just who are you, Sir Rigla? Premies, like I said, I am someone from a higher plane. In there, beings like us referred to as gods. Reinhard. Reinhard's entire body shivered. Suddenly, he saw something unexpected. It appeared that the entire world was revolving around Premies. And if someone will decide to go against him, then the entire world will abandon that person without hesitation. Gulp. Taking a gulp, Reinhard stepped back and got on one of his knees. Reinhard, I am sorry if I offended you in some way, Lord Rigla. Looking at the kneeling Reinhard in front of him, Premies couldn't help but sigh witnessing how his body was trembling and his back covered in sweat. Premies, stand up. Reinhard, why yes. Standing up as commanded, Reinhard was still looking down, making sure not to look directly into his eyes. Premies, Reinhard, I think you are mistaking something. Reinhard, am mistaking. Premies, do you think I called you here to punish you? Reinhard, is it not? Premies, it's not. On the contrary, I have an offer for you. Reinhard, offer. Premies, yes. First, raise your head. Raising his head, Reinhard looked directly at Premies' face. Premies, you see, Reinhard, I want you to join my guild. Reinhard, a guild. Premies, yes. An extremely powerful god has been born. He or she planned to absorb the essence of every worlds in existence to reach even higher realm. Reinhard, how could this be? Premies, that was not the only thing. That god has taken countless mortals or gods under him by giving them the power so that they could help him or her in their conquest. Because of that, it has increased the pace of his or her conquest a lot. Reinhard. Premies, those invaders will attack this world in the future. Along with even more worlds. That's why I decided to go to the different worlds to find those whom I deemed worthy to fight alongside me. After all, you can't win a war with just a single person. Reinhard, you think I am worthy? Premies, yes. Reinhard, but I don't think I can fight against a god. Premies, that's why I am here. The current you can't. But I promise to make you stronger so that when let alone invaders, even if gods attacks, you will be ready to face them and save this world of yours. Reinhard. Thud. Instead of answering, Reinhard went down on his knees again. But this time, not of fear. Reinhard, if Lord Rigla thinks someone like me is worthy, then from now onwards I, the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea, along with my sword, Dragon Sword Reed, is at your disposal. Just give the order and we will cleave through all your enemies. Looking at him, Premies nodded and used his index finger to touch Reinhard's forehead. Premies, I accept. Premies, Twilight. Yes. Shine. Light started to shine from their contact before Reinhard felt something entering his brain and merging with his soul. Ding. 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 Suddenly, many prompt windows started to appear. Not in front of Premies but in front of Reinhard. It clearly shocked him. Reinhard, this is. Premies, only you and I can see these windows. So, you don't have to worry about others seeing it when they are around you. Reinhard, okay. But, why are they all blanks? Premies, because you have only become a member of guild. I haven't activated the guild yet. I will activate it when I think it will be time. Don't worry, it won't be long. Reinhard, Nodding, Reinhard got up. Premies, Reinhard, there's one more reason why I want you to join my guild. Reinhard, another reason. Premies, yes. And that is because you are the second friend I ever made. Reinhard. Reinhard became speechless hearing this. Never in his life he would have thought that someone like him, whom everyone thought of as a monster, would have a friend. And that friend would be a god. Premies, that's why I hope you will refrain from calling me Lord Rigla. Reinhard, I can't. After all, you are. Premies, I know you won't accept this. So, instead of calling me Lord Rigla, how about Guildmaster? Reinhard, Guildmaster. Premies, what do you say? It's not like you are disrespecting me that way. Reinhard, That will be better. Smiling a little, Premies extended his hand towards him. Premies, looking forward to working with you, Reinhard. Reinhard also smiled, shook Premies' hand. Reinhard, likewise, Guildmaster. Premies, with this I have gained the first member for my guild. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 294, Volume 4, Chapter 35, To the Next World. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Vroom. Swoosh. Currently Premies was driving his luck cycle and was rushing towards his last destination in this world, Flugel's tree. Beatrice was sitting behind and hugging him tightly. Beatrice, big brother, Betty didn't completely understand how you can differentiate one's strength. Premies, I see. So, you want to know at which realm people will start refers to us as gods. Beatrice, yes. Premies, okay. Let me explain the leveling system to you. Beatrice, leveling system. Premies, yes. The leveling system for us, second level existences, is divided into 3 stages. First, mortal stage. It defines how strong a mortal can become. It is further divided into 10 substages. Namely, level strength. Level 0 average human. Level 1, stats at E, building. Level 1, stats at B, town. Level 1, max, city. Level 2 island. Level 3 large island. Level 4 country. Level 5 large country. Level 6 continent. Level 7 large continent. Level 8 asteroid. Level 9 moon. Level 10 planet. Beatrice, to think a mortal can reach the strength to destroy a planet. Premies, yeah. It's unbelievable until you witnessed it with your own eyes. Beatrice, do any such person exists in this world? Premies, no. You see, even though a mortal limit is level 10, many times the very world won't let it happen. It puts some kind of limit to how much stronger a person could become. Beatrice, limit. Huh. What is the limit of this world? Premies, level 7. In case someone tries to go beyond, then the world will make its move to get rid of that person. Beatrice, level 7. The power to destroy a large continent. Now that I think about it, didn't Witch of Envy destroy half of the world? Could she be? Premies, yes. In this entire world, only 2 people have reached level 7. The Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea. And the Witch of Envy, Satella. Beatrice. That's why those heroes from past failed to kill her. Premies, yes. There are only 3 people who had reached level 6 at that time. Divine Dragon, Volcanica. The First Sword Saint, Reed Astrea. Sage, Flugel. Even during that time, they require the help of countless other heroes. Beatrice, even with all those sacrifices, they barely defeated Witch of Envy. Still, it was not enough to kill her. That's why they sealed her. Premies. At this time, Premies stopped talking with Beatrice but muttered something under his breath. Premies, don't worry. With me here, let alone sealing you, no one will hurt you ever again. Beatrice, huh? Did you say something, big brother? Premies, yes. Let's move on to the second stage. It's called Pseudo-God stage. This is for those who had broken through mortal limit and reached higher level. This stage is divided into 5 substages. Namely, Pseudo-God strength. Level 11 large planet. Level 12 dwarf star. Level 13 small star. Level 14 star. Level 15 large star. Premies, seeing that sun that was high in the sky, level 13 pseudo-god has the strength to blow that sun away. Beatrice, amazing. Premies, it is. Though don't need to compare yourself with that. Because current you are already at the final stage. So, third and final stage is called God stage. This stage is also divided into 5 substages. Namely, Dimensional God strength. 4th solar system. 5th multi-solar systems. 6th galaxy. 7th multi-galaxies. 9th universe. Premies, the current you with your equipment is already a 5th dimensional god. Beatrice, Her calmness is amazing. She has really grown a lot after that trip in your Tsukumi world. Premies, yeah. Beatrice, big brother, you missed 8th dimensional god. In return, Premies shook his head and spoke. Premies, I didn't. No intelligent being can become 8th dimensional god. So, in a way it's impossible. Beatrice, oh. Beatrice nodded her head a few times before putting it back on Premies' back. Beatrice, by the way, where does big brother stand? Premies, beyond 9th dimensional god. Beatrice, there's rank beyond 9th dimensional god. Premies, yes. Those are the ranks of divines. I will tell you about them when the time comes. Beatrice, okay. Premies, anyway, we are almost there. Premies could already see the huge flugel tree by now. With luck cycle speed, just a few seconds will be needed to reach there. Only 5 minutes are left, Premies. Premies, I know. Vroom. Stopping at the foot of the huge flugel's tree, Premies and Beatrice got up before Premies sent luck cycle back into his soul. While he was doing it, Beatrice was looking at the flugel's tree. Beatrice, flugel's tree. Huh. From what I have read and heard, the seed of this tree was planted by the very sage and his disciple together. Premies, you're right about that. Premies, because he already knew that Subaru would need this tree to defeat White Whale. Looking around, Premies didn't see anyone else. Premies, let's wait for a minute. Beatrice, okay. Premies, now that I think about it, I haven't checked the new status of my equipment. Saying this, Premies took out his gunblade to check its status. Origin, Zenith's gunblade. Type, weapon, sword/gun. Rank, I. Attack, 6. Soulbound, Premies Rigla. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Expedite, A. Automatic, A. Details. Expedite, A. Increase the attack speed by 90%. Automatic, A. Allows you automatic refill 2 zenith bullet. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Capacity, 4 zenith bullets. Premies, good. Putting the gun blade away, Premies this time checked his clothes. Origin, Zenith's jacket. Type, armor, cloth armor. Rank, I. Defense, 6. Soulbound, Premies Rigla. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Reversal, A. Ammunition, A. Details. Reversal, A. Nullifies 30% of the damage taken and absorbs another 30% to heal you. Ammunition, A. Create 3 zenith bullet every 15 seconds. Capacity, can only have 12 zenith bullets. Nodding, Premies also raised his head and started looking at the flugel's tree. A minute later. Tap. Tap. Some appeared behind them. Beatrice turned and looked at the person. The moment she saw who it was, she raised her guard to the limit and started gathering magic to attack. Premies, calm down, Betty. There's no need for that. That's the person we have been waiting for. Beatrice calmed herself down herself, but her eyes were still looking at the person with vigilance. Sighing, Premies spoke. Premies, as expected. There could be only one person in this world who QB will find interesting. And that's you. Turning, Premies finally looked at the person. The person was a lone girl who was blankly staring at him with a smile so faint it almost felt ghostly. Her long straight platinum hair was seemingly transparent and gave off a soft glow akin to the shine of the sun. The radiance of her hair created the effect of a glistening waterfall that traveled down her slender shoulders and rested slightly below her knee line. Her eyes were as deep blue as the sea and were framed by long eyelashes. Her inhuman beauty was terrifying enough to make any person who set their eyes upon her incapable of stopping themselves from trembling. On top of that, her attire consisted of nothing more than a simple white cloth that she was wearing like a poncho. Aside from her gown, the sole piece of material that could be found on the person was a blue ribbon tied into her hair that was similar to the one that decorated her dress. Her legs and feet were both completely bare, however, despite this, any desire to touch her bare flesh seemed taboo on account of her divine beauty. Premies, witch of vainglory, Pandora. Premies and Pandora kept on looking at each other after that. Even though Premies knew that he barely had 2 minutes left, he remained silent. Still, with every second, some sort of pressure of increasing on Pandora's shoulder. Even if she didn't show any change in expression, her trembling legs and sweat that had appeared on her forehead was more than enough to tell that she was barely controlling herself from kneeling. And yet, even under all that pressure, her smile never wavered. In addition to that, her deep blue eyes have become teary. It's not because of pain or something, but because of pure bliss and happiness while looking at Premies. It was as if she didn't know that she was being subjected to pressure. Her eyes were only on Premies. Pandora, amazing, you are truly magnificent. Just when she was about to reach the limit and kneel, the pressure around her disappeared. Still, she didn't care. Her eyes were still completely on Premies like before. It's like only he matters, no one else. Premies, interesting. Premies, come here, Pandora. Pandora, yes. Pandora didn't ask anything and did as commanded. She didn't even mind being ordered by Premies. Once in front of him, she stopped. Premies, closer your eyes. Without question, she did as asked. Next, he put his hand on her head. Premies, I don't have any time left. So, let's talk later. Pandora, I really can't wait to spend time with you. Ignoring her remark, Premies released his power which covered Pandora completely. In the next second. Burst. Her entire body burst into many small light particles which were then absorbed in his body. QB, how is it? QB appeared on Premies' right shoulder and asked. Premies, she will be a good asset. QB, told you. Beatrice, big brother, who is it? Beatrice approached Premies at this time and asked. Premies, it's my strongest contracted spirit. Beatrice, strongest contracted spirit. Are you saying along with me and Shalebi, there are more? Premies, yes. But that's for later. Stopping Beatrice from questioning any further, Premies looked at QB. Premies, let's go. We only have 13 to 14 seconds left. QB, yes. Premies grabbed Beatrice's hand as QB released its power. Shatter. Space shattered in front of them before turning into something called Portal. QB, let's go. Premies, yes. Giving one last glance in the direction of Roswell's mansion, Premies muttered under his breath. Premies, later than Amelia. Remington. Next, he entered the portal and left this world of Re-0 starting life in another world. Step. 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 Premies and Beatrice were walking through which appeared to be a tunnel. Countless colorful rays of light could be seen traveling around the tunnel. Beatrice, it's beautiful. Premies, it is. But it's equally dangerous too. QB, yes. If you touched any of them then the excess power contains within them will kill you in an instant. Premies, even a ninth-dimensional god, would die after touching them. Beatrice. Beatrice was shocked hearing that. QB, these lights are the power sources of different universes joined together. In case you touch them, they think of you a foreigner who wanted to steal their power. Premies, as a result, wolves of those countless universes and multiverses will fight back altogether to get rid of you. Beatrice felt a chill down her spine hearing this. They then just kept on walking deeper and deeper into the tunnel. Beatrice had calmed herself by now and was still looking at these lights. Even though they were dangerous, they were also beautiful just like Premies said. Hence, there's not any problem in admiring their beauty. After some time. QB, we will be reaching soon. All three could see the end of the tunnel. They increased the speed of their pace and finally passed through it. Shine. Beatrice closed her eyes because of the brightness. After a minute she opened them, and her jaw fell on the ground. All three were currently standing on an island which was floating in the middle of an empty space. However, the area around this island was not blank. Countless worlds, universes, and multiverses could be seen revolving around this island. While Beatrice was still astonished, Premies and QB ignored those worlds around. Their focus was completely on the front. In the very middle of the island, there was a huge tree made up of nothing with light. The tree was so tall that it was very difficult to see its tip. This tree took almost 90% of the island. Premies, this tree is the megaverse that we have to enter. Premies, where is it, QB? QB, there. QB pointed at one branch of the tree. Premies gave a sigh of relief seeing that. Premies, good thing, it's still in the lower section. Beatrice, lower section. QB, you see, all the branches on the tree lead to different parallel world. The higher the branch, the stronger that world will be. The world we are going to right now is in the lower section of the tree. Beatrice, I see. So, how much stronger beings of that world will be? Premies, they will be at pseudo-gods and dimensional gods levels. Beatrice. Premies, even real gods will be there. Though they won't be too many and won't be of much higher rank. Premies, let's go. Next, Premies while holding Beatrice's hand and QB on the right shoulder jumped at that branch. Swoosh. Thud. Once he stood on it, then some kind of attraction force sucked them in. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 295, Volume 4, Chapter 36, Unexpected Clash. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Premies and others were falling deeper and deeper into that world. Before long, they were already inside. Looking around, they found themselves in space. Many stars, planets, galaxy could be seen to the far distance. Beatrice opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. At this time, she heard Premies' voice inside her head. Premies, since there is no vacuum in the space, you can't speak. Let's just talk using telepathy. Beatrice, oh okay. Beatrice looked around for some more before speaking. Beatrice, so, where are we going, big brother? Premies, you will know. Holding Beatrice's hand, Premies flew towards a certain direction at an extreme speed. But then. Shatter. Go. The space shattered and a huge hand came out of it. The hand was so enormous it could hold an entire universe in it without any problem. The hand looked like a night filled with stars. It's beautiful yet terrifying. Color drained from Beatrice's face witnessing that hand. She could tell that even with her current strength, that hand could easily squish her like a bug. She hurriedly hugged Premies in fear. On the other hand, Premies and QB narrowed their eyes looking at it. Premies stopped going forward and stopped. However, it seemed that the hand aim was Premies and his group. So, it moved towards them to capture them. Compared to that hand, Premies and his group looked like an ant. Soon that hand grabbed them. Beatrice, big brother. Beatrice hugged Premies tightly in panic. All, watch out. Premies, sigh. Boom. Suddenly, a huge amount of power burst out of Premies. The power out only pushed the hand away, but also Beatrice was thrown away. Good thing that QB appeared behind her and used its body to stop her. Thud. Once she stopped, QB stood in front of her in all four actively while looking at the spectator in front. Premies was now standing there in a completely different form. He was in dark blue clothes and two twin shining swords in his hand, one representing day and the other night. This was his strongest form. God of Destruction. Good thing that Beatrice could only see his back, not his face. Otherwise, she would have been sacred and started to question whether that person's really Premies or an emotionless killing machine. Premies' dull red eyes were looking at that huge hand. There was nothing in his eyes. No pain, no joy, no surprise, no sadness. Absolutely nothing. Premies, God of Destruction, form. At this time, Premies spoke in a voice devoid of any emotion. Premies, great. Just great. I just entered this world and here I am fighting a divine God. Saying this, he started to float towards the hand. Premies, fine. I guess after absorbing your power, I will gain a huge power-up. Gathering power in his twin swords, Aurora. Premies released a huge attack towards the hand. In return, that hand also released an attack made of its divine power. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. Burst. Boom. An enormous light explosion occurred. That explosion was so huge and strong that many universes around them got destroyed. One can only guess just how many lives, races, and other things were destroyed in just a single clash of their powers. Slash. Swinging one of blades to the side, Premies got rid of the smoke from the explosion. Then he attacked again. Shin. Ding. Boom. Another explosion. The shockwave from the explosion traveled far distance, destroying countless planets, stars, and galaxies in the way. Slash. Boom. Shin. Boom. At every clash, the hand was pushed back a lot. Though just when it was almost pushed back to the tunnel from where it came. Shatter. Space shattered and another hand. Shatter. And another. Shatter. And another. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two of them attacked Premies from right and left. As if wanted to squish him like a bug. Premies didn't show any change in expression. He stopped pursuing the first hand and stopped the incoming two hands with his twin blades of aurora. Ding. Ding. Boom. Another shockwave. Now, Premies was standing in the middle of two hands, stopping them with his blades in his right and left hand. Whoosh. Whoosh. The remaining two hands didn't let go of this opportunity and attacked from the front and back. Seeing this, Premies increased his power and pushed back the hands he was stopping before confronting the next two. Shin. Shin. Ding. Ding. Boom. Just like that, Premies kept on fighting these four hands. These hands don't belong to different beings. They belong to the single entity whose hand attacked at the beginning. Beatrice was looking at the confrontation with horror. QB had made some sort of platform for them to stand on, yet Beatrice was sitting on her butt. No matter how much she tried to stand, the strength just won't enter. Her legs already gave in when she saw that hand for the first time. Even now they were trembling. QB, scary, isn't it? Beatrice, you QB, this is battle between high-level beings. If this battle was happening in your world, then your world would have long been destroyed with just their mere presence. Even now, countless universes are being destroyed. Look around and you will notice. Doing what was told, Beatrice looked around and saw the destruction. Those universes which she found beautiful before were now left in a broken state. Most of them were almost gone. Gulp. Beatrice, big brother, is this strong? QB, yes. Though it will be over soon. Beatrice, what do you mean? QB, when two higher beings fight, their battle took decades to millenniums to end. However, we don't have that luxury of time. I am sure Master also knew that. So, he must do something to end this fast. Otherwise, looks like there will be no need for that. Beatrice, huh? Beatrice became confused and looked at their battle again. There she saw that one of the hands had retreated. Then the second. Then the third. QB, it's retreating. Beatrice, why? QB, that being didn't come here to fight. It was just curious to see who entered this world. Now that it has realized that it can't capture us, it decided to retreat for now. Beatrice, for now. QB, exactly. We have gained its attention. It will definitely come again. Hearing this, Beatrice's back was covered in cold sweat. QB, what? Beatrice, Beatrice saw something and her countenance changed. Beatrice, big brother. Shin. Boom. With one more clash, the last hand also decided to retreat. Even after their confrontation for so long, none of them had a single scratch on themselves. Once the hand completely retreated to the tunnel, Premies narrowed his eyes and pursued it inside. Once inside, Premies gathered his power and attacked. The hand did the same. Whoosh. Whoosh. Boom. As Premies went deeper into the tunnel, the hand finally revealed its true appearance. It was a claw with 4 fingers. Just by looking at it, one could tell that those claws could easily cleave the world apart. Shin. Ding. Boom. Even though it didn't receive any damage, the claw was still pushed back. Just as Premies was about to follow. Beatrice, big brother. Premies. He stopped when he heard Beatrice's panic and worried voice. He kept on looking at the hand which was going further and further away. When the hand was about to disappear, Premies heard a laugh. Most probably of the owner of the hand. Shaking his head, he turned and left the shattered tunnel. When Beatrice saw Premies following that hand, she panicked and shouted. She was worried that Premies would fall in some kind of trap following that hand. Since the fight had stopped, the shattered space started to heal. And when the last tunnel was about to disappear, Premies walked out of it. Witnessing this, Beatrice gave a sigh of relief. When Premies walked out, the tunnel behind him restored itself. Gazing at the far distance, he saw Beatrice looking at him with relief while QB waving at him. Moving his gaze away from them, Premies put the left blade back into the scabbard at his waist before bringing that free hand in front. There was something akin to a drop of water which was emitting divinity. Though, this was not any kind of liquid but divine power of that god. Premies, even though I was only able to take just 1 out of 100 billionth of its power, it's still some sort of victory. Because once I will convert this divine power into lower order power like magic, its quantity and quality will be astounding. Shin. Next, Premies pointed the blade which was in his right hand towards that power. Premies, first, let's sever every connection of this power from its god. Slash. Using his taboo power of apostasy, Premies severed all the connection of this divine power from its god. Slash. He then used apostasy again and cut this power into 5. Shin. Putting the second sword back into its scabbard, Premies looked at these 5 pieces of divine power. Premies, now then. All those 5 pieces entered Premies. Premies first willed one of the pieces and sent it in his home world. Premies, Ophis, help Xingming and Ace absorb that divine power. But make sure that they don't enter that state. Since that world was locked, he could only send the power and his instructions. It can only go one way, not the other. Still, he was sure Ophis would have message without any issue. Then he sent 1 piece each into the other 3 worlds. Namely, Baptism, Pets, and Multiverse Library. Once he did so, all 3 of those worlds started emitting divine power. Premies, you know what to do. Now, he only had 1 piece left. Premies, it's my turn now. Twilight. On it. Next, Premies and Twilight sent that last piece of divine power towards the Black Swordsman template. Since Premies and Twilight worked together, that piece was absorbed in it in a matter of seconds. Ding. 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 Many prompts started to appear. Premies moved them to the side for now. Premies, I will look at them later. Undoing his God of Destruction form, Premies became Planar Lord again. Swoosh. Without saying anything, he flew towards Beatrice and Kyubi. He reached them and grabbed Beatrice before she could say anything. Premies, later, Betty. Kyubi. Kyubi, let's go. Kyubi jumped on his shoulder and used its power. Shine. Space wrapped and all 3 of them disappeared from that place. This was a modern world. Many enterprises, tall buildings, advertisements on the huge screen could be seen. Many people were walking and talking with each other. Some of them were talking about the show they watched, some were busy on their phones, some were enjoying the company of their girlfriend, family, and so on. It was truly a great world. Though only on the surface. Currently it's night in this world. Yet, the lights coming from the buildings, lamps on the road, and the moon made it very bright. At this time, space wrapped on one of the tallest buildings. Premies and his group walked out. Beatrice started looking around with curiosity since this was the first time she had seen another world. Premies, so, this is the world where Mew is. Ding. All 3 wills of this verse has noticed you. Ding. Since they knew who you are, they decided to send the power system of this world. Ding. Asterisk asterisk reminder, this power system will only be applied in this world. Once you will leave and go to higher sections of this verse, the power system will be revised. Ding. Asterisk 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 reminder, please be prepared before going to the worlds which are located at the top section of this verse, since in those worlds even the one with the lowest grade has strength reaching divines. Ding. Please wait, the information will be provided to you shortly. Looking at these prompts, Premies nodded and decided to wait. Kyubi, never thought we will attract attention this soon after entering. Premies, yeah. It was truly unexpected. Saying this, Premies started to remember his fight. Unlike Kyubi and Beatrice, he could clearly see the strength of that god. Premies, looks like finding me won't be easy. I am sure it will tell others about me. Now all the beasts will be after me. Yeah. After all, that was. Name, Rebloomed Bestia Coccinia. AKA, Beast 6. Rank, High God. Power, 492,727,379. Ding. Information received. Rank stats. E11. D12. C13. B14. A15. Plus X2 boost in that stat plus X3 boost in that stat plus X4 boost in that stat. Welcome to the world of Fate/Stay Night, Heaven's Feel. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 296, Volume 4, Chapter 37, Information about the verse. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Let's start from the very beginning. This megaverse is controlled by 3 wills. Gaia. She is the protector guardian god revered by the people, and she is the sacrifice that feeds them with the crops born from her body and the beasts of the fields and the forests. Her true nature is the cycle of life and death, the circle of the food chain where she feeds men with her blood and flesh, kills men over time and absorbs him as nutrition, and once again feeds men with her replenished blood and flesh. She represents the system of life itself, so those born of the earth cannot deny her authority. Only when they have fulfilled the wish of a certain forgotten goddess, by leaving the planet for space and ending the infantile stage of intelligent life forms, will they no longer be bound to it. In other words, all this time the Earth where all the events of fate took place is not just a mere planet but on a goddess which is using her body so that humanity can live on it. That's why it's a misconception that fate is a weak verse because beings there can't even destroy a planet. Gods have the power to create universes in a whim. And as one of the higher goddess, if one wants to destroy Gaia then one must have the power to destroy a multiverse itself. Sounds shocking that this small planet is as strong as the multiverse itself, but it's a truth. That's also even why when the Battle of Holy Grail intensified it was only able to destroy a city at most. Let alone country or continent, Alea. She is the collective unconsciousness of mankind and the drive for its survival as a whole. Alea constantly steers mankind away from extinction. Alea interferes indirectly by guiding and empowering an individual to eliminate a threat. When indirect intervention is insufficient, Alea will deploy the counter-guardians or heroic spirits. The deployment of counter-guardians is by no means subtle, as the threat will be eliminated with the surroundings, inflicting much collateral damage. Human order, also referred to as the common sense of men, is the core principle on which Alea operates for the building of the human order foundation. Essentially, it is the principle that humanity must exist for as long as possible. Parallel worlds in which humanity has destroyed itself or advanced too quickly and therefore stopped progressing are, following this principle, culled, allowing for only the most promising parallel worlds to survive in order to ensure the future of mankind. Finally, the wall of human order. It is a phenomenon in which existences foreign to the human order are rejected. That's why whenever a reincarnator or transmigrator from another world came to this world, Alea checked whether that person would be harmful to the world or not. If not, then she just keeps an eye on all his or her actions. In case they are, then she will eliminate them. Beings who are close to reaching the root are deemed threatening by Alea. So, many of them go to extreme lengths to avoid or hide from Alea, counterforce. Don't get confused in thinking Alea and counterforce are same. They are different. Just like every planet, galaxy, and universe has their own will. Counterforce is the will of this entire megaverse. Alea is just part of the counterforce. The work of counterforce is keeping this entire megaverse safe. Unlike Alea, whose only work is to keep humanity safe. In a way, you can say, every parallel world will have Gaia and Alea, but there is only one counterforce. If you have counterforce under you, then this means you are the ruler of this megaverse, Age of Gods. Just like in Danmachi world, gods also descended to live among mortals. However, since Earth Mother Goddess, Gaia was the world itself, gods don't have to seal their powers. They can live among mortals with their full power. Though, it was not as peaceful as in Danmachi world. Since gods didn't seal their power, they were very arrogant. A lot of them looked down on the mortals as an inferior race. Hence, instead of living with them, they created their own dwelling. Mortals were not even allowed to even take a single step there. In case someone did, then they must a hefty price for it. In a way, you can say gods were the true ruler at that time. Age of Heroes. Even though gods didn't mind or interact much in mortals' business, it still didn't change the fact they in a way became the real ruler of the world. As a result, Gaia decided to make a move. She knew that she must think of a way to balance the power scale. So, she decided to give birth to the beings that could threaten the gods. That's how Age of Heroes came. The heroes that Gaia gave birth to have strength that far surpassed that of normal humans. Still, it was not enough to make gods wary of them. Thus, Gaia contacted those gods who have decided to side with humanity. These gods then joined forces to create weapons which can threaten the gods themselves. Those weapons are now known as noble phantasms. Noble phantasms were then given to the heroes in order to gain their acknowledgement and master them. And just like predicted, gods started to fear those weapons when it killed one of them. Because of that, a rift was appeared between the gods who looked down on humans and those who created those weapons for them. Nevertheless, even though they were arrogant, gods were not fool. They knew if both sides decided to fight, then both sides would face heavy casualties. So, none of them initiate the fight. Still, it was enough for humans to stand at the equal footing with gods. Deterioration. The Age of Gods almost came to an end when an alien god, Sephar, attacked. Sephar successfully burned 80% of the planet, Gaia, surface. Not only killing most of the plants, animals, or humans, but even the gods themselves. It was because of the sacrifice of many gods that Sephar lost most of her power. In the end, the 6 great fairies forged the holy sword that finally beat Sephar. Although the gods did survive, due to the damage done by Sephar, their influence and power declined, whereas those of humanity grew. The gods slowly began to lose their physical forms and eventually could only walk on the earth by possessing compatible humans. Realizing that if the weakening of the gods were to continue, the Age of Gods itself would end, the gods of Mesopotamia created Gilgamesh as the keystone to connect the gods and humans. However, Gilgamesh unexpectedly rebelled against the gods and encouraged the complete separation of the gods and the humans. Due to this, the decline of the gods was accelerated, and the gods lost their powers and became divine spirits, forced to exist in the reverse side of the world, where they could only be able to observe the earth without directly interfering. That's how Age of Gods came to an end. Even though gods have left, heroes who were giving the power of noble phantasm still remained. And since there were no gods, conflicts between humans against different ideals commenced. This led to the death of many heroes. And since Gaia didn't give birth to any new hero and not there were gods who can make noble phantasm, once a hero died, there won't be a new one. Just like that with time, one by one heroes fell. That's how Age of Heroes also came to an end, Age of Men. The current age is called Age of Men. This is where mysteries such as magecraft are dwindling in favor of science. The 5 magics were born in this age. Now, in this verse there are 3 things Premies is wary of. The beasts, 1-7. The beasts of the counterforce are comprised of evils of humanity. They are evils born from the karma produced by humanity's progress. Their sole purpose is to put an end to humanity. These beasts are so strong that the counterforce must use a lot of its power to make sure that they won't leave their own dimensions. Yes, you heard it right, these beasts never left their dimensions, not even once. Think about it. Megaverse contains an infinite number of multiverses. The multiverse contains an infinite number of universes. The universe contains many clusters of galaxies. A cluster of galaxies contains infinite numbers of galaxies. A galaxy contains an infinite number of solar system. A solar system contains many planets. And on a planet, there exists countless humans. Now take the evil of every single human from a planet. Then the solar system. Then the galaxy. Then the cluster of galaxies. Then a universe. Then the multiverse. And finally, Megaverse. That was enough to guess just how much stronger these beasts could be. As a result, counterforce don't let them leave their dimension. However, since their sole purpose was to put an end to humanity, they used a different method to accomplish their goals. And that was they chose a specific human or a person as their vessel to enter the world of humans and carry out the plan of destruction. Even though they can't even use 1% of their real power while in that vessel, the power they had was still more than enough to put an end to humans. That's why many heroic spirits must join forces to defeat it. However, the one they defeat would always be the vessel of beasts, not the beasts themselves. That's why in future beasts could attack again. It's like a never-ending cycle. The one Premies fought against was the real body of the beast. However, it could only send its hands to attack and wanted Premies to follow its retreating hand so that it could bring Premies to its own dimension where it could fight with its real strength, ultimate ones. They are the second things that Premies was wary of. His wariness against these beings surpassed even the beasts themselves. Ultimate ones are the ultimate beings that differ significantly from both creatures of Earth and each other biologically and in appearance. They do not have the same sense of self as humans, nor do they have the concepts of damage or death. They require something above the existence of the common sense of the planet in order to be harmed or destroyed, though the resulting death is not necessarily permanent. In the world of notes, they lack names originally, only given the name of Aristoteles by humans, and it is unknown why Aristoteles is used, perhaps originating from a scientist of the old age. They are type Mercury, type Venus, type Mars, and so on. They are the strongest existences of this verse. Every single one of them is at primordial god level. Yes, all of them stood on the same footing as Uranus himself. It is said that ultimate ones are called by the Gaia as her final death cry is a wish to destroy all of humanity, who have managed to outlive it. If humanity had perished at the same time as the planet, she would have been content, but she fears the existence that would continue to live on her after a death. However, the truth is, even though ultimate ones hear her wish, instead of coming themselves they will send a small part of their body to fulfill her wish. That small part is more than enough to accomplish this, that being. That being who Premies fought at the end in the Danmachi world is someone Premies most wary, no, frightful of, will be more exact. It was already confirmed that the one Premies defeated was merely one of that being countless avatars. That was just its mortal avatar, but it has strength far surpassing even the 9th-dimensional god. So, you could already guess just how much stronger its god avatar will be. And since this is a megaverse, it's guaranteed that that being will use its god avatar here since there are many gods in this verse. That's why Premies didn't want to come to Megaverse this soon. After all, why he won't be afraid when a 9th-level existence is after him. *A/N. Hello, readers. I hope this helps you understand why Fateverse is one of the strongest verse in this group and why Premies is so wary and fearful of coming here. Thank you. *A/N. Please throw some power stones. Chapter 297, Volume 4, Chapter 38, Participate in the Holy Grail War. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Fuyuki City is a city in Japan located in the Oita Prefecture. Its name, Winter Tree, supposedly comes from the fact that its winters are long. It is separated into two sections by the river Mayan that can be considered two towns, Shinto and Miyama City, which are the new and old sections of city respectively. While not based directly on a real city, many of the locations are based on those located in Kobe. Premies, Beatrice, and Kyubi were currently standing on top of the tallest building. Beatrice was looking around in curiosity while Premies was looking at the information he received from the wills of this world. Premies, basic strength will be at pseudo-god level while noble phantasm will be at dimensional god level. Shaking his head, just when Premies was about to move. Ding. 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 An additional information has been received. An additional information has been received. Premies, additional information. Wait a minute, it's not one but two information. Premies, 2. However, the sources of both information are different. Let me see, they are provided by different wills. Premies, different wills. Could it be from Gaia and Alea separately? It seems so. Premies, what is the information? The first information, I think it's from Gaia. It's. The Greater Holy Grail has already been corrupted by Angra Mainyu. Premies. The second information, I think it's from Alea. And it's. The last servant will be summoned in 23 minutes 10 seconds. Premies. 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 This is not good, is it? Premies, of course, it's not. You already told me because of my origin force, no matter in which world I will go and do, the wills will always keep a close eye on it. But on the contrary, they also won't provide me with any help. True. I would have believed that it was because you provided them with a way to solve their problem. However, they already showed their thanks by giving you the blessing which will help you gain 5 times more Excelia, so why are they helping now? Premies, I already have a hunch. They are doing this and will keep on doing so that I will have a good impression on them. And then in future, they will a favor for the help that they provided. If I am not mistaken, the favor they will ask will be to kill the beasts. Premies, indeed, still, do they really think by giving me help they can ask for such a big favor? I am sure if you will ask them to give you the entire throne of heroes in return for killing the beasts, the counter-force will agree without a second thought. Premies, it still won't be enough. Don't forget, even if I will have all the heroes, in front of real beasts they still won't be able to hold a candle. True. Just to kill a single vessel of beasts, all the heroes have to join forces. Even then they barely win. Premies, and the vessel didn't even contain 1% of the beast's real power. What a pain. The real beast can kill all of them with just its sneeze. Premies didn't deny Twilight words. He just waved his hand and put the screen away. Premies, forget about it for now. I have heard from you anyway. Nevertheless, we don't know where in this world it is, how about? Premies, I am also thinking the same. Participate in this Holy Grail war and get my hands on the Greater Holy Grail. Yes. On top of that, Alea already told you when the last servant will be summoned. In a way, she is saying if you want to participate in the war then you must hurry. If I remember correctly, the last servant to be summoned is Saber. Kyubi, what's the plan? Snapping out of his thoughts, Premies looked down at the colorful city. Beatrice also turned her head and was looking at Premies right now waiting for him. After remaining silent for a minute, Premies spoke. Premies, simple. Get the Holy Grail and everything will be solved. Miyama Town is the suburban area of Fuyuki that contains old houses and traditional buildings. It can be split into two main parts, the traditional Japanese houses district and the foreigners' houses district. The road to Hamurahara Academy, where the main protagonist of this world studies, is set between the two districts. The intersection road connects to the shopping street, the school, the northern and southern parts of town, and to the bridge. At this time, Premies and Beatrice were following a teenager with short auburn hair, golden brown colored eyes and was wearing academy uniform. Instead of walking, it's more like he was dragging his body. The teenager's face was covered in sweat and there was some dried blood on his uniform. This person was the protagonist of this world, Shiro Amiya. Shiro was almost killed by the Lancer at the school. If not because of someone coming to save him at the end of his life, then he would have already died by now. Everything was proceeding all according to the plot till now. Beatrice, why are we following this human, big brother? Premies, you will know. Beatrice, okay. Though there is nothing special about this human. Can't agree more. This protagonist is nothing special. If not because of plot armor, he would have died countless time. Premies, looks like you hate him. Exactly. I hate him. Always talking about being hero of justice. What, hero of justice? His so-called friend said that he is busy, so please clean the kendo club in my place. Even though anyone could that friend of his want to spend time with girls. Yet, this creature said sure. Because as a hero of justice he will help. Tell me, how could you become hero of justice by cleaning? Premies couldn't help but sigh hearing this. He also noted how Twilight referred to Shiro as not human but creature. This clearly indicated that in her eyes, Shiro was as less feces. Premies, in our world, there is no place for hero of justice. Beatrice, hero of justice. Premies, that's the mindset of this boy. He wants to be hero of justice. The one who can help anyone. Beatrice's expressions changed as she looked at Shiro like some kind of idiot. Beatrice, are you sure that he has grown up? Because Betty thinks he needs brain treatment. Hero of justice, that's what children who read the books about heroes saving the princess or world think in their childhood. Looks like he doesn't mature mentally. Betty is sure that he must have been struck in the head when he was born. Pft, ha 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 ha. Good one, Beatrice. Ha 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 ha. Premies just shook his head and didn't answer. Beatrice, Betty also thinks he is just like that human. Premies, Subaru. Beatrice, yes, that. Premies, no. Subaru and he are different. It's true that Subaru always tries to save the people he cares about. But he doesn't hesitate to kill his enemy. Beatrice, huh? Are you saying this human? Premies, yes. This person will even try to save his enemy. Beatrice. Beatrice became dumbfounded hearing this. Her expressions changed again. This time she was looking at Shiro with disappointment. Beatrice, such people are not suitable for our world. They should just live and die like commoners. Agreed. Premies. Beatrice, big brother. Premies. Premies, I also agree with that. Soon, Shiro reached home. Premies and Beatrice were talking just 2 steps behind him. Yet, Shiro didn't hear anything. That's because Premies was using denial and acceptance of plane on himself and Beatrice. Once Shiro entered his house, Premies and Beatrice stopped. Premies, QB. QB, what is it? While Premies and Beatrice were following Shiro, QB was also with them. Though it was walking on the walls on the side of the road. Premies, have seen some insects flying around. Beatrice, insects. QB, I do. There are many insects flying around, but they are different from normal insects. Someone is using these insects as his eyes to keep an eye on the things. Beatrice, wah. Beatrice was stunned hearing this. She then used her power to detect magic in her surroundings. Beatrice, this is. She was shocked sensing many insects around the house. All these insects had traces of magic on them. Beatrice, Betty was careless. In case Big Brother was not hiding our presence, then I would have long been detected. QB, do you want me to do something? Premies, no. I was just giving example to Beatrice to always remain on alert like both of us. QB, okay. Premies, anyway, let's enter. The thing we are here for is in the backyard of this house. Amiya residence. This was the home of Shiro, located on the northern end of Miyama town, and a Japanese-style building with a classical elegance befitting the area. Even within the old style of Miyama, it was of a rare style, and it can be considered a rare example of architectural history. Though it was large and previously unused, its history made it, so it was never torn down even in its degradation and having taken up a large amount of space in an area of civic planning. In the backyard, Preemie's gaze fell on the very old storehouse built at the edge of the yard, which utilizes a key cast in an ancient style far different from the modern cylindrical kind utilized in the rest of the estate. The door was old and rusty, constantly creaking as it opened. While the rest of the house was unsuited to be a magus workshop, the storehouse is suitable enough for a makeshift area for magi to work. Without saying anything, Preemies entered the shed with Beatrice and Kyubi in tow. Suddenly, Beatrice sensed something and looked at Preemies. Beatrice, big brother, looks like someone has come. This person is a lot stronger than that human. Maybe here to kill him. Preemies, it's Lancer. Preemies glanced back outside of the shed over his shoulder before shaking his head. Preemies, forget about him. We are here for something else. Beatrice, okay. Nodded Beatrice and didn't ask anything else. Preemies' gaze then fell at one corner. Preemies, there it is. Beatrice, a magic circle. And it seems activated. Yes. A magic circle was drawn on the ground there. That magic circle was emitting dim light. Walking to the circle, Preemies crouched down and touched it. Once he did so, he got all the necessary information. Preemies, as expected. There is a time mechanism installed in this magic circle. According to that, once it's time, it will be activated automatically. In other words, even if Shiro is not here, the magic circle would have activated automatically summoned the servant. Mostly because of plot. Premies, I guess. Premies then sent his Zenith own inside the circle. Premies, even if I don't have the qualification to be a master, Zenith could do it for me. Shatter. The sound of glass shattering was heard outside. Premies, ignore it. Beatrice, QB, okay. Zenith was going deeper and deeper into the magic circle. Finally, it touched a sword that was emitting holy power. Premies, there you are. Now, come forth, my servant. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 298, Volume 4, Chapter 39, Battle. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Shine. The summoning circle shone for a moment before becoming silent again. Premies, good. The contract has been established. Though because of time mechanism in the circle, the servant will only come out at the established time. Nodding Premies didn't stand up but kept on looking at the circle. He then kept on sending Zenith inside the circle as if trying something else. At this time, someone crawled into the shed and then... Whoosh! A reddish color light attacked from behind. Shiro hurriedly used his magic craft to solidify a paper to defend himself. Bam! Shiro, GUH. The attack was blocked but he was also pushed further inside. Then a man entered. He was blue-haired, red-eyed man and was wearing a deep ultramarine full-body tights covered in runic protections, gray metallic pauldrons, and a metal plate over his lowest abdominal section. He wore his hair on a rat tail that reached his mid-back. He was also wearing a pair of silver earrings. He gave off the impression of a beast, even carrying a bestial smell. That man was Lancer, Kuchilin. Betty and QB turned and looked at them. Because Premies was still using denial and acceptance of plane, neither Shiro nor Kuchilin could see or sense them. Though, anyone can tell that Kuchilin was here to kill Shiro. Nevertheless, they didn't make any move. Whether Shiro live or die, it's none of their concern. Premies also didn't turn and put his entire attention on the summoning circle. He had no intention of hearing their last conversation. Shine. Suddenly, the summoning circle started to shine again. Premies, it's time. Magic was released from the circle. Before it could take a shape a person, the person rushed forward. Kuchilin, this magic. The seventh servant. Cling. Bringing Gi Balg in front, Kuchilin protected himself but was pushed out of the shed. At this time, in front of Shiro stood a young girl in her early mid-teens with a slender physique, soft skin, and green eyes. She had finely textured, blonde hair that seemed as if sprinkled with gold dust. She was wearing shining armor with an old-style dress, made from old-fashioned blue cloth, underneath. Beatrice, oh. She is strong. QB, true. But not someone you should be afraid of. Beatrice, Betty knows that. I ask you. Shiro, huh? The young girl turned and looked at Shiro. Are you worthy to be my master? Shiro, your master, I am your servant, Saber. I have come in response to your summon. Shiro. As Shiro was still showing confused expression, Saber turned and looked outside. Wind started to gather around her hands and an invisible sword appeared. She then dashed outside to fight Kuchilin. Shiro, wait. Shiro also followed behind. Beatrice and QB, who were looking at their interaction from the side, returned their attention to Premies. Beatrice, big brother. As your contracted spirit, I can tell that that girl is connected to you, not that human. QB, of course. Because our master is her master, not that human. Beatrice, then why is she saying that that human is her master? Premies, because she doesn't know herself yet. Not only are we hiding our existence, my power is not magic but zenith. Beatrice, zenith. Premies, I will explain more about my power later. Anyway, because that human is the only one around to have magic circuit and with the spur moment to protect him, she didn't check her contract with him. As a result, she thought of him as her master for now. Saying this, Premies removed the leather glove from his left hand till he could see its back. There he can see a command spell on it. However, there was something different. This command spell was completely different from any another command spells. It's the diagram of a planet surrounded by two rings. Not only that, but this command spell was also blue in color rather than red. Premies, this command spell is as if it is representing the counter force itself. This is not a simple command spell. Premies, I know. Not only is this Gaia, Alea, and counter force. This spell can only be activated by zenith, not magic. Wearing the glove back, Premies turned his attention to the summoning circle again. Soon the circle rose from the ground. And then it got completely absorbed in Premies' right hand. Premies, we are done here. Let's go outside. Beatrice, QB, yes. Cling. Clang. Ding. At this time, both Saber and Lancer were fighting each other. Premies and others walked up to Shiro and were looking at the fight. It was obvious that Saber had the upper hand. Premies, Betty. Beatrice, Premies, want to fight them. Beatrice, what? Beatrice showed a confused expression to Premies. Premies, don't you want to test their strength? Beatrice, okay. Then Beatrice walked up to them. Saber, ha. Ding. Lancer, ugh. After blocking another attack, both maintained some distance between each other. Lancer changed his stance and looked at Saber. Lancer, since this is our first meeting, would you like to call it a draw? Saber, no. You will fall here, Lancer. I will make sure of it. Lancer, is that so? Well. Step. 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 At this time, Beatrice walked between them, which attracted both their and Shiro's attention. Shiro, what are you doing here? Leave. Shiro started to panic when he saw how a little girl appeared and walked between them. While Shiro was panicking, Saber and Lancer got stunned and raised their guard to the limit. That's because they didn't even sense Beatrice till she showed herself. Lancer, who are you? Beatrice, Betty wants to see how strong you servants are. Especially you. Glancing at Saber, Beatrice continued. Beatrice, Betty wants to see the strength of the servant that Big Brother summoned. Saber, what? When she heard this, Saber looked at Shiro. Seeing her gaze, Shiro hurriedly shook his head. Shiro, I don't know her. Beatrice, you really are a fool. That human is not your master. You were so concentrated on fighting this servant that you didn't even check your connection with him. Saber, what do you say? Saber looked at Shiro again and realized what Beatrice was saying was true. Lancer, Now that I look at it, that boy doesn't have command seals behind the back of his hand. It's just stigmata. Shiro, stigmata. Shiro looked at the back of his left hand and saw traces of blood that were forming a pattern. Though they stopped midway. Lancer, once the servant is summoned, stigmata becomes the command seals. If you don't summon the servant, that it will remain like stigmata. Saber, if you are not my master, then who is it? Saber then used the connection to find her master. Once she turned her head towards where she sensed the source. Beatrice, I said let me test you. Minya. Beatrice raised her hand and used her magic to create stakes made of crystallized mana covered with light purple flames above her head before launching them towards Saber and Lancer simultaneously. Fwoosh. 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 Lancer and Saber, wah. Witnessing this, both started using their weapons to destroy those stakes. Slash. Shatter. Thrust. Shin. Shatter. Lancer, this. Even though they were destroying the stakes, they were stepping back. Saber, not only they are too many, but they are also very fast. Thuck. 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 The ground where those stakes got stabbed started to erode. As they were destroying and dodging them, Beatrice launched one of the stakes at the roof of Shiro's house. Fwoosh. Bang. The roof exploded. By now Saber and Lancer had gotten rid of all the stakes. When they looked at Beatrice, they saw her looking at the other side of the side. This attracted their attention too. Beatrice, if you think you can hide yourself in spirit form, then you are wasting your time. There was silence for a few seconds before a voice came. For a caster, you really have sharp senses. Then that servant dispersed his spirit form and showed himself. He was young man in his mid-20s. He was wearing black body armor and a red overcoat over it. Lancer, Archer. Huh. So, you also came. Archer, this was a surprise. To think 4 servants, Saber, Lancer, Caster, and Archer were all gathered. Lancer, yeah. It was truly unexpected. But that's what the Holy Grail War is. Full of surprises. Saber, yeah. Beatrice, oh, well. Betty will face all 3 of you then. El Minya. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 299, Volume 4, Chapter 40, Beatrice vs 3 servants. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. When Beatrice started facing Saber and Lancer. Premies was right now sitting on the roof of the shed and was watching the fight. though his attention was mostly on Saber. Premies, let's see what my command seal tell me about you. Once he said so, the blue command seal under his glove started to shine a little. True name, Artoria Pendragon. Title, King Author. Class, Saber. Master, Premies Rigla. Parameters. Strength, B. Endurance, C. Agility, C. Mana, B. Luck, B. NP, A+. Class skills. Magic resistance, A. Riding, B. Personal skills. Charisma, B. Instinct, A. Mana burst, A. Noble phantasm. Avalon, EX. Excalibur, A+. Invisible air, C. She seems somewhat weak. Premies, it's because of Avalon. Her noble phantasm, I see. So, that's how it is. Since Amiya Shiro is trash when it comes to magecraft, as a protagonist he needs kind of protection, and that's this. Premies, yes. Once Artoria is summoned, her noble phantasm is sealed inside her master. It works as a conceptual weapon to aid them with its regenerative abilities. Yeah. That's why Amiya Shiro didn't die many times after receiving many life-threatening injuries. In that case, is Avalon inside you right now? Premies, yes, I can feel it inside me. Though it's useless to me. Indeed. Compared to your hyper-regeneration, Avalon is useless. Premies, true. Still, as a strong EX rank noble phantasm, it decreases Artoria other parameters. Doesn't this mean if you decided to return or remove this noble phantasm, it will disappear completely from her status and will increase her parameters in return? Premies, yes. And I plan to do so. That will be better. Anyway, this command seal provides information in more details. Premies, yeah. Though I can tell there is more to it. Saying this, Premies select one of Artoria's skills in his mind. And just like he predicted, the entire information of what type of skill it is and how it's used was displayed in front of him. Nodding, Premies stopped checking her information. Next, he glanced at a certain direction out of Amiya's residence. Premies, third servant is also here. A minute later. Bang. Beatrice launched one of her stakes at the roof of the house and Archer revealed himself. QB, looks like they are thinking of Beatrice as caster-class servant. Premies, it appears so. Not that it matters anyway. QB, true. Beatrice, oh, well. Betty will face all three of you then. El Minya. Suddenly the sky above the entire Amiya residence got covered with stakes made of crystallized mana covered with light purple flames. Witnessing this, all three servants became dumbfounded and paused their movements. Not that surprising since there were at least 500 of them. All three servants, just how much magic she has. Then all these stakes attacked them. Fwoosh. 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 Archer, damn. Archer created two swords in his hand, one white and one black. He then started using them to destroy the attacks while also trying to dodge them. Slash. Slash. Shatter. Lancer was also doing the same. Thrust. Shatter. Lancer, TCH. There are too many. He then put his hand in his pockets and took out some stones before throwing them at the group of stakes. There was something inscribed on those stones. The moment those stones were about to meet stakes, they released a brilliant light before exploding. Boom. 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 Many stakes got destroyed by these explosions. QB, oh. There were runes inscribed on those stones, right? Premies, yeah, they were runes. After destroying them, Lance charged towards Beatrice since she was the controller of those attacks. Slash. Shatter. Wail. Bang. Shatter. On the other side, Artoria started using wind to assist in destroying the stakes. Then she infused and accumulated magical energy into her weapon before releasing it in the form of jet propulsion. Tong. Shatter. Shatter. That was Artoria's mana burst. Once done, she also charged at Beatrice. Lastly, Archer. He was also destroying the stakes with his two swords. Slash. Shatter. Slash. Shatter. After destroying a few more, he created a bow in his hand. Then he created a spiral sword in his other hand before compressing it into an arrow. Next, he put that sword arrow on his bow and released it towards the stakes. Fwoosh. Boom. A huge explosion occurred in the sky. Once done, he reconstructed the two swords and also charged towards Beatrice. Barely 15 stakes were left in the sky. Beatrice didn't move from her spot and was looking at servants' actions. At this time, all three of them were charging towards her. Swoosh. 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 Lancer, it's over. Saber, you lost. Caster. Archer, farewell. Beatrice didn't show any change of expression while looking at them. Just when all three of their attacks were about to touch Beatrice. Beatrice, Shamak. Thusk. A blanket of black smoke erupted from Beatrice which covered the entire backward. All three servants were startled when they realized that they had completely lost their spatial awareness. The only thing they could sense was the ground under their feet. Fwoosh. 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 This was also the time when the remaining stakes charged into the black smoke. Bang. 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 A minute later. The smoke dispersed. Beatrice was still standing on the same spot while there were her released stakes stabbed on the ground around her. Beatrice, not bad. Said Beatrice while looking at the three servants who were standing some distance away. In the last moment, all three jumped back without a second thought. Even though they lost their spatial awareness, the instincts that they honed through countless battle in their lives warned them about the incoming danger. Hence, they all retreated at the last moment. Though this didn't mean they were unscathed. At least one stake still succeeded in penetrating through their defenses and stabbed into their body. For Lancer it was his arm which was holding the lance. For Archer it was his left leg. And for Artoria it was her left shoulder. All three of them were glaring at Beatrice who didn't care about their gaze. Amiya, Saber. Amiya shouted witnessing this and ran towards Saber. But then. Fwoosh. Thuck. A new stake appeared and stabbed in front of Amiya, stopping him on his tracks. Beatrice, stay out of this, human. Amiya, how could you do? However, he stopped when a new stake appeared above Beatrice's head. Beatrice, keep quiet or Betty will kill you first. Amiya. Amiya became silent. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in frustration while looking at Beatrice with angry eyes. Beatrice ignored him like he was not worth her time. Crackle. At this time, the sound of crystal resounding was heard. Saber, this is. Saber saw that the stake that had penetrated into her shoulder covered her like ice. She was not the only one. The same thing was happening to Lancer and Archer. Lancer, what kind of magic is this? Archer, a blunder. Lancer, I can feel my arm becoming numb. No, to be more accurate, my connection with my arm is being severed. If I don't get rid of this soon then my right arm will become completely useless. Shine. Suddenly, Lancer started to emit light. Preemies, oh. Looks like Lancer's master used one of the command spell to call him back. QB, well, it won't be good if servant dies this early at the beginning of the Holy Grail War. Preemies, true. However, they underestimate Beatrice. Beatrice also realized that Lancer was leaving. Beatrice, you think Betty will let you go like this? Saying this, Beatrice pointed her hand towards Lancer. Once she did so, the Lancer disappearing body started to appear again. Lancer, you even have such high control over space. Exactly. Beatrice used the power of space to interfere with Lancer's master summoning. Lancer, damn you. Beatrice, Minya. Crystallized mana stakes appeared again, and she launched them towards Saber, Archer, and Lancer. Saber and Archer raised their guard again and started to destroy them again. Since the amount was less this time, they somehow were able to face it even when their strength was decreasing. This also weakened Lancer's summoning even more. Lancer, you be *TCH. Lancer was becoming more and more angry. Nevertheless, the decrease in strength made it difficult for him to attack. Shine. Suddenly Lancer's body started to shine even more. QB, looks like Lancer's master even used the second command seal. Preemies, he must be getting desperate now. QB, he. So, you know who Lancer's master is? Preemies, I guess. Beatrice saw that and started interfering again. This increased Lancer's fury even more. He was already angry when his master had to use command seal to save him, and now his master was even forced to use second seal. Lancer, fine. In that case, I will take you with me. Thrust. Shatter. Destroying one more stake, Lancer changed his stance. Red-colored magic started to gather at the tip of his spear. Beatrice narrowed her eyes witnessing this, she then also increased the output of her magic. Beatrice, Ui Min. Preemies, let him go, Betty. Suddenly, Preemie's voice resounded all around the backward. Hearing this, Beatrice stopped. Preemies, I think this is enough fighting too. Lowering her hand, Beatrice nodded. Beatrice, okay, big brother. Once Beatrice stopped, the servants and Shiro looked towards the source of the voice. There they saw Preemie sitting on top of the shed while looking at them. However, compared to Shiro, who was surprised, the servants had a completely different reaction. They all widened their eyes in shock as their bodies shivered. Their hearts started beating rapidly as various emotions appeared in their eyes. They were of happiness, sadness, pain, joy, and many more. But there was one emotion that was stronger than all other emotions combined. Regret. Saber and Lancer and Archer, how could it be you? *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 300, Volume 4, Chapter 41, Going to Shinto. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Looking at their reactions, Premies raised one of his brows. Premies, why are they behaving like they know you? Premies, it appears so. But that's impossible. Since this is the first time I come to this world. Just when Premies was about to open his mouth to ask them how they knew him. Premies. All of Premies' instincts started screaming. As if warning him not to ask. Premies. What happened? Premies, it's the same as how I sensed incoming crisis when I want to ask Emilia whether she has the memories of previous loops. Looks like things are more complicated than we anticipated. Premies, yeah. Beatrice, big brother, do you know them? Of course, Beatrice, who was standing in the middle, also saw their reactions and asked. Premies, I don't. Beatrice, then why they are acting like they know you? Premies, maybe because I know them before but not anymore. This confused not only Beatrice but also the three servants. Beatrice, do big brother has amnesia? Premies, you can say that but it's something I always do. Beatrice, always do. Premies, yes. At this time, Premies' expression became a little serious as he continued. Premies, I always erase those memories which held no value to me. Since I don't know them, this means they are not worth remembering. Saber. Lancer. Archer. All three servants shuddered hearing that. Then they lowered their head in downcast expression. Witnessing this, Premies narrowed his eyes. Premies, they accepted it as if they are not surprised by my words. It was just for a moment, but an emotion flashed in their eyes. It was guilt. But guilt of what? Premies. Premies thought for a second and muttered a word under his breath. Premies, betrayal. Saber. Lancer. Archer. This time their reaction was extreme. Their bodies trembled violently. They kept their head down and no longer had the courage to meet Premies' eyes. Suddenly, the temperature started to drop in the entire Emiya's residence. Beatrice was now looking at the servant with cold eyes. Beatrice, big brother, did they? Premies, don't know. That word just left my mouth unconsciously. Premies, looks like I hit right in the center of the mark. Premies, calm down for now, Betty. Beatrice, okay. Shine. Since Beatrice didn't stop Lancer, he was summoned by his master at this time. Once Lancer left, the atmosphere in the backyard became tense. Since no one spoke, Shiro decided to break the ice. He looked at Premies and spoke. Shiro, are you Saber's master? Premies, yes. Saber raised her head hearing this and looked at Premies. Since Premies was looking at Shiro, only Beatrice noticed a slight happiness that appeared in Saber's eyes for a second. This made Beatrice frown, but she didn't speak. Premies, for now. Snap. Premies snapped his finger, and an impulse of zenith was released which touched Saber and Archer. Once it touched them, the purple crystallization that had started to form on their wound because of stake, shattered and dispersed. Crack. Shatter. Saber tried to move her shoulder and found that the numbness was disappearing. The same was the case for Archer. Though, none of them moved from their spot. Ignoring them for now, Premies turned his gaze at the door of the backyard which led to the road behind. Premies, why don't you show yourself already? I think you have seen pretty much everything. Shiro, what, there is someone else too? Shiro was surprised since he never expected that there would be more people. However, Beatrice, Saber, and Archer didn't show any change in expression since they already know that. Sigh. A sigh came behind the door before the person entered. She was a young woman with aqua eyes and long wavy brown hair in a two-side-up hairstyle, which consisted of part of her being made into twin tails tied with black ribbons, while the majority hangs loose. She was wearing the same school uniform as Shiro's but with a long red coat over it. I never expected to see the fight between four servants. You really attract danger to yourself, Emiya. Shiro, Tosaka. Nodding her head at Shiro, the girl turned and looked at Premies. Let me introduce myself. I am the current head of the Tosaka family as well as Archer's master, Rin Tosaka. Instead of replying, Premies looked at Shiro. At first, Shiro got confused before speaking. I am Shiro. Emiya Shiro. Premies, I see. You can call me Rigla. And she is my little sister, Beatrice. said Premies while pointing at Beatrice. Crossing her arms in front of her chest, Beatrice snorted but didn't reply. Shiro and Rin showed a wry smile at her action before turning to Premies. Rin, so, you are Saber's master? Huh. Premies, yes. Rin, I have to say, you are pretty handsome. Premies. Beatrice. Shiro. Saber. Archer. Sensing how everyone was looking at her, Rin became embarrassed and started coughing. Rin, cough cough come on, I was just stating the fact. Premies, thanks, I guess. Though except Premies no one noticed that Saber was glaring daggers at Rin. As if she had already marked Rin as the target that must be eliminated. Premies, well, since Rin is Archer's master it's not that surprising that Artoria was hostile against her. But why am I having a feeling that it's because of jealousy? Premies, must be your imagination. Shiro, wait a minute. Aren't you also caster master? Does this mean you have 2 servants? This attracted everyone's attention. Rin's expression turned serious hearing this. Rin, he already has such a strong caster who can take on 3 servants on her own. Now, he even has Saber. Looks like all remaining masters and their servants must join forces to defeat them. Or. Pausing here, she looked attentively at Premies. Rin, or to kill him. Archer, stand down, Rin. Archer shout snapped Rin out of her thoughts. She looked around and realized the blunder. As if seeing through her thoughts, Artoria was holding her sword tightly while glaring at Rin. Beatrice had also started to gather magic again. Both were ready to attack her. Cold sweat started to appear on her forehead witnessing that. Shiro, wait a. Premies, that's enough. Calm down, Betty, Saber. Hearing this, both Beatrice and Saber lowered their hands. Though there was still vigilance in their eyes. Rin gave a sigh of relief at this. Looking at Premies, she bowed her head. Rin, I apologize. I am just too impulsive. Premies, Nodding, Premies continued. Premies, one more thing, Betty is not servant like other heroic spirits. Rin, wah, she is not. Beatrice, Betty is not. Rin, you are kidding me. Along with Rin, Saber and Archer were also equally shocked. They never expected that. Even Shiro was shocked and muttered. Shiro, is it possible for mage to become this strong? Premies, anyway, we have something else to take care of first. Saying this, Premies turned his attention to Shiro. Noticing his gaze, Shiro pointed at himself. Shiro, me. Premies, yes, you. According to Holy Grail War rule, normal people like you shouldn't know about it. If someone did then he or she must be eliminated. Shiro, what are you saying? Saber, it's true. Shiro, Saber. Shiro's face turned pale. He took some steps while looking at everyone present. Showing a weak smile, he spoke. Shiro, to think I will die again. Premies, well, you don't have to worry about it. Right, Rin. Rin. So, you know. Said Rin while staring at Premies. Premies, yeah. You come here to protect him, don't you? Rin, Shiro, Tosaka. Gratitude appeared in Shiro's face as he looked at Rin. Rin averted her eyes in embarrassment. Rin, ahem. Let me first repair this backyard of yours first then we will go. Shiro, go. To where? Rin, church in Shinto. Slush. Rush. Slush. Rush. The sound of water flowing could be heard. Premies was walking through the riverside park with one hand in his jacket pocket and other holding Beatrice's hand. Saber was following 2 steps behind while her gaze was completely fixated on Premies' back. Her eyes were filled with sadness and longing. Though she made sure no one saw this. Shiro, is it okay to make her walk around like this? Rin, I also agree. We could at least drape her with some cloth. Shiro, I have a raincoat in my home which I think fits perfectly. Of course, there were also Rin and Shiro with them who were also walking behind them. Premies wanted to check something in church, so he decided to tag in. The reason why Rin and Shiro were complaining because it's obvious that Saber's shining armor would draw attention since she can't dematerialize. Premies, you don't have to worry about that, because no one can see us. Rin, huh? What do you mean? Shiro, no one could see us. How is this possible? Rin and Shiro started to look around and noticed something. There were some people who were taking a stroll in the park just like them. However, it appeared that they couldn't see them. Rin, this is, how? Premies, you don't need to know. Anyway, we will be reaching Shinto soon. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 301, Volume 4, Chapter 42, Clues. Equals when twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Shinto is the newer district of Fuyuki that is under development east of the Mayan River. Around the 1990s, the area was reclaimed from a previously empty wasteland, beginning a large-scale redevelopment project funded by the local government to build a modern business district containing features like a park and shopping mall in front of the train station. The city hall was moved from Miyama to give it a more modern structure, and the maintenance of the park and shopping mall were complete. Although the buildings were only 40% complete at the time, it was constantly crowded during holidays. The purpose was for it to be a clean and sterile area that would be pompous and contain no individuality, but it suffered a major setback after the Fourth Holy Grail War, when the advent and destruction of the Holy Grail caused a conflagration that destroyed 134 buildings and claimed 500 lives after burning for an entire day. Much of the city was rebuilt over the next 10 years, rapidly developing with tall buildings over the destroyed land. Fuyuki Church is utilized by the Holy Church to station the overseer for the Fuyuki Holy Grail War and to otherwise supervise the city. The overseer of the Holy Grail War is a position of impartial judge to preside over the workings of the Holy Grail War. Step. 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 Rin, we are here. Shiro, this church. Rin, yes. This is where the overseer of Holy Grail War is. He is the only one who can help you now. Shiro, okay. Rin, what about you, Rigla? Said Rin as she turned her attention to Premies, who had stopped at the front of church gate and was looking at it. Premies didn't reply. He just narrowed his eyes. Premies, I can feel the traces of Mew's aura here. Could it come here before? Premies, or it came here during Fourth Holy Grail War, 10 years ago. In that case, does this mean Mew was also looking for Holy Grail? Premies, maybe. Because with so much magic contained in the Grail, it can not only help Mew to heal itself but can also increase its power. Saber, Master. At this time, an extremely soft and worried voice snapped Premies out of his talk with Twilight. Glancing back, he saw Saber looking at him full of concern. Saber, is something the matter? Premies, no, it's nothing. At this time, Premies felt the squeeze in his left hand. Looking there, he saw Beatrice also looking at him as if telling him that she was still here to help. Sighing, Premies started patting her head. Premies, I am fine. Just thinking about something. Beatrice, Premies, let's enter, Rin. Rin. Premies, Rin. Because of lack of response, Premies moved his head towards Rin. There he saw Rin and Shiro looking at them with dumbfounded expressions. Premies, what happened? Rin, ha. Why yes, let's enter. Shiro, Seakoff. You Returning to themselves, they replied awkwardly. Though, Rin and Shiro were still thinking about something. Shiro even had flushed expression. Rin and Shiro, damn. I never thought Saber could speak this softly. While speaking with Rigla, she doesn't even have a single bit of her dignified and royal aura like when she is talking with us. Next, they all entered the gate and started walking inside. After halfway through, Premies glanced back and saw Saber was also following inside. Raising one of brows, Premies stopped. Looking back at Saber, he spoke. Premies, you don't need to follow inside. You can wait outside. Shaking her head, Saber replied in the same soft tone. Saber, I am your servant. It's my duty to stay by your side and protect you no matter where you go. Premies, oh. If I remember correctly, no matter what Fate/Stay Night series, Saber always declined to follow Shiro inside the church. Yeah. It's because the Overseer is the enemy of her previous master. Yet, she is ready to follow you inside. It seems that your position is her heart pretty high. Premies. Premies, the church is the neutral zone. So, nothing will happen. Saber, but I still want to follow. Premies. After remaining silent for a few seconds, Premies turned and continued walking. Premies, suit yourself. A beautiful smile appeared on Saber's face as she followed. Too bad, Premies didn't see that. Though there were other people who saw it. Rin. Shiro. Rin was taken aback again while Shiro's face turned red. He could even feel his heart beating fast. Creak. I thought you finally decided to accept my invitation to come by. But it seems I was wrong. Once Premies and others entered the church, a voice welcomed them. Looking in front, they saw a man standing at the end of the room. He was a rather tall middle-aged man in 30s. He was wearing a cassock with a golden cross around his neck. The man then turned his head at Premies' direction and smiled. So, you are the seventh. Saying this, he looked back at Saber and continued. Never thought we would see each other again. Saber. Saber didn't bother replying. She just remained standing behind like a bodyguard. The men didn't mind and returned his attention at Premi's direction. Let me introduce myself. I am Kirai Kotomine. I am not only the in-charge of this church but also the overseer of this Holy Grail War. Once Kirai was not introducing himself, Premies pushed Shiro forward. Shiro, whoa. Shiro looked back in surprise before looking at Kirai. Kirai, Shiro Amiya. Huh. Seems like you got caught in this ritual. Shiro, ritual. Kirai, yes. The Holy Grail War is actually a ritual in which the 7 masters and their servants engage in a battle of death with each other. The last one standing will be the winner who will hold the Holy Grail in his hand. The Great Holy Grail is an omnipotent power which can grant you any wish you desire. Shiro, no way. The Holy Grail is real. Kirai, it is. Though in the last Holy Grail War which occurred 10 years ago, the Grail didn't reach its completion which led to the cause catastrophe. Shiro. Step. Step. Taking 2 steps back, Shiro looked at Kirai in shock. Shiro, don't tell me. That big fire. Kiri, yes, you're right. It was. Premies, that's enough. Suddenly, Premies' voice resounded throughout the whole church. Everyone turned their attention to the source and saw Premies and Beatrice were sitting on one of the benches. Kiri was startled. Why? Because the only people he saw entering the church were Rin, Amiya, and Shiro. When he turned his head at Premies' direction before, Premies was standing in front of Shiro. As a result, since Premies was hiding his very existence thanks to acceptance and denial of plane, Kirai was in a way looking at Shiro. Premies then looked straight at Shiro and spoke. Premies, I think with this you have basic understanding of what and how dangerous Holy Grail War could be. You don't need to know more. Shiro, how could this be? I am one of the victims of that big incident. I have the right to KN. Premies, you don't. Premies' tone turned cold. Now even Beatrice and Saber were looking at Shiro as if waiting for Premies' order to attack. Premies, don't forget. I am Saber's master, not you. I am the one participant in this Holy Grail War, not you. You are just an outsider. You don't even have the right to know what the Holy Grail War is in the first place. Let alone what occurred in previous war. The reason you are even given the privilege to know about this ritual is thanks to Rin Tosaka. Shiro. Premies, once other mages learn that you a commoner know about the mages and this ritual then they won't hesitate to eliminate you. Then ignoring Shiro's frustrated expression, Premies looked at Kirai. Premies, I am Rigla. I am the 7th master who will participate in this war. Kirai, is that so? My apologies. I thought Amiya Shiro was the 7th. Premies, he is not. He is just someone who saw the battle between my Saber and Lancer. Since commoners who saw the battle must be eliminated, the same goes for him too. However, since he is Rin Tosaka acquaintance, we came here to ask for your help. Kirai, I see. I understand. Premies, judging from the way he reacted just now. It seems Lancer didn't tell him that I am Saber's master. You are right. At this time, Kirai was looking attentively at Premies. Premies, what is it? Kirai, I am sorry. I am just slightly confused. I can't sense any trace of magecraft from you. Premies, I have my own ways to hide it. Kirai, I see. Thank you for telling me that. Premies, Rin, so, what's your answer, Kirai? Kirai, of course. As the overseer it's my duty to hear the request of the masters. Amiya Shiro will be fine. A sigh of relief escaped from Rin mouth hearing that. Kirai, now then, Amiya Shiro. Please follow me to the other room. Premies, looks like we have a guest. Kirai, You are right. Premies, let's go and greet them. Premies and others walked out of the church. Kirai told them that he will help with Shiro's situation once the impatient guest leaves. So, right now, he was also with them. Good evening, big brother. This is the second time we have met. Shiryu, you are. They were greeted by a little girl outside of the church. She was a little girl with pale skin, crimson eyes, and long white hair. She was wearing a collared, purple long-sleeve shirt with a light purple scarf to match, a long white skirt, and purple boots. The girl bowed at them and spoke. I am Ilya. Ilyasviel von Einsburn. Saber, Einsburn. Huh. Saber muttered that under her breath. Still, it was enough for Premies and Beatrice to hear. Beatrice, looks like she knows the family this girl belongs to. Premies, the Lesser Grail is here. Whiz. At this time, the sound of wind resounded and mist behind Ilya blew away. Once it did, a figure could be seen standing behind her. It was a colossal, statue-like man who could be described as a black giant. He gave off the impression of a monster, in both appearance and presence. Rin, be berserker. Premies, No wonder he is the strongest servant of this Holy Grail war. True name, Heracles. Title, Hercules. Class, Berserker. Master, Ilias Viel von Einsburn. Parameters. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Mana, A. Luck, B. NP, A. Class skills. Mad enhancement, B. Personal skills. Battle continuation, A. Valor, A. Divinity, A. Mind's Eye, fake, B. Noble phantasm. God hand, B. Premies, almost all of his stats are at A. Don't forget plus dot. Premies, I won't. A single plus means x2 boost in that stat. Since a stats means 15,000 with plus increases it to 30,000. In other words, his raw strength already entered the realm of fifth-dimensional god. Saber stood no chance unless she will use her noble phantasm. She is not the only one though. Premies, yeah. Saying this, Premies glanced at Beatrice, who was holding his left hand tightly. She was also showing extremely serious expression while looking at Heracles. Premies, even Beatrice's chances of winning are minuscule. Ilya, okay, I am going to kill you now. Get them, Berserker. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 302, Volume 4, Chapter 43, This is War. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Berserker, roar. Berserker let out a terrifying roar which stunned both Rin and Shiro. Then Saber left Preemie's side, charged at him, and attacked. Swoosh. Slash. Ding. Though Berserker stopped her attack and pushed her back. Next, he started attacking Saber. Swish. Slash. Cling. Clang. They both kept on exchanging blows. Still, it was obvious that Saber was no match for Berserker as she was being pushed back again and again. No matter from which angle Saber attacked, Berserker easily stopped all of them and even countered them. Suddenly, Saber found an opening and attacked. However, before her attack could touch him, Berserker punched her in the chest. Bam. Crack. Shatter. Saber, ga. Whoosh. Roll. Not only did the punch destroy her front armor but also threw her away. Saber rolled on the ground while ravishing the ground in the way. Rin, no way. If this keeps up, Saber will die. Archer, she won't. Rin, Archer. Archer, don't worry, Rin. Everything will be fine. Rin, how could you say that after witnessing what kind of monster that Berserker is? Archer, let me tell you this. Let alone that single servant. Even if all the other servants will come at you right now, you will still be fine. Rin, huh? Archer, as long as he is here, everything will be fine. Rin, he. Becoming confused, Rin looked around but the only male she could find was Shiro and Rigla. She hurriedly removed the possibility of Shiro being the one and glanced at Preemies. Rin, you don't mean Rigla, do you? Archer, that's exactly who I mean. Rin, you're kidding, right? Archer, I am certain. Rin, You really have a lot of confidence in him. It's like you know him well. Archer, I do. Rin, what do you mean by that? Archer. This time, Archer didn't reply. Even if Rin asked again, he remained silent. In the end, Rin could only give up. She then turned her attention to Preemies, looking at him with curiosity. Rin, what does Archer mean by that? Bang. Another clash, Saber was thrown away again. Drip. Drip. A deep injury had appeared on her body as her blood was dripping on the ground. She ignored that injury and put her entire attention on Berserker, who was charging at her. Tap. 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 Suddenly, Shiro rushed towards Saber. Rin, wait. But he ignored her and increased his speed even more. The only thing that was in his mind was to reach Saber. However. Shiro, huh? He felt a pull on his collar, and he was shoved back. Whoosh. Bang. Shiro, arg. The force at which he was pulled back, he slammed on the closed church's gate. Rin, Amiya. Rin hastily ran towards him to help. Shiro was currently holding his shoulder in pain. While doing so, he raised his head and looked in front. There he saw Preemies looking down on him with cold eyes. Premies, where do you think you are going? Shiro, I am going to help H her, said Shiro while grunting in pain. Hearing this, Premies gave him a mocking look before speaking. Premies, help? You. Do you think you have the strength to help her defeat Berserker? Shiro, I don't know if I don't try. Premies, no need to know. I will tell you now. You will be nothing more than a deadweight to her. Rin, hey. That's rude. Premies, shut up. Are you participating in this war to win or to babysit him? Without hesitating, Premies reprimanded Rin. Since what Premies said was true, Rin didn't have the words to refute. Once Rin became quiet, Premies returned his attention to Shiro. Premies, listen to this, Amiya Shiro. I already told you before that you are nothing more than an outsider here. So, you should mind your own business and stay out of it. Shiro, I can't just let Saber die there. Grab. Bang. Before he could continue, Premies grabbed his collar, raised him, and slammed him on the gate again. Shiro, you are G. Premies, who do you think you are? A hero. Even if you were a hero, it doesn't matter one bit. Because this is not the place where you can show your heroic deeds. This is war. Letting go of Shiro's collar, Premies continued. Premies, and in war, many heroes are born and many of them died. All the servants are also the heroes of the past. Yet, they are fighting for the Grail. This is reality. Clenching his fists in frustration, Shiro lowered his head. He also knew what Premies was saying was true. However, as a hero of justice, he should try to save everyone. Rin, on the side, also kept quiet. She also fully agreed with Premies on that. Just as Shiro was thinking of replying, Premies continued. Premies, or are you thinking that someone will come and save you like Rin and Saber do? Shiro. Rin. Both were shocked hearing this. Shiro, what do you mean that Tosaka saved me before? I saw Saber saved me, but when did Tosaka? All of a sudden, realization struck Shiro as he turned his attention to Rin. Shiro, don't tell me. It was you who saved me in school. Rin. Rin didn't reply, but Premies did. Premies, yes, it was her. Hearing Premies' confirmation, Rin gave a sigh before getting up and looking at Premies. Rin, how do you know that? Instead of replying, Premies took out something from his pocket. Rattle. Rattling sound of chain was heard before Premies took out a beautiful red pendant. Seeing this, both Rin and Shiro opened their eyes in shock. Shiro, wait, isn't that? Shiro hurriedly checked his pockets but found nothing. Premies, so, you recognized it, don't you? It fell from your pocket when Lancer was kicking your butt. I picked it up and was about to return it to you when I realized that the magic signature on it belongs to Rin. And noticing the blood on your uniform, it was not hard to guess that you were injured. Putting all the pieces together, it was easy to guess that you suffered a life-threatening injury and Rin used this pendant to save your life. Shiro, Tosaka. Hearing Premies' explanation, Shiro looked at Tosaka, who averted her eyes. Premies, and this is not a simple jewel. The magic contained in it was so much and so strong that even surpassed Rin's 10 years' worth of magic. In other words, this was Rin's one of the trump cards in this war. Yet, she used it on you. So, you owe her too much because she has no obligation to save your life. Shiro. Premies, not only that, but she also even came to save you again once she realized that Lancer would come for your life once he heard that you are still alive. Shiro. Premies, and it was also her decision to bring you here to meet the Overseer in order to keep you safe again. Shiro. Premies, you owe her more than your life and she owe you nothing. Yet, you are trying to commit suicide again by entering the battle between the servants. This means all her efforts to save you were in vain. This time, Shiro could only look down in defeat. Rin looked at him but had no words to say since everything what Premies said was true. What's the point of saving someone again and again if that person kept on doing the same thing? Premies, I have enough of you, Amiya Shiro. I will take the things in my hands now. Shiro, what you will do? Premies, you will know. Next, Premies turned and looked at the battlefield again. Saber condition was not good. There were many injuries on her right now. Even though her regeneration healed a lot of them, more had appeared. Saber, pant. Saber was breathing heavily. She had pushed herself to the limit while fighting the Berserker. Holding her sword tightly, she attacked again. Saber, ha. Cling. This time not only did Berserker stop her attack but also threw her in the air. Before she could stabilize herself, he appeared by her side and attacked her downward. Cling. Whoosh. Bang. Saber was smashed down the ground. Swoosh. Appearing at her side again, Berserker attacked again. Ding. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The attack threw Saber away again while destroying the trees on the way. Dang. She finally stopped once she hit the metal pole. The metal pole was bent backward because of the force. Saber, arg. Cough cough. Saber started to cough violently. Blood could be seen leaking from all parts of her body. Witnessing this, Premies decided to move. Premies, Betty, keep both of them safe. Beatrice, okay. Letting go of Beatrice's hand, Premies stepped forward. Rin, hey. Where are you going? Thuck. Currently, Saber had already reached her limit. She even needed the support of her sword to even stand properly. But Berserker had no intention of stopping. He charged at Saber again and attacked. However, this time before his axe could touch her, a silver blade stopped it. Ding. Everyone was bewildered witnessing this. Premies, I think that's enough for today. Saber, master. Saber looked at Premies' back who was standing in front of her while protecting her. Berserker, roar. Berserker let out a terrifying roar in return. He didn't like how Premies interfered in his battle and stopped him. Though before he could attack, Premies spun and kicked Berserker right across his face. Bam. Whoosh. The force behind the kick was so much that Berserker was sent to far distance like a cannonball. Boom. A huge explosion could be seen in the far distance. Shiro, Rin, and Ilya jaws fell on the ground witnessing this. Premies, so what if your strength is at the realm of 5th dimensional god? Your defense is still that of level 15 pseudo-god. Archer, who was standing on the church and watching the fight couldn't help but smile. Archer, he really is as strong as ever. Saber also steadied herself and stood up. She kept on looking at Premies' back and a smile also found its way on her face. Saber, as expected from someone who can take on the entire Knights of Round Tables on his own without breaking a sweat. Turning, Premies looked at Saber. Premies, Shalebi. Space wrapped and a green Pokemon with large baby blue came out. This Pokemon attracted everyone's attention. Rin and Ilya, so cute. While Rin and Ilya were thinking about that, Saber along with Archer who was looking from a distance narrowed their eyes. Saber and Archer, strong. Shalebi blinked its eyes before looking at Saber. Realizing what Premies wanted, it pointed its hand towards Saber. A green light covered Saber and all her injuries were healed. Saber tried to move her body a little to check before nodding her head and looking at Shalebi. Saber, thank you. Shalebi, bye. 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 Shalebi replied enthusiastically before started to fly around them happily. Bang. All of a sudden, Berserker shot out of the debris and arrived behind Premies who was looking at Saber and Shalebi. Saber and Rin, watch out. Saber and Rin shouted. Still Premies remained nonchalant, completely ignoring the Berserker. Just when Berserker axe was about to hit Premies' back, a shadow claw came out of his shadow and deflected it. Swish. Ding. Everyone was perplexed at this. They all looked at Premies' shadow and saw a bright blue eye that had opened itself. They could feel an eerie feeling while looking at it. And then in the next moment, a horrible aura imbued with ill intent came out of shadow and hit Berserker. The force behind the attack was so much that Berserker was again thrown away in a far distance like an artillery. Whoosh. Boom. That was the Dark Pulse which Berserker took at point-blank range. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 303, Volume 4, Chapter 44, Reassured. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Silence. Total silence. Except for Premies and Beatrice, everyone else became dumbfounded again witnessing how Berserker was thrown away again. They even started to rub their eyes and pinch their face to confirm whether they were dreaming or not. Premies, didn't I say that's enough for today? Premies' words snapped everyone out of their thoughts. They turned their head at his shadow again but could no longer see that eerie blue eye. By now a serious and wary look had appeared on Ilya's face while she was looking at Premies. She had already thought that with Berserker her win in this war was guaranteed. But now things had taken different turns. She looked at Premies attentively and asked. Ilya, which heroic spirit are you? Premies, I am not heroic spirit. I am human. Ilya, that's impossible. No human can kick Berserker away like you did. Shiro and Rin at the side also nodded their heads clearly agreeing with Ilya. Premies, there are many things in the world that you don't know. Just because you don't know doesn't mean they don't exist. Ilya. Hearing this, Ilya became silent. She can't deny Premies' words on that. Boom. Berserker, roar. Berserker released its power, and all the debris he was under got blown away. Next, he let out a terrifying roar before charging towards their location again. Premies just shook his head at this and spoke. Premies, send him back. With pleasure. A new voice was heard. This attracted all of their attention. Though once they turned towards the source of the voice, they lost their breath for a second. They saw a lone girl with inhuman beauty standing at most 10 meters behind Premies. She had a faint smile on her face and her eyes were as deep blue as the sea. She was only wearing a sole piece of clothing. The girl's attention was completely on Premies. It was as if others were not worth her time. Beatrice frowned looking at her. Even though she knew that that girl was on their side, her guard against her was still all-time high. Bang. Berserker, who was still some distance, decided to take a leap and reach there. Berserker, roar. He roared and charged at the girl, completely ignoring everyone else. Premies, As expected, with his instincts he can tell Pandora is dangerous. That's why, he decided to take a jump and reach here as fast as possible. Swoosh. Berserker reached Pandora in an instant and swung his axe at her with his full strength. Anyone can tell that he wanted to kill her as soon as possible. Even when Berserker appeared in front of her with bloodlust and killing intent, Pandora's smile didn't waver a bit. And then. Swish. Bang. Splurt. The axe hit Pandora and she was burst into blood mist. One can tell how much strength Berserker put in that attack. Rin and Shiro paled while Saber moved and stood in front of Berserker again. As if trying to protect Premies. After all, no matter stronger Premies was, as his servant, it was her duty to protect her master. Thud. Thud. Confirming Pandora's death, Berserker turned his attention to Premies and Saber again. Shalebi also flew over at Saber's side. It was also ready to face Berserker with Saber. Saber glanced at Shalebi before nodding her head and looking at Berserker. At this time, Ilya, who was looking from the side, took a sigh and also decided to end for today. Though just when she was about to call Berserker back. Pandora, my lord already said that you should leave. Berserker heard Pandora's voice over his head. Before he even had the chance to react, a hand touched his head and then. Thuck. He got buried in the ground with only his head remaining outside. Except Premies, everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. None of them could process what just transpired in front of their eyes for a time being. Even Beatrice was shocked. Pandora was looking down on the buried Berserker with the same faint smile on her face. Seeing her expression, Berserker fury was increasing more and more. Pandora, and since my lord ordered me to do so, I will take it upon myself. Berserker, grrr. Pandora, I believe Berserker shouldn't be with us any longer. He will be on standby at his master's home, waiting for her order. Berserker, ROA. Berserker didn't even have the time to complete his roar as he disappeared and the ground on which he was buried returned to normal. It was as if no one was buried there in the first place. Ilya. Rin. Shiro. Beatrice. Saber. Archer. Shalebi. Horror had appeared on all of their faces. Next, Pandora looked at Premies and spoke. Pandora, just as you commanded, I sent that mindless brute far away from us. Premies, Ilya, you. Where is Berserker? Ilya shouted at Pandora after returning to herself. Too bad, Pandora ignored her as always and continued speaking with him. Pandora, now that Berserker is gone, the results of his actions are gone. Premies, yeah, I see that. Saying that, Premies looked around. This attracted others' attention too. Hence, they turned to where Premies was looking. And then. Shiro, I am possible. This was exactly what everyone's thought was at that moment. All the ground, places, trees, and so on that got destroyed during Saber and Berserker fight had returned to what it was before. Like there was never a fight here. Saber looked at herself and was also speechless. It's true that Shalebi had healed her wound, but the parts of armor that got destroyed while fighting Berserker didn't get repaired. But now, they were still intact, like they never got destroyed at all. Ilya, hey. Premies, calm down, Ilya. Ilya, how could I? Premies, I said calm down. Said Premies again while looking at her this time. Ilya flinched at Premies' gaze. Once she became quiet, Premies continued. Premies, just she said, Berserker is at your home right now. As his master, you can communicate with him, don't you? Ilya. Instead of replying, Ilya did as told. A minute later, she gave a sigh of relief, confirming Berserker's whereas about as well as that it was fine. Still, with this her vigilance against Premies reached a new height. Ilya, who are you? Premies, I am Rigla. I am the 7th master. Master of Saber. Ilya, you are the 7th master. Ilya exclaimed hearing that and looked at Shiro in the distance. Premies, he is not the 7th. He is still an outsider in this Holy Grail war. Ilya. Ilya became silent hearing this. She really wanted Shiro to be the seventh so that she could make him pay for what Kiritsuga did to her and her mother. Returning his attention to Pandora, Premies spoke. Premies, you know the second reason I call you here. Pandora, of course. As everyone were looking at Pandora waiting for her next action. Pandora, I will take care of it. Shiro. Suddenly, Shiro heard Pandora's voice from his right. When he turned there, he saw Pandora standing just a single step away from him. She had the same slight smile on her face, but Shiro paled looking at her. Thud. All of a sudden, Shiro's legs gave in, and he went on his knees. When he was about to gather his strength or was thinking of using magecraft, Pandora brought her mouth near his ears and said something. Shiro. Shiro's eyes opened wide as everything that happened tonight kept on repeating in his mind before his brain turned blank. Next, he lost consciousness and fell on the ground. Thud. Rin, Amiya. Rin hurriedly approached Amiya and picked him up. First, she confirmed whether Amiya was still alive or not. Once she confirmed it, she gave a sigh of relief. Next, she turned and glared at Pandora. Rin, what did you do to him? Nevertheless, Pandora turned the deaf ear to her words and looked at Premies. Pandora, done. Premies, You can leave now. Pandora, okay. Though I am looking forward to your call again. It feels great knowing I can be of use to you. Premies, I see. Pandora, others are also waiting for your orders. They also want to prove that they can be of help. Premies, I will when the situation demands. Nodded Pandora before disappearing. Once she disappeared, Saber lowered her sword and Beatrice also lowered her guard slightly. One can tell how tense the atmosphere was with Pandora around. Rin, just what she did to Amiya. Rin walked in front of Premies and asked with a serious tone. Still, she knew more than anyone not to be reckless. Like grabbing his collar, threatening him with her magecraft or ordering Archer to attack. She was doing it for two reasons. First, because she was worried Amiya. Second, to hide her fear. Yes, after what happened today, she was very fearful of Premies. Not only did his little sister have the strength to take on 3 servants, but he also had Saber, a green creature who had healing ability, a ghostly blue-eyed thing hiding in his shadow, a girl who can send Berserker away and he himself who can kick Berserker away like a football. Hence, fighting against Premies was a suicide. As a result, she had already given up on winning this Holy Grail war. Premies, didn't I say I will take it upon myself to solve Shiro's situation? So, following my orders, she erased all his memories regarding servants and war which he saw and heard today. Rin, that's all. Premies, that's all. Rin, I see, then it's okay, thank you. Rin took a step back and lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing that she was sincere, Saber and Beatrice nodded their head. Saber already had full trust, no, a blind trust that Premies won't hurt Amiya because if he wanted to then no one could stop him. Archer, who was looking at all of this from a distance, also had the same thought. As for Beatrice, she didn't care one bit whether Shiro live or die. Premies, anyway. Looking at the unconscious Shiro on the ground, Premies spoke. Premies, Archer. Rin. As Rin was showing confused expression, Archer appeared at Premies' side and undid his spiritual form. Archer, what is it? Rin was looking at Archer with dumbfounded expression. Just like Saber, he was also speaking very politely. Not only that but from his tone anyone can also tell that he had a great respect for Premies. Premies, I want you to take Shiro back to the school. In that way, once he wakes up, he will think that he fell asleep while in school and won't pay much attention to other things. One more thing, it will be better if you keep him safe while he is returning home. Rin, Hey, why are you giving orders to my serva? Archer, sure, I will do it. Rin, Archer, why are you agreeing with his orders? You are my servant not high. Premies, then get going. Archer, Rin, Archer. Though before Archer could leave, he thought of something and stopped. As if seeing through him, Premies spoke. Premies, I will drop Rin to her home safe and sound. Hearing this, Archer smiled. Archer, then I am reassured. Rin, Archer. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 304, Volume 4, Chapter 45, 3 Airs. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Step. 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 Premies was walking down the streets while holding Beatrice's hand. Shalebi was sitting on his right shoulder and was looking around in curiosity. Premies had decided to let Shalebi remain out for now. Saber was walking behind them like his guard as always. And there was someone muttering and releasing a dark aura from the side. Rin, dumb archer. Idiot archer. Stupid archer. Brainless archer. Rin was releasing a gloomy aura while cursing Archer under her breath. She had been like this ever since they left the church. Well, it can't be helped. Archer obeyed Preemie's orders like he was his master. This really didn't sit well with Rin. You call yourself a first-class mage. Yet, your servant doesn't even listen to you. What a great master. Rin, what do you say, you brat? Hearing this, Rin snapped and started glaring. Yes, one more thing. There was one more person who was accompanying them. And that was Master of Berserker, Iliasville von Einsburn. Ilia, bleh. Ilia showed her tongue to Rin in response. Preemies even had a feeling that Ilia loved getting on Rin's nerves. It must be hard taking care of two brats. Preemies, I am used to it. Well, that's true. Rin, it's decided. Berserker is not with you right now. Let me beat a crap out of you, brat. Ilia, oh. I am so scared. Replied Ilia with sarcasm. This made Rin even more angry. Rin, then let's do tea. Preemies, I won't recommend that, Rin. Even though Berserker is not with her, you are still not her match. Rin, what? Rin looked at Preemies in shock. She knew Preemie's strength somewhat. And since he was saying she was not Ilia's match, then it must be true. On the other hand, Ilia showed a triumphant smile to Rin hearing this. Rin, humph. In the end, Rin could only snort and looked away. At this time, always quiet Saber spoke. Saber, master of Berserker. Ilia is fine. Saber, then Ilia. Why are you following? Rin, I also have the same question. Ilia, I am not following you, Rin. I am following him. Said Ilia while looking at Preemies. Noticing that, Rin raised one of her brows and spoke. Rin, why? Ilia, maybe because I have a feeling that things will be more interesting near him. Saying this, Ilia looked at Shalebi. Ilia, I have never seen, heard, or read about such creature before. On top of that, its master even has the strength to kick Berserker away like it was nothing. That girl who he commanded sent Berserker away and the thing that's hiding in his shadow. This person is full of secrets. Rin, ha. What do you mean by that? Are you not afraid that he will kill you? Ilia, if he wanted to kill me then could easily do so at the church. But he didn't. Rin, well. After glancing at Preemies, she continued. Rin, that's true. Preemies, you both are attracting too much attention. Rin and Ilia, huh? Showing confused expressions, they both looked around and saw everyone looking at them. Saber, they have been looking at you both since you started fighting with each other. Rin, wah. Ilia, this. Rin, hey, were you not hiding our presence? Rin whispered in a low voice that only Preemies could hear. Preemies, oops. Looks like I forgot about you both. Replied Preemies while showing a mischief smile. Rin, you. Rin's face turned her in fury and embarrassment. On the other hand, Ilia just chuckled and didn't mind people looking at her. Ilia, you should stop, Rin. Since others can't see Big Brother, it will seem like you are talking to the air. So, they will think that you have brain issues. Rin, you have brain issues. Ilia, is that so? Ilia tilted her head cutely and continued. Ilia, but unlike you, I am not talking with the air. Rin, brat. Seeing how everyone was looking at them so attentively, a playful smile appeared on Ilia's face, and she spoke a bit loud so that others around could hear them. Ilia, big sister Rin, why didn't you take your medicine today? The doctor already told you that if don't take your medicine regularly then they must admit you mental hospital. Do you really want to go to mental hospital? If that's the case, then tell me call the hospital. Rin. What a pain. Preemies, agreed. Witnessing how people were giving her condescending look, Rin snapped. Rin, you are mental patient. Your whole family is mental patient. After calming them, they continued walking. Even though Rin was still showing animosity at Ilia, she remained silent. Preemies, has Shiro returned home? Rin, let me ask Archer. Saying this, Rin used the telepathic connection with Archer and asked that. Nodding her head, she turned to look at Preemies. Rin, according to Archer, Amiya has just woken up. At first, he was confused why he was in the school but thinking that he slept with tiredness after cleaning the kendo clubroom, he didn't give it much thought. Right now, he is packing his stuff to leave. She gave a sigh of relief after saying that. Ilia, you seem happy hearing that. Said Ilia while looking at Rin. Rin, humph. Well, it won't feel good knowing that the one I saved, died. Ilya, is that really all? Rin looked away and didn't bother replying. Suddenly. Saber, master. Premies, I know. Beatrice and Shalebi, who had been silent all this, became serious. Rin, What happened? Rin words trailed off as she also realized what's going on. Ilya, someone is using mage craft here. Rin, since Berserker Master is here with us, then this means it's another master. Beatrice, thank you for stating the obvious. Ilya, pfft. Ilya covered her mouth trying to stop herself from laughing out loud. Rin became embarrassed and started glaring at Premies. She knew it wouldn't do any good if she showed such an expression to Beatrice. Hence, she chose Premies since he was more lenient. Oh, boy. Is she really one of the heroines? Almost anyone could make fun of her. Sighing, Premies spoke. Premies, let's go to meet this master. Step. 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 They started walking deeper into the alley. As they were going deeper, they realized that they could bear sense anyone else in the surroundings. Ting. Saber, be careful, master. A barrier has been placed. Rin, so, fight is guaranteed. Ilya, are you planning of having heart-to-heart talk with that person then? Said Ilya while laughing at Rin. Rin, you brat. They really are like fire and water. Premies, you both really look like good friends. Rin and Ilya, we are not. Premies, see, you both are even in sync. Rin and Ilya, stop copying me. Rin and Ilya, no, you are copying me. Premies, they really are good friends. Beatrice, Shalebi, and Saber nodded at Premies' words. Next, they continued walking. After taking some turns, they saw someone. It was a girl who was sitting on the floor with her back leaning on the wall. And since her head was lowered, you can't see her expression. Without a second thought, Premies approached her. Rin, hey, wait. Ilya, this could be a trap. Disregarding their warning, Premies soon reached the girl and crouched down. Extending his hand, he touched the girl's face and raised her head. By doing so, he could see her blank eyes. Rin, wait, I think I know who she is. By now, Rin and Ilya had also walked up to Premies. Standing behind him, they could see the girl's face clearly. Ilya, you do. Ilya had also stopped joking for now. Rin, I don't particularly know her name, but she is the captain of our school archery team. Premies, this means Shiro must know about her. Rin, for sure. Since he was also once the member of archery club. Turning the head of the girl to the side, Premies could see the teeth marks on her neck. Blood was still slightly leaking out of them. Rin, how could this be? Ilya, someone had stripped her of her magic. It was too much that it has even affected her mind a lot. Beatrice, her mind is completely blank. If she is not given proper treatment soon, then she will become like someone with no emotion, no personality. Premies, like a dead man walking. Ilya, Rin, who could do something this cruel? Said Rin with rage and disgust. Ilya at the side also agreed with that. Premies, Shalebi. Shalebi, bye. Nodded Shalebi before using its power. Soon, the mark disappeared, and blood also stopped. Nevertheless, the blank look in her eyes didn't disappear. Completely indicating that her mind was still not there. Premies, it's all right. Everything will be fine. Said Premies very gently. This attracted the attention of Rin and Ilya as their hearts started beating faster. Most of the time, Premies' voice was neutral, cold, and indifferent. This was the first time they heard him speaking this gently. It was very fatal for their heart. Beatrice and Saber, who were standing at the side, just showed a smile. Premies had talked with Beatrice with such gentleness before. On the other hand, it seemed that Saber also knew about it too. His words as if had a soothing effect to the heart that the girl's eyes unconsciously widened. Next, Premies closed his eyes and sent some of his zenith inside the girl, which covered her mind. Since zenith was also made up of mental power, it started to heal her. As time went by, slowly light started to return in the girl's eyes. Though at this time, they heard something. Thung. 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 The sound of footsteps on the metal resounded. Except for Premies, everyone turned towards the direction of sound. There they saw someone walking down the metal stairs. What a surprise. To think I will meet you this soon, Tosaka. Rin, you are, Shinji. It was a boy the same age as Shiro. He had curly blue hair and gray blue eyes. His hairstyle looked like seaweed. He was wearing a black shirt with a brown coat on it and blue jeans. Ilya, Shinji. I see. He is the heir of Matsu family. Shinji Matsu. Shinji, looks like my introduction is not needed. I guess it's nice to meet you too. Heir of Tosaka family, Rin Tosaka. Heir of Einsburn family, Iliasville von Einsburn. Rin. Ilia. Shinji, it's truly amazing that the heirs of 3 Magus families will meet each other together. Holy Grail War truly is full of surprises. Don't you both think so too? *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 305, Volume 4, Chapter 46, Theory. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Rin, to think someone like you is a master. Pathetic. Said Rin while showing disdain at Shinji. Even Ilia was showing disgust looking at him. As the heir of Einsburn, it's obvious that she will receive the information of other 2 heirs. Hence, she knew what kind of person Shinji was. Still Shinji didn't mind Rin and Ilia expressions. He just kept the same smile on his face. Shinji, come on, Rin, who gives you permission to call me by my name? Hearing this, an anger look appeared on Shinji's face for a moment before he hurriedly hid it. Nevertheless, that moment was enough for everyone to see that. Shinji, Tosaka, we have been friends for all this time. So, I don't think there's any problem to call each other by first. Rin, I am not your friend, Shinji Mato. Seeing how Rin was looking down on him again and again, Shinji clenched his fist to barely control his rage. Ilia, looks like you got a suitor, Rin. Rin, I don't need a suitor like him. I am disgusted. By now, anyone can tell that Shinji had a crush on Rin since his eyes were not only on her face but also on her body. Taking a deep breath, Shinji calmed himself. Next, he turned his attention to Saber and Beatrice who were looking at him. Shinji, they both must be your servants. Since you have shown yours, I think it's obvious I should show you mine. Come out, Rider. At this time, the servant undid its spirit form and appeared behind Shinji. She was a woman with long purple hair and had an eye cover on her eyes. She was wearing a black dress with purple stripes at the edges. From her appearance, she appeared more of an assassin than a rider. Rin, Rider. Huh. Ilia, humph. She is nothing compared to my servant. Premies, well, your servant is the strongest servant in this Grail War, Ilia. At this time, Premies was done treating the girl and put her to sleep. He stood up and put his hand on Ilia's head and said so. Ilia was caught off guard when Premies put his hand on her head. If it was someone, then she would have lashed at him or her. However, for some reason, she didn't feel like doing so when Premies did so. On the contrary, she felt strangely comfortable. When everyone's attention turned to Premies, except him, no one noticed that Ryder trembled violently seeing him. Premies, so, she knows about me too. Huh. And then, I don't know why Premies, but I am having a feeling that almost all servants knows about you. Premies, I think I have a theory why they know me by now. What? Really? Premies, if I am not wrong, then it must be Counterforce doing. Counterforce. Premies, yes. Counterforce is the will of this entire megaverse. Means the existence that stands on the top. Even though it uses most of its resources to prevent beasts from leaving their dimensions and to keep the ultimate ones in slumber. Its remaining resources are still more than enough to accomplish other things. Like implementing your existence in the mind of others. Premies, exactly. Since the wills of different worlds can contact each other like how they met me in Re-0- starting life in another world, it must also be possible for them to share information. Hence, it's not impossible to gather my information from the wills of Danmachi and Akame Ga Kill world. Then they use that information to put your existence in the mind of the inhabitants of this world. In a way, creating you make your own history. Premies, And since I only exist in the memory not in reality, you can't find my presence in the river of time. I see. In a way, Counterforce is trying to help you blend in this world. Premies, yeah. So, I won't be surprised if other wills also do the same in their world. That's true. Well, it's not a bad approach. Premies, you realized it. Premies, doesn't that mean the reason why your instincts are warning you is because? Premies, yes. As an avatar of 9th level existence, it's quite easy for that being to check the river of time. In case I asked why these servants know me, it will be as equal as accepting my existence in their history. As a result, your existence will appear in the river of time. That being can then easily follow the trail and find your current location. Premies, yeah. That's why I must make sure not to ask servants how they know me. Good thing is that it appears some kind of restrictions is placed on them which is preventing them from telling me about my past. Amen. You must be extra caution from now on. Premies, I know. Shinji, and who the hell are you? Shinji's words snapped Premies out of his thoughts. Looking at his frustrated expression, Premies can tell that Shinji had decided to vent his anger on him. Shinji, Tosaka, who is this no-name person? Don't you know that the knowledge of Grail War should be kept hidden from normal civilians? Premies, is that S? Shinji, shut up. Who gave you permission to talk to me with you filthy mouth? Slap. Thud. Asterisk whistle asterisk. Rin and Ilya had a surprised expression while Premies raised one of his brows witnessing the scene unfold in front of him. Before Shinji could complete his sentence, Saber moved and appeared in front of him before slapping him right on the face. Shinji didn't even have the time to react as he fell on the ground. Right now, Shinji was half on ground with a dumbfounded expression. The red imprint of the palm could be seen on his face. Not only that, but there were also a few drops of blood on his mouth. Why? Because 4 of his teeth fell out after taking that slap. Now, Saber was looking down on him with disdain, cold, and murderous eyes. Looks like the way he spoke to you really angered her. She is barely controlling herself from killing. Though I am sure if you ask her to then she will be happy to oblige. Instead of replying, Premies turned his attention to Beatrice and saw that she had already condensed her magic to attack. If Saber didn't make the first move and slapped Shinji, then he would be dead for now. She was not the only one, even Shalebi had gathered her power to attack. Though, Premies can also tell that Saber didn't do that to protect Shinji. She was already infuriated when she saw how Shinji was looking down on Premies. And the moment he opened his stupid mouth, Saber didn't let go of that opportunity. One more thing, since Shinji was looking in front, he didn't know that along with Saber and Beatrice even Ryder wanted to kill him, seeing how he was insulting Premies. Premies, Saber, stand back. Hearing Premies' words, Saber took a deep breath and stepped back. At this point, Premies stepped forward and looked at the dumbfounded Shinji. Premies, well. As expected from the declined Matsu family. Even their so-called firstborn son is trash. Hearing this, Shinji returned to himself. A furious expression appeared on his face. Shinji, what do you say? Premies, fool. I only need a single glance to see that with your magic circuit, you are not even a third-rate mage. Shinji. Rin, huh? What do you mean? Rin and Ilya were surprised hearing this as they approached Premies and saw Shinji's startled expression. Premies, exactly what I said, Rin. His magic circuit is closed. Ilya, wait a minute. Is Big Brother saying he can't even use magecraft in the first place? Premies, yes. And since he can't even use the magecraft, how could it be possible for him to even have the qualifications to call forth a servant? Rin, no way, then how do he have a servant? Said Rin while looking at the rider who was staying silent. Beatrice, this means this human isn't Ryder's true master. Premies, correct. And from the information I gathered, a few years ago because of the decline in their family, Matsu adopted a girl. The name of the girl is Saku. Shinji, shut up. Premies, Sakura Matsu. Rin. Rin expressions changed a little hearing the name. Ilya, I see. So, the real master of Ryder is Sakura Matsu, not him. Shinji, stop bringing her. I am the true mage of Matsu fam. Grab. He didn't even have a chance to complete it as Premies extended his hand and grabbed his neck before raising him. Shinji, Guh. He grabbed Premies' arm to free himself but to no avail. Soon, his legs left the ground as they dangled in the air. Rin, wait. Isn't this too much? Ilya, it's not, Rin. I think now I understand why this girl has been stripped of her magic. Since he can't provide magic to the servant, then the only thing left is to take the magic of others. Said Ilya while glancing back at the girl who seemed to have fallen asleep. Rin frowned hearing this. A little desire she had to stop Premies vanished hearing that and rage appeared on her face. Rin, to think you will involve civilians in this. And you clearly know who she is. Shinji Matsu, you really are scum. Shinji, Shinji wanted to say something, but too bad Premies was holding his neck. Ignoring his struggle, Premies turned his head to Ryder who was attentively looking at him while completely neglecting others. Premies, Ryder, is it true that Sakura Matsu your true master? Premies posed this question. Others also looked at Ryder. Though almost all of them were sure that Ryder wouldn't answer. However, to their astonishment, Ryder didn't hesitate even for a second and answered. Ryder, yes. Others. Premies, was he the one who told you to take the magic of the girl? Ryder, yes. Others. Premies, I see. Rin, wait, how could you believe Ryder words just like that? Ilya, even I also agree with Rin on this. Premies, I don't know why but I have a feeling that she won't lie to be. Ryder. The Ryder got stunned hearing this and looked away. This action of hers bewildered everyone present. Rin, seriously. Premies, yes. Premies, well, she is not the only one. I am sure this also applied to Saber, Lancer, and Archer whom I met. Shinji, Arid E.R, Ho.W, Dare, Y.O. You. Said Shinji with difficulty. He was furious even while choking. In desperation, he removed one of his hands holding Premies' arm and moved it behind his back. Too bad, Premies was faster. He used his free hand and forcefully took something from Shinji's hand. Premies, oh. What do we have here? Said Premies while looking at the book in his hand. Shinji was aghast to see the book had been stolen from him. Shinji, Re. 2 RN, I.T. Swoosh. Dang. Shinji, Arg. Replied Premies by throwing him to the side. Ilya, I know this book. I have read about it before. This book is called Book of the False Attendant. Premies, correct. This book is created for magical contracts. To serve as a command spell to grant false ownership of a servant to anyone else. Rin, in that case, this book is the one which is helping Shinji to control Rider. Ilya, yes, I am sure about it. Premies, just like I said, this book serves as a command spell to control servant. This means Sakura had used up one of her command spell to have Shinji Matu right of Rider. Turning to Shinji whose face had turned pale by now, Premies continued. Premies, am I right or am I right, Shinji Matu? *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 306, Volume 4, Chapter 47, Enemies have arrived. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Shinji had already turned pale by now. Shinji, you. How do you know all of it? Premies, I wonder. Premies didn't bother giving him a proper answer and looked at Rider. True name, Medusa. Title, Bewitching Black Serpent. Class, Rider. Master, Shinji Matu, false. Parameters. Strength, C. Endurance, E. Agility, B. Mana, B. Luck, D. NP, A. Class skills. Riding, A. Magic resistance, B. Personal skills. Divinity, E. Independent action, C. Monstrous strength, B. Mystic eyes, A. Noble phantasm. Bellerophon, A. Blood Fort Andromeda, B. Breaker Gorgon, C. Premies, because of your incompetence even her strength has decreased. Just like the saying goes, there's no such thing as weak sword, skill, or servant. It was the wielder who lowered their value. Just like a trash master like you who is dragging Rider down. Shine. At this moment, Book of the False Attendant started to shine. This attracted everyone's attention. Premies raised one of his brows as he sensed something. Others couldn't see it because Premies was wearing gloves. At this time, his special blue command seal had started acting up. A few seconds later. Crackle. A blue fire engulfed the entire Book of the False Attendant. Saber, Master. Premies, it's fine, Saber. Saber got worried witnessing how Premies kept on holding the book even when it got covered in flame. Still, Premies didn't mind since this blue flame was his own zenith flame. Hiss. Soon, the fire intensified and not even the ashes of the book remain. Premies. Becoming silent, Premies started to ponder and looked at the Shinji who still had the dumbfounded expression witnessing how the Book of the False Attendant was gone just like that. Premies, you know what, Shinji? I was planning on eliminating you right here since I am not as kind as Rin and Ilya. Rin. Ilya. Rin and Ilya who were standing behind him became embarrassed hearing Premies' praise. Premies, but since you have brought me such a good gift, I will let you go for today. Shinji and Rin and Ilya, gift. Even Saber and Beatrice were showing confused expressions. Still, instead of answering, Premies gestured behind Shinji. Once everyone looked there, they saw Rider still standing on her spot just like before. While others still didn't understand, Shinji realized what's going on. Unlike Ilya who had only had basic knowledge of Book of the False Attendant, Shinji had deeper knowledge. Hence, he hurriedly stood up and questioned. Shinji, you. Why are you still here? Rin and Ilya, huh? Premies, once the Book of the False Attendant is destroyed, the contract is also over. As a result, servant would return to their real master side. Saber, then why is Rider still here? Beatrice, that's why this stupid human is looking surprised. Rin, I see. Shinji, why are you not leaving? Do you want to see how they look down on me? Shinji asked again. This time in anger. Premies, Shinji, Shinji, Shinji. You don't understand. Shinji, what? Said Shinji while turning and glaring at Premies. You can say that by now the person Shinji hated the most in this world was Premies. Premies, if her master is already here, why would she leave? Shinji, ha. While Shinji still didn't understand, Saber, Beatrice, and Ilya understood what Premies was implying. Ilya, so, that's how it is. Now this was unexpected. Rin, what are you talking about? I can't sense anyone else presence near us. This means Sakura is not here. Ilya didn't answer and was just showing a smile. Premies, didn't I say thanks for the gift you have given me? Shinji, just what gift did I give? All of a sudden, realization struck Shinji. And since he realized it, it's obvious Rin also now understood what Premies meant. They both looked at Ryder with widened eyes. Rin, don't tell me. Premies, you are no longer Ryder's master. Let alone you, even Sakura Matu is no longer Ryder's master. I am Ryder's master now. Said Premies as Ryder moved and stood behind Premies like others. Seeing this, color drained from Shinji's face as he stepped back. Step. Shinji, that's impossible. Premies, in normal scenario, it is. However, because of your incompetence and if I am not wrong Sakura Matu doesn't want to participate in this war. Shinji. Premies, looking at your expressions, looks like I hit the spot. Anyway, since none of you have qualification and willingness to enter this war, Book of the False Attendant worked as a catalyst and changed Ryder's master to me. Shinji, that's not possible. Premies, this is Holy Grail War. Anything is possible. Shinji. While Shinji and Rin had speechless expressions, Premies looked at Ryder's status. True name, Medusa. Title, Bewitching Black Serpent. Class, Ryder. Master, Premies Rigla. Parameters. Strength, C, B. Endurance, E, D. Agility, B, A. Mana, B, A. Luck, D, C. NP, A. Premies, all her parameters has increased by 1 rank except mana since I will be the one providing that to her. Looks like I must hurry up with Saber. Glancing at Saber, Premies continued. Premies, her current parameters are what they would be when Shiro would have summoned her. I must change this. Because it's more like I have Shiro's Saber instead of mine even though I am the one who summoned her. Then Premies looked at Medusa's status again. Premies, and this is my Ryder. Sorry, Saber. Current Ryder is stronger than you. Shinji, you stole my servant. Premies, whatever. Let's leave. Saying Premies turned and walked up to the girl who was in slumber. He picked her up and left with others leaving Shinji behind. Shinji, wait. Wait. Return my servant to me. Nevertheless, his words fell on deaf ears as they left without looking back. Once they were gone, a new voice appeared. You really are a disappointment, Shinji. Shinji. Shinji's body tensed up when he heard that voice. Then an old man waked out of the corner. Shinji, grandfather. Soon, Premies and others walked out of the barrier. They could now sense other people nearby. Rin, Matu family really have declined. Even their firstborn son can't use magecraft. Ilya, aren't you Tosaka the same? You are the only person left in the family. Rin, I can say the same for you. Premies, Ryder. Ryder, yes. Ryder undid her spirit form and appeared in front of Premies when called. Premies then passed the girl to her. Premies, take this girl to her home. I am sure you already know where she lives since Shinji must have mentioned it. Ryder, yes. Nodded Ryder confirming Premies' words. Though just when she was about to leave, Premies spoke again. Premies, once you place the girl in her home, go meet with Sakura Matu before returning. Ryder. Rin, huh? Ignoring Rin, Premies' attention was still on Ryder. Premies, you want to meet her one last time, don't you? Ryder, Premies, then take your time. No need to rush to hurry back. Ryder, I really can't hide anything from you. You really know me well. Just like in past. Ryder, thank you. Said Ryder before leaving. Though, once she turned, Premies saw the smile that appeared on her face. Swoosh. Premies kept on looking at her departing figure until she was out of sight. She seems happy. Premies, well, she is always happy when it comes to Sakura. That's not what I mean. Premies. You realized it too, don't you? It's true that she is happy to have one last talk with Sakura, however, the main source for her happiness is that you are her master, and she can stay by your side. Just like Artoria. Premies. Closing his eyes, Premies took a sigh and continued walking. Ilya, by the way, big brother. Premies, Ilya, where is your house? Premies, I am living in a hotel. Ilya, is that so? Then, does your room have enough space for one more person? Rin, hey. Are you planning to live with him today? Ilya, yes. Rin, how blunt. Ilya, hee hee. So, what do you say, big brother? Premies, I don't mind. It has enough room. Ilya, great. Rin, hey, how can you agree just like that? Step. Suddenly, Premies stopped and looked at the shop at the side of the road. Ilya, Cyber Cafe. Big brother, is there something you need? Premies, you all wait outside. I will be back in 5 minutes. Rin, oh, okay. Saber, I will come. Premies, you will wait outside too. I only need 5 minutes. Saying this, Premies left everyone outside and entered alone. 5 minutes later, he returned. Premies, let's go. Beatrice, is something the matter, big brother? Premies, I just take a quick look at recent crimes happening in the city in different sites. Rin, and Premies, police find many victims with the same condition as that girl. Ilya, there are more victims. Premies, yes. Since the number is still low, it doesn't attract much attention yet. Rin, in other words, Shinji was ordering Ryder to suck those people's magic for quite some time. Premies, no, that's not the case. Rin, huh? Premies, since the start of this month, there have been 10 victims. Saber narrowed her eyes hearing this. Saber, I see. No wonder there's a problem. Ilya, yes. The summoning of the servants only started this week. Beatrice, this is the last week of the month. Rin, you are saying victims started to appear before the servants were even summoned. Premies, yes. Ilya, looks like in this war there will be many unknown variables. Premies, indeed. After dropping Rin at her home, Premies and others entered the hotel that he booked. Premies did more than checking the news in that cyber cafe. He created his and Beatrice fake identities. Hacked into all the banks present on the planet and created many accounts. Then he found all the corrupted people in the world and transferred all their black money into his own accounts. He didn't even leave a single trace behind and did something to turn all that black money into white money. You can say that Premies was now the richest man in this world. Economy-wise. Once done, he then booked the luxury suite of this hotel and before coming here. He did all of this in a mere 5 minutes. Premies, since what I have stolen is black money, those corrupted people can't even go to the law to ask for help. If they do so, then it will backfire them since they must show how they got that money in the first place. Haha. I really wanted to see their face when they will know they have lost more than half of their wealth. Ilya, it's a great suite. Premies, there are 3 bedrooms. Pick whichever you like. Ilya, oh. Then. Showing a mischief smile, Ilya looked at Premies. Ilya, I want to sleep in Big Brother's room. Premies, sure. Ilya. A dumbfounded expression appeared on Ilya's face. She only thought of teasing Premies. She never thought he would agree to her request without hesitation. Next, Premies entered a random bedroom. Moved a chair near the window and sat on it. Once he did so, Beatrice also sat on his lap and started playing with Shalebi. Saber stood behind him like his guard. Putting one hand on Beatrice's head, Premies looked outside. Premies, what is the message, Twilight? At first, Premies wanted to have conversation with the old man of Matu family. But then he received a message from the will of the world. In case if it was from Gaia or Alea, then he would have thought of looking at it later. However, this message was from the counter-force. Hence, it won't be simple. As a result, he decided to hold off the meeting with the old man for now. I finished decrypting it. Premies, what does it say? Apostles have entered this world. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 307, Volume 4, Chapter 48, title at the END*. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Premies, so, they really do come. More like they are in a hurry. Premies, yeah. Even though they don't know who I am, the thing that they used to find the user of Zenith must have told them that Re-0- starting life in another world no longer has such person. They must have panicked after knowing that. Hence, they tried to find a new one. As a result, they found out that a new Zenith user has appeared in this world. Premies, what conclusion do you reached? I think the disappearance of Zenith user from Re-0- starting life in another world made them think that he or she died before they can become planar lord. This shocked them, thinking their chances of obtaining Zenith were gone. Then they found out that a new Zenith user had been born in this world. To prevent the same thing from happening again, they decided to hurry up and came to this world. Preemies, correct. Another question. Why didn't they think that the Zenith user in previous and this world is the same person? Planar Lord real strength can only work while he or she is in their own world. So, the chances of Planar Lord going to another world is less than 1%. Because by doing that, their strength will decrease drastically, and they can be killed there. Preemies, exactly. Ilya, big brother, I am sleeping in the next room, said Ilya while pointing at the next room from the outside. Preemies, okay. Ilya, one more thing. Don't enter my room or I will think you come to do pervert things to me. Preemies, not interested in little girl. Ilya, guh. Preemie's words pierced Ilya's heart like a knife. Saber, who was standing behind him, was trying her best not to laugh. Even Beatrice was barely controlling herself from laughing. Unlike Ilya, Beatrice was hundreds of years of age. That's why she didn't think of herself as a little girl. Ilya, I see. Then good night. Preemies, good night. Saying, Ilya entered the room she chose and closed the door behind. Preemies, Saber, close the door of our room too. Saber, nodded Saber before closing the door. Click. Once she did so, Preemies sealed the entire room with Zenith. Then using his power to turn off the lights, he spoke. Preemies, alright, now remove your armor and show me your back. Saber, huh? Preemies, your summoning isn't complete yet. You must have already realized that your current strength is incomplete. Saber, Lowering her head, Saber nodded meekly. Next, she sent her armor back and only her royal dress remained. Turning, she started to remove her clothes. The sound of clothes stripping was heard in the room. Saber, I am ready. Once she said so, Preemies turned his head at her. Looking at her, he couldn't help but sigh. Preemies, I only said to show me your back. Saber right now lying on the bed at her stomach while a thin quilt was covering her. Looking at her dress, which was folded neatly at the side, and the curves of her body, it's not hard to guess that she was completely naked under it. Preemies, sigh Betty. Betty, nodded Beatrice and got up from his lap. Preemies then stood up and approached Saber. Even though she was looking at the other side, the red color on her ears was enough to tell that she was very embarrassed. Preemies lowered the quilt to her waist and her beautiful back was in front of him. Sensing his gaze, Saber's face turned beet red. She really doesn't have any guard against you. Preemies didn't bother replying and touched her back. Once he did so, Saber shivered a little before stopping. Blue aura of Zenith started to come out of Preemies' body before they covered Saber from head to toe. As Zenith was entering her body, she started to relax and started losing consciousness. Preemies, don't resist. Hearing this, Saber stopped resisting the urge to sleep. And soon she drifted off to dreamland. An hour later. Saber, ZZ. Beatrice, ZZ. Saber was sleeping on one bed and Beatrice was sleeping on another. Yes, in this room, there were two beds. Once Preemies was done with Saber, he also told Beatrice to rest. At first, Beatrice didn't want to since she was still active. However, when Preemies told her that today was one of rare days she could sleep peacefully because most of the coming days would be full of fighting, only then did she comply. Returning to his seat, Preemies removed his power which was covering the room. He then took out a poke puff and started feeding Shalebi. Shalebi, bye. Shalebi became happy and started eating. Preemies, you can come out too, Darkrai. And you too, Moltres. Shadow rose and took shape. An eerie blue eye opened and Darkrai appeared. Then the space between Preemies wrapped and a large avian Pokemon with golden plumage flew out. Because of its big size, Moltres was barely able to fit in the room. Because of Darkrai presence, the room became cold. But Moltres' presence made the room warm. As a result, they both cancelled out. It was also because they were not releasing their power intentionally. Preemies, as expected, both Shalebi and Moltres also had broken the first disc just like Darkrai. Good thing that I let Pet World to absorb the piece of divine power. Preemies then bought a poke puff for them and gave it to them. 30 minutes later. Once they were done eating, Preemies didn't send them away and kept them out. So, right now Shalebi was flying around the room while giggling. Darkrai flew at one corner of the room and closed its eyes to do meditation. As for Moltres, it had its eyes closed in content. Why? Because right now Preemies was brushing its feathers with a brush he bought from Twilight. Even though Premies also thought of Pokemons as his weapons, he also knew that the stronger your bond was with your Pokemon, the stronger and more loyal they would become. Because of this very bond, Mega Evolution appeared in the Pokemon world. Thanks to his omniscient knowledge, he knew which pressure point and the way he should use Brush to make Moltres comfortable. It really did the trick since Moltres was clearly loving it. Still, even while taking care of Moltres, Preemie's mind was also occupied with many other things. Like Saber's new status. True name, Artoria Pendragon. Title, King Author. Class, Saber. Master, Preemie's Rigla. Parameters. Strength, B.A. Endurance, C.A. Agility, C.A. Mana, B.A. Luck, B.A. NP, A+. Asterisk whistle asterisk now this is called your Saber. If not because of Berserker, she will be called the strongest servant of his Grail War. Preemies, the reason for such drastic increase in strength is not only because of becoming my own servant but also because one of her noble phantasm, Avalon, is gone now. Yes. Now she only has 2 noble phantasm instead of 3. Preemies, doesn't matter. Avalon had no use for her in the first place. Its only use was to merge with Saber's master and give them her regenerated ability. Indeed. For someone like you who have high-speed regeneration, Avalon is basically useless. Preemies, Preemies kept on brushing Moltres' feathers for some time before continuing. Preemies, let's see. Hassan of the Cursed Arm will be summoned tomorrow. He will then kill the caster Medea. Do you plan on saving her? Preemies, no. I see. Preemies, and Wei, since this night is free, I know what to do. What about apostles? Preemies, since they have entered just today, they will first try to find a hideout then will start looking for me. So, from my calculation, I think I still have 2 to 3 days before we will meet. If you say so. Preemies, now, let me think about my objectives in this world. First. Find Mew. Preemies, second. Look for the next member of your guild. Preemies, third. Get your hands on Greater Grail. Preemies, as for 4th and 5th. I will complete them before morning. Wait. 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 What is the 4th and 5th objective? You never mention them. Preemies, you will know. Preemies, for the 6th one. There's more. Preemies, yes. 6th objective is to reach max level of my planar lord before leaving this world. What? Preemies, at first, I planned on fighting with the servants to increase by increase. But now that apostles are here, they will work as my stepping stone. After all, knowing how strong this world is, they must definitely be dimensional gods. Now that I remember, you are no longer facing 5x penalty. Preemies, that's why I am 99.9% sure that I will reach the max level in my planar lord form by the time I will leave. Well, good luck. Preemies, whatever. Said Preemies as he decided to spend some time with his Pokemons. An hour later. Preemies sent his Pokemon back and looked at the clock on the wall. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Preemies, it's time. Releasing his Zenith, Preemies not only covered the entire room but also the sleeping Saber and Beatrice. And then. Boom. A burst of power came out of Preemie's body. A vortex of power covered him before dispersing in the next second. His dull red eyes swept through everything. In case Saber and Beatrice were awake, they would be sacred to their core. Even though Beatrice had seen this form of Preemie's, she was still frightened of it. Preemies had again entered his God of Destruction form. In this form, Preemies had no emotions. He was like a killing machine. The feelings he had for Shengming, Ace Wallenstein, Ling Qingzhu, Ing Huan, Lily Ruka Arde, Senjuno Haruheim, Akame, Kyurome, Emilia, Rem, Beatrice, and so on all disappeared into thin air. Only Ophis was the one who could stir his emotion in this state. One more thing, when he was fighting Beast 6, Beatrice only saw his back not his face. Looking at himself, Preemies spoke in an emotionless tone. Preemies, to think I will use my God of Destruction form again in this world this soon. It's not even 12 hours since I arrived here. Anyway. Preemies turned his gaze at sleeping Saber and Beatrice. Current him didn't hold any sort of emotions or feeling for them. If he didn't have the memories of time he spent with them, then even if someone will come and kill them, he still won't care. That's the side effect of this form. At the cost of keeping his destructive urge in control, he turned into a motionless killing machine. He then moved his gaze away from them. Next, his entire body bathed in the light, and he disappeared. A trail of light passed through the spacetime tunnel at breathtaking speed. That speed far surpassed even the speed of light. Soon it reached the other end of the tunnel and disappeared. Shine. A light shine in the dark sky of this dead world. Witnessing a light in this type of world could bring hope to anyone living here. However, the truth was far from it. Instead of bringing hope, this light would only bring one thing: destruction. This was not the light of hope but the light of ruin. The light faded and Primis could be seen floating in the sky while looking down on this world of dead. His gaze was on the dark castle in the distance. The name of the castle was Dun Scaith. It was also known as Fortress of Shadows. At this time, an ethereal voice came from the castle and fell in Primis' ears. To think, I will see you, again. Primis. Primis didn't reply. He just kept on looking with a blank expression. Primis. 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 Primis, sigh still. Welcome to the Land of Shadows, the Black Swordsman, or should I address you as your current form? The Harbinger of Catastrophe, God of Destruction. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 48, Land of Shadows. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 308, Volume 4, Chapter 49, Broken. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Primis. Still no reply. Primis' gaze fell on a woman that had come out of the castle. She was an extremely beautiful woman. With her body proportions can be described as just about perfect. She has long purple hair and red eyes and was wearing a full-body outfit that highlights her curvaceous body, with metallic shoulder pads. She was holding a red spear in her hand. Looking at its tip could send chill down in one's spine. Anyone could tell that the spear was the death itself. She was the queen and gatekeeper of this Land of Shadows. Queen of the Land of Shadows, also known as Witch of Dun Scaith, Scathach. The one Primis saw in the Akame Ga Kill world was her heroic spirit clone, while the one in front of her was the real Scathach. Scathach was currently looking at Primis with complicated expressions. Just like Primis and Twilight predicted, even she had memories of him. Queen of the Land of Shadows, who had seen a lot and grasped every incident and all origins. In a way, she had already moved on from this world. The things that could make her show emotions were very rare. She will remain calm and collected no matter the circumstances. Even if she would be surrounded by servants, instead of becoming nervous, she would be excited to be able to fight all of them. But she had no traces of such emotions right now. On the contrary, her body was tense. She was gripping her spear tightly as a cold sweat had appeared on her forehead and back. Primis' very presence was putting too much pressure on Scathach as she was feeling suffocated. She can easily tell the difference between their strengths. And she was not wrong. Even though she was one of the strongest people in this world, she was still nothing in front of God of Destruction. The only ones who could fight Primis in this form were the beasts, while using their real body, not the vessels, and the ultimate ones, they too when they were using their real body instead of detached body part they sent to destroy civilization. Noticing that Primis was not speaking, Scathach decided to be the one to break the silence again. Scathach, you come to my Land of Shadows, after so long. Don't you have something to say? Primis, I have no recollection. Scathach raised one of her brows hearing this. At first, she thought Primis was lying, however, her eyes from which almost nothing could be hidden told her that Primis was telling the truth. A slight sadness flashed through her eyes which she hurriedly hid. Still, Primis caught that expression of her, but he didn't care. Scathach, since you don't remember me then why you come here? Primis, didn't I say I will give you death? I am sure you must have gotten this information from your heroic spirit clone which is currently in another world. Scathach widened her eyes slightly hearing this. When her clone was destroying the barrier in Akame Ga Kill world, the barrier got lifted automatically. Just as she was about to charge, he received that voice transmission. She thought that battle would take time, never had she expected that it would come this soon, that person be Primis. At first, Primis was also planning on fighting the Scathach's heroic clone in Akame Ga Kill world. But since he had to come to this world urgently, he decided not to wait for long. Scathach, so, you have come to kill me? Primis, in a way, yes. Though I decided to make some changes in my plan. Scathach, changes? Primis, yes. Having you by my side will be more beneficial to me. So, I have decided that I will destroy your spirit, emotions, mind, and will. In the end, what I will get is an emotionless, mindless, killing machine or a doll whose only purpose would be to follow by orders. A perfect weapon. If Primis was in his normal state, then he wouldn't have said that. His God of Destruction form was affecting him too much. Because of lack of emotions, Primis was becoming just like Cubi or incubators. After all, they had gotten rid of all their emotions to only have logical thinking. Keep on going forward towards your goal, no matter what methods you have to use, no matter the sacrifices. Almost anyone would be angry hearing how someone wanted to turn them at a mindless weapon. However, something unexpected happened. Premies, who was looking at Scathach, tilted his head like in confusion and asked, "Premies, why are you smiling?" "Yes." When Scathach heard how Premies planned to make her his weapon, instead of becoming angry, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. This was not some angry or mocking smile but a genuine one. "Scathach, actually, I am happy that you are willing to keep me by your side even as weapon." Premies, "Oh. Is that so?" Scathach, "Yes. That's why I have a better proposal. You don't need to do the hassle of destroying my being. I can swear to be your weapon without it." Premies, "Like I will believe that." Scathach, "I can swear it on my name as the Queen of Land of Shadows." Premies. Premies became silent. He can tell that Scathach was sincere with her words. This made him start to ponder. Premies, is it because of the memories she has of me? Just what kind of memories Counterforce has given to the servants and inhabitants of this world? Scathach, before giving myself entirely to you, I have a request. Raising one of his brows, Premies didn't speak and let Scathach continue. Scathach, I want to have a duel with you. Premies. Scathach, it's been a long time since I went all out. Premies. Scathach, so, what is your answer? Even though I am not your match, I still want to fight. Premies, I accept. Once Scathach pointed at the place in this land of shadow, which was large enough for both to go fight without any problem, Premies' body bathed in light, and he disappeared. Understanding that Premies was going directly to the battlefield, Scathach also rushed towards that direction. Even with her inhumane speed, it took her a minute to reach the location. But all of a sudden, she stopped. Her feet remained rooted on the spot as her eyes widened. As if the fire lit in her heart as a very thrilled expression appeared on her face. Premies was standing in the middle of battlefield some distance away. His black coat was fluttering in the air. In his hand, he was a single-hand dark long sword. His blood eyes were glowing as 3 tomos could be seen inside them. Premies was no longer in his God of Destruction form but was in the Black Swordsman form. Scathach, the Black Swordsman. I want to fight you in this form rather than God of Destruction 1. Premies, the feelings are mutual. Scathach. Scathach became surprised for a second. Mostly because of his tone rather than answer. Scathach, you feel more approachable and soft in this form. Premies. Premies remained silent. He remembered what happened a few minutes ago. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Scathach, so, what is your answer? Even though I am not your match, I still want to fight. Premies was about to decline when, Premies. He heard a soft voice in his mind. Even though he remained indifferent outward, a stir went down in his heart inside. Premies, that voice, Ophis. But how? Even though she is in the home world right now, since she cares about you the most, she sensed your predicament. So even if she can't leave that world right now, her feelings of your well-being still reached you. Premies. Twilight. Yes. Premies. Can you bring her out? I was waiting for you to say that. Premies, so. By the time your duel with Scathach will finish, she will be out. Looking at Scathach, Premies spoke. Premies, I accept. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Forward slash forward slash. Premies, maybe because I show more emotions in this form. Scathach, indeed. Step. 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 Step by step Scathach started walking towards Premies while holding her spear tightly. Step. 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 Premies also started walking towards Scathach with Elucidator in hand. True name, Scathach. Title, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Parameters. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX. Agility, EX. Mana, EX. Luck, EX. NP, X. Personal skills. Primordial Rune, EX. Wisdom of Duin Skaith, EX. Godslayer, EX. Noble Phantasm. Gi Balg Alternative, EX. Gate of Sky, EX. Premies, this is the true power of Queen of the Land of Shadows. Since right now she is not heroic spirit, her strength is not restricted by a class. Thought Premies as he looked at his own new status. True demigod. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX. Dexterity, EX. Agility, EX. Magic, Divine EX. Base stats, True Demigod. Perfect Holification, Neo God. Premies, my base strength really has surpassed 9th dimensional God and has entered True Demigod realm. This rank is given to mortals who gained access to divine power. Though this doesn't mean they have become God. It's just that you magic or other sorts of power would have a trace of divinity. Yes, just a trace. For me, I can tell that 1% of my boundless magic has turned divine. Yes, only 1%. From now on, no matter how much you will increase your strength, you will always be true demigod. To become a real god, you must become third-level existence. Premies, yeah. Still, it really comes surprising that perfect holification can let me enter the ranks of gods. Yes, Neo God is the first rank of third-level existence. As you have already guessed, this is because of power of chaos. Premies, Anyway, I no longer have enhanced mode since it has completely merged with my body. I was really astonished when I realized what you did. Enhance mode that you created gives x2 increase in all stats. It's truly one of the broken things you created. Think about it, you are at level 3. But by using enhanced mode you will reach level 6. It's too shocking. Premies, indeed. Nevertheless, enhanced mode still has a weakness and that's magic. Once you run out of it, you can no longer use enhanced mode. That's why you do something even more bizarre. And that is to merge the enhanced mode completely with your body. Premies, yes. Now I no longer have boosted strength but a pure one. You, I really have no words about how your brain works. Just how do you come to this conclusion? Premies didn't bother responding this time. Right now, his entire attention was on Scathach who was standing at the distance of 10 steps. It's time for the confrontation of the Black Swordsman and Queen of Land of Shadows. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 309, Volume 4, Chapter 50, Sword of Darkness vs. Spear of Death, Part 1. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. Both Premies and Scathach were standing in the distance of 10 steps while looking at each other. Whiz. Whiff. The wind was blowing, making Scathach long hair and Premies' midnight coat fluttered. They remained like this for a minute before. Swoosh. Scathach was the first one to move. She appeared in front of Premies in an instant as the tip of her red spear was 0.1 millimeters away from penetrating through Premies' skull. Whoosh. Though that was enough for Premies to tilt his head to the right and dodge it from the breadth of a hair. That's not all. The moment he dodged, Elucidator moved, and its tip was also 0.1 millimeters from entering Scathach's head. Whoosh. Yet, just like Premies, Scathach also tilted her head and dodged it with hair breadth. Once she dodged it, her left knee was at Premies' chest. Whoosh. Premies sidestepped to the right and it missed. Then he also raised his right leg and kicked Scathach back. Whoosh. Scathach ducked without looking back and evaded it. She didn't stop there and pulled her right arm back. As a result, the back of her red spear attacked Premies. Swoosh. Premies jumped forward and appeared on top of Scathach's back while successful dodging the spear. Next, he launched a vertical slash from with little backward motion and overhead position on Scathach's wide back. Slash. Ding. Scathach didn't stop the movement of her arm even when Premies dodged it. Hence, the body of spear arrived front of her back and stopped Elucidator. Premies continued with another 2 upward vertical slashes. Slash. Ding. Slash. Ding. Then he attacked with a powerful downward slash. Slash. Ding. Tu. With the last slash, a square of power drawn with the 4 hits came out. It then continued spinning for the distance of hundreds of kilometers before dissipating. The area till where it traveled to all got destroyed. Since Premies was not holding back and releasing the power of true demigod, in case he had used this much power in another world then that universe had been obliterated by now. It's only because the Land of Shadows was as strong as multiverse, it was able to handle such power without issue. Still Premies and Scathach completely ignored the destruction caused by Premies' attack. Premies was looking at Scathach back in her red spear which blocked his vertical square with hardly any efforts. Scathach also remained indifferent since she didn't think that attack was that strong. Because she can also release an attack of that scale quite easily. Swoosh. She turned around and attacked Premies with many stabs. Stab. Whoosh. Stab. Ding. Stab. Train. Even while in the air, Premies easily dodged, deflected, and parried her attacks. Thud. 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 Even then the force behind those stabs traveled to the sky and made many holes in the clouds and atmosphere. Ding. Premies deflected another one of Scathach attack and went on offensive this time. Thrust. Ting. Thrust. Ting. Thrust. Ting. Thrust. Ting. Thrust. Ting. Elucidator moved and released 5 high-speed continuous thrusts at Scathach. After the 5th thrust, it was followed by a downward cut. Slash. Ding. Then an upward cut. Slash. Ding. Finally, with a full force swing from the overhead position, Premies slashed download and landed on the ground. Slash. Ding. Crack. Bang. The moment Premies landed, web-like cracks appeared before the ground was destroyed to the far distance. Nevertheless, Premies and Scathach didn't have any problem. They were still standing on their spot. Premies released Howling Octave this time. But Scathach still blocked every single one of those attacks easily. While looking at their confrontation until now, it may appear that Scathach was strong. Why? Because Premies was using his sword skills while Scathach was blocking simply by using their spearmanship. However, the truth was different. Because Vertical Square, Howling Octave, and other sword skills could no longer be called skills. When a skill stopped being a skill, this was a realm of true master. Whenever a sword skill was executed, you need timing, posture, magic before unleashing it. Yet, Premies did no such thing. He used them as easily as he was slashing. This was master level. Before Premies' base strength was weak, hence, he couldn't show the true strength of a master. Now he can. As a sword master, all Premies' sword skills had completely integrated with his swordsmanship. That's what a master. Once someone starts learning swordsmanship, you start basic like slashing, thrusting, stabbing, swinging, and so on. Those are called basic forms of swordsmanship. As a master, all Premies' sword skills had become different forms of his swordsmanship. That's what it meant by when a skill stopped being a skill. The same was the case for Scathach. Scathach learned many skills during her lifetime while killing countless men, wraith, divine spirits, and so on. She then integrated all those skills into her spearsmanship. So, in a way, Premies and Scathach no had such thing as sword skills or spear skills. They only had swordsmanship and spearmanship. That's all. By doing not did they learnt many forms, skills previous, but also the strength of these forms, skills previous, increased drastically by several folds. They were true masters. Swoosh. The red spear moved and attacked the left side of Premies' neck. Ding. The elucidator also moved and stopped it. Swoosh. The moment it was blocked, the spear moved in the opposite direction and attacked the other side of neck. Ding. The elucidator blocked it again. Once it blocked, Scathach took a step back, rotated the spear and thrusted forward with a momentum. Premies countered by putting elucidator on his shoulder after blocking spear's second attack with a single sharp 45-degree diagonal slash. From top right to bottom left. It was slant. Thrust. Slash. Ding. Both weapons collided and both attacks were deflected back. Without wasting even for a moment, both held the handle of their weapons tightly and attacked again. Cling. Boom. A shockwave spread to the distance. Grind. Grind. Both the spear and sword were grinding at each other as sparks were coming out. They continued this for a second before pushing each other back. Scathach started spinning her spear over her head and attacked with a powerful slash. Slash. Dang. Bang. Premies blocked the attack but the force behind it forced him to take a step back as the area behind was utterly destroyed. Stomp. Crack. Stomping hard on the ground, Premies leaped at Scathach. Putting the sword on top of his shoulder again, he launched from top to bottom vertical slash. It was Sonic Leap. Slash. Dang. Scathach stopped it but was also pushed at step back. Both resumed their onslaught on each other. Slash. Ding. Thrust. Dang. Swish. Cling. Shing. Clang. Both kept on attacking each other non-stop. From different angles, from different positions. Premies used many of his skills, now form, and Scathach also did the same. Yet, both were always able to stop each other's assault. Scathach was spinning her spear wildly around her and was attacking from all directions. Premies was using his sword and was executing different combos. Both were blocking, dodging, deflecting each other's moves. Ding. After exchanging another attack, they both maintained a distance. Scathach, amazing. I never had so much fun in a long time," said Scathach with an excited smile on her face. She had a genuine fondness for fighting. She had met and fought many talented people in her life. She really appreciated their potential and braveness. Yet, none of them could make her go all out. Using her clairvoyance, she had seen many future events. Especially the events in which her heroic spirit clone participated. Even though those clones had lost, they were defeated by different means. Like, how servants surrounded her and fought her all together. How people had used many different artifacts and treasures. Even how she was defeated by her disciple Ku Chul in altered form. She accepted all of them, saying everything was fair in war. However, deep down, she was just deceiving herself. She wanted to fight someone whose skills were either equal or might even surpass hers. Now, her wish had been fulfilled. Scathach, when we met years ago, I really wanted to fight Yoi that time. But you left. Even when I used my clairvoyance, I didn't see any fight that will occur between us in future. So, I had given up on it. But now it seems that my wait here was worth it. Lowering her hand which was holding the spear, Scathach closed her eyes. Premies kept on looking at her as he sensed the changes in her appearance and aura. The protective gear was wearing underneath her bodysuit disappeared. Then a black veil appeared over her head along with a short cloak over her shoulders, connected by the shoulder pads. Last but not least, a second red spear appeared in her other hand before she opened her red eyes and looked at Premies. *A/N, please throw some power stones. Chapter 310, Volume 4, Chapter 51, Sword of Darkness vs. Spear of Death, Part 2. Equals when Twilight is speaking. Equals when talking through telepathy. Equals when thinking in your mind. Equals when talking with your Pokemon or tamed beast. Equals when describing a certain period of time. They both remained standing on their spot before. Thrust. Whoosh. Premies sidestepped to the side and dodged the spear which was about to penetrate the left side of his back. His eyes turned to the side and saw Scathach who had attacked from behind. The Scathach he was looking at front was just her afterimage. It was too realistic that it won't be easy for others to distinguish between the real Scathach. Nevertheless, with the micro-level information provided by Elemental Sight, Premies saw through it in an instant. When in combat, Scathach employed foresight of battle conditions by using clairvoyance. Premies also did the same by using the Eye of Insight provided by his Sharingan. That's why he was able to see Scathach's next move. Thrust. Still, as if she already knew that Premies would dodge it and in which direction it would be, another spear was already on its way to his heart. Thrust. Slash. Ding. The elucidator deflected the spear before it could touch Premies. But. Swish. The first spear was in front of his face by now. Whoosh. Tilting his head to the side, Premies evaded it. Thrust. The second spear was now in front of his chest. Dang. Premies backflipped in the last moment and kicked the spear upward. When Premies was halfway through his backflip, with his elemental sight, he saw the second spear was just about to penetrate through the back of his head. Slash. Cling. He hurriedly used his elucidator and deflected it. By doing so, his body rotated. There he saw the first spear again aiming at his chest. Whoosh. Yet, even at that last moment, Premies turned his body to the side while in the air and dodged it. Slash. He also attacked while doing so. In return, Scathach sidestepped and avoided it. But how could Premies let her do that easily? He used the momentum of the slash to take a whole spin to turn his body upside down and kicked at her. Scathach hurriedly lowered her head to dodge it. However, when she did so, Elucidator was already on top of her head. Slash. Clang. The second spear blocked it. Using the rebound force of their collision, Premies pulled himself back and did some flips in the air from landing on the ground. Thud. Scathach didn't carry on with her attacks and remained standing on her spot while looking at Premies. Premies was also doing the same. It's true that Scathach's speed had increased drastically when she equipped her second spear. Premies was still able to keep up with her. Why? It's because of acute reflexes, ability provided by his elucidator which increased his reflexes speed. Swoosh. This time Premies was the one to attack. He appeared in front of Scathach leaving his afterimage behind and released right to left diagonal slash. He then rotated his sword by 90 degrees and performed a vertical slash from bottom to top. Finally, he unleashed a full-powered vertical slash from top to bottom. The combined trajectory of the three slashes was like the Arabic number 4. Slash. Ding. Slash. Cling. Slash. Clang. Premies had no intention of stopping. After the third slash, he continued with the fourth one. He did a diagonal slash from the bottom right to top left, followed by a horizontal slash from left to right. Finally, the move ended with another diagonal slash from top right to bottom left. Slash. Clang. Slash. Dang. Slash. Grind. Sparks could be seen when both weapons, one black and one red, grinding with each other. After the sixth slash, Premies positioned himself in a way that it looked like he was putting the sword at the left side of his waist. Then he unleashed two slashes, one from left to right, immediately followed by the second from right to left. Due to the speed of the move, the two slashes appeared as if done with two swords instead of just one, and only one sound of impact was released with the move. Slash. Clang. Slash. Clang. Next, he continued with horizontal swing from left to right. The sword then bounced back as he continued another horizontal swing from right to left. The force of this blow sent Premies' body spinning anti-clockwise, with the sword ending up at his right flank, and unleashed the next horizontal strike from right to left. The move finished with a forehand strike from the left. The move 4 swings drew a square of light that expanded outward while destroying the area of over thousands of kilometers. Slash. Cling. Slash. Dang. Slash. Clang. Swish. PSSHHHHHH. Bang. Stopping here, Premies looked at Scathach, who had taken a few steps back. Just now Premies unleashed 4 moves back to back. Savage Fulcrum, Sharp Nail, Snake Bite, and Horizontal Square. Every single slash was faster than the previous one. That's why even though Scathach was able to block almost all Premies' attacks, the last slash still succeeded in making contact with her body. Scathach looked down and saw a diagonal slash on her body which was extended from her cleavage to down her abdomen. Blood could also be seen coming out of it. Yet, instead of becoming angry, she smiled. Scathach, it's been long time since I was last injured. Still. Squish. She touched her wound before looking at her hand, which was now covered with her own blood. Scathach, I am happy because this time I got injured while not holding back at all. Smiling, she looked at Premies. Scathach, even though I am the first one to get injured, it's not enough to make me admit defeat. Premies, our battle has just begun. How could it end so soon? Scathach, exactly. Said Scathach as many spears appeared behind her. Then she pointed them towards Premies, and they all launched themselves at him. Fwoosh. 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 Seeing those spears coming at him at a remarkable speed, Premies rested his sword on his shoulder and did a diagonal slash from top right to the bottom left. Making a full circle spin, he drew his sword backwards in the middle of the spin and unleashed the next diagonal slash from the bottom right to top left, followed by a horizontal slash from left to right. Then he executed an upward vertical slash, performing a backward somersault. This was followed by a horizontal slash from right to left and another full circle spin, which led to a diagonal slash from the bottom right to the top left, stopping at face height. From this position, he spun his sword in a full circle, hitting the spear from his right side. Slash. Bang. Bang. Swish. Bang. 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 Slash. Every slash of Premies destroyed 4 to 5 of those spears. By the time he was done with Deadly Sins, all the spears were destroyed. Slash. Cling. Premies never turned his attention away from Scathach even while he was destroying the spears. Because of that he was able to intercept her attack. Scathach didn't stop with one attack. She kept on attacking with her extreme speed while using her dual spear. Slash. Cling. Swish. Clang. Thrust. Ding. Stab. Grind. Still, with his superior reflexes, Premies was able to keep up with her. Neither of them gave the other party the chance to have the upper hand. After the previous confrontation, Scathach knew that the more Premies kept on attacking the faster he would become. So, she always found a way to interrupt his attack by using a move which would make him block, deflect, or dodge her attack. This would reset the momentum he was getting. On the other hand, Premies was also not giving Scathach any chance to counter as he kept on using different sword moves, sword skills previously, and at different angles. Because of move connect, skill connect previously, strength the next move was always stronger than the previous one, so Scathach had no choice but to defend against it even with her dual spears. Their battle was going on stalemate. Yet, none of them had any intention of stopping. They kept on fighting, and fighting. Slash. Clang. Thrust. Ding. Swish. Fwoosh. Bang. Boom. Just like that, time went by. Drip. 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 Premies was on one of his knees and was using Elucidator as support to not fall. Some distance away from him, Scathach could also be seen doing the same while using her red spear. Both of their bodies were covered with heavy injuries as blood was dripping down on the ground. They both had been fighting for almost 2,000 years. Yup, you heard it right. It's almost 2,000 years since their battle began. And they had been fighting for all those years without stopping for even a second to rest. The entire Land of Shadow had been thoroughly destroyed by now. Premie's body provided him with high speed and hyper regeneration to heal his injuries and recover his magic. On top of that, his midnight coat nullified a lot of the damage. On the other hand, even though Scathach neither had high speed and hyper regeneration nor the equipment to nullify damage, this place, the Land of Shadow, was her domain and she was the ruler of it. As a result, this place was helping her by providing the same high speed and hyper regeneration which was on par with Premie's. Along with many other helps. Premie's, pant pant pant. Scathach, pant pant pant. Both were breathing heavily as their bodies were shivering. Even with the help of high speed and hyper regeneration, after fighting for over 2,000 years their bodies had reached their limit. Yet, even when their conditions were like this where 99.9% of their external and internal bodies had been destroyed, none of the intention of giving up. They both were looking at each other with smiles on their faces. They never had so much full fighting with each other. They both went all out. Even Premie's too used everything he had except for perfect holification. In his red eyes, you can even see a kaleidoscope copy wheel. Clearly indicating that Premie's was using Mangekyo Sharingan. Premie's, we, both are, already, at the end, of the ropes, how about, we? Scathach, end, this. Nodding simultaneously, they both willed their bodies to stand up. Thud. Thud. Even with the soul-tearing pain they were going through, they didn't show any change in expression. It took them 5 minutes to stand up with their broken bodies which could give in at any moment. Whiz. Whoosh. The second spear from Scathach's hand disappeared as all of its power was transferred to the first one she had in her other hand. Boom. Soon a huge amount of red color magic burst out of the spear as it surrounded it completely. But the most amount of it was gathered on its tip. The red light was so bright as it was the only light left in this world. Yet, instead of gentle it was menacing. Anyone looking at it would feel that death had come at their door. Premie's also had no intentions of being outdone either. Shine. Darkness incantation symbol inside him started to release its power. It first converted all of Premie's remaining magic and strength into pure darkness before symbol merged and became one with him. Next, all that pure darkness moved and merged with Elucidator. SSSS. The Elucidator could no longer be seen in Premie's hand. On its place, now there was a blade of darkness which was constantly emitting black flames of darkness like smoke. Scathach widened her eyes slightly looking at such boundless and pure darkness. But she was still impressed at lot witnessing Premie's perfect control over it. Smiling, she brought her foot forward and took a stance of throwing. Premie's also raised his blade. Finally, they attacked. Scathach threw her spear with everything she had left. Swish. Thrust. The red spear was penetrating through while destroying the space from wherever it passed. At every moment, the strength of the spear was increasing and increasing. The side on which Scathach was standing could no longer be seen. The red light of death had covered that entire place. Sling. Premie's also swung his blade when Scathach released her spear. Once he did so, a massive veil of darkness erupted upwards and approached the spear, darkening the sky and ground on the side where Premie's was standing. The darkness was so deep that only Premie's red shining eyes could be seen. The darkness continued to rise before finally colliding with the spear of death. Scathach, Gi Balg, original soaring spear of piercing death. Premie's, sword of darkness, elucidator and darkness incantation symbol abyssal night. Ka boom. *A/n, please throw some power stones.